Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 1. Billy Bob gave a grunt as he left the range of the last human FTL music station in this sector. Reaching out, he stabbed the entertainment console with a finger to turn off that damn Xeno shit before it gave him a headache. None of that click-clack bullshit for him. Hurt his ears. Thinking it over, he turned his entertainment console over to his private collection. Round, round, I get around. He grinned as the Beach Boys filled his cockpit. Real human music is what this was. Back when times were simple and they only had to worry about nukes and commies. He had a whole collection of pre-contact music that he liked to play on his long-haul routes. Most Xenos hauled cargo in massive ships with crews of around 50. They needed the companionship and security of traveling in bigger groups. Plus, they needed someone to grow food, tend to the sick, and sing songs, all that sort of thing. They tended to freak out if they didn't have someone to fill each job position. But humans? Well, humans didn't mind strapping themselves to a giant rocket and firing off with a more mid-sized cargo bay all on their own. Being alone didn't scare humans as much as it did all those Xenos. Plus, it was damn good money being the only ones to take the extra long routes out to the isolated colonies that didn't need a whole atlas worth of cargo. The Xenos had some sort of fancy title for this sort of position, but Billy Bob knew just what he was. All humans called this sort of job the same thing. It was a job as old as internal combustion, just now in space. He was Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob was good at his job. He'd taken it up after a tour of service in the Navy as a bomber. Knowing how Xenos hated being isolated humans had realized they didn't scan for small ships, and the concept of long-range fighter bombers with single pilots was completely foreign to them. Taking advantage of this, humanity created whole squadrons of the things to terrorize core systems while their fleet or capital ships mostly fought on the defensive in their own territory. This meant humans were hard to fight on traditional Xeno terms. Instead of big capital ship battles to decide the fate of wars, they just sat around and defended their outer colonies, while those hard-to-detect squadrons of fighter bombers devastated morale back home. Of course, humans could trounce most militaries once they landed anyway. A nice side effect from evolving on a high-gravity death world meant most Xenos didn't stand a chance against them face-to-face. But that was mostly frowned upon by the Galactic Peace Corps. They wanted border conflicts to take place in space and involve as little actual invasion as possible. And humanity was trying to join peacefully rather than forcefully. Most people didn't want humans to be viewed as big, mean bullies. But Billy Bob didn't mind being a bully now and then. Wars had died down since humanity had established their borders, and the Navy didn't need those fighter bombers as much as patrol craft. So Billy Bob had taken his severance pay with an honorable discharge and bought himself a Longhorn. Made back home on terra-fucking-firma. Then he signed up with a freight line and got to trucking. In space. His only companion was the long space lanes ahead, fellow space truckers on the FTL Prox band, and of course Mittens. Mittens was a Martian marauder genetically engineered to handle pests on the first off-world colony. He was about as big as an old Earth bobcat. His fur was a dusty red with bluish stripes but white paws, hence the name. He was scarred all over from his many battles on the streets of Mars as a youth before a shelter had found him. Billy Bob had picked him up from the shelter because he liked the look of the cat, and he knew that an omnivore keeping a carnivore as a pet scarred the shit out of most Xenos. Billy Bob liked dogs too, but they needed more space than he had in his Longhorn, and they'd yet to breed a dog that could learn to do its business in a space toilet and flush after. Currently, he had a cargo bay full of standard agri-colony supplies and 3 space days to get there. He knew they weren't space days, but he hated the stupid Xeno terms for this kind of shit. He wasn't some Diplo-core nerd. He was a space trucker. He just added space in front of traditional human terms, and that was good enough for him. Soon enough, though, his gut began to rumble, and he sighed. "I could use a quick bite. How about you, Mittens?" The cat was sleeping on the co-pilot chair and yawned but didn't contribute to the conversation. "Ah, well, I'm going to stretch my legs, you lazy fuzzball." His ship shuddered as he began to peel off from the main FTL lane and spin down his engines as he moved out of the FTL lane. Soon he had pulled up to a refueling station, his Longhorn dwarfed by the other massive cargo ships in Atlas. Paying the minor docking fee, he unfastened his harness and hauled his growing beer gut out of the pilot's chair. He ran a hand over his belly for a moment as he noted he needed to exercise more regularly now that he wasn't on a military diet. Shrugging it off, he walked back through the small cabin of his ship and stepped into the airlock. He ached for a smoke, but knew the rules against air toxins were strictly enforced. Pathetic Xenos couldn't handle a little tobacco smoke, but he shrugged it off and waited for the airlock to cycle. He was greeted with stale, canned air that smelled of dirty Xenos and FTL fuel as he began to walk along the gantry towards the station central. His boots, jeans, belt buckle, and plaid shirt were all entirely against the standard Xenos norms of clothing. Everyone preferred pressure suits or multifunction harnesses. Well, that wasn't his style. So he adjusted his hat with the human flag next to the good old stars and stripes on it and walked on. Most stations like this had the same layout. They consisted of a central hub with arms for cargo haulers to dock at, and restaurants and other entertainment centers for lonely cargo crew to have some fun at. He had to watch his step in the lowered gravity unless he wanted to go jumping over everyone's head and freak everyone out. So he had to take a slow, long stride gait. Noting the places with sealed environments for various atmospheric needs, he found a dinner that looked empty enough. He groaned at the sight of the chairs, though. They were all those ergonomic Xeno styles. He just wanted a place for his butt and a back to lean against, damn it. He looked over the options of furniture and approached the counter. Picking one that looked like a U, he tried to sit in it sideways first, but it was too wide to comfortably straddle. Then when he tried to sit it in with the arms of the U against his, he found it too tight. While he tried this, the guy behind the counter, some sort of six-armed space frog, just waited and watched. "Do you have, like, a crate or something?" The creature looked confused. "A crate of what?" "Just like a crate. Got some crates of cans in the back." Billy Bob got up, walked past the space frog and into the kitchen where some more surprised-looking space frogs were standing around. "Hey, wait! Just going to be a minute." He found one of the shiny metal boxes and lifted it up, walking back out with it as the space frog's eyes got even wider. Then he set it down next to the counter and sat on it. "Do you know how heavy that thing is?" "High-gravity home planet." "Oh, no wonder you're so ugly. You're not pretty yourself, fella." "I've got 6 wives, pal. I'm gorgeous." Billy Bob eyed the creature in front of him and figured there was just no counting for taste. "Well, fine. Do you have meat?" The creature shuddered for a moment, 3 bulbous sacs along its blue neck expanding for a moment. A carnivore, huh?" "Omnivore, thank you very much. Do you have anything resembling bacon and eggs?" He waited for the creature's implant to translate the term before he saw the blue sacs turn a little green. "That's disgustingly barbaric." Billy Bob let out a sigh. "How about protein mush and space pancakes?" It had taken Billy Bob ages to tweak his translator to understand custom input just the way he liked. Protein mush would translate, but space pancakes wouldn't normally. But he'd be damned if he bothered to remember the Xeno term for those green flapjack-type things. "Yes, that we have." "And butter?" It was a long shot. Even the translator struggled to convey the term. "Spreadable animal fat?" "You know what? Never mind. How about space maple syrup?" "Yes, we have sugar tar." "Close enough." "Coffee?" A blank face was the response. "Shit, I mean space coffee." "Dear religious figure, you'd want to consume some of that stuff in liquid form?" "Yes? Is that not normal?" "No. Combat stimulants are not normal to consume as a drink." "Shit, guess this place hasn't had visits from our Diplo Corps then. Do you have anything with caffeine in it?" The creature looked at him warily. "We keep some space tea for visiting space foxes." He meant the Tritariae, but Billy Bob thought they looked like space foxes, and as such made his translator use the term. "Oh, good. Well, bring me some boiling water, 3 bags of that, and then another glass full of ice about this big." He held up his hands to show. "Are you coming out of a hibernation cycle? That's an absurd amount of liquid. We don't hibernate. We're just dense." The frog muttered something about the accuracy of the statement, then spoke up. "Look, do you have the currency to pay for this?" Yeah. He pulled a bill out of his pocket and slapped it on the table. "What's that?" Billy Bob looked down at First World President Schwarzenegger's face. "Sorry, wrong currency." He tucked the bill back into a pocket and instead pulled out a small black box. "Galactic trade cubes work here, right?" "They work everywhere." "So I hear." The frog touched the box to let it connect with his implant, and after a soft beep from the machine, set about making Billy Bob his food. Once the frog carefully brought over a pot of boiling water while using a thermal glove, Billy Bob quickly dumped the 3 bags of weak-ass space tea into it and began to brew something close to green tea. Protein mush and space pancakes weren't all that bad, In reality, protein mush was very similar to scrambled eggs, just in need of a load of salt and pepper, which no one kept in large quantities. Soon enough, the frog came back with a plate of protein mush and space pancakes, green flapjacks covered in that caramel like sugar tar, which wasn't really a bad name, but he still preferred space maple syrup. He reached down to the holster on his belt, pulling free a bottle of real Mexican pepper sauce, and poured some on the mush. When the frog squinted and leaned in, he held up a hand. "Whoa there, pal, that stuff has capsaicin in it." The frog backed up, looking horrified. "You consume chemical weapons?" "Just for flavor." The frog decided to move down the counter and clean a section of it far away from Billy Bob. He ate in peace, pouring some of the brewed tea into the glass of ice to cool it down and drink his iced tea. The place was quiet, which suited him just fine. But soon there was another guest. Billy Bob looked over at it, slipped easily into one of the ergonomic Xeno chairs. It was fairly tall, about a half-foot over his head. He refused to use metric, even in space. Fairly slim, but not outrageously so. It was wearing some sort of black cloak and what looked like a survival suit beneath it. It was a bipedal humanoid, but sported 4 long arms instead of 2. Its face was shrouded in the hood of the cloak, all mysterious-like. The frog seemed extra cautious with this visitor, perhaps because 2 unusual clients at once didn't bode well to him. They had a quiet conversation, ending with the frog looking down the way at Billy Bob. The figure waited for the frog to bring it a small glass of fruit drink. Make that space fruit drink, and then rose from the seat, seeming to drift rather than walk towards Billy Bob. It took a seat next to him as he ate. "You come from a death world?" The voice purred out, all light and airy. He liked her already. Of course, he couldn't be sure it was a female, but the voice and figure seemed feminine to him, so why not? "Sure do." "What classification?" "I'm told the galactic standards are grade 5 water, oxygen standard, super heavy gravity, and class 8 hostility." The figure leaned back at that. "Class 8 hostility and super heavy? Yeep." He took a bite of his eggs. Mush. "What rank are you on your ship?" That made him curious. "Captain." "No support crew with you?" "No support crew. I own, fly, and fix the ship on my own." That usually surprised most Xenos, and this one seemed a little surprised as well, since it was quiet. "You're a space trucker." "A what?" "I don't like the galactic term. That's what my people call it. I haul cargo around space for contracts." "On your own?" "I have a pet." "Oh?" "Yep." He figured she was wondering what it was, but he decided it was best not to scare her. "Are you taking on new cargo?" "In the middle of a contract. Full cargo hold, I'm afraid." "What about passengers?" "I've got a 2-person cabin, so no. I don't have the facilities to transport 20 or 30 of your kind." "I'm alone." That actually caught him by surprise. Almost all civilized spacefaring species had been prey on their home planets. They needed company and familiar beings nearby, or they'd start to freak out. That was the very reason humans developed their fighter-bomber strategy. From what they'd seen, the concept of frontiersmen and wandering explorers and space truckers was foreign to them. Solitude terrified them and then generally drove them insane. Looks like the diplomatic corps had missed a species. "What gravity are you okay with?" "Galactic standard." Sleep cycles?" "Eating?" 3 space hours of sleep for every 6 space hours active. "Light standard omnivore." "Cat naps and snacks, eh?" "I don't know what that means." "Never mind. Where do you need to go? And when?" "I need to reach Galactic Capital Planet before the end of the space month." "That's a hell of a way to go. My species isn't even a member species yet. I'm not sure they'd let me go that far. I have diplomatic connections." "Well, I don't know. It seems like more effort than it's worth." The figure looked ready to go on when he heard the frog gasp as some more figures entered the room. Billy Bob looked over and arched a brow. These he was going to call giant, horrible space crab bugs. They had 6 lower legs, 2 upper arms, and 2 twitching mandibles along a pointed 4-eyed face with antennae. It was covered in some sort of jagged purple-black exoskeleton and looked to be dripping space goo. Each had some sort of large, high-powered-looking weapon in their claw-like upper arms and a targeting computer over 2 of their eyes. Humans so far were unique in the universe for their ability to compute depth and speed in their heads. Something as simple as playing catch was nearly impossible for species without computer assistance. The Spectre lady moved behind him, and he realized he was being dragged into something he didn't understand. He didn't like that. "You!" They skittered forward and fanned out. 6 of them took up most area across the dinner between him and the door. When the creature spoke, the mandibles had to part from the face to expose some flesh beneath. Billy Bob froze as he saw the hole the creature was speaking out of. It looked like an asshole. He worked hard to keep his face straight and not burst out laughing as he quickly set his translator to refer to these creatures by some custom inputs. Puny, ugly creature. I am Captain Asshole of the Assface Empire. You must tread carefully or face the wrath of all Assfaces. The one behind you is our mortal enemy. My translator is telling me you are showing mirth and amusement? The creature said the last bit with confusion as Billy Bob was laughing. It jabbed the weapon in his face. Stop that! You will rue the day you mock, Captain Asshole. I'm sorry. Your translator isn't set to my species properly. This is fear and terror. Really? It paused, unsure now. Hand over the diplomat. Look, I really hate to get dragged into shit I don't understand. My species is very new to the galactic political scene, so I don't see why this is my business anyway. He didn't like these creatures, but getting humanity into a war they didn't know about wouldn't be good for him on a personal level. Then the lady behind him whispered, I'll transfer 10 billion galactic credits to your personal account if you help me. He always wanted to be a hero. Billy Bob yanked the bottle of pepper sauce from his holster, smashing it across Captain Asshole's face. The creatures were stunned by his speed, and Captain Asshole began to scream in pain as the hot sauce burned him. Billy Bob took the still boiling pot of water, tossing it at another assface, smacking it in the face as he then leaped forward with all the speed of a high-gravity death worlder. Grappling one of the creatures past the other 2 screaming assfaces, he ripped the weapon from its hand, pushing a bunch of buttons before a swarm of little pink bolts slammed into another assface. Then he smashed the weapon into the torso of the assface he had disarmed, cracking and splintering the exoskeleton as more goo escaped. The last 2 had leveled their weapons and then turned their injured comrade into a massive splatter of bits and pieces, but Billy Bob was already rolling away, rising up as he ripped a table from the ground and throwing it into the 5th assface. The 6th was swinging his weapon, waiting for the computer to give him a firing plot, but Billy Bob was too fast. Picking up one of those stupid xeno-ergonomic chairs, he leaped, swinging it overhand and down into the assface's face. There was a crack and snap as it slumped to the ground. There were siren sounds in the station as security had obviously detected the violence. Cheese it, lady. I ain't going to space jail. What does that mean? Run for it. My ship is this way. He began to take long hops, sailing over the heads of other startled and frightened creatures running every which way. He turned to see how long he'd have to wait for her, but to his surprise, the creature had spread her arms wide, the cloak flapping back to reveal a set of feathery wings with gossamer dragonfly-like webs between her long arms. She was literally flying. Well, shit. This is going to be an interesting haul. So began another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob. Space Trucker. Chapter Duh. In the chaos after the fight, Billy Bob had led his new cargo back to his ship and blasted off before security could figure out what had happened. When he had started up the airlock sequence, though, the lady nearly collapsed under the gravity, and he quickly set it to galactic standard and gave his apologies. He had to toss Mittens out of the co-pilot set, letting the startled cat fly through the lower gravity while he strapped in and got his longhorn fired up, tearing off to the space lanes. Phew, that could have gone a lot worse, don't you think? As far as he was concerned, he was off scot-free. What he didn't know was that Captain Asshole had survived. Back on a hunter-killer class disguised as an atlas, he was clutching his face while the doctor tended to his face wound. The mechanical arms of the computer aide moving to assist as the glass was removed from parts of his face. Cast leader Bleebob, what happened? The creature growled out and winced as his face was tended to by machine and comrade alike. The diplomat hired a Death World mercenary to assist her. She's more dangerous and cunning than we thought. I think she came here to meet him. We're trying to identify the ship's heading. Just look for the ship itself on the path to the capital. In the past, she was hard to track because she traveled alone, but now I think she'll stay with the Death Worlder. We must stop her from reaching the capital. If she does, the galaxy as we know it will end. Technician Griggs skittered into the room. We found the ship through a freight service. It forgot to close out the fake profile it must have set up for being hired. Excellent. What do we know? We're looking up the specification of the ship right now, but here's the personal info on that Death World mercenary. Bleebob read over the info, unsure how he was supposed to pronounce the name. It looked bizarre to him. The mechanical hands of the machine yanked another glass shard from his face as he roared out in pain and anger, screaming out nice and loud, "Mark my words. I will have my revenge on you, Billy Bob Space Trucker." Billy Bob was smiling as he settled his longhorn into the FTL lane. Wow, 10 billion credits. Serious? No fooling? He looked over at the diplomat. Yes, my mission is very important. My people gave me a large sum of money to get to the capital. 10 billion credits. Indeed. 10 billion. Yes. Billion. With a B? I think you're referencing letters? My translator is confused. Right. He wrote out the number in galactic standard trade symbols on a napkin he had in the cabin. She looked at it and nodded, which his translator told him was the same for her species as his. Wow! He leaned back in his seat, a big stupid grin on his face. Yes, if I manage to get there, my device will end the galaxy as we know it. 10 billion. In fact, that's why the Assface Empire is trying to stop me. I'm going to be one of the richest people alive. Many speculate about the horrors the device will cause, but my species knows it will bring about a better galaxy. 10 fucking billion! I'm excited. Finally, his brain registered that she'd been talking. Did he ask her to repeat herself? Nah, it was probably nothing important. She was just playing along with his rambling. He couldn't shake the stupid grin on his face at the thought. What was he going to do with the money? Besides, buy himself a bigger ship. Wait, what if he spent all the money on the biggest possible ship he could buy? But then he'd need a crew. Shit. He pondered his impending wealth as she spoke up, and he finally listened. Excuse me, but this isn't heading towards the capital. He looked over his heading for a moment, thinking about the route in his head. Yeah, but I have cargo to drop off first. Wait, you intend to deliver your current cargo despite my contract? We haven't signed anything formal yet, lady. What's your name? Emily Earhart. Billy Bob paused at that and looked over at her. What? That's my name. Seriously? I think my translator is approximating pronouns on me. Hold on. Mentally, he told his implant to give him a text, read out of what he was hearing, and not override what he was hearing. Then he asked her to repeat her name. Emily Yekneff. The text in his vision read Emily Earhart. Quickly, he turned the translator back over to override his hearing center and looked surprised. That's kind of amazing. Your first name sounds like a human name. I'm guessing your last name is sort of like 2 words mushed together? With that, she nodded. It is unusual, then. Most other species have very different names. Stuff that's impossible to pronounce. He laughed at that. Shit right they do, lady. Well, nice to meet you, Emily. I'm Billy Bob. She blinked at that for a moment, seeming a little confused. Kem. That's similar to a name used by the ass-faces. He chuckled for a moment at his translator, then glanced over. Wait, what? They also have human-sounding names? Is the term human meant for your species? Or a specific clan? Species. I'm from the American clan. Best fucking clan there is. Well, then, if your species all have the same names. Well, okay, they're mostly like American names then. But it would be like if some Korean guy met an alien named Kim. I know a Kim. Shut the fuck up. Did I say something wrong? Sorry. Exclamation of surprise. Oh, my translator isn't totally set up for your species, it seems. Duly noted. Billy Bob nodded to himself for a moment, impressed and amazed to find out that other aliens had good names. He was tired of all those Z's and Q's and X's. They never seemed to pronounce X's like he felt X's should be pronounced. Shit, Xenos should totally be Xenos. Then he had to backtrack the conversation in his head since he realized they'd gotten off track at some point. Oh, right. I'm heading to a colony to finish my current contract, yes. But this path on your Navicomp puts us days off course. Yeah, well, sorry, Emily, but I've never been late to a delivery, let alone skip one, so I'll get you to the capital after this. But I'm offering you 10 billion credits. Yes, and I appreciate that, but I'm not changing my mind on this. I have a reputation, after all. The diplomat leaned back in her seat and then shrugged it off. Honor code? He nodded at that. Something along those lines. I can respect that. Billy Bob was settled into the FTL lanes, moving along steadily with all the other traffic sticking to the gates set up by the galactic government. Opposing traffic to your left, keep right. just like the roads back home, aside from those limmies, course. But if he refused to use metric, or worse yet, space metric, then he wouldn't hold driving wrong against them. Couldn't pull that shit in an FTL lane, though, hit someone going several times the speed of light. What would happen? A black hole? He wasn't sure and didn't intend to find out. He let out a sigh as he began to relax, figuring that they had another 2 space days of travel and he better get back into his groove. The diplomat looked ready to speak up when he heard the crackle of his FTL prox band receiver. Breaker, breaker, big bomber, you got your ears on? This is Flying Snorlax. 4? 10? Billy Bob looked over at the diplomat for a moment. You're going to want to turn your translator off for this. It's just going to crash. The hooded figure stared at him as he pulled up his prox band mic. That's a 10-4 Flying Snorlax I've got my ears on. Didn't know anyone else was around these parts. I heard you had a 99 out here. I'm Alice in Wonderland at the moment. My 01 is supposed to be ass past the gas factory, but everything I'm seeing is headed down Burrito Bog or back to the armpit. Shit, Snorlax, you gotta hang a bugs at the turd bowl and throttle on down to double nickel on the local dirt roads. Shit. I've run out of big road? Sure have. All right, big bomber. Hey, I sent you a packet of my recent turns. Got yours? Billy Bob tapped a few buttons on his console. Send it on over, good buddy. Right, well, I'm heading on out, good buddy. Need to find the turd bowl and probably water the engines. 10-4. There was a beep as he received the packet of information and set his mic back down. When he was finished, the diplomat was still staring at him. You're right, my translator crashed. Don't worry about it. That was some guy named Ted, friend of mine. He was lost trying to get to his first stop and heard I had a final stop out here somewhere. I gave him directions, then he sent me an info packet. What was in the packet? Turns for a game we play over FTL procs called Space Civ Tycoons. Don't worry about it. He's a big of an insane gamer in that respect, plans out his moves way ahead. I really don't understand any of this. The figure shook her head. Space trucker stuff. It's basically a code, but more to keep things short than anything else. That was short? She asked to his quick reply. To us. Once more she shook her head. So your species doesn't mind being alone in space? She asked him as he gave a smile. Not at all. Kind of nice. A little boring, but it's a nice enough way to make a living. Get to go to new places, look out across the void, and see some really gorgeous systems. To be honest, I thought our species was unique in this. All the crews I've seen need upwards of 50 bodies in order to feel comfortable. She nodded at that. It's not unique, just very rare. Something about being lonely in the void terrifies most species or drives them insane quickly enough. But not yours either? She shook her head at that. No, we enjoy the solitude as much as company. Well, I'm new to the galactic scene, so you'll have to fill me in a bit on that sort of thing. Yes, I was wondering about that. Your species hasn't even sent their diplomats out this far, but you space truckers are flying beyond anything else in order to deliver supplies to other people's colonies? Yeah, sure. They don't like it, since they want to present a nice, sculpted picture of what humans are, but most humans are going to be like me. Just a hard-working sort making a living. So that is normal? She asked and pointed at his gut. He set a hand on it and felt a little self-conscious for a moment. Then he smiled. Sure is. We store food and fat in an internal pouch. The mark of a healthy male is to have some bulk in this area to show we're well-fed and strong. If we're missing one, then either we're malnourished or worse. Worse? Yeah, some humans have this rare disease where part of their brain is filled with regular meat. We call them meatheads. They work out too much and get really well-defined muscles. It's unhealthy and self-destructing, but they're still accepted in society because they can't help it if they have a disease. Billy Bob hoped that she was using a freemium translator that didn't inform her that he was lying through his teeth. Fascinating. Damn, he was good. So you were selected for this job through a caste system? No. We get to choose for ourselves after mandatory government service after high school or college, depending on how far we got. How far did you get? 2 years in a community college, then enlisted. Tested well on physical aptitude and mechanical aptitude, very well on isolation. They made me a fighter-bomber pilot, which is technically an officer, but an officer of the lowest rank who can't actually boss anyone around since the flight crews are watched by the deck officer. There was another pause. What's a fighter-bomber? He grinned at that. She might be from a species that didn't mind being alone in space, but it sounded like humans were still the only crazy bastards who had figured that out. Well, looks like I've got some explaining to do. Billy Bob began to explain to her his training back on Earth. After early testing, they taught him how to sail a boat, and then told him to sail across the Pacific on his own. A month later, he made it to Bangkok, and a week after that, he made it to Australia, where he was supposed to head in the first place. Then they dropped him off on the dark side of the moon, gave him a heading and some supplies. 2 days later, he made it to the designated base, and his flight training began. Even among humans who didn't mind being alone, it took a special breed to be okay with being truly and entirely alone. That concept, even on a habited planet, freaked most Xenos out. Some humans could be alone in a void and just smile at the nothingness around them. Most species couldn't fathom the thought. They were raised on millions of years of herd or pack mentality. Humans had been hunters, and while they achieved great things together, they were happy being spread out. It was also why their population was low compared to other species. Some people needed to live in the suburbs. Some needed to live in the country. And there were plenty who needed to live so far from the nearest other person that if there was an emergency, they fixed it themselves or just died. He told her about humanity's early days in the First Contact War, how they had been found not by the galactic government but an aggressive species of space beetles. Humans had never bothered to learn their names. The space beetles struck first in aggression, seeing they had better tech. The humans scrambled to defend their 2 extrasolar colonies in Sol, while sending off small bombers equipped with jump drives and the massive collection of nukes humans still had. They knew nothing about FTL lanes or the bigger galactic government. Their scientists had devised a way to sort of skip through space, traveling through something else. He didn't know what, and they didn't cover that in community college. So they'd hop along through deep space for weeks or months at a time and then show up to glass a bug planet. In the end, most of the space beetle fleet was intact, but all their planets were dead when they surrendered. The fact that we had destroyed every single one of their planets was a surprise to human leaders who assumed the beetles had far more systems or would have surrendered earlier. Instead of trying to make amends, they instead tricked the bugs to a meeting spot on an already dead world. Then we showed up, glassed their entire fleet, and knocked the planet into a star in the hopes no one ever found out we killed an entire species without learning a damn thing about them. Sort of like when a kid breaks something while the parents are out, and instead of admitting it, tries to make it look like that thing was never there at all. Somehow everyone forgot how that never works. The first contact with the greater galactic government had been a fleet of warships congratulating us on our first victory in an interstellar war. And then they told us if we ever wiped out a species again, they would wipe us out. Strict but fair. From then on out, it was just border skirmishes which were allowed. Humans had strength and determination, but they always lacked numbers. Numbers counted for a lot. So the government started new programs to give tax breaks and benefits to people who had as many kids as possible, and then moved somewhere other than Earth. He was about to go on, but at this point in the conversation, he did something he was used to doing when he was alone. The problem with being a solo trucker was when he forgot to watch himself around company. What was that noise? What? That strange noise? She asked. Oh, I was off gassing. Your species has gas sacs? Sort of. There was an awkward pause before the smell reached her. Oh, deity. What is that smell? Methane, I think. The diplomat made a few gagging sounds, waving 3 of her hands in front of her face as she got up and retreated to the back of his cabin, while his face took in a nice shade of red. Oh, I can still smell it. It's not that bad. It smells like a native creature died and rotted in the sun for days. She stepped into the bathroom as the door sealed shut, and he heard the hum of the vent. Well, I guess story time is over for now. He reached forward and turned the music on, trying to drown out the sounds of a distressed diplomat in the bathroom. And so ends another chapter in the adventure of Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 3. Still locked in the bathroom, the diplomat tapped on her belt, quickly sealing the room in a soundproof barrier. This is Diplomat Emily. What do you need, Overwatch? Have you escaped from the station? Affirmative. I've taken up refuge with another Death Worlder. He hauls cargo and seems to have high endurance and low curiosity. He's perfect for the mission. Is there a chance he's working for the galactic government? None. His species is strange and brand new. From what he's told me, I think they're on a watch list of potential military threats. They have some very interesting tactics. Excellent. We must make diplomatic contact with them and see if we can exploit their status. What are they called? They refer to themselves as humans. If possible, seek out the American clan specifically. If he is any indication of their behavior, they're just what we need. Do you need us to replenish your accounts? No, I've offered him 10 billion credits upon arrival at the capital, and that is more than enough to buy his loyalty, it seems. They seem to find contracts as soul-binding. Very interesting. We'll look into this Death Worlder with more care while you travel. Who is he? The diplomat glanced towards where she knew Billy Bob was sitting in his cabin. Perhaps the savior or destroyer of the known galaxy if everything went according to her plan. His name is Billy Bob Space Trucker. In the cabin, Billy Bob had the sound system turned up as he hummed and tapped the controls with the song. Give me a job. Give me security. Of course he was singing along, but couldn't hold a tune to save his life. Emily soon opened up the bathroom and returned to the main cabin, but with the music as loud as it was, he had no idea she was behind him. Gotta be a blue collar man! He was shouting more than singing at the end while playing an invisible set of drums as hard as he possibly could. When it was over, he heard the cough from behind him and nearly jumped out of his seat. Jesus! Don't sneak up on a guy like that. He quickly turned the music off as Emily took a seat in the co-pilot chair once more. Is that some sort of caste war song? She asked as she looked over at him. What? No! Sort of. Look, we don't have castes. We choose our own jobs, and people can move from one job sector to another. It's just an awesome song. And part of my, group? Industry? I don't know the right term for it. So what is blue collar? Means you work a job with high physical demands, mostly. Long hours, shitty conditions, stuff like that. But don't let that fool you. Plenty of us are intelligent and cultured just fine. We just like having our life be a bit simpler. I come from California, for example, which is mostly known for hippies and yuppies and artsy-fartsy types. But most of the state is common folk like me, work hard, drink beer, that sort of thing. I never really bought into the other image of my home. Aside from becoming the captain of the dance team at school, I fronted all over the style of those guppy shits. Step up on my turf, you better bring it, or else I'm just gonna serve you so hard you might as well gotten F'd in the A. Emily was quiet as she stared at him. You lost me completely halfway through. He waved a hand at that. Never mind, not important. So what's up with this ass-face, guys? The who? Those space crabs who were trying to kill you when we met. He waved a hand since he couldn't be bothered to check his translator for their actual name now that he had their custom input set. Ooh, the ass-faces. They are from my home system. They evolved on a nearby planet. My people and theirs have been enemies since our early spacefaring age. But since we were both evolved for our own death worlds, our struggles have been in other systems since our homes are useless to each other. Wait, you're a death worlder? They were too? They kinda died pretty easy for death worlders. You have to remember, Billy Bob, that we evolved on standard gravity worlds, not your high-gravity one. They are perfectly adapted for their planet, I assure you, as I am for mine. With that, she reached up, finally pulling back the hood, revealing some sort of fabric that had covered her face, which Billy Bob had mistook for shadows. He gasped as she revealed a sleek-looking head covered in soft white down, with a pointed muzzle that had a few sharp teeth exposed, and one eye on each side of a pointed face. She looked like a bald eagle, and he had seen her fly. A space eagle. That's awesome. He quickly got up from his chair, rushing back to the fridge in the cabin and returning with a can of beer, and handed it to her while she looked confused. Here, just say, I'm an embodiment of freedom and liberty, and I love America. Emily looked at the metal can being held in one of her hands and back up at Billy Bob. I'm an embodiment of freedom and liberty, and I love America? Fuck yeah! He gave her 2 thumbs up while grinning like a maniac. What's in the can? Beer. You said that before it doesn't translate. It's carbonated alcohol, He was about to go on when she popped the tab and then bit the side of the can in order to suck the beer out with surprising speed. He stood there, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, before she finished the beer and slammed the empty can against her forehead to crush it. Fuck yay! Mittens jumped behind him at the sudden yell, but Billy Bob wasn't paying attention to his cat at this moment. You are awesome, lady. You are the best fucking diplomat I've ever met in my life. How did you know how to do that? My people consume alcohol like that in a ritualistic fashion. It's to show trust that you aren't giving us a lethal dose of alcohol. I like the carbonation, though. That's new. What's it for? Helps get you drunk faster. He smiled and lifted a hand, open-palmed in the air in front of him. Nothing happened. Then he pointed to his open palm. Hit my palm with your palm! There was a pause before Emily reached up with one of her hands and tapped it against his. Harder! She repeated the motion with more force this time. That's a high five. We do that to show excitement and joy. Interesting. Why? I don't know. He was too excited to be anything other than loud and enthusiastic at this point. When she pointed behind him at Mittens, he picked up his startled cat before she could say anything. This is Mittens. That's his name. He's a cat, specifically a Martian marauder. Cats are animals of varying size on my home planet. They're fuzzy, and if you pet them, they purr. They show affection by harming you just a little. They eat meat. He gave the creature a firm belly rub as it squirmed and then tossed it back onto his bed. The cat looked like it had been gravely disgraced and began to clean his fur. Why are you so excited? Because you're awesome. All these damn Xenos I meet have shitty names and shitty customs and shitty attitudes about shit. But you look like a bald eagle. You shotgun beer like a pro and have a good goddamn name. Emily looked slightly to moderately confused, but nodded slowly as he seemed far too excited over this. Well, sorry if I'm a little too eager and loud, lady. Just never met such an awesome Xeno before. Still grinning like an idiot, he got back into his seat to check they hadn't drifted off course or anything life-threatening. Well, then I guess we're off to the start of a good friendship, Billy Bob. Fuck yeah, we are. So, how long do you drive in between breaks? We've been moving for about 3 hours. Do you require time to rest or sleep? Not just yet. After eating, I go about 6 hours before eating again. Roughly. Then I'll sleep about 3 hours after that. Roughly. How about your species? I should take a nap soon then and wake up when you're ready to eat. Do you have other bedding? She looked back at the single bunk further back in the cabin where Mittens was performing some yoga as he licked himself. Can I move him? Yeah, just boot the fuzzbutt to the ground. Emily moved back towards the bunk and Mittens looked up at her. She looked back. Then they engaged in a staring contest. Unblinking space eagle against unblinking cat. The tense confrontation behind him was lost on Billy Bob as he brought out some headphones so he could listen to music while she took a nap. Working man time. The staring contest behind him finally ended as Mittens broke first and Emily tossed him off the bed in victory. The cat huffed and quickly climbed up onto Billy Bob's lap for consolation petting, while the trucker bobbed his head to the tune and kept their ship from drifting into any other ships traveling through the FTL lane. It hardly seemed like 3 hours when Billy Bob felt something tap his shoulder and he jumped up, sending Mittens flying through the lower gravity cabin and up onto the dash. Oh, right. He pulled off his headphones as Emily stared at him. Sleep well? I'm a little surprised. You drove for 3 hours more without any real company? Yeah, sure. No problem at all. I once had to drive a double about 30 asses out of my way to avoid some local smokies and make it to my 99 on time. No sweat. He paused as he saw Emily's blank stare. I drove all day to make a detour around space cops. See, how is that not easier to say than what you said before? It's a space trucker thing. Want to get something to eat? The Space Eagle shrugged and he turned back to his controls, picking the annoyed Mittens up and setting him on his lap so he could start spinning down the engines and pull out of the space lane to get to a refueling station. Hey, how common are spacefaring Deathworlders anyway? I was thinking about it while you were sleeping. We are fairly uncommon, but not unique, and most are highly adapted to one specific climate. Your species seems to be fairly resilient and adaptable, however. Yeah, that's humans for you. He pulled his longhorn out of the FTL and brought it into dock among the multitude of larger Xeno ships. His looked lost among the Atlas-class cargo trawlers and more specific local variants, but he really didn't care. Emily pulled her hood back up and followed him out into the station. Just like the other, he followed the flow of crew to the center, towards the restaurants and entertainment venues. Unlike last time, it seemed like far more of the crews were eating whatever meal their internal clocks told them it was, but he had no problem shouldering crowds aside to find some place that looked like it had food he could eat. The issue came when he pushed past a group of green space geckos with bug eyes. Space gecko flies. Space fleckos. Hey, you ugly native creature's illegitimate son, watch where you're going. You're dealing with a squad of space Flecko Rangers, you know. He sure was glad he was so quick with his translator functions in his implant. Otherwise, he might have to learn some of these Xenos names. Listen, Sparky, I was just walking through to find a place to eat. He turned to walk away, but the creature snapped its fingers and 10 of the Fleckos spread out. Then some sort of awful synth Xeno music began to play as Billy Bob groaned. A floating orb began to change colors above them as they started to perform what he supposed was a dance. It was one of those races, apparently. They performed their dance as the Xenos around him spread out to give them space. He could hear the oohs and ahs as they showed off their physical prowess. But he was tired of it. He grabbed the floating orb as they looked confused, then he turned it over to find the input port. Pulling out a galactic standard USB, he plugged it in and selected a song in his implant. Blame it on my roots. I showed up in boots. He began to line dance to I've Got Friends in Low Places as the Xenos around him were shocked. A single creature dancing back to a squad of Flecko Rangers. He had no idea what Fleckos were, but everyone was shocked. His poise, his grace, his hands tucked into his belt. It was like he didn't need them for balance. Sheer madness. By the end of the song, the crowd was silent. He pulled his USB out of the floating orb and hurled it into the ground, smashing it before very firmly holding his raised middle finger in front of the Flecko leader. In case your translator is having trouble with my body language, that's how my species says don't fuck with me. Turning, he began to walk away as the crowd parted before him. Come on, Emily, let's eat. He found a decently busy but still open restaurant and picked one of those Xeno chairs that wasn't too far off before snapping it in half and stacking the halves so he could sit on it like a regular chair. The staff looked over at him, but none said anything. Once the server came over, he had already thought over what he wanted. I want a hamburger and some fries. The server today looked like the same sort of 6-armed space frog he dealt with last time. Maybe they were the Mexicans of this sector, or something like that. A what? With what? I want meat grilled, on top of some bread, with potatoes that have been fried in oil, on the side. Add in some space pickles and space onions and we're set. Oh right, space meat on space bread and fried space potatoes. Make that up for me. The creature looked hesitant, but Emily seemed amused. I'll have some too. She slid a small black box across the table and the creature quickly retreated to the kitchen. You don't mind eating meat in front of herbivores? Fuck no. Not my fault I need some damn protein. She made a chattering noise that sounded something like a bird call, which his translator informed him was laughter. He smiled back at his new friend. It took about 15 minutes before the space frog returned with 2 plates. What he brought out was a mess, and it looked like they'd combined 2 different meats. One burnt the other bloody and slapped it on some purple and green-looking space rye bread. There were sliced orange something. Space carrots? Well, they were orange but looked more like orange space onions. The fried lumps looked like blue space potatoes with white stripes, which was fine. No sign of the pickles. Good enough. He grunted, and the server quickly retreated once more. The other customers began to move away from them, obviously sickened by the sight and smell of meat, but they didn't mind. He was about to try his food when he saw the space Fleckos walking in, another floating ball above their heads. Oh, fuck, guys, I'm trying to eat here. I'll serve you again once I'm done. They then brandished knives and bats. Ah, shit. Got angry I fronted all over your style, huh? You have insulted some dumb Flecko in the ancient art of dance-off. I will not tolerate your barbaric dance. You will pay. They advanced as he looked at Emily. Is self-defense allowed here? Of course. He nodded at that and stood up, walking towards the advancing Fleckos. The patrons were fleeing at this point while he stood in front of them. Not a fan of Garth Brooks? The leader screamed and charged, slamming the bat into his stomach. Billy Bob grunted softly and then ripped the bat from the creature's hands. It was about the size of a Little League bat. He turned it over in his hands, testing the weight as the Fleckos suddenly looked nervous. Then he grabbed the floating ball, plugged his USB back in, and chose another song. Everywhere I hear the sound of marching, charging feet. Booey! He swung the bat into the Flecko's head as teeth and Xeno blood came flying out and the creature went flying. While the Rolling Stones played, he kicked another Flecko in the chest and waded into the group of them. They were no match for a high-gravity death worlder. They were nimble and spry, but that didn't do any good against an angry space trucker with a bat, even if it was Little League size. He could twist away from their knives and clock them with a fist or the bat if he felt like it on his was by. They tried to stumble past and regroup to attack him all at once, but that just meant it was easier for him to catch 2 or 3 with a single swing of the bat. Billy Bob had been in plenty of fights growing up, and even more since he became a space trucker. He had no problems using his mass to his advantage, as at times he simply shoved a flecko to the ground before jabbing it in the face with the end of the bat, or even picking one up and slamming his face into the fleckos. It was a tactic that worked very well for him. Finally, the song was ending and he moped up. Just one flecko still conscious as he picked it up and threw it out the front window, or so he thought. Instead, what he thought was a window shimmered and it flew straight through. What the fuck? There isn't glass in that window? No, just a holographic display, Emily told him. So he cursed and picked up a bottle from a table that hadn't been destroyed. The flecko was surprised, but started to get up until he threw the bottle out that same window and into the thing's head. The glass shattered and he grinned before sitting down as sirens sounded throughout the station. He sat down at his food with a smile. Nice way to work up an appetite. Just explained to the cops I was defending myself. Simple little brawl, nothing big. Emily stared at him from her shadowed hood and said, "Those were local soldiers. The cops are probably bringing reinforcements. When I said self-defense was allowed, I didn't mean in the sense they'll let you almost kill a squad of special forces." Billy Bob quickly grabbed the food and began to run out the door. "Get your meal. We're having takeout tonight." The diplomat sighed and grabbed her food as well, rushing to catch up with the fleeing space trucker as they escaped yet another refueling station. And so ends another chapter in the life of Billy Bob, space trucker. Chapter 4. The squad of galactic police arrived at the restaurant with armored support in the form of exosuit wearing Greslins. Sergeant Tavish blinked at the sight of the unconscious Phyllis outside of the place. Someone had knocked out a Phyllis? They were tough. Then when he stepped inside, he muttered in shock at the sight of no less than a full squad of them strewn about the place. He checked their IDs and noted they were indeed registered as Galactic Special Forces. They were known for their intimidating battle dance and vicious close combat tactics. Something had laid them out. Perhaps a Vekish ambush? Rival Phyllis squad, maybe? The place was empty since the clients and staff had all run away the moment the fight started. He didn't blame them. This place must have been filled with combatants. "Technician Kevnaugh, find the security footage. We need to know if we're dealing with a full attack or just an isolated incident." The Greslins in their exosuits spread out through the station, computers scanning for targets in case they were attacked. The technician connected to the security terminal behind the counter and began to play back the video. Sir Grant, you need to see this." Tavish walked closer, extending his hand to plug into the port in the back of Kevnaugh's suit so he could see what his technician was looking at. "What am I looking at?" "It's just a scene of the restaurant." A red box formed around an ugly-looking biped in some rather barbaric-looking clothes. "Just watch him," his tech said. The sergeant frowned for a moment. "That thing? Why? Does he call over more of his kind?" He watched the Phyllis enter, their feared battle ball hovering above them. The ugly one got up and then... Tavish was silent with shock as he watched the security footage. He grew silent once more. His mouth hung open within his sealed exosuit. "That's..." Then he saw the figure pick up a bottle and hit the Phyllis outside with it. He didn't have a computer aiming aid. How did he do that? It was dead on target. And the force of the throw. No creature could throw something like that so accurately without the assistance of a computer and decades of training. Finally, he noticed the other figure as the two of them ran off with the food. "Kevnaugh! Zoom in on that one." "What is it, sir?" Tavish gulped nervously. Few know that figure. Those are Death Worlders who might possibly be the greatest threat to the galactic government we've ever known. And that's a diplomat. With a new Death Worlder, by deity responsible for the dead, we need to inform the capital at once. What can you tell me about that ugly one? The technician was already printing out what he could find on the docking manifest. "Sir, from what I've got here, that ugly barbarians is known as Billy Bob Space Trucker." Billy Bob and Emily were eating their meals as he got the Longhorn back into the FTL lane so he could get out of the area before the local Smokies caught up. "Ish not bird," Emily was saying as she snapped up pieces of the space meat on space bread and had a few nibbles of the space veggies. Billy Bob had to agree with her as he nodded. The two different kinds of meat were a little odd. It was sort of like having a tri-tip on top of pork, but overall not bad. The fried space potatoes were hot and a little bit too big, but otherwise not bad. "Ish or chew get gird meat," he said as he chewed on the makeshift space burger and then finally swallowed as he nodded his head back at the fridge. Hey, can you see if I have any more beer in there? Emily extended her neck a little as she swallowed and then shook her head swiftly for a moment, much like he pictured a bird might. Is it wise to consume alcohol and drive? You shotgunned a whole can and you're fine. She looked thoughtful for a moment and then rose out of her seat to walk back and check the fridge, two of her hands pulling the door open while the other two held her meal. Just one? And something called Juice Springsteen? Billy Bob nodded at that. Yeah, the drink for the beverly man. Just bring me that and you can have the beer. He heard the crack of a can followed by the crinkle of the aluminum as she bit it. He shook his head slowly as he thought about just how fucking cool it was to be traveling through space with a fucking space eagle as his passenger, and one who shotguns beers like a fucking pro. She walked back up to the front, handing him a can in one hand while the other three handled her beer and food. As she sat back down, he cracked open the Juice Springsteen and gave a long slurp. How come you drink in small doses like that? He glanced over and shrugged while balancing the space burger on his lap. I don't have a mouth shaped like yours. It's more difficult to do what you do. She shrugged at that for a moment. I like these cans your species uses. It makes it very efficient to consume liquid. He chuckled softly at that and shrugged. Tell me, Billy Bob, are you aware of less than legal markets? It seems to me like you could use some supplies, and since you enjoy meat, the standard galactic refueling stations won't really have what you want. That caught his interest as he looked over at her. There are species who have markets with meat? From what I've seen, we're the only ones who deal in it. Openly, at least. Emily nodded at that. The only ones who do it openly. The space goblins set up stations here and there to deal supplies to those who know where to find them. Space goblins. I love those guys. They always seem like the sort of Xenos I want to get to know, but they're so hard to get a read on. I guess they have to warm up to us as a species. Emily actually looked surprised. You've seen some already? I thought your species was brand new. We are? I've seen a few back in our home territory. Good drinking buddies. Funny stories. Good with blowing shit up. My translator picked up on the word you used, so it must be the same species. Well, they normally won't deal with a species until they're well connected, so they must see something special in you humans. A good deal, probably. So, is there one of these stations nearby? Emily nodded at that and tapped on his console as she showed him on the FTL lane map where he would need to go. It was about 12 hours along the same lane, so they'd make it there the next day. Well, it's on the way to Ina 3. What's that? The planet I'm delivering the supplies to. Right. So, is this what you do for your job? You just drive and talk and sleep and eat and drive? Yee. There's also music and going to the bathroom and stuff. Unloading cargo, loading new cargo, arguing with the people who hired me, shit like that. Does your pet not need to relieve itself? I don't see any special equipment for it. Oh, mittens. He goes in the space toilet. What? Is he intelligent? Just enough to do that. I once downloaded a translator app from CNET that let me understand cats. Virtually everything translates to feed me or pet me, aside from when he'd really content and says that I'm a good slave. Didn't like that too much, so I uninstalled it and talked to him like he's a stupid baby. I see. Do you read much? Only my American Bible. What's that? Let's finish eating before I get a book out. Don't want to stain it. She nodded at that, and they ate the remainder of their meals. Finally, Billy Bob wiped his hands off on his shirt and tossed the plate over a shoulder and into his trash can without looking. Then he reached into a compartment near his feet and pulled out a leather-bound book that had hundreds of little colored tabs on the side that he'd placed on certain entries. Volume 3 is what you're going to want to read. 1 and 2 are also important, but that's the one that really gets at the heart of being an American. Is it a religious text? You see, yes and no. It's complicated. Being American is sort of about transcending traditional religion. We think everyone is free to believe what they want in that sense. In fact, as our Bible states, it is the solemn duty of every American to spread free religion everywhere. If we see two people arguing about what religion is best, we kick the shit out of them until they behave, because really all religions pale in comparison to being American. So they can believe whatever they want and shut the fuck up about it. Emily nodded slowly as she tried to process what he was telling her while looking at the book. But it's also a religion? Well, sure, we believe in Jesus since he was such a great guy. That's in Volume 2. We used to believe he was the son of God, but kind of grew out of that and just believe he was an early peaceful American who got killed because everyone was jealous about how awesome he was. Then his spirit was reincarnated in the Founding Fathers, only with violence added in because being peaceful sure as shit didn't work out for him the first time. What? Just start reading. See, about 100 years before contact, we had a bunch of shitheads with religious extremist ideas around the world. There was this one guy in charge of a religion called the Pope. This guy was awesome, sort of like the original peaceful Jesus. Told people to get along and be nice and stop being dickheads. But of course, dickheads didn't like it, and they killed him. Real dumb fuck move, of course, because the peaceful people got all pissed off. Everything went to shit. Then this guy in America realized that we needed to really do something about this shit once and for all. Emily began to open the book and read portions of it as Billy Bob kept talking. So he made the new American deism like the Founding Fathers. It's in Volume 3. So we stopped worrying about our own religions because we realized our religion is to be American. You can still be American in a different religion, but you're American first, like American Jew or American Satanist. Those guys can party. Shitty roommates, though. Anyway, we went on a big old crusade to kill everyone who wouldn't allow free religion and settled shit real quick. Then we helped form a world government but wouldn't join it, because ours was better anyway. That made Emily look over with confusion. Wait, your clan helped form the first unified government on your planet, and then didn't join? Yeah, it might have been okay for everyone else, but not us. But you made it, Billy Bob shrugged. It's hard to explain to non-Americans. If you visit Earth for a while, you'll get it. Mostly it was because no one was willing to spend as much on defense as we were anyway. Your one clan outspent the rest of the world on defense? Billy Bob grinned wide at that. Yep, that's how awesome we are. She shook her head then as she pulled at the tabs. Oh, those are awesome bits I always like. Read 'em out loud. Emily hesitated as she looked at the print on the page and spoke up. And yea, verily did the glorious first President George Washington in all his glory and splendor did deliver unto the face of the wicked King George, who might have the same name but was totally a shitty George in comparison, a wicked right hook, and lay him out flat. Billy Bob was nodding as she read that. Fuck yeah, he did. That man was so awesome we named our capital after him, a state, and a whole day. He's on our money and we made him a monument to show that he had the biggest dick of 'em all. He was a lifetime ruler? No, that's how awesome he was. Fuck, I love reading about him and the other Founding Fathers. The second president was pretty boss too. His cousin brewed beer, so I'm sure there were some serious parties in the White House while he was in office. Emily was shaking her head as she continued to read the American Bible in her lap. There's a section here dedicated to how to properly give people high fives and thumbs up. Oh yeah, proper etiquette for all Americans. They spent the next several hours with Billy Bob explaining to her more about the American Bible and how his clan behaved. She seemed dubious, but his emphatic nature made it clear he was being serious and honest with her. But finally, they were both growing tired, and he had to pull off the FTL lane to make sure they didn't get in any accidents. Checking the map, he made sure they were well away from any nearby system before pulling out of the FTL lane in deep space. Emily was a little surprised as he spun down the engines and left the Longhorn out in the void. The blur of the FTL lane was behind them as he faced the cabin at the endless nothing in front of them. You really don't get bothered by this sort of thing? I don't mind traveling in small groups or alone, but to be out here in the void? We're light years from anywhere. He smiled at that and shrugged. I kind of like it. It's just us and all those stars out there. It's kind of neat to think the only lights we can see are likely dead stars. Humans sort of thrive on this. I don't know about the others, but when I pull off the FTL lane and set up to sleep for a while, I like to stare out into the nothingness. Sometimes I'll get in my spacesuit and just boost out into the blackness and sit there. Sometimes I think I see something out there in the void smile. That made Emily shudder for a moment. What do? I smile back. Emily stared at Billy Bob for a moment and gulped, but he just smiled at her. Here, let me show you how my headphones work. You'll be up for a while, I think, since our sleep cycles aren't the same. He showed her the music system and set up a playlist for her, starting with Dark Side of the Moon. When she offered him the bed, he quickly turned her down. Sorry, but a real American will always let the lady have the nicer spot to sleep. I'll just sleep in my chair. I do it all the time. He tucked his American flag and human flag hat down over his eyes, leaned his chair back, and settled in. Emily looked from the Bible in her lap over to Billy Bob. She couldn't believe these humans, or these Americans specifically. If what he said was true, then when humans learned the truth about the galactic government, they'd start a crusade that would set the galaxy on fire. They wouldn't stop until everyone was free or dead. They were perfect. Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 5. Humans were a paranoid lot after their first contact with a xenospecies involved a fight for survival. And it didn't help that for all the actions the Unified Human Government, or UHG, took to persuade the galactic government, humans weren't all that bad. The Americans surged ahead with defense spending and espionage, of course in a way that worked to everyone's advantage. The UHG got to say truthfully they had no control over the Americans who rampantly provoked Xenos on their borders and spied on everyone they possibly could, while then giving what they gained or learned to the UHG. Since spacefaring species all had one government, the Xenos simply assumed Americans were some sort of subspecies and treated each government as entirely separate entities. One such espionage program the Americans had going took advantage of the fact humans didn't mind being out in the void of deep space. They had taken up major contracts with other Xenos to repair and construct new FTL comm buoys and even some of the galactic government comm lines. Since no one else was willing to go out and physically inspect these buoys in deep space, they didn't notice the new attachments the American crews left behind. Small robotic operators would monitor all the Xenos traffic and copy it off back to intel stations. With every passing year, the network got larger as Xenos mistook the human fanaticism for repairing and updating comm buoys for their desire to prove themselves as a spacefaring species. At one of those intel stations, however, a tech was sipping at a cup of coffee when he noticed a flashing light on his console. Bringing up the communication packet sent to him by a spy operator designated as IHC, his eyebrows quickly shot up. "Sir!" he called, waving over his superior. Specialist Rebecca Jones moved over and leaned over to see what her tech had found. "I'm not sure how credible this is, but someone is setting up an open bounty on a human. They also appear to be sending military orders to naval vessels. Do we know much about the species?" "Some sort of space crab, sir." She nodded as she read over the information on the screen. "Find out where their space is. I'll contact Langley and have them prep a carrier fleet. If they prove hostile, we'll glass a few cities and see how they feel about that." "Yes, sir. What should I do about the endangered human?" "Is he American?" "I have to do some digging, but it sounds like he's a space trucker, so there's a very good chance he is." She nodded at that and thought it over. "I'm sure he can handle himself then if he's a space trucker, but I'll see about getting some agents to track him down and see if he's getting us involved in a war. To take him out? Fuck no. If a lone American pisses off some Xenos so much they declare war on us, that makes them the aggressors. Galactic law clearly states defenders have free rein in combat against aggressors so long as we don't engage in mass genocide. If they have any valuable resources, we can take the planets and toss them over to the UHG. Another flashing light made the tech tap on his console once more. Sir, it seems another Xenos species is trying to find out where our main diplomatic center is so they can send some officials for negotiations." "What? Where are they sending the communications? To UHG Central?" "No, sir. They're trying to contact Washington directly. Apparently they're interested in an alliance after meeting with some guy named Billy Bob, Space Trucker." Emily couldn't believe the varied and intense music that Billy Bob had her listen to while he slept through his own rest cycle. From what she understood, this was all pre-contact music. How had one species developed so many varied genres all on their own? Most species had one or two styles that carried across their music, but the only style she could find that connected human music was their love of repetitive beats or choruses in songs. That and most of their music seemed to be war chants and combat songs. But that might just be Billy Bob's music. The first record she had listened to, written by someone named Floyd of Pink, had been especially haunting and beautiful. When Billy Bob had finally started to stir, she realized she had skipped her second sleep cycle just to listen to more music. Her body was a little sore from the lack of rest at this point, and she needed some time just to process the music that she'd been enthralled by. So when he woke up, she began to move back to the bunk. "I'm going to have to sleep for this first chunk of driving, Billy Bob. You know where to go?" The trucker pulled his hat back into place and nodded. Getting up, he walked back through the cabin and found Mittens quickly hop off the bunk before Emily could toss him off, and followed along behind the trucker. "Sure, but I need to work out for a bit. Keeping the cabin set to galactic standard gravity for you kind of loosens my muscles a bit too much." She nodded as he quickly pulled a can of cat food from the cupboard, popping the lid before slapping the meat puck onto a plate for Mittens, then walked back into the main cargo hold of the ship. Crates lining the walls stacked all the way to the ceiling, filled with the supplies for the agri-colony he had to take them to. Cranking up the gravity to Earth norms, he tapped on the console on the side to get some music going. "All right, calisthenics, then weightlifting," he said with a nod. Rising up, back on the streets. His face was set as he began to run up the length of his Longhorn's cargo bay, starting his workout. In the end, he spent a full hour running, jumping jacks, push-ups, crunches, lifting crates, pull-ups, everything he could think of with what he had in the cargo bay. Billy Bob was no stranger to fights, and it seemed like his new friend was going to get him into more than normal, so he needed to work out a bit more to prepare for it. He might have a decent-sized beer gut, but he was a blue-collar man after all. Under the fat was muscle. His arms were still strong, even if he didn't work out to bodybuilder levels. He didn't need to get some sort of scientific gym workout. He just needed good old-fashioned exercise, and to keep punching things in the face. Once he was done, he was sweating pretty good and figured it was time for a shower. Careful not to make too much noise, walking through the cabin, he slipped into the bathroom and started up the shower. Once he was cleaning up, he had to remind himself not to sing like he usually did. Didn't need Emily groggily waking up to off-key Tom Petty or similar. Then, clean and dry, he got dressed again and got the Longhorn fired back up before moving back into the FTL lane. The prospect of an illegal space goblin market excited him. Maybe he'd get real meat. Well, space meat. The burger, Space Burger the day before, had reminded him how much better the real stuff was compared to protein mush. He picked up his headphones, setting them in place as Mittens hopped up onto the co-pilot seat. "You excited for some real meat, Mittens? Maybe buy you some space rats to hunt in the cargo bay?" He reached over and gave the cat's head a few rubs, and then turned on his music. He couldn't sing Tom Petty in the shower, but this was good too. Well, she was an American girl. When Emily got up, she booted Mittens from the co-pilot seat and enjoyed more music with Billy Bob. He had to explain that the British invasion wasn't actually an invasion. American musicians were the great, but that didn't mean other nations couldn't create some amazing artists, too. She was confused how Americans seemed to be friendly with the British after the Revolution, and he explained to her it was a bit like a father and son who hated each other and got into fights. The dad had been big and mean, and his kid grew up in his shadow, but over time the dad got older and weaker, and his kid got bigger and stronger, and just as mean. So they managed to connect again as friends instead of enemies, thanks to their mutual hatred of various things, like one of those sappy movies, sorta. After another several hours of that, she took another nap before they arrived at the station. When she got up the second time, they were almost at it. The space goblins had set up the station in the shadow of some sort of dead moon in a creepy-looking system that had a number of dead rock planets and a white dwarf in the center. "Okay, you're going to have to be careful here. These sorts of stations attract all sorts of Deathworlders, even ones who can give you trouble. I should be able to talk us in." He shook his head at that. "Oh, no, I know these sorts of places. You're my guest, and you aren't talking us in anywhere. I've got this." The station didn't look like the basic refueling stations. Instead, the ships had to dock along the same face of the station, and there wasn't a cargo hauler to be seen. These were sleek, purpose-built vessels of war, smaller-scale capital ships and pirated patrol crafts. His Longhorn stuck out like a sore thumb, but then again it did that around cargo ships too. Human ships in general just didn't fit in. Once he was docked, it was time to change. He opened up his security locker and began to dress more appropriately for the job at hand. He kept the jeans and plaid shirt, but lost the cowboy boots in favor of steel-toed ones. The hot sauce holster came off, and his regular holster came on. He tucked his M1911 into the holster and tucked 6 extra magazines into the pockets around his holster. After that, he pulled on a black combat vest that was a mix of ceramic and Kevlar plating. Then he slung a Remington Tactical 2070 over his shoulder before filling the combat vest pockets with various slugs, buckshot, and birdshot rounds. A few Dragon Breath rounds as well in the off chance he'd need them. Finally, he tucked a Bowie into his left boot and another in his belt. Pulling his Remington off his back, he loaded a few rounds and then worked the pump with a very satisfying KA chunk. Lock and load. Emily was about to talk when he quickly slung the Remington back over his shoulder. No, wait, hold on. He then pulled free of the locker a wooden Louisville slugger, the words MLB Prime Ash burnt into the side, and replaced his hat with a camo one with just the American flag on it. All right, now I'm ready. His Louisville had a few scratches and some stains from previous use, but he wouldn't trade it for the world. Any world. What are those things? She asked, pointing at his M1911 in Remington. Oh, I forgot these aren't common. So, you know how the galactic government has strict laws against weapons possession and stuff? Well, they don't have very strict laws regarding ceremonial cultural items. They also don't have a concept of firearms. All you Xenos have been using energy weapons and shit for centuries. Not humans. These are what we call guns. They house these little casings filled with chemicals that fire off once we pull the trigger. It causes a small, controlled explosion that launches a chunk of metal a few hundred feet a second. The action ejects the casing and pushes up a new one, in this gun. He patted his M1911. But this one requires me to work the pump. You'll see if I need to use them. Emily's mouth hung open as he explained to her what he was using. You've covered yourself in explosives? Well, they're made to not go off until I want them to, but yes. How do you control such weapons? You don't have a targeting computer in your eye. Those are tightly restricted. Fuck, humans don't need them. I guess we were lucky enough to evolve with the concept of tracking depth and movement or shit. I don't know. Physics. You saw me hit that space flecko yesterday with the bottle. She paused and then gave a shrug. I guess I'll trust you. He grinned at her and then moved to the airlock. Hopefully you won't need to use them. He looked back at her and thought it over. Actually, might be more fun if I need to. He smiled wide as the airlock cycled and he stepped out into the station. Unlike the clean, well-lit refueling centers he was used to, this place had those stupid fucking flickering lights from horror movies. He glared up at the ceiling for a moment. He hated those stupid fucking flickering lights. There were stains here and there on the walls as he walked towards the entrance to the main station, and couldn't help but grin as he saw the 5 figures manning some sort of security station. These looked like blue space orc bears with horns and longer tails, but really with those underbites and big features and guts he figured they were more like space bouncers. Then again, space borks. He nodded. Yeah, space borks. They had an assortment of weapons and targeting computers over their faces, which meant the space goblins here had to be connected. However, from what he could see, they were wearing just normal clothes, with those shield belt type things. Lazy Xenos, always figuring weapons, were energy-based. The one in front looked bored as he stepped up, holding up a hand as he grunted at Billy Bob. Stop right there, ugly. We don't know you and... He didn't get further than that. Billy Bob just picked up his pace to a jog and swung as he moved. The bat collided with that fat, ugly head, snapping off a tusk as it sounded like he'd just creamed a line drive past third base. As the rest began to perk up, it was pretty much too late. Billy Bob was already up close. The second one he slammed in the side of the knee. There was a sickening crack as the creature howled and toppled like a falling tree. The third he jabbed in the face with the end of the bat, crunching the targeting computer into its 4 eyes. It cried out and clutched at its face while he moved on. The fourth had been stupid enough to leave his weapon on a crate, and as he reached for it, Billy Bob brought his steel-toed boot on the Space Borks's hand. As it squealed and looked at him in terror, Billy Bob brought the bat down on his head. Good night. The last finally heard the high-pitched tone of a weapon lock and growled out as he prepared to fire. But Billy Bob was faster. He pulled the knife from his belt, tossing it at the Bork's arm, sinking the blade into the creature's shoulder. It howled and dropped the weapon, dripping blue blood as it gulped in terror. Billy Bob slowly approached as it gasped out. Why are you here? Billy Bob stepped up to the larger creature and yanked the blade free, wiping it off on the Bork's fur before slipping it back into his belt. Then he held the bat in one hand, resting it over his shoulder. Us? We just came to party. Now take me to your leader. Chapter 6. Cast leader Bleebob's face was contorted into what his people would call a scowl, and what humans in general would call fucking ugly. This being a step up from really ugly they would normally be classified as. What do you mean we haven't found any traces of that ship heading towards the core systems? He was speaking with one of the other cast leaders, Cleroy, who was in charge of surveillance and tracking. Normally, Bleebob respected his compatriot for his tireless work in the service of their cause, but at the moment he was not exactly thrilled. They have to take one of a small claw full of roots. His ship is a strange barbaric hunk of junk, and I gave you our exact position we lost contact with. The figure on the screen blinked a few of its eyes and dropped its mandibles for a moment. This was the equivalent of a human shrug. And using this information I have searched for him but found no sign. You are positive he did not go another way. You know her mission as well as I. You know her treacherous kin as well as I. She is heading to the capital. Where else would they be going? The cast leader once more blinked a set of his eyes and opened his mandibles. But I found a ship matching that description just recently. One of my surveillance teams noted it entering a black market station we've been watching. The only problem, it is heading away from the core, along the spinward direction. Bleebob's mandibles twitched and quivered in a motion to indicate thinking. Would they try and take a different route to throw us off the trail? They must still head coreward to get to the capital. How far is it? Show me on the map. He looked at the map that popped up and quickly let one mandible wiggle to indicate a negative. One creature did not travel that distance in this short time alone. It must simply be another of his kind. Then I am afraid, cast leader, that we've lost your prey for the moment. Bleebob let out an angry chittering and slammed a claw into his console. I have yet to fail in a task given to me by a matriarch cast leader. I will find him. Anger is unnecessary. You must be patient, as with hunting sesh eels. They think themselves elusive until we snap. Bleebob just glared at his screen. That ugly little creature left two of my eyes blind. The searing pain of his chemical weapon is not to be taken lightly. I don't want to wait as if hunting sesh eels. Let me charge him like a bresk bull. I will rip him apart in my claws. He seethed and chittered, his normally green, hydrating mucus turning gray for a moment. If he is a bresk bull cast leader, he is the most cunning and intelligent one I have ever heard of. Bleebob cut the feed angrily. He looked over at the security footage image he had placed on one wall of his ship's stateroom. Rearing back on his back legs for a moment, he cried out, "You cannot hide from me forever. Soon I will find you and have my revenge. Mark my words." Billy Bob Space Trucker. Slowly he surveyed the sight in front of him. The 5 space borks were groaning and trying to recover from their various wounds. He looked between them as he stayed close to the one he'd hit with the throwing knife. "Not going to give me any trouble now, are you?" They began to open and close each hand as if trying to make the sound of one hand clapping. His translator informed him this was surrender. "Good. You people got medics? Feel free to call one out," he said to the bleeding bork. As it quickly began to grab at some sort of communicator, he looked over at Emily. "Not bad, huh?" She was looking over the creatures for a moment before glancing back at him. "Interesting. Why did you attack the space borks?" "Easy! They were bored." With her hood up and the screen in place, she realized he couldn't see her face, so she made her confusion clear. "What?" "Look, this is a business place, right? I exit my ship, I've got stupid fucking flickering lights. And stains. All kinds of stains. Some of those were blood, I'm guessing. Who has a market set up with flickering lights and stains? Then I see these yokels here standing around with obviously high-powered weapons and targeting computers. Those are all illegal, right?" She nodded. "Who the hell hires guards who get bored with their job while wielding gear like that? That isn't pacify a drunk patron gear. That's kill people gear. Am I wrong?" Emily thought it over for a moment and looked at the wounded Vikish around her. They were known as being a decently hardy and strong race, best known for ambushes and cutthroat raids, not guards. Of course, Billy Bob was apparently hardier and stronger if the fight was any indication. "That sounds logical." "Right. Back on Earth I knew this biker gang. Some badass fuckers rode with that crew.
Now for their bars, they didn't pick the best killer to be the bouncer. Killers get bored being guards. Different types of people. They picked some guy who didn't get bored with his work and knew how to bust someone up but keep him alive, and he wasn't packing a fucking machine gun.
What is?
It's a big gun just for killing lots of people. Now if they moved in on someone's territory, well, then their skullcrackers made a presence for a while. He poked one of the groaning Borks who was clutching his head and whimpering. Did you guys just take over? Yes. 3 solar cycles ago we overthrew the space goblins who were running this place. Please don't hit me. Psh! Some space Bork you turned out to be. Billy Bob was slightly disappointed, but Emily was worried. Who hired you? The Bork groaned, and Billy Bob looked at Emily for a moment. She was about to ask him to help, but Billy Bob took it upon himself by giving the creature a gentle nudge with his boot. Hey, the lady is asking you a question. Ah, we were hired by a Zelvian. He's ordered all ships that dock to be seized and the crew to be sent to holding until further notice. Stop hitting me. Billy Bob, we need to go, Emily said flatly, which caught his attention. As he looked back to her for a moment, he then had to quickly turn back as the doors past the security station hissed open. Fuck, why did I let him call a medic? He mumbled as he looked at no less than 10 Borks, blue shields flickering as they aimed those nasty-looking weapons at him. There were also 2 much large mechanical things behind them. Out in front of the regular Borks was a bigger one with a green feathered headpiece of some sort, fancy-like. If things got ugly, Billy Bob made a note to kill him first. What? This one ugly creature managed to subdue the 5 of you with a cudgel. He also has a knife, the Bork clutching at his arm said defensively. With my what? Billy Bob was asking. He means your stick, Emily offered. It's a baseball bat. Jesus, I need to teach you Xenos about sports. He shook his head for a moment. Captain, the creature is strapped with explosives. One of the big mechanical things behind the other 10 reported. Must be a Bork in a fancy suit then. That's right, and I'm not afraid to use them. So, like I said earlier, take me to your leader. Billy Bob had bluffed his way out of worse places. The captain growled as it looked down at Billy Bob and then nodded. Fine, but your little stick won't help you against battle suits. The Borks fanned out as they surrounded Billy Bob and Emily. 3 plus the captain in front of the rest plus the mech suit things behind them. As they started to walk into the main station, Billy Bob got a better look at the place. This looked more like the shady markets he was used to, aside from the fact the place was empty, which was creepy. There were stalls piled with goods, small carts covered in junk, larger stores with more established goods. He could smell something that seemed tasty, but there wasn't anyone cooking at the moment. Emily began to speak as they moved. This is bad, Billy Bob. Zelvians are bad, very bad. They worship this sick god that revels in disgusting and twisted spectacles. They come from an incredibly mineral-rich system and exploit that despite a full blockade by the galactic government. Few species will ever deal with them. The Space Bork's code makes them uninteresting to the Zelvians, so they work as mercs for them from time to time. But even they need to be paid massive sums. This is very bad, Billy Bob. He stayed quiet and looked around as they walked. It was sort of like a big block of stores, and the streets around them had the stalls and carts. But they were walking through the area heading to some place up and in the center. There were a few more Borks guarding an elevator, but it seemed like this was the main group of Xenos guarding the place. They also didn't seem to understand the concept of firearms, which was good for him. 6 of the Borks and the captain surrounded them in the elevator as they rose up and emptied out into a sort of control room, throne room hybrid-type place. There were no stains or flickering lights in here, but the smell of cleaning product seemed to be universal. Must have done some sprucing up lately. There were mostly unhappy-looking space goblins at the consoles around the place, with some Borks standing over them. Past the console sitting on the throne was ooh, hell no. Billy Bob's hands tightened around his bat. His teeth clenched and his eyes narrowed in a mixture of hatred and disgust. His nostrils flared, his heart rate picking up a little as he worked to control himself. He'd figured there were some sick Xenos out there, but he'd never imagined it would be this bad. Mostly he just added space in front of Earth animals because that worked for him. And this creature certainly fit a certain name, but even he nearly shuddered to say it. That large, grossly rotund midsection. Those tufts of stringy cotton candy like blue hair, those ridiculously large feet, that pasty white complexion, and that face. Ooh, that face. Those features wrapped in a strange parody of mixed colors and a giant red nose. He was looking at a motherfucking space clown, he growled out, letting the hatred and anger flow through him. I'm gonna kill the shit out of this guy as soon as I get a chance. Sure, it had 4 arms and an extra eye right in the center of that fat fucking forehead, as if it wasn't bad enough already. But that was a bona fide space clown. When he got closer to his mounting disgust, he realized that part of that rotund midsection was rippling like some sort of gas bag, and it stunk. If Emily thought his rip the other day was bad, she must be struggling. Then he heard her cough and partially gag behind him. Seemed like she was having a rough time indeed. "What's this? Such a deliciously hideous creature joining my little show?" the creature said in a high-pitched voice that sounded like fingernails on the blackboard of Billy Bob's mind. "Speak for yourself, you massive pile of runny donkey shit." "Oh, what interesting expletives, yes!" The Borks forced Billy Bob and Emily closer as Billy Bob let a hand move down to his M1911. He wanted to end this, but the Borks would likely object. "Yees, I think you'll do wonderfully for the arena. Such a show I have in store for my god. He'll be most pleased." "You know, fuckers like you are why preaching freedom of religion is so fucking hard," Billy Bob growled out. "What? There's only one true religion. The others are all wrong." "Yeah, okay, I didn't need even more reasons to kill you. But I think it's time for you to face my gauntlet of horror." "And what if I don't want to?" "Well, you're standing over the trap door, so you don't have a choice." Billy Bob looked at the floor beneath him, noticing the outline. Well, shit. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker, Chapter 7. Jean Renaud was perplexed by the reports he was reading. While the UHG didn't have nearly the same level of espionage funding as those crazy Americans, they had a very well-established diplomatic service. It was a two-government system that had served them well since making contact with the galactic government. The Americans would punch newly met Xenos in the nose, and the UHG would show up with a tissue and smooth things over. It especially helped when they said that the Americans wouldn't attack people who played nice with the UHG. It wasn't perfect, but it worked well enough. Even if the Xenos mostly used the freemium translators, which only came loaded with English and Russian. A side effect of the space race making Xenos think humans only had 2 languages. But today his job was becoming increasingly difficult. He had to stop for a moment, setting the files aside as he hit a button to call in his aides. As they began to assemble in his office, he took a moment to collect his thoughts and straighten his hair. He might be needed to visit some embassies today. But then his aides were assembled, and he spoke up. "What is going on today? I've never seen so many communiques from Xenos we've never heard of before. It sounds like the Americans are starting another turf war, but I can't find where. Not to mention they normally make it clear they aren't the same government as the rest of us." "Monsieur, I have been getting an urgent communique from some new species we are unfamiliar with. They say our alliance with their lifelong enemies makes us enemies of the galactic government as a whole." "What? Who are the species in question? I haven't been informed of any alliances." His aides all shifted a little as they clearly didn't have the answers their chief diplomat needed. No. This has to be some sort of misunderstanding. The sector that has been a flame of chaos these past few days isn't even within our scheduled diplomatic services. There shouldn't be any humans out there at all. What if the Americans are lying to us about their military movements? An aide ventured. To what end? If they detected a grave threat to humanity, they'd be attacking with everything they've got right now. And clearly they aren't aware they're in a war. If anyone would know, it's the Americans. Maybe it is just a lone human? Jean looked skeptical for a moment at his aides. You mean to tell me that a single lone human could cause so much trouble? From what I'm told, someone has hospitalized a Galactic Special Forces team, killed members of the Galactic Secret Service, and aligned us with a species that isn't on the Galactic Registry? How could one person possibly do all this? As he huffed, another aide came rushing in. Monsieur, the Americans sent us a file from their intelligence services. They think they know who's causing the trouble. Who? Who is it? Terrorists? Religious fanatics? Worse, they say this is the work of an American named Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob and Emily were crying out as they got sucked down into the trapdoor. They were swept along a metal chute before being shot out into some sort of large arena with dirt floors and smooth walls. There were obvious doors around the arena as well, no doubt containing the opponents they'd face. Billy Bob quickly jumped up, making sure his weapons were all in place as he held his bat at the ready. Emily groaned out, brushing herself off with two hands while the other two pushed her slim body back up. Billy Bob was watching the doors as he glanced around the place, then back at Emily. "Hey, that freaky fucking space clown, is he going to make me fight the prisoners?" Emily shook her head as she tried to compose herself. "No, a space clown wouldn't leave an ascendance ritual up to chance. They'd fill their arena with the most fearsome creatures they could find." "Ascendance ritual? Are we dealing with some kind of fucked-up space magic here?" "Magic? Never mind. I'm going to stop the ritual anyway, not like it matters." He was on edge as he could feel his adrenaline starting to pump through his body. The fights he'd been in the last few days had been quick, dirty little affairs, but this sounded like something that was going to really test his limits. Good thing Billy Bob had been in plenty of fights before. He kept his guns holstered for now. That space clown wouldn't start with his best. He'd wear Billy Bob down. Then he grimaced and clutched at his head as a horrid combination of that awful laughter and a bad PA system filled the arena with noise. "You shall be the most excellent sacrifice. Weird-ass space clown god. Loves feasting upon new species. And such a feisty one you are. I hope you're not too hard on my pet's digestion." The PA echoes that awful laughter as it cut off and Billy Bob hunched down as a far gate opened up. But then he blinked and relaxed a bit in confusion. Headless Ewoks? The creatures in front of him looked indeed like headless Ewoks. They had large black eyes on their shoulders. Creepy, but harmless. The fuck? Does he think these will do to me? He glanced over at Emily, who had taken flight, which he had totally forgotten she could do. Those long wings and the gossamer threads between her arms moving quickly to keep her in the air. "Billy Bob, those are vicious carnivores. They can take down huge pack animals in minutes. Get the fuck out of town." He looked back and then saw one of them open what he thought was the torso. It was filled with a black void filled with rows of sharp teeth. Jesus, tap-dancing Christ, space teddy piranhas. He gulped and then thought it over for a moment. Wait, but they're still tiny. The little teeth-filled critters seemed to sniff at the air and then started to froth at the mouth, which was rather horrifying as their mouths were where he felt their chests should be. "Oh, really? That's not good," he said to himself as he gripped his bat tighter. Looking at the pack of critters, he counted about a dozen. One of them near the front seemed to be a brave sort and rushed towards Billy Bob. They were quick, but not as fast as he had feared. It seemed like growing up on a high-gravity planet really had advantages. When it leaped up at him, he could see a murderous red glow in those otherwise black eyes, but he wasn't having any of that. He swung his Louisville true, and with a resounding crunch, the creature went flying back, limp and lifeless. "That's at least a double," he cried out with a laugh. But then the rest of the pack began to charge. Cursing, he began to back up, relying on the fact they were animals and not intelligent. They started to leap up at him, seeming to go for his neck and face with those grubby hands. He could only imagine the carnage if they latched on and started to chew, but he wasn't going to let that happen. As they jumped, he would swing, bashing them right back down. His adrenaline was really flowing after his fourth-line drive, and as another decided to try and latch onto his leg, he was quick enough to simply stomp down on it with his steel-toed boot. He had to shudder, though, as he felt it crunch and sort of pop beneath his foot. Oh, fuck, that was gross. He now had some purple stains on his boots as the second half of the pack backed up. Only 6 left as they began to try and fan out, likely wanting to rush him all at once. But again, Billy Bob wasn't a pack animal, he could think. So instead of letting them get into position, he ran forward, bringing the bat down on another of those creepy space teddy piranhas. "Whack-a-mole!" he cried out as he did it. By now, more than half their little pack was dead, and the rest seemed to have it. They were animals, after all. They began to turn and scurry back towards the door they'd come from, but Billy Bob wasn't entirely done. He chased after them, smashing another with his bat as the doors started to close. Seeing his chance, he caught up with the closest little biter and gave it a boot, watching the thing squeal and go flying between the closing doors as he held up his hands straight in the air. Uprights! Emily slowed the flapping of her wings and arms as she glided down to the ground. That was impressive. I've never seen anyone just stomp on those before. Their celebration was cut short as another large door began to open. This one ran all the way to the ceiling of the arena as they heard a growl and the shifting of something big. As he watched as what could best be described as a green space ogre began to stomp out of the opening. It was humanoid and about 20 feet tall. It had a rippling gut but green scales like a lizard and an extra arm coming out of the chest. Each of the hands ended in 3 sharp-looking claws, and it had a fat tail that slapped at the ground. But Billy Bob was laughing as he pointed at the creature's face. Fucker looks like a pug, a derpy fucking pug. He laughed again while looking at those bulging eyes and deep underbite, a pink tongue hanging out over its lips. Ah, I'll call it a pogre, he said before it unleashed an angry scream. Yeah, should be easy. Billy Bob, that's from a super-heavy gravity planet like yours. He looked back at Emily, and then at the pogre, who stomped on the ground enough to make the place shake. Dropping his bat, Billy Bob pulled out both his bowie knives and began to run towards the pogre. It screeched out and swung at him with a massive arm, but he rolled under it, moving between the creature's legs. It seemed surprised and tried to step back to better attack Billy Bob once more, but he was bust-stabbing along the area he figured had to be the Achilles tendon, cutting and hacking as best he could. The creature cried out in pain as it leaked green blood, staggering to try and stomp on Billy Bob, who kept moving. Finally, he heard something like a massive pair of shorts splitting open, and then watched the muscle roll up into the creature's calf as it screamed in agony and toppled backwards. "Oh, God, why is fighting creatures so awful? This is nothing like the movies!" He winced, not having expected that reaction, despite the fact that he knew what would happen in theory. The creature fell to the ground, thrashing and crying in pain as he stood at its feet, unsure what to do now. In the stories, the knight would gloriously slay the dragon, but Billy Bob felt bad. "I don't like fighting creatures. Soldiers are way easier to kill and rationalize in my head," he said as he looked back at Emily. But with his attention shifted, he missed the thrashing foot of the creature coming at him and promptly got kicked. He went flying, hitting the dirt and rolling as he groaned in pain himself. But after he slid to a stop, he paused and got to his feet. He was bruised, and breathing made him feel a twinge on his right side that hadn't been there, but he didn't think anything was broken as he collected the knives he'd dropped while flying through the air. Fuck, teaches me to stop paying attention. He looked at the creature still trashing and realized it was just in immense pain. Do I kill it or something? I feel bad now. Emily looked surprised. It was going to eat us, and it just kicked you. Yeah, but it's just a stupid animal. He winced as the PA came back on. Finish it. Freaky space clown god demands it. Fuck you! Come down here and do it so I can rip your head off and shit down your neck. Billy Bob screamed up at the ceiling. Fine. Then my final pet shall wipe you out and finish the job for you. The final door opened as a trio of creatures began to walk out. These were quadrupeds that looked something like a mix between a bull and a frog. But not a bullfrog. Billy Bob thought over the conundrum of naming for a moment as he looked them over. They had large, bulbous throats and semi-amphibious features, but horns and large, more bull-like facial features. Space. Frog bulls? Maybe. He'd work on it. They stood at the opening of the door, and then their throats began to enlarge. The trio then began to emit a sound that was incredibly loud, but nothing like the rock concerts Billy Bob had been to in his youth. It took Billy Bob a moment, but as he listened to the deep bass and strange warbling tones wash over him, he laughed. The fuck is this? Dubstep? I mean, it's got a beat, but I can't dance to it. He looked over at Emily to see what she thought, but she was writhing on the ground, whimpering and clutching her head with all four hands. Oh, shit. Finally, he pulled his M1911 free of the holster and shot the center. Dub. Skrill frog. He'd work on the name, but he shot the center creature in the throat. It looked surprised for half a second before exploding in a mist of blue and green guts as the other two ruptured and exploded as well. Billy Bob closed his eyes and turned away, but the gore and splatter didn't reach him. He heard the whine of machinery as the doors tried to close but were apparently broken from the close gas explosion. The empty chamber behind them had what he thought looked like another door and a security panel. "Come on, Emily, let's get out of here," he said as he holstered his gun again and retrieved his bat. Then he began to give the ceiling the double bird as hard as he could. "Billy Bob 3, Space Clown 0! Emily staggered to her feet, wincing as she limped towards the security panel. "I'm coming for you, Space Clown!" Chapter 8. Butch Crusher Cross was staring at his mirror as he sat sideways doing curls, watching his muscles bulge. The trick was he couldn't let himself get too beefy or too soft. He had to maintain the perfect level of being built in order to impress people, while still being reasonable enough to actually move his arms around like a normal human being. No one respected you if your muscles were so big you couldn't wipe your own ass. Plus, coming from the military, he knew how to get properly fit in such a way that your strength was still useful in a combat scenario. He took care to work out his mental muscles as well. Keeping up on scientific journals, as well as reading the latest philosophical pieces, was part of his training. There was a special place in his heart for his workout time, though. It was sacred to him. The time of the day he wasn't supposed to be bothered. That's, of course, when the door to his office opened up and one of his aides decided to bother him. "Mr. President? Now how many times I told you not to interrupt my workout?" "Sorry, Mr. President, but it's urgent." Butch sighed as he set his weights down. "How urgent? Are we under attack? Do I need to go to the dodecahedron?" "No, sir, there's no meeting with the military just yet, but we've got an incoming transmission from our ambassador." Butch sighed out and shook his head. What did Joe do now? Piss in the Chancellor's soup? I swear to God himself that Yokel is the worst diplomat. How does he fuck up relations with the UHG, the only other human nation there is? No, sir, not Joe, our Xeno ambassador." Butch paused at that and looked confused. Last he remembered, America only had one ambassador, and that was to the other humans. "Our what?" "Jerry, sir. You got pissed at him last Thanksgiving after that joke he made and made him our ambassador to Xenos." Butch nodded at that as he remembered what had happened. "He's still alive? Must be better at avoiding assassinations than I figured." He tapped his chin for a moment. "Anyway, Jerry's an asshole. Why are you interrupting my workout for some cry for help he's finally sending us?" "Sir, that's just it. He isn't asking for help. He's found a species that wants to form an alliance with us." Butch arched his brows now before they furrowed once more in confusion. "You mean the UHG, right? They just got a hold of the wrong guy." "No. They said they want to form an alliance with the American clan. It's a species we've never heard of. They say they've been marginalized and wrongfully punished by the galactic government, and we might be able to help them achieve independence and freedom." Butch looked truly surprised now. "I thought the galactic government was nothing but a bunch of happy space hippies that got pissed when we defended ourselves in the First Contact War. What are they talking about? Who even met them?" "Details are very sketchy, sir, but I'm being told one of their diplomats met an American and was so impressed they told their leaders to seek us out for an alliance immediately. We can't track down the American yet. Apparently they're in trouble and he's defending their diplomat." Butch was impressed. Astounding. And who is this fine American? He grabbed his American flag cloak and Eagle standard. Sounded like he might need to hold a press conference soon. "Intelligence is on it, sir. Right now all we know is he's called Billy Bob Space Trucker." Fucking Xenotech. Why isn't there simply an Audi in port or something? He mumbled as he looked over the security panel. It was clear no one had expected this sort of situation when building the station. The arena had just been a central cargo room, apparently, with dirt filled in to make it more arena-like, apparently. So the outer cargo rooms hadn't been set up for security or keeping people imprisoned. He had opened the security panel and was trying to make sense of the options his translator was telling him were written on the various buttons. Then he groaned out as that awful voice came back on the PA. "What? How dare you survive? Freaky space clown god demands that you die and be sacrificed." "How the fuck do I shut him up?" Billy Bob angrily growled as he started to push buttons. But then he felt one of Emily's hands resting on him and looked back. Then he stood aside as she stepped up to the console. She was still shaken from whatever those Skrillex had done to her with their bad dubstep, but clearly motivated. First, she pulled the panel off the wall, getting to the wires behind it. Billy Bob watched her pull several free, twisting some and sticking them back into other places and hitting a few of the buttons on the panel hanging by the wires she was rearranging. "Billy Bob, what's your species' tolerable voltage level?" He looked at her for a moment and shrugged. "Fuck if I know." "Well, I'm hoping it's pretty high. I need you to plug that green cable into the blue port." He grabbed the cable, which looked a bit more like teal to him, and looked at her. When she nodded, he jammed it into the blue port and then jerked a bit as his body tensed and he made a gurk sound. He let go after a moment and sniffed, then licked his lips. "Now there's funky taste." Emily pulled the panel off the wall completely then. "All right, I've got access from this station for a while, and that jolt charged it for an hour or two. What are you—" He was already pulling out his galactic standard USB and plugging it in. Accessing the playlist through his implant, he scrolled down. As music began to play through the PA, he nodded and headed toward the door, then handed Emily his bat. He was going to need his guns for the fight to come. "America! America!" Emily followed behind him, opening as they approached. They were in another cargo room, but that cargo room was connected to the main portion of the station he'd seen before. They were out in those big street-like corridors with shops and stalls. Just as they were taking stock of their position, the song started in earnest. "America! Fuck yeah!" Billy Bob was moving at a quick jog when he saw 3 Borks round the corner, their targeting computers working on a firing solution immediately. But Billy Bob didn't need any shit like that. He raised his M1911 and fired off 5 rounds. The Borks stood in plain sight, figuring their shields would protect them. But those were energy shields designed to stop energy weapons that were common across the galaxy. So the hollow points fired in a controlled explosion from his gun, traveling at around 800 feet per second, slammed into their unprotected xeno flesh. Their bodies were slammed back against the wall behind them as chunks of xeno splattered across the surfaces, all in time to a resounding "fuck yeah." "Oh shit," Billy Bob muttered as watched what happened to Xenos hit by bullets designed on a high-gravity planet to stop Deathworlders did to the more common Xenos. "That's fucking awesome. I bet a headshot would literally make their heads explode." He thought about trying it, and then remembered he was very heavily outnumbered. Center shots were better then. He thought it over for a moment and ejected his magazine and pulled a new one free from his holster, slamming it into place. Still had one in the chamber and a fresh magazine. Taking a breath, he began to run forward as the song blared through the speakers around the station. He heard confused Borks asking what those small explosions were when he neared the corner the 3 dead ones had come around. He quickly peeked and ducked back as he saw about 6 of them moving forward down the street around 40 yards down. Holstering his trusty handgun, he unslung his Remington 2070 and gave it a quick kiss. Then he rounded the corner and lifted it to his shoulder, bracing it as he pulled the trigger. The buckshot spewed forth, cutting down the 2 Borks on the edge, partially shredding their bodies. But Billy Bob wasn't done. He racked the slide, shifted his aim, and fired. Racked the slide, shifted aim, fire, racked the slide, shift, fire. In 4 shots, the 6 of them were down. They were too shocked to get a targeting solution, let alone fire back. From behind him, he heard what he figured was a dismayed squawk. "By heavenly deity, what do you have in that thing?" "Like I said, it fires metal chunks at a few hundred feet per second," he said quickly as began to jog forward once more while loading another 4 shells into the chamber. As he jogged forward, though, he heard a commotion ahead of him and looked up to see one of those big armored bastards round the corner. "Oh, shit!" In the background, he heard the song come to an end. Moving quickly, he rolled forward, messing up the armored Bork's targeting solution as he scrolled through the playlist on his implant. He jumped up near the mech's feet, spinning around it as the new song began. "Well, everybody's heard! About the bird!" Then he jumped onto the thing's back, grabbing a handhold near the top before using his free hand to smash the butt of his shotgun against a small hatch he saw. The Bork was twisting left and right and spinning around to try and send him off, but Billy Bob was having none of that. Once he smashed the hatch open, he grabbed a handful of the wires inside and ripped them out. As they sparked and hissed, he dropped free, and the metal-encased Bork dropped to the ground, the arms twitching as it tried to get back on its feet. With the threat negated for the moment, Billy Bob turned to see 4 more Borks standing behind him. Of course, the mech wasn't alone. "Shit!" He jumped to the side as they began to fire. Their targeting computers needed precious seconds to adjust as his stronger legs pushed his jump beyond the expected range of a standard Xeno. It seemed like he had another advantage being an unknown Xeno to the Xenos, rolling behind the stalls and cars that were exploding into showers of junk and flying clothes, and he could swear chicken feathers. The problem for the Xenos was that he was only about 20 yards away, and he had a Remington. He stopped trying to find a good place to aim from and instead just worked the muzzle in their Vosges direction before pulling the trigger. These Borks weren't any smarter than the last lot, standing out in the open with the assumption their shields would work. Instead, they were shredded one at a time, the last of them turning and running in the direction they'd come from. Billy Bob let this one run, however. He slung his shotgun, pulled out his handgun, and took a wide stance. As it neared the next junction, it looked left. "He's killed the others! He's unstoppable!" Then he pulled the trigger. Sure enough, that fucker's head seemed to vanish in a red mist as the body dropped to the ground. When Surfin' Bird ended, he quickly scrolled down the playlist. The music started as he began to walk that way, reloading his weapons. "Ooh, let's go!" Steve walks down the street, with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet, machine guns ready to go. "All hail, Queen," he muttered. "Time to get to work." And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 9. First Wing Diplomat Thomas was sitting in stunned silence. So was the rest of the Exploratory Alliance Council. They were sitting around the table having watched the video that had been sent to them by the American ambassador, Jerry. He looked around at the other diplomats as they began to recover from their amazement at different speeds. Then he looked back to the intern who had got the video working on their presentation screen. "They insist on calling us what again?" After some fiddling with the translator, I was able to determine their desire to call us space eagles. Eagles are large predatory birds from their home planet. Apparently, we possess a striking resemblance to them, and not only that, but one species is their clan symbol. He typed away on his console to bring up one of the images from the video again. There indeed was a symbol that looked something like a Libertonian, but without arms. Clearly an animal instead of something intelligent. But it looked menacing. In one hand, it clutched a symbol for ancient human weapons Tomas had been told were arrows. In the other hand, it clutched something he'd been told was a hamburger. Apparently, it represented their desire for war and prosperity, something like that. Right. And then that first segment? That was some of their military training or warrior cultivation program? No, I'm told those were sports. There was some murmuring among the panel as Second Wing Diplomat Sherry spoke up. "You mean those weren't ritualized forms of combat? That was just their version of swoop and swipe? Or divers and climbers?" "Yes, that's correct." "But they were smashing into each other and hitting that small sphere with a stick. How did they do that?" The general noise level rose as everyone tried to talk, and Tomas had to raise his wings, fluttering them to get everyone to quiet down for a moment. Sherry spoke up again. "There's no way that's realistic. That species must only perform those sports during rare and focused rituals. The pain they must inflict on the players is not sustainable." Tomas waved his hand slowly to indicate calm. "From what we've been told, that video was sent to us in good faith to better explain their clan. From what Blackwing diplomat Emily told us, this is on par with the mercenaries she has hired. It seems like the reports she has sent us are not too good to be true, but instead, incredibly fortunate for us." "But will they help us? It's centuries since the galactic government marginalized us for our attempts to bring out the greatest of species. They feared our potential and worked to bring everyone down to the same level, and this species is no different. The galactic government will soon move against them. They'll fend for themselves and won't give us another thought." Tomas shook his head and pointed a hand at the screen. "That video seems to indicate a culture that would love to help us. But really, we have to watch the mercenary with Emily. If he continues to behave as she thinks he will, and he represents these Americans, then they will be the greatest allies our people have ever had." The First Wing Diplomat rose then, turning to look out the window over the capital beyond. The rising spires built in the mountains above the gaseous valleys below. Their people had been contained to this single planet since the treacherous Crusticans had betrayed them, trading in a chance for exceptionalism with security, working with the galactic government to try and bring all races down to an equal level.
The fate of our alliance with these Americans rests on one of their own. Perhaps the fate of the entire galaxy rests on the shoulders of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Mittens was annoyed. The large, lightly-haired cat hadn't come back with food in far too long. That strange not-food bird hadn't either. Sure, he'd slept for a while and then drank some water from the little bowl the other cat filled up for him, and then slept some more. But he was getting hungry, and no one had pet him in ages. He stared at the threshold the other cat would enter and leave from, trying to summon the food bringer with his mind. Then Mittens heard some sort of noise and got excited. He began to scratch at his side of the strange wall that would move, demanding food at the top of his lungs to make it clear that it was unacceptable he'd been forced to wait so long. On the other side of the airlock, Corporal Fitzreg was prodding Private Grisnod. "Go on. We were told to check out that ugly freak ship, so we got to do it." But Grisnod was standing frozen at the door. "No way! Do you hear that? It sounds like a creature with claws. It sounds hungry." They paused as they listened to that ominous howling. Clearly a predator waited on the other side. Was the scratching a method of keeping its claws sharp, or was it threatening them? Fitzreg gulped and gave Grisnod another prod. "I'm the corporal here. That means you have to obey me." They got closer to the inner airlock, their Fen-pulse rifles raised, energy shields crackling as they approached. Mittens could hear something getting closer as he ran back and forth in front of the sometimes moving wall. He would jump up and scratch and howl, demanding they stop taking so long and open up and feed him. "It's in some sort of killing frenzy," Grisnod gasped as he trembled. Fitzreg tried to push him closer to the door. "It's a pet on a small ship. It can't be that bad. They said that creature bested a Vreslian mountain crusher. What do you mean its pet can't be that bad?" They paused as the scratching stopped. Mittens had grown annoyed and hopped up on the bed. Maybe they'd think he starved to death and come running to feed him. Instead, they seemed relieved. "Maybe it's gone? Who knows? But now is our chance." Grisnod stepped forward, opening the inner airlock. His weapon swung in, but he didn't see anything giant and ferocious. He took a step in as Fitzreg stayed in the space between airlocks. "Oh," Grisnod said then as he saw the fluffy creature. "Was that you making all that noise?" He let out a relieved sigh and then chuckled a little. Mittens, however, stared at him. One of the reasons Billy Bob had chosen a Martian marauder as a pet was because that breed of cat had been designed to hunt pests on Mars. They had a certain instinct built into them to attack something they didn't recognize, and hadn't been in the company of one of those trusted big semi-hairless cats. So after staring at the creature for a moment, Mittens jumped onto his face, sinking his claws in deep. Grisnod screamed as he dropped his weapon and clutched at his face. Fitzreg just saw a blur slam into the other soldier, and then he slammed his fist onto the airlock button, which let the wall slam down into place. Turning, he ran out of the ship's airlock as fast as he could, Grisnod's screams echoing down the loading dock as he moved. There was no way he was going in there. He would take his chances back on the station. However, as he ran past the guard station that strange creature had first been stopped at, he came to a skidding halt. There was some sort of strange battle cry coming out of the PA. He turned his translator back on to try and make sense of the odd language. "War, yeah. What is it good for?" He didn't like the sound of that. Then ahead of him, at one of the intersections in the station, he saw 4 of his battle brothers running as fast as they could. There was some sort of explosion, and a wave of fire washed over them. The 4 crying out as their fur caught fire. Their shields useless, it seemed. They rolled on the ground, screaming and crying as he saw the creature advance upon them, approaching each of his battle brothers and silencing their cries of agony with a small explosion coming from some sort of metal device in his hand. Once the 4 burning battle brothers were dead, he turned, seeing Fitzreg. The corporal had faced down Krustican commandos. He'd wrestled with jitterbugs. He'd battled Phyllis Rangers. His battle brothers had been outnumbered countless times and been victorious. As this single creature looked at him, not even armed with energy weapons or a defense shield, all Fitzreg could do was toss his weapon to the ground, drop to his knees, and curl his arms in to show submission and surrender. Billy Bob looked over his shoulder and waved Emily forward. "Hey, Emily, is that guy praying or something?" He pointed to the kneeling Bork he saw who'd tossed his weapon down after he'd hit his friends with a dragon's breath round.
Emily was still limping a little as she carried the security panel that Billy Bob had helped charge and looked at what he was pointing. No, he's trying to surrender. Billy Bob brightened up at that. Oh, good. I was really worried I'd have to kill them all. He jogged over to the kneeling Bork and gave him a little nudge. The creature whimpered and shrank away from him for a moment before he gripped one of those horns and pulled it up to its feet. Hey, I want you to do me a favor. The Bork opened his eyes and looked at Billy Bob with surprise. What? A favor. See, I don't need to kill the rest of your friends here, or even want to. I just want to kill that fucking space clown. The Bork blinked again. The what? That creepy gas bag boss of yours. Oh, the creepy space clown? Billy Bob waved a hand. Don't bother trying, I've got my translator set to that. So, I've been working my way around to the central area, and I know there is a fair amount of your friends guarding the door, so come with me and explain to them if they just leave the clown to me, I won't bother. But the creed forbids it. Telling them? Or them leaving him? It forbids them from leaving him. What about you? You surrendered, didn't you? I am ashamed to my people now. Ah, well, a little shame doesn't hurt that much. Now, come on. Billy Bob pulled the Bork along, making him walk with him towards the central chamber he'd seen earlier. As the song ended, he quickly scrolled through his implant once more. 1 pill makes you larger, and 1 pill makes you small. This should freak them out, he figured. Soon he held his new Bork captive in front of him and glanced around the corner at the last blockade between him and that fucking space clown. There were 2 mechs and 10 regular Borks, but they'd been smart enough to form the stalls into cover. This would be harder. He gave the Bork a shove. Go tell him. The Bork stumbled forward and gulped. The creature we fight is Honorable Battle Brothers. He offers us trade. If we leave the station, he will only deal with the one who has wronged him. He held his hands forward, hoping they'd listen to reason. But Fitzreg then heard Captain Dweg. He's a traitor! Kill him! Billy Bob flinched as his prisoner was riddled with pink bolts of energy, his shield failing after a few seconds before he was cut to shreds. Billy Bob quickly peeked around the corner once more. This was going to be hard. Then he looked around for a moment and remembered he was on a black market station. Emily, have we passed any bars? What? Yes, a few. Why? Show me which shops have alcohol. I'm going to make some humans' drinks. Is now the best time to get drunk, Billy Bob? They aren't for me. They're for our friends. It's a very special drink called a Molotov cocktail. There's sure to be a blast at parties. The Borks huddled behind their barricade, unsure what was taking their opponents so long to show up. Little did they know what was in store. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 10. Special Agent Muller presented his ID to Sergeant Tavish of the Galactic Police. The Greslin looked it over, scanning it in his computer before handing it back. Being aquatic creatures, the Greslin had to wear exosuits to survive the standard atmospheric conditions that were standard across the galaxy. Plus, their culture had a very strong sense of moral codes and justice. This made them natural cops, since their exosuits could simply be upgraded for police work, and they already had a good ethical standing. Even so, Muller didn't like them very much. They were too strict in their codes, and often followed the law by rote instead of by intention. Even so, they were well-meaning, so he figured there could be worse cops out there. "You'll have to excuse me if I ask a lot of questions, Agent Muller," came his robotic voice from the suit. "It's not a very usual case around here to get mixed up in interspecies affairs." Muller took his ID back and tucked it into the breast pocket of his black suit. "That's all right. Since I represent the unified human government, which isn't a member nation of the galactic government, yet I'm well versed in explaining such things." Sergeant Tavish's exosuit broadcast a sign intending for non-verbal understanding, then spoke up. "But you are allowed limited access to our police network, it seems." "Yes, but only in regards to capturing wayward humans the galactic government wants us to bring to justice. It's understood that non-human justice for a human, especially an American, would lead to a war between our species and many others. So the easiest thing to do is get one of our own to bring them in." The sergeant sent out another of those non-verbal signals. "I don't understand how you got here so fast, however. I only sent out the station broadcast a few sleep cycles ago." "Yes, our active cycles are much longer. We can travel up to 4 standard sleep cycles before needing to rest." The sergeant's exosuit remained quiet at this information, likely surprised. Muller took advantage of the quiet to pull his notepad out of his jacket and click his pen in preparation for writing. Before he could scribble anything down, however, Tavish pointed at the notepad and pen. "What are those?" "This is a writing implement. It leaves a trail of ink behind when I press it to this form of compressed plant matter. You use something so primitive, why not a standard data slate and stylus?" "Cultural tradition," Muller said, even though the real reason was because no one could spy on his notes if they were written down instead of stored on a data slate. "Now then, could you please explain to me what happened?" "Well, as I stated in the transmission, the criminal—" "The suspect." "What? We have footage of him doing it. He's a criminal." "To humans, someone is innocent until proven guilty by a panel of their peers." "What? But people can be biased. You don't use computer algorithms like the rest of the galaxy?" "No." "What a strange, backwards, and barbaric culture." "Sergeant, your mic is still on." "I'm aware. I wasn't intending on keeping that comment private." Muller did have to respect the honesty of the Greslins. Even so, the person in question did what? "Right. He was entering the station with I'm searching for the appropriate word, a potential terrorist recruiter. They were moving through a crowd when the suspect angered a squad of Phyllis Rangers. They activated their battle ball and began a ritual of insult. He then caught their battle ball, turned one of your people's songs, if you can call it that, and then apparently beat them at their own ritual. Taking great offense, they found him later and challenged him to combat in a civilian eating establishment. He then caused great damage to the establishment and the galactic soldiers." Muller wrote this down and seemed a little surprised by the information. "So, he defended himself. Are they seeking damages he caused in the fight?" "What? Well, no. The government paid damages already. We're seeking him for being spotted with a known terrorist and assaulting a squad of galactic special forces. But they challenged him. And you said it was a potential terrorist." Well, he wasn't supposed to have fought back, and she's a terrorist. Just potentially a recruiter, too, is what I meant." Muller slowly nodded as he kept writing. "And his info?" Tavish looked at the data slates spread across his desk before picking one him. "From the dock listing, he was known as Vizgit Kuznez Cargo Hauler." There was a pause as Muller looked back up. "What? That's not a human name." "It's not? Oh, hold on." Tavish put the data slate down and picked up another one. "Oh, here it is. Sorry. He is known as Billy Bob Space Trucker." Billy Bob hadn't thought he'd be so lucky. Apparently, most bars kept 100% alcohol and would just water it way down with various other liquids depending on what drink was wanted by what species. Not only did this make sure he'd have plenty to drink later, but it was perfect for the Molotov cocktails. Emily seemed less sure. A potent incendiary, clearly, but it'll just drop off people. "Ah, that's what the sugar is for." He was dumping sugar into the bottles he'd filled with alcohol. "The heat melts the sugar and it makes it sticky." "Is that true?" "To be honest, I don't have a fucking clue, but I think I read it once, so I'm going to try it out." "Even so, how do you plan on getting it to them?" "I'm going to throw it." "There's no way. They're 75 yards away." "Yeah, it's close to a throw from the outfield to home plate. I did that back in community college. I wasn't good enough to go pro, but if I'd been smart enough to get into an actual college, I'm sure I'd have made their team too." "What? I don't understand." "Never mind, I just need you to be a distraction." "What? They'll kill me. I'm not as hardy as you." "You can fly. Just swoop around above them and then get out of there after I throw the first bottle." "But I'm a diplomat, not a soldier. I've only undergone basic espionage training." "Well, I'm a pilot. I only underwent basic training for ground combat." He paused for a moment. "Why is a diplomat trained in basic espionage?" "Isn't diplomacy filled with intrigue on your planet?" "No. Well, not anymore." "Okay, good point." He collected an arm full of the bottles as she backed up from him. He stepped outside the bar as he heard Rock Lobster playing on the PA. That was likely confusing the shit out of the Xenos. He looked back at Emily as she stood behind him. He could tell she was nervous, so he set the bottles down and then set a hand on her shoulder. "Look, Emily, you can do this. Those targeting computers take a few seconds to track me, and I'm not flying. Just scare them and get out. It'll be fine. Promise." He watched the Space Eagle hesitate, then nod. She turned away from him. "Wait." She turned back. "Let the song end." She paused and waited until Rock Lobster finally ended. He nodded, and she began running before jumping up and letting her wings snap out from the folds of her cloak, then took flight as he grinned. America. Fuck yeah. He whispered at the sight of the flying space-bald eagle. She swooped down the street-like hallway and turned back. She built up speed and rounded the corner as he heard the Borks cry out, then quickly scrolled down his implant as he lit the rag he'd stuffed into the top of the bottle. As he rounded the corner, the Borks were aiming up, trying to get a bead on Emily. He reached back and chucked the bottle as hard as he could towards the mech on the left, then grabbed the next bottle, tossing it before the first landed. Just as the bottle smashed into the mech and exploded in a ball of fire, the singing started. Burn, baby, burn, burn, baby, burn. The mech on the right fired a stream of bolts at Emily, who cried out and swooped away past Billy Bob. The second bottle fell a bit short, coating the Borks in front of the mech. As they screamed, the first mech was stumbling, the ammo inside cooking off as it began to explode. He chucked the third bottle towards the center group as the Borks were in utter chaos. Then he turned, looking for Emily. She had come to a stop down the street, red blood smeared along the ground behind her. He cursed and quickly ran to her. She was sprawled out on the ground, a nasty gash along her outer thigh. She was groaning as she clutched it, and Billy Bob frowned, but then quickly grabbed a bottle and ran to her. He smiled as he crouched next to her. "Hey, you did great. I nailed the fuckers. Don't worry about this. It's nothing serious." He pulled a small pack from his vest and pulled out the rag from the bottle he'd brought. He poured some of the alcohol on the gash as she cried out. Then he pulled out a small tube as he pulled the cap off and began to smear a clear gel along her wound. "Oh, good, you have biomedical gel. I didn't think you would. It's just for militaries after all." "I don't. Sounds cool, though. This is industrial glue." She tensed. "What?" "Don't worry, perfectly safe, I think. It's safe for humans." "Billy Bob! I won't let you die!" He wrapped the now glued, gashed up with a bandage from his pack and then picked her up. He had no idea she'd be so light. Even considering the gravity, she felt incredibly easy to pick up. Then again, she could fly, so he shrugged. Carrying her back into the bar, he set her down within reach of more alcohol and some fruit drinks. Then he gave her one of his knives. "I'll be back," he said with a smile, patting her shoulder before he ran back outside. He picked up his shotgun and his bat before moving on. Taking another glance around the corner, the Borks were gone. Either they were all burned to a crisp in the flames or had run off. He wasn't sure, but he knew he didn't care. One mech had exploded, the other had opened the hatch and looked empty as the flames began to lap at its feet. He could hear sirens as the station's fire alarms began to go off. The Dragon's breath rounds he'd used earlier hadn't been enough to get it going, but the fire of 3 Molotovs seemed to draw attention. He began to run faster before jumping over one of the puddles of flame near the edge. Once he was past, he stepped up to the big security panel next to the door the final Borks had been guarding. Emily had made sure he still had access, and as he hit the right button and the door started to slide open, he smiled. "Just you and me now, clown." He hit the button on the elevator inside and looked around as it began to grind up towards his destination. Wait, what song did he want to play? He cursed at his lack of planning and began to scroll through his playlist. No, 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 maybe, no, yes, perfect. The song began to play as the elevator neared the top. As he stepped out, the wide-open throne room command center he'd seen earlier had been transformed. Now he was standing in a maze-like set of corridors. He smiled then as began to walk while Jim Morrison, the Lizard King, began to sing, "This is the end, beautiful friend." There were footsteps moving away from him as he walked through the corridors. His shotgun was slung at his side in easy reach as he held his bat over his shoulder, letting it drag across the walls. Every so often a gap would make the scraping pause before the quiet song was interrupted with a clunk. On he walked, until at a junction, a Bork jumped out at him with some sort of hand axe. Billy Bob quickly jumped back and swung his bat. Crack! A horn snapped off as its head jerked and it fell to the ground, maybe dead, maybe not. Billy Bob stepped over the body and went down the side it had come from. He walked another few minutes and then found the rows of consoles he'd seen before. The space goblins had run off, it seemed. A few of them were dead near the far door, but most escaped, it seemed. He saw a Bork near a door at the back, raising his weapon at Billy Bob. Billy Bob was faster, snapping his handgun up and firing a round. It just grazed the creature, but with a .45 that counted. It spun around, slamming into the wall behind it and falling to the ground unconscious. Billy Bob stopped in front of the door as he heard Jim sing, and he came to a door, and he looked inside. Good idea, Jim. He opened the door then and pulled his shotgun up. There was the main throne room. The space clown was sitting on it, dead Borks around his feet. Billy Bob growled as he heard that awful voice once more. They failed me and my God, but I shall not. You will be a most amazing tribute. I shall be showered with praise. He tilted his head up at that, raising all of his arms to the ceiling. Then lowering his arms, he looked to Billy Bob. Will you honor me by fighting hand to hand? Billy Bob looked around at the Bork corpses. They had slash marks around their throats and backs. Looking back up at the space clown, Billy Bob sneered. Only if you get close enough. Raising his handgun, he fired, but the space clown sneered and shifted to the side. Billy Bob cursed as he realized why the thing had smelled like gas earlier. That fat-ass gut was filled with the stuff. It seemed to utilize some sort of release valves in its body to boost left and right as Billy Bob tried to nail the fucker. When his slide racked back, magazine empty, he quickly ejected it. But as the magazine fell and he tried to slam a new one home, the space clown dashed forward. Those 4 arms reaching up, the fingers having extended jagged claws. Billy Bob couldn't reload and jumped to the side at the same time fast enough, and he cried out as he felt some cuts along his right arm as he moved aside. Rolling away, he jumped back up and fired off another set of rounds at the space clown. It was laughing maniacally as kept dodging his bullets, but this time when Billy Bob had to eject the magazine and it rushed forward, he used one hand to grab his shotgun on the sling and fire it point blank from the hip. The space clown's 3 eyes bulged in surprise as the buckshot slammed into him, but he just flew backwards, bouncing around like a beach ball as Billy Bob cursed. Seems like the fucker had a better shield than the Borks. It howled out in annoyance as it finally stopped bouncing around the room. Laid out on its back, it kicked those fat feet in the air to roll over and hop back up. Billy Bob had reloaded and began to fire off another series of rounds, but he had to fire it one-handed as his right side was killing him, the pain from the cuts burning deep. When he ejected the round this time, though, he fumbled his gun and it began to fall from his hand. The space clown howled in glee and charged forward again, but as it swung out a clawed hand, Billy Bob dove forward into it. He gasped as he felt those claws slash along his stomach and ribs, but more importantly, he'd pulled his knife free, jamming it into that fat fuck's gas sack. The space clown's eyes went wide as Billy Bob pulled the knife free. There was a loud hiss as it began to fly back. Billy Bob coughed at the rancid smell as the space clown seemed to deflate, flying through the air before landing at the base of the throne. It was skinny as a rail now, gasping as it tried to pull itself up. Billy Bob was clutching his side as he stepped closer. Jim Morrison nearing the end of his song in the background as the space clown gasped, holding up 2 hands. Wait! Then Billy Bob lifted his steel-toed boot high. No! And brought it down with all the force he could possibly manage as a super-heavy gravity death worlder. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 11. Cast leader Cleroy was shifting through reports when Juvenile Gresh clicked his forelimbs upon the entrance surface to ask permission to enter. Cleroy stomped his hind limbs to indicate permission. The juvenile quickly stepped in with a data slate in his hand, which he handed to Cleroy. Cast leader, there is a situation. I think our surveillance equipment on Black Market Station 32 has been compromised. Cleroy nodded as this was said and set the report down before reading it. Ah, yes. The station that the Vekish assaulted? Has traffic resumed so we could move in and retrieve the recordings? Were they gone? No cast leader, it appears to be functioning, but I suspect they have been broadcasting a clever ruse to make us worry without need. An attempt to get inside our antennae, as it were. Cast leader Cleroy let his mandibles inch higher than usual to indicate curiosity. What makes you think this? It is a very elaborate recording, no doubt, but it is simply too absurd for any true gray shells to believe. Yes? But what is on it that would make you say this?
Perhaps it is best for you to watch it yourself, cast leader. Cleroy picked up the data slate and skittered around his desk. With Gresh in the lead, they skittered down to the main surveillance monitoring room where most of the juveniles were clustered around a console. Cleroy clicked his forelimbs together and they quickly dispersed back to their own consoles. A Vekish assault is nothing we haven't seen before. He chided the juveniles who were quietly talking among themselves instead of listening to him, which was unusual. He leaned in, settling in on his hind limbs before the console. Gresh quickly found the monitor he wanted Cleroy to watch. I've pieced together what the others think happened, but you'll see they're wrong when you watch it. Cleroy saw that barbaric ship that he had spoken to Bleebob about, and noticed the compact, ugly creature that emerged. Then his mandibles ticked in anger as he noticed the diplomat of their ancestral enemies emerge as well. Then this was the one Bleebob wanted. He saw it approach the squad of Vekish and settled back in. Most likely they'd killed that ugly thing then, and Bleebob had nothing to worry about. Then his 4 eyes widened as he watched that single creature knock down that Vekish squad. This wasn't possible. Gresh started to talk, but Cleroy let his clickers signal for silence in the room. The other juveniles went quiet as Cleroy watched the entirety of their spy video without stopping. He even forgot to let his hydration mucus flow from his fluid sacs so his shell wouldn't dry and crack until the very end. He quickly collected himself, remembering to release more mucus, and he skittered out of the room, ignoring the juveniles' questions. He didn't even remember to take the data slate, which outlined how old the video feed was. Cleroy rushed into his office, locking the entrance behind him before knocking data slates off of his desk. He keyed into his console with haste and input the species code of that ugly little thing that Bleebob had been hunting. His eyes began to scan over the documents that were only available to Galactic Secret Service. Majority of species seems to be suitable for integration under unified galactic government. Possible warlike subspecies has shown aptitude for unusual naval warfare. Note original contact plan of species requesting help from Tezek's invasion backfired. Tezek's now extinct after prolonged naval bombardments of home systems through unconventional means. Species spared retribution genocide after agents discovered clear lack of knowledge of Tezek's customs and logistics. Species presumed threat to be far greater than true. Lack of intelligence gathering on part of Secret Service regarding species' reaction to Tezek's invasion is the greatest factor in possible Tezek's extinction. After being alerted to greater galactic presence, species has been mostly peaceful. Subspecies continues border skirmishes, to be expected as codes of uniformity begin to eliminate extreme populations. Naval focus indicates likelihood of poor ground combat ability. Species only has access to very low-tech energy weapons. Ships are of barbaric design, aside from single unknown innovation known as skip drive. That has been flagged by Central Intelligence as forbidden tech. Overall threat level low. Cleroy blinked as he looked at that last line. Overall threat level low. Overall threat level low. His forelimbs clicked on the console hastily. Central Intelligence has theorized no observation of species in ground combat is required considering naval focus. No close combat studies of species have been conducted. Cleroy's mucus turned pale green as he realized the grave mistake they've made. Quickly, he activated his communicator and tapped it into the feed with Bleebob's cast. This is Cast Leader Cleroy. Inform your cast leader that we've found him, and I have every intention of assisting his cast in tracking and killing this target. The juvenile on the line clicked in confusion. Who do you refer to Cast Leader? Cleroy stared at the information in front of him. We must stop. Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Billy Bob had his arms crossed as he looked down at the space goblin doctor who was glaring up at him. After curb stomping that fucking space clown, he'd freed the prisoners and tried to help get things on the station back to normal. After gluing his wounds shut, of course. Look, I still maintain that there's nothing wrong with using some glue to close up a wound. It's madness. I don't care if everyone else is impressed with how well it works. You risk toxic contamination and worse. You must drink biogel. Billy Bob eyed the purple space cough syrup that had been brought in a big pitcher. I don't wanna. Are you an infant? It'll make you better. They stopped as the door to the medical room opened up and Emily limped in. Hello, Billy Bob. Hello, Dr. Goldsmith. How's the patient, doctor? His name is Dr. Goldsmith? Billy Bob said incredulously. The other two looked back at him. Yes. Is there something wrong? Billy Bob looked from Goldsmith to Emily and back. All sorts of thoughts flooded through his mind about the unlikely names some aliens had, and wondered if his translator was broken, or perhaps just fucking with him. Should he try and explain to them? No, he shouldn't. So he just shook his head. Nah, never mind. Nothing. Dr. Goldsmith huffed out. I was trying to explain to the stubborn child that he needs to drink the biogel. I don't care if he can't ingest much liquid or not. The more he can manage to drink, the quicker he'll heal. Emily looked over at Billy Bob. Billy Bob, drink the biogel. But drink it. You need to. Glue won't stop your wounds from getting infected, and you'll heal faster. The nanites will adapt to your physiology and speed up your healing greatly. Look at my leg. She rolled up the leg of her new pants to show him the gash she had from earlier, her downy feathers parting to show a long white scar. But it looked old and certainly not fresh. Billy Bob sighed. Do I have to? Yes. Drink it, she ordered. Billy Bob groaned but picked up the pitcher. Then, before Emily or Dr. Goldsmith could stop him to point out the small cup they'd provided, he began to drink from the pitcher straight. They stared in shock as he gulped and gulped and gulped. He didn't stop until the pitcher was completely empty, and he slammed it back onto the table with a loud belch. Ugh! Why does medicine always gotta taste like space grape? Nothing's different, I swear. That was a whole liter. How did you manage to drink all that? What? I just, drank. I don't know. Hey, if I need to get it out of the way, I will. Give me a few more liters and I'll finish him before tonight. The space goblin was dumbfounded. How are you so dense? Hey, that's not very nice. I didn't think what I said was stupid. No, not dense. Dense. I don't... Oh, wait, you mean like thick? I mean, my belly isn't that big. He shook his beer gut, which was a bit smaller with all the activity he'd been doing lately. No. Your literal density. I need to study you. Billy Bob had stopped listening, though, as he felt his body start to feel a little warm. Then he began to feel good. Not just good. Great. Woo, this stuff is starting to kick in. Woo! He began to move around in place and then started to wiggle a little. He felt like he had tons of energy. His body felt better than ever. His wounds began to close up as his incredibly dense body made the work of the nanites much easier. He was full of biological materials they could move around without damaging the rest of him. He started to move a bit more then and suddenly shouted, "Thriller," and started to dance. Emily and the doctor backed up, unsure what was going on. Is this normal, doctor? She asked. I have no idea. Biogel is supposed to adapt to the host. Once they run out of safe levels of materials to use, they self-terminate harmlessly. He might be so dense they're running in overdrive. I have no idea what that will do. Woo! Billy Bob stopped dancing and laughed, rushing past them as he ran out of the medical bay on the station. We better follow him, Emily said as the doctor nodded, and they rushed after that hyped-up space trucker who was rushing into the black market now that it was once more teeming with life. The other species had to gasp and dash out of his way as he moved, but they recognized him as their savior, and no one seemed to mind. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he felt so good, and he had so much energy. Then he stopped in front of some sort of market with a cook making something. He then leaned up against the glass as his eyes widened. That's beef! Inside was a space goblin wearing a headset and appeared to be the cook. Oh, you're a human. Yes, we just recently imported some meat from your planet. You're wonderful omnivores. Simply wonderful. I believe this is what you call beef, yes. But you're the one who saved us. Let me get something special. The space goblin tapped on a control panel, and Billy Bob watched robotic arms retreated into the ceiling. Then he gasped as they descended once more, but this time carrying something else. No, is it? It is what your species refer to as Kobe beef. Billy Bob's eyes went even wider. First, I'm going to cut it into small steaks, rub a bit of what you call herbs and spices onto it. But nothing with capsaicin, sheer madness among your species. Billy Bob began to drool a little as he watched. We have some of what you call butter, which we're going to rub on top of it as well. Billy Bob was firmly pressed against the glass. And then boil it in this big pot of water until it's nice and well done. No! Billy Bob screamed out and pulled his head back, slamming it into the glass. The creatures around him and the cook gasped and cried in fear as Billy Bob smashed the glass with his face. He hopped inside the now open shop and snatched the Kobe beef from the cook's hand. That is not how you do it. He looked around and grabbed a pan, dumped some butter in it, and quickly cranked a burner up. It seemed like the Xenos were better at making cooktops because that pot was glowing soon and he tossed it in. The butter was sizzling and popping as he seared the steak just 20 seconds aside before turning the burner off and dumping the steak onto a plate. That is how it's done. The cook cowered before him. But it's still raw in the center. Billy Bob's eyes gleamed then. Exactly! He felt so good he didn't even mind that his fingers burned a little as he picked up the steak and firmly bit part of it off. The taste. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, the taste. He shivered and twitched a little as he chewed and then swallowed. Turning, he saw the stunned crowd outside. Dr. Goldsmith was gasping, and Emily had her face pressed firmly into a palm. Billy Bob just waved. Emily! They've got steak! And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 12. President Cross was sitting in a small conference room in the dodecahedron with several other dignitaries and military personnel as they began to lay out what they knew regarding the situation. Butch Cross had traded out his official flag cloak and eagle standard from the press conference with a more casual suit that he'd ripped the arms off himself. He leaned forward, hands clasped in front of him as he listened to the presentation. The situation had been moving ahead over the past day as for the first time since the Unification Crusade, America was thinking about accepting an alliance with a foreign power. So, this species known as Libertonians, which is a good name on its own, look like space eagles? The intel officer nodded. That's correct, sir. As you can see from the pictures here, they do have 4 arms and some sort of flexible insect wing like webbing between them to assist in flying, but overall they look like tall space eagles. There were murmurs of approval from around the table. And their current president is named Abe, as in Abraham. Like Abraham Lincoln. The intel officer nodded once more. That's correct, sir. However, his last name is Sharptalon. Abraham Sharptalon. President Butch Crusher Cross repeated the name with a nod as he looked around the table. I think we could form an alliance with an Abraham Sharptalon. Do they have videos of him hunting or something? To help the citizens get excited about the first batch of awesome Xenos we've met and all that. No, sir, but I'll pass on word. The thing is, they're in a bit of a tricky diplomatic situation. Cross waved a hand dismissively. They're tall, freedom-loving space eagles. I don't give a shit if the rest of the galaxy hates them. We're going to befriend them. That's just it, sir. The rest of the galaxy does sort of hate them. And why is that? They started some war around the formation of the galactic government a few centuries back, I think. They wanted more freedom in policy decisions, I think. It's hard trying to find information since most of the galaxy thinks we're a subspecies of the UHG. Cross waved a hand at that once more. Fuck it, sounds like my kind of Xenos. For once, I don't see why we shouldn't just forge ahead with this. Look, Mr. President, you don't have the authority to do that all on your own. I say we make them come here and live a week in Australia to test their mettle. Cross rolled his eyes at Governor Dundee. Ned, you recommend that with all the Xenos we talk about. The gravity alone would crush most of them. Look, just because the UHG didn't want your land of nopes and we decided to take you in doesn't mean Australia gets special treatment. You're still a state. Governor Dundee was going to be Cross's primary opponent in the next election. His croc wrestling impressed voters, but Cross was confident he could take him in the Debate Mania cage match. The intel officer looked between the two for a moment before coughing softly. There's also the matter of our official embassy exchange and ceremony. Cross groaned at that. No, UHG ceremonies are bad enough. What's this one about? If I understand correctly, you trade cans of alcohol, shotgun them, and then smash them on your forehead. Cross jumped to his feet, arms raised in the air. The alliance between America and the Libertonians waits for no one. Actually it does. What? The president glared at the intel officer. They insist we wait until the success of our American escorting their diplomat on a mission. Who the fuck is making the President of the United States of America wait on him? That would be Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob had started to calm down as the biogel seemed to settle within his system, and they'd managed to convince him to come back to the med bay for a quick exam. He was still tearing off chunks of steak with his teeth and eating them. Emily had tried some and was startled at the incredible flavor of the meat. A valuable trade commodity should their people begin trade. But Goldsmith was more interested in Billy Bob's anatomy. This is incredible. Your species is so dense the nanites have enough materials to continually operate. Their variable programming seems to have toned down their work, but they'll last in your system far longer than most organisms. All that water in your cells is astounding. Billy Bob just nodded and chewed on Kobe beef. Yep. What was in that glue you used on yourself anyway? It must have been potent to keep such moist cells stuck together. Billy Bob shrugged. Horse hooves? No, I think that's just Elmer's and Jell-O. Man, when I was a kid, I loved letting extra Elmer's to dry on my fingers and peel it off. He chuckled. Ah, old times. Goldsmith looked to Emily, who shrugged. The space goblin continued then. Well, either way, I'll give you another 2 liters of biogel just in case. But Billy Bob, don't take any more unless you seriously need to. Billy Bob nodded at that. Hey, how come we've never heard of this before? This biogel seems super useful. It's illegal outside of the galactic military, but we space goblins don't really follow the law. Billy Bob grinned at that. Sounds good. Hopping off the exam table, he collected the metal containers with more biogel and followed Emily out into the station, stopping near the exit of the med bay to collect his weapons. Billy Bob, I must say you were incredible and earlier. The Borks are known for being fierce warriors, and you defeated them easily. Billy Bob shrugged it off with a smile. Just good American fighting skills, I guess, he said as they began to walk out the station. The meat supply store was fixing their window, and Billy Bob waved at the cook who was reading up on the PDF Billy Bob had sent over. Kill it and grill it. He was passing by what looked like some sort of lounge with various Xenos sitting around dressed in clothes. Sort of looked like lingerie, maybe, but on Xenos, so it just sort of confused him. He'd never seen a place like this. Emily, what's this place? Oh, it's a companionship and philosophy center. What? Lonely people or just anyone in need of some companionship come by and rent time with an employee inside. They might couple or just talk in the private rooms within the establishment. Like space hookers? Is this a space brothel? My translator isn't quite sure the terms match. Why, did you want to couple with someone? Billy Bob froze up, his world going slightly dark. Suddenly he wasn't on the station anymore. He was back in high school. Freshman biology. Mrs. Munchausen's class. The class was crying and screaming as she slapped the hollow projector with her yardstick. Pay attention, class. Until the projector registers everyone's eye focus, I will not continue. Which means you'll be here all day until we get it out of the way. They were looking at a horrific image projected fully before them with the label Space Gonorrhea. Finally, everyone looked back at the projector as she clicked for the next slide. This is space chlamydia, everyone screamed again. Space herpes, more screaming. Space syphilis. A few kids had to run to the trash cans as they puked. Mrs. Munchausen's evil sneer plastered on her face as she hit the button again. We don't even have a name for this one yet. Most people ran out of the room, including Billy Bob. Later on, he'd heard it was all made up, but there was no fucking way he was taking any chances. No. I'm good. Let's get back to the ship. Emily looked a little confused as he began to push her ahead of him to keep them moving right on by. Once they were out of the main station and walking back to their ship, he smiled at the sight of a metal container waiting near his airlock. The space goblins had been nice enough to agree to give him a supply of human food to take with him, and had given him the location of several other black market stations where he'd be welcome. Hey, cool, more steaks and stuff. Galactic trade is good stuff. He picked open the airlock before realizing something. Oh, shit. Mittens is probably starving. When he opened the inner airlock, though, he was confused as he looked around at the mess. The fuck? Mittens was curled up on the bed. There were empty cat food cans lying around and one of those Bork rifles on the floor. Bork blood was smeared on the ground and on the door into the bathroom. Stepping up, he opened the bathroom and heard a cry of terror as he found a Bork with a bleeding face curled around the space toilet. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want. The fuck you doing in there? I wait in here until your pet calls for food. I then quickly open a can for him and hide again. He spared my life in exchange for my ability to open those cans. Mittens looked up from the bed as the Bork cried out and hunkered down closer to the toilet. Please. My life is forfeit to you. I'll be your lifelong servant. Sorry, pal, not a fan of slaves. He picked up the Bork's weapon, handing it to him as the Bork blinked, looking confused and afraid. Billy Bob nodded and pushed the weapon at him. The Bork finally took it but didn't get up. Here, instead, I want you to get back on the station and get a job as a guard. You protect this station. It's your new home. You live to guard it for me. 'Kay, pal? Yes. Yes, thank you. You do me a great honor. I will not forget. Here, hold on. He set his things down, pulling a glass from a cupboard and pouring some biogel into it. He handed it to the Bork, who took it and slowly drank the contents, seeming to struggle with the last of it, even if it was only about 2 big American-sized shots of liquid. He shakily got to his feet and slowly edged out of the bathroom, trying to stay as far from Mittens as he could in the small cabin. Once he was past the cat, he ran out the airlock. "I swear I'll protect this station with my life," he called as he ran out. Billy Bob just chuckled and gave Mittens a pat. The cat purred and nuzzled his hand. "What a terror you are, buddy. Who knew?" That done, he and Emily cleaned up, loaded up the supplies they'd been given, and Billy Bob got his Longhorn moving back towards the space lane. He'd need to drive straight on to his 99 to deliver the cargo. Then it was off to the galactic capital. Once he was back into the FTL lane, he looked over at Emily. "Hey, Emily, I bet you didn't hear that." "Hear what?" She'd removed her hood and her mask, which was what he'd been waiting for. "We call it silent, but deadly." She frowned as she looked at him. "What are you talking about?" He just grinned wide until her eyes opened in shock. "Oh, by the vengeful god. Billy Bob! That's disgusting." She got up, rushing to the bathroom as he chuckled. Turning his music on, he settled in for the drive. So ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 13. Dr. Goldsmith shook his head slowly as he looked over the data he'd obtained from scanning Billy Bob. These Americans were crazy. Their density, their composition. He found no less than 6 chemicals or elements in their makeup that would kill most species. Their levels of sodium were off the charts. He couldn't believe how much alcohol their bodies seemed ready to process. 2 or 3% alcohol solutions were more than enough to get many species drunk. But according to his research, American alcoholic beverages didn't start until something like 4 to 5%. Not only that, but they carbonated it. Sure, libertonians like Emily had a high tolerance as well, so it wasn't unique, but it was certainly rare. The fact they had drinks of over 50% alcohol was unheard of. He was preparing a report to send to the greater black market network that was run by his people, the Banktiers, when he was interrupted by a nurse. "Dr. Goldsmith, you need to come deal with this." He got up hurriedly, scurrying after the nurse to find a Vekish standing in the waiting room of the clinic. His face looked scared, but had clearly been treated by some biogel. He had a weapon in his hand and a military-grade shield belt. His bearing marked him as one of the clan who'd assaulted the station. But he didn't look threatening. Instead, he looked worried. "What's this all about?" The Vekish snapped to attention then. "My life has been spared by the great Billy Bob. He has seen fit to save me from the furred deathball Mittens. He has tasked me with serving this station as protector and guardian until the end of my days." He paused and then looked at Dr. Goldsmith as if something would happen. But Goldsmith looked around the room and then back. "Well, what do you want from me?" The Vekish looked a little nervous. "I was hoping you could tell me how to do that. I was just a private. My kin have fled. The guards told me you'd been seeing to the great Billy Bob." Dr. Goldsmith blinked for a moment. "He didn't tell you what to do?" "Only that I guard and protect this place with my life. I owe him a true Vekish soul debt and must keep it." Goldsmith blinked at that once more. Billy Bob had gotten a Vekish to swear to a soul debt and abandon search of his battle brothers. Was there no end to the amazing things that human could accomplish? He must truly be some sort of elite warrior and pilot of his people. He smiled up at the Vekish. "Yes, come with me. We'll get you set up in Central." The Vekish visibly sagged with relief as he bowed his horns in thanks. "I will not disappoint the great Billy Bob." Goldsmith just smiled, leading the Vekish along behind him as they walked to the Central Command Station. They were cleaning up still, especially since their CEO had been killed by that evil. What had Billy Bob called it? An evil space clown. Having done a bit of research into humanity, that term seemed appropriate. But it just confused him on why humans had such terrifying children's entertainers. Either way, the 4 armed insectoid Onits who the Banktiers hired as guards fluttered a little in the presence of the Vekish, clutching their energy weapons tight. But Goldsmith waved them off and rode the elevator up with his new charge. As he stepped out into the command center, he could see the remaining board of operators had assembled to fill in positions on the station left by their dead kin, but they weren't in the frenzy vote at the moment. They were huddled around a communication terminal. "What's going on?" he asked as he approached. "Bad news, Doctor. The Galactic Secret Service is here." "What? The Crusticans? Why?" "They've issued a Level 1 warrant for the arrest of a terrorist they think is on our station." "Well, just hand them over. We don't want trouble with them. That's the problem. They don't want a normal client or even one of our own." Goldsmith gulped, fearing he knew what was next. But he had to ask. "Then who do they want?" "They've ordered the arrest and capture of Billy Bob Space Trucker." There was a little chime in the cabin as Billy Bob looked at his calendar and laughed. "Oh, shit, look at that. It's Arcanus Day. Emily, grab me a beer. Gotta celebrate." Emily arched a brow but walked back to the fridge, returning with 2 beers. Billy Bob cracked his open and laughed, lifting it up as he said, "Humanity. Fuck yeah." Then he began to drink. Emily, on the other hand, just chuckled and quickly opened her tab while biting the side of the can to slurp it dry. "What's this about?" she asked after crushing the can on her skull. "Oh, it's Arcanus Day back on Earth. Some old human leader rallied a bunch of people around that cry as we started our first steps into colonizing our solar system." She nodded. "You celebrate with a drink? Well, I gotta keep driving. Normally we celebrate by getting drunk." "What about other human holidays?" The next one we dress up, eat candy, and get drunk. Then Vets Day, where we celebrate soldiers by drinking and grilling stuff. After that, we get together with family, have a feast, and get drunk. After that, we get together with family again, exchange presents, and get drunk. Then it's getting drunk to celebrate the new year. Then we get drunk with people we want to fuck and eat chocolate. Then we grill meat and get drunk to celebrate our presidents. Oh, shit. Then it's a week of getting drunk because of voodoo and Narlands. Lots of tits for that one. Then we get drunk because of Ireland. Then we get up early and have a nice brunch and get just a little drunk while eating chocolate eggs. He nodded for a moment as he looked thoughtful, trying to remember everything. Then we get drunk Mexican style for some reason, 'cause we want to mostly. Something about France, maybe? Then we have Memorial's Day, where we remember those who fought and died for us. More serious, but drinking is often involved. Then we have a day celebrating how awesome our flag is. Drinking not required, but again often involved. He perked up and looked even more excited. "Oh, and then it's the biggest, bestest day of them all. Independence Day. We explode shit, drink, grill meat, and generally spend the week in a blur of celebration." He rubbed his chin. "Is that it?" "No. We also have a day to celebrate working by not working and instead getting drunk and grilling stuff." He nodded slowly. "I think that's all of them." "You get drunk for all your holidays?" "Yeah, mostly. Of course, I'm leaving out the sports-related holidays because not everyone gets involved in those. We used to have one to celebrate the guy who found America, but turns out while awesome in some senses, he was an asshole in others, so we decided to drop it in favor of National Pizza Day, which is pretty awesome too, if you ask me." Emily blinked, having no idea just how much the Americans apparently drank. While her people had high tolerance overall, if they drank that much, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. Maybe Earth years were more spread out. She'd have to look into it. Overall, the trip with Billy Bob heading to his cargo delivery planet was pretty smooth once they left the station. Emily would sleep every few hours, and Billy Bob would listen to his music. Then, when he needed to sleep, he'd pull off, take a nap as she listened to music, and then switch off again. Once he was up and they were just 4 hours from the planet, she had been listening to quite a bit of human music. "So, this person was a monarch of popular?" No, the king of pop isn't like an official title. He was just a great musician and dancer. He wasn't really royalty. We use the term now and then. Before him was Elvis. He wasn't a monarch either? No, he was another great musician. Farted himself to death one day, I think. Emily blinked at that. And this other one? What Jackson? We don't know. What do you mean? Decades ago, someone wiped out all the records about his life after the year 1990. Probably died and they didn't like how it ended or something. I don't know. So were they ruled over by this Pope of Parody? Who? Weird Al? No, again, not a real title. Just a funny guy and another great musician. Why do you keep giving such titles to musicians? We like them? I don't know. We give titles to everyone we think deserves one. They don't mean anything, just sort of, look, we like titles, okay? She shrugged it off then and figured she'd just have to understand Americans better. The rest of the trip to Ina 3 was uneventful. They found the quiet little agri-world, and Billy Bob brought his longhorn down into the planet's atmosphere. Emily pulled her mask and hood back on to keep people from recognizing a Libertonian, but the galaxy wasn't aware they needed to be afraid of Americans yet, so Billy Bob was all right. They landed in a clearing he'd been guided to on his contract, but they didn't see signs of a town or many buildings. Either way, the planet was only half normal Earth, so he began to unload the crates from the Longhorn with minimal effort. It was a typical agri-world, no evolved natural animals bigger than his pinky. Just plants. Lots and lots of plants. The colony was supposed to be near a mountain with some forested area and then massive rolling plains of weeds. Or maybe they weren't actually weeds, but they looked like space weeds to him. "Are you sure you should unload that? You don't know if they're still alive?" Emily asked as he started to move the crates even though they hadn't contacted the colonists. "Hey, I was paid to deliver this shit to this spot. Not my fault if they're too dead to collect." He grunted as he was about half done with unloading. Emily sat on top of a pile of crates, looking around the area while Billy Bob finished. When the last box was out, he smiled and brushed off his hands. "Well, now to go find them." "I think I see smoke of some sort that way," she said, pointing towards the base of the nearby hills. They walked through the trees, and Billy Bob noticed he didn't hear any birds or insects, which seemed wrong. To a human, that meant something evil or big and hungry was close. But some agri-worlds just didn't have those sort of animals. They came out of the trees in a clearing of what looked like basic tents and low-level shelters. The creatures were humanoid and had shaggy hair with long snouts ending in what looked like unkempt bears. They were wearing very basic clothes and in general looked nothing like the colonists he was used to. They had long eyes on stalks that turned his way as he approached. "I don't like this. Their eyes are so red, and this place smells." "Oh, you're not familiar with Holtichims? They're very peaceful herbivores. Live with nature, very little impact and all that," Billy Bob growled out. "Spaxy hippie!" He pointed to one they were walking towards. "You! I delivered your shit. Pay me so I can get away from you jobless, dirty freaks." "Whoa, man, that's some really harsh language, man." "You're harshing my buzz," Billy Bob growled at the creature as it scurried away. "Should just go see like the peace mother and father in the cave." Billy Bob glared at the space hippie and walked towards the cave he saw past the settlement. He wanted to stomp, but in this gravity he'd go flying. Once they were inside, he saw two older, fatter space hippies who smelled worse than the rest. "Oh, you're the one who brought our cargo. Thank you so much. May the stupid hippie peace god bless you. Like your aura is so kind." "Yeah, no. Where's my payment?" "What?" "Oh, right." The slightly less fat but smellier of the two, he couldn't tell the males and females apart, lead him deeper into the cave. He saw the first sign of civilization as they had some sort of metal cage around He looked at it closely. It looked like some sort of six-legged space fox with two sets of ears the size of a German shepherd. It had a bright orange coat with black along the feet and ears. He already had space foxes in his translator. "Shit, space cat dog." That would work. The thing looked depressed. "This is our space cat dog. We brought it here to let it live a clean vegetarian lifestyle with us." "But space cat dogs are carnivores," Emily said from behind him. "We think we can break them of that bad habit," the space hippie said. "You people make me sick," Billy Bob growled, but he was here to get paid. The space hippie shrugged and rummaged through a box in the back before pulling out a pink crystal inlaid with some sort of wreath of vines. Turning it, handed it to Billy Bob. "The fuck is this?" "That's your payment. It gives you lifelong access to any space hippie planet where you're free to share in our food and shelter." Billy Bob twitched a little, but Emily leaned in behind him, whispering, "Billy Bob, that space cat dog is incredibly rare and valuable. It's worth at least 1,000,000 credits on the open market. More to the right, buyer. My compatriot forgot something in the ship. I'll just stay here and share with your natural bounty." He turned, giving Emily a light push. "I'll see you back at the ship, Emily. Be right behind you." The diplomat was a bit confused, but after a moment of hesitation, turned and began to walk out of the colony. She was almost to the Longhorn when she heard shouting. Turning, she saw Billy Bob with the carnivore in his arm, running towards her in long, bounding strides in the low gravity. "Emily, get on the ship! We gotta fucking book it." The space hippies befriended some sort of rock creatures. Go, go, go! And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 14. The Crusticans had long been the secret service of the galactic government. Compared with most species, they were fierce warriors and ambush predators. Their hunter-killer castes could pounce on a target and sink back into the void with speed and accuracy that was legendary. They very seldom failed at a mission. This weighed heavily on Bleebob, who had lost his hunter-killer caste to a single ugly little creature. His mandibles quivered with anger at the thought while he settled into the shadows, watching the briefing caste leader Cleroy was giving. This creature, known as an American, is a subspecies of the greater human population. While we need to do proper analysis of all humans, what we've learned about these Americans is worrisome. Their body structure appears to be incredibly dense, as on par with super-heavy gravity creatures. While they do not possess a superior exoskeleton like ourselves, their internal bone structure appears to be supplemented with incredibly dense layers of muscles. Considering they ingest capsaicin and large amounts of caffeine in a drink they refer to as coffee, we can only assume they're highly poisonous as well as venomous. As the hunter-killers around the shadowy chamber clicked and chittered, Cleroy used his clickers to signal silence. They do not possess claws of any kind, and their mandible is inefficient for biting, but do not underestimate it. It makes up for this by being durable and strong. They also appear to be able to calculate complex firing equations in their head and fire ballistic weapons accurately while moving. This sent a hiss of surprise through the ranks. There were outbursts of disbelief at the information, but Cleroy tapped on the holo display before him. The hunter-killers went quiet as they watched the security footage. Most had heard of his victory of the squad of Phyllis, but the Crusticans were superior to them in nearly every way, and this did not concern them. The Vekish, however, were strong combatants and fierce warriors who gave them challenge. Now they were watching this lone American take on and defeat an entire clan of battle brothers on his own. What are those weapons it is using? Ballistic weapons? Impossible! Ballistic weapons that small? How does he control them? I've never seen a ballistic weapon mounted on less than an armor crawler. I assure you he is wielding ballistic weapons. One seems to be focused on single, accurate, high-impact shots. The other disperses smaller rounds in a much wider area. He also has some sort of fire-breathing method we don't understand. His use of fire goes beyond that as well, so this species must have high thermal tolerance. The Crusticans chittered and stirred at the news. Their hydrating mucus was what kept them operational outside of the water. If their enemy had some special method of bringing fire wherever he went, it did not bode well for them. We're waiting for the black market station to surrender, then we'll proceed to capture the targets. Cleroy continued. Bleebob ticked in annoyance at the idea. If he found them first, they wouldn't be captured, that was for sure. He'd rip them limb from limb. Dense body be damned, no one blinded two of his eyes and survived. Cleroy was about to continue when Juvenile Gresh rushed into the room. Caste leader, the station sent us a message. Good, they have surrendered? No. They say they don't know who we're talking about. What? His ship is docked with them. We just checked caste leader. It isn't. Cleroy hissed out and tapped on the holo projector to bring up a real-time projection of the station. He scanned the docked ships and hissed once more. Impossible. He just engaged in prolonged combat. He should need at least 10 solar cycles to recover from torso wounds like he suffered. Where did he go? Cleroy ticked and hissed in frustration. This American is incredible. Its endurance and pain tolerance must be unheard of, likely the most elite of their commandos. Spread the word among the castes. There is no greater threat to the peace of the galaxy than Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob was currently bobbing his head while driving his rig, music pouring out of the speakers. And I've been taking care of business. Every day. Taking care of business. Every way. Emily was in the co-pilot seat studying a map of their route, heading deeper into the core worlds towards the capital. Billy Bob, the work songs your people come up with are rather incredible. Are the ones you have on file simply new takes on ancient farm songs? What? No. Some? Maybe. I don't think so. We just like music. And there's other stuff out there, I just like work songs. Good for trucking, too. We sing about work and love and loss and stuff. Well, most of us don't sing. We listen to other people who can sing. Some songs are a bit funny even if they're good. Here. He scrolled through his implant and selected a new track. The music began, and he started bobbing his head again. As the singing started, he just grinned. Emily frowned a little as she listened to the lyrics until she jumped a little as Billy Bob sang the chorus. Won't you give me 3 steps? Oh, give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps door to door. Then Billy Bob bit his lower lip and rocked his air guitar as hard as he could for a few seconds before grabbing the controls of the ship again. It's a song about adultery and murder? Sorta, he said with a laugh. The guy in the song isn't even pretending he's tough or anything. He's running for his life. Sometimes you step up and sometimes you get the fuck out. Someone's got a .44 in your face. There's no shame in bugging out. Ah, one of my favorite bands. They have this song. He paused and got a faraway look in his eyes. Ah, I'll save that song for something special. How is it humans have so many genres of music from such a short period of time? I've said it before, but most species have one general trend to their music. You've got several. As far as I can tell, you change it every one of your decades. Oh, and don't forget, I've mostly been giving you rock. I also have country, and a bit of techno, but after those Skrillex messed you up, I figured you wouldn't like it. She frowned at that. Wait, you've made music that sounds like a direct audio assault? Yes? Maybe. It doesn't sound like that to us. Emily tried to process that for a moment, remembering the awful pain and nausea she felt when those creatures let forth that hideous sound. And humans had music like that? Perhaps their density made them less susceptible. It did pose a problem, however, if they figure out how to weaponize it. So how far is it to the next black market station? We need to buy supplies for our new pet, Billy Bob said, which brought her back to reality. New pet? You don't mean the space cat dog, do you? Yeah. I mean, we just set him up in a crate in the back to start settling in, right? He needs toys and a proper bed and stuff. That's just an infant, you realize, right? It's not fully grown. What? That thing's a good size for an Earth animal, it sort of looks like. How big does it get? Emily brought up the extranet from the co-pilot's chair and scanned through it for a minute to find him a picture. What? That thing's a friggin' horse. I could ride it. I suppose. It's from a relatively high-gravity planet. It can support several hundred pounds and is often used as a pack animal. So sure. But why would you? We're on a spaceship traveling faster than light. Yeah, so? I've got a pet 6-legged fox thing that I can ride. How awesome is that? You could sell it for 1 million credits. You're going to pay me a few billion. The fuck do I need another million for? Emily paused at that and thought it over. He had a fair point. She hadn't transferred any funds to him so far, but the contract they had in place from their first encounter seemed to be enough for him. Well, it's not practical. Yeah, well, Americans aren't super big on practical sometimes. I'ma keep him. Also, I gotta change the name. Foxhorse, no. Force? No. Shit. Come on, Billy Bob, gotta think up a better name. Emily stared at him as he tried to rack his brain for a better idea. Fuck it. I'll just think up a personal name. He's a pet after all. Emily waited for him to follow it up with a name, but he just blinked and cursed. Shit, I gotta think this one over. I was about to say he's got black feet, so it looks like he's wearing mittens, but, well, that name's taken. He glanced over his shoulder at his cat. Then he looked at Emily. What do you guys use for pet names? Some people give them normal names. Some seem to do what you do, trying to assign them a name based on looks. Shit. If he was a bird, I'd call him Leonard. But he's not, so... He went quiet again. I'll figure it out once we buy him some toys and I take time to play with him. Emily just shrugged. It really upset you those space hippies were trying to feed him veggies, didn't it? Fuck yeah, it did. It's an animal. You don't try and feed a carnivore fruits and veggies because you wish he didn't eat meat. You feed him meat and fucking get over it. I wouldn't try to stuff a steak down the throat of one of those space hippies, damn it. There was a pause as they were both quiet until at the same moment he tilted his head and said, I probably would, while she said, You probably would. But that's different. Sorta. Whatever. He grumbled a little while Emily just shrugged it off. They were only an hour from the next black market space goblin station and spent the time listening to music. Billy Bob would every so often shout out a name and then shake his head right after. He had to make this name count. Once they reached the station, they quickly docked, and Billy Bob looked over at his weapons locker. Should I suit up? I don't think you need to. We're in about as good standing with the space goblins as we can get. He nodded at that, but did take his M1911 just in case. Exiting the ship, they walked down the docking arm. No bloodstains, no flickering lights, just a few space ants standing around, scanning implants and waving people on as they entered. Billy Bob and Emily were approved quickly and waved on into the main hub. The sounds of a myriad of species buying, selling, and trading black and gray market goods filled their ears as they stepped out into the busy street like halls. Emily was looking around for some sign of a vendor who dealt with exotic animals, but Billy Bob gasped and ran over towards a street vendor. Behind the stall was a grizzled old one-eyed space goblin who glanced up at his customer. "Is that ice cream?" The space goblin looked down at his cart. In front of him was an array of colorful-looking cold mushes. "Is it what?" "Fucking ice cream, man. Frozen sugar and dairy." "What?" "No." Billy Bob looked crestfallen. "It's ice with sugar and flavoring. But I warn you, this cold be not for the faint of heart. It is kept at freezing temperatures and is loaded with enough sugar to stun many species. Many speak of horrifying pains known only as—" the old space goblin whispered. "Brain freezes." Billy Bob slapped down a credit cube and then grabbed what he thought was the serving cup. Dragging it through a blue frozen slurry, he pulled it up to his mouth and dumped a large chunk of it into his mouth. He shivered a little as the old space goblin stared at him in shock. "That's a Titan-sized travel container. It's meant to feed 10 at a time." Billy Bob wasn't listening. He was turning and calling out, "Emily! Slushies!" before tilting his head back and downing more of the frozen treat. Looking over, she saw him and the shocked vendor before softly sighing and wondering what trouble he was causing now. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob, Space Trucker. Chapter 15. Admiral Winters sipped at her cup of coffee as she stood on the bridge of the USS Enterprise, the largest, newest Freedom-class supercarrier built on the shipyards back home on Earth. The name amused her a little. American vessels had shared the name throughout history, and she knew that before humanity had expanded into the solar system, there had been a show about a spaceship with the same name. It was supposed to explore the galaxy in peace or some such bullshit. Her Enterprise did not have any such space hippie mission. It was a ship of war. 300 Gladiator-class fighter bombers with 1,500 support crew. 20 Armadillo-class assault ships to deliver 2,000 angry U.S. Space Marines upon a target. 24 Sucker Punch-class main armament railguns. 68 Brass Knuckle-class close-range Vulcan cannons. 200 Liberation-class 15-megaton yield nuclear missiles. 6,000 Peacekeeper-class conventional cruise missiles. 4 nuclear reactors. 3 movie theaters. 6 swimming pools. 1 full-grav sports facility including football and baseball fields. The largest skip drive ever made. And her personal favorite, 1 catapult, running the length of the ship. The Enterprise could fit an asteroid up to 100 feet wide into a special launch chamber and fling a rock at Xeno Colony at around 85,000 miles an hour, absolutely guaranteeing they'd have a bad day. Flanking the Enterprise were her sister ships, the USS Constitution and the USS Second Amendment. They were earlier generation Freedom-class supercarriers, lacking the catapult and in general a little smaller but still heavy hitters. Then around the 3 supercarriers were 15 assassin-class hunter-killers that employed the finest in human-engineered stealth systems and skip drives. They'd bounce across the very fabric of reality and slam a nuclear torpedo into a Xeno capital ship and then bug out before anyone knew where they were. At the moment, the carrier group was sitting out in deep space. This was a tactic only humans ever employed. The sheer vast nothingness that waited in deep space drove every other species insane pretty quickly. Humans just stared into the black and waited for a call to war. The skip drives they'd invented bent reality around the ship, another tactic that drove other species insane and would let them charge into a system free of the FTL gates, unleash hell, and skip out before any capital ship fleets could respond. The United Human Government denied any knowledge or involvement in the American supercarrier programs, but in reality, each one was a testament to human ingenuity and drive. The hulls might be assembled in the U.S., but materials and parts came from across all of human space. Not to mention all the freshly minted citizens who crewed the ship, having come from every corner of Earth and beyond. Humans had invented plausible deniability, and so as long as the UHG claimed the Americans were a subspecies who they had no control over, the neighboring Xeno nations were forced to fight an enemy with no extrasolar colonies and the most heavily defended homeworld in known space. An enemy who waited in deep space just to fuck up someone's day. Admiral Winters smiled as she kept sipping her coffee, thinking about how much she loved her job. Then her reprieve was interrupted by her comm officer. "Sir, we've just gotten word. Intel reports a new Xeno species is ramping up for war with humanity as a whole. They've intercepted mobilization orders and fleet movements. Winters frowned for a moment. Humanity as a whole? Not just us? That's correct, sir. They're known as the Crusticans. Apparently they serve as the Galactic Secret Police. That caught her interest. We're playing with the big boys, are we? What happened? We pissed them off, I guess, sir. Winters chuckled at that. Military strength estimates? The biggest fleet we've ever had to deal with. They're supposed to be excellent commandos as well. Winters just chuckled at that. They've never met a pissed-off Marine with a jetpack. Very well. The battle horn has been sounded and America ramps up for war. Find their deepest, most secure system. I want to jump as close as possible so when war is officially declared we can come out swinging. Yes, sir. Also direct orders from the president himself. He says this is all about some human who started defending some other Xeno's diplomat. We're supposed to send a contingent of commandos to escort him on his mission. One American caused a galactic war? Outstanding. What's this fine American go by? His name is Billy Bob Space Trucker. Emily had finally torn Billy Bob away from the slushies he'd been downing. Apparently he missed the frozen sugar as much as he'd been missing real meat. They needed to go shopping for their new pet, which he had yet to name. The pair of them got odd looks from most of the Xenos around the station. Even among the strange and varied population of the galaxy, humans and Libertonians looked out of place. Emily guided them through the black market station to a vendor who dealt with rare and exotic creatures, hoping to find what they'd need. From the outside, the store looked far more secure than most of the ones around it. There were bars in the windows, and it used tinted glass to keep the interior out of sight from most shoppers. But when they stepped inside, Billy Bob chuckled softly. Why do all pet stores smell the same? There were cages along the walls, some aquariums, and those types of enclosures you used for lizards, but Billy Bob couldn't remember what they were called. Terrariums? Maybe. Most of the creatures seemed to be quiet, aside from the squawking and calling of a few here and there. Looking around, he saw a few creatures wearing exosuits that looked similar to the galactic police he'd run from on a number of occasions, but he wasn't sure if they were the same species or not. Emily walked toward the center to talk to the owner while Billy Bob wandered around. He found a glass enclosure with a pink-furred monkey-looking thing with an extra arm coming out of its back. The space monkey looked over at him and stuck its tongue out, so Billy Bob returned the gesture. That seemed to get its attention. Then it made a face and Billy Bob imitated it. That seemed to piss it off. Emily approached the banktier who ran the shop and started to talk with him, unaware of what Billy Bob was doing. Hello there, we recently came into the acquisition of a Verinox Plains runner, and we're wondering if you might have some supplies you could sell us for it. A Verinox Plains runner? That's a carnivore, you know. I'm aware. Me and my companion are omnivores, so it's not an issue. Well, if you're okay with giving it meat on a regular basis, that's fine. What were you looking to buy? Emily looked over her shoulder to ask Billy Bob and saw him making faces at a glass cage. Billy Bob! He looked over as something brown slapped against the glass and he jerked back for a moment. Ha! Totally a space monkey. He left the raging monkey in a box and walked over. What's up? What did you want to buy our space cat dog? He frowned as he thought about how much he needed a better name for it. You know, like a bed and toys and stuff. Toys for a space cat dog? The space goblin asked. It's from a high-gravity planet, you know. It's very strong. I wouldn't advise trying to play with it. Ah, don't worry about it, my fine space goblin. I'm from a super-heavy gravity planet. The space goblin blinked. What did you just call me? My translator must be glitching out. Don't worry about it. So you got what we want? Oh, and like shampoo and stuff. I'm sure we got to give it a bath now and then. You plan on washing a space cat dog by hand? Yeah, sure, why not? Billy Bob smiled as the shop owner opened and closed his mouth a few times before shrugging. Clearly he was confused, but they were offering to buy from him, so he couldn't complain too much. He started to bring out items for them to look at when Billy Bob interrupted him. I should have thought of this back on the planet, but do you have any sticks for sale? Any what? Sticks. Branches. Something for me to throw so he can go pick it up and bring it back. Both Emily and the shop owner stared at him. What? Doesn't anyone do that? Play fetch with animals? No. You're the only species I know that can accurately throw things, Emily said as he shrugged. Whatever, let's see what you got. They spent a good half hour selecting a variety of toys Billy Bob insisted on, a large, soft bed for when it got bigger. And despite all of Emily's insistence that it was a bad idea, Billy Bob bought a large bone-like chew toy he insisted he could throw as a stick. When it came time to pay, Billy Bob stared at the bill and then looked up at Emily with his best impression of big puppy eyes. "Why are you staring at me like that? Come on, I can't pay for all this. You should have thought about that before, Steve." She stopped and looked at the shop owner. "Before picking up a new pet on that planet." "Oh, come on, you know I can't sell it. It's too awesome. Please, I'll pay you back." "When?" "Oh, you mean after I pay you?" "Yeah, just garnish my wages." "My translator." "Never mind, I think I get what you mean. Keeping one of those as a pet is going to be expensive, you know." "Oh, come on. Please, please." Emily sighed and set her galactic trade cube on the counter. "Yes. Thank you so much, Emily. You're the best." He leaned in to hug her, and she quickly gasped out as he picked her up in a bear hug. "Billy Bob, strength," was all she could wheeze out before he quickly stopped and set her down. "Shit! Sorry. You okay?" The diplomat groaned a little as she shook her arms and let her wings flutter for a moment. "Yeah, but you nearly crushed me." "Sorry. Cultural thing. I'll be careful in the future. Just high five?" He lifted his hand and she slapped her palm against it like he'd shown her. "Fuck yeah. We'll make an American out of you yet. Have this stuff delivered to my ship," he said to the space goblin who'd watched the entire exchange in silent confusion. "It will take a bit of time to assemble it all for you. Give me some time." Billy Bob waved a hand. Sure, sure." They walked out of the station and back into the flow of traffic. Xenos all around, buying and selling, chatting, arguing, yelling advertisements. Billy Bob and Emily glanced around, and he looked up at her. "Where to from here, boss?" She glanced down at her shorter companion and then back up and around. Shall we find a place to sit and eat for a while?" "Sounds like a plan." She guided them through the crowds of people to a restaurant that served meat, and after Billy Bob made a bit of a scene by picking up an ergonomic chair and snapping it in half so he could restack it into a comfortable human chair, they sat down. Billy Bob saw one of those familiar-looking space frogs walk up to take their order and asked for whatever they had with caffeine in it, then looked to Emily. "How come I keep seeing those space frogs in restaurants?" "The space frogs? Oh, they have strict cultural codes regarding hospitality. They won't poison you for one, and in general tend to run places like this." "Well, that's good to know. But the last few seemed disgusted when we ordered meat." "Ah, the ones on stations like this are from their low class. They have to scavenge more and at times have to eat whatever they can get. I don't think they can handle meat, but they better understand the needs some species have than their upper class." "Ah, we're scavengers too. I mean, not anymore with Costco and shit, but we used to be. Had to work our way up the food chain. So we just ate all kinds of shit. How about you?" She shook her head. "No, we were always at the top. We did have a common ancestor that was a pure carnivore, but they weren't as successful because it's harder to get nothing but meat. We could survive eating berries and plants. We always had our top picks, though. Most scavengers don't develop the intelligence your species has shown, though." He chuckled at that. "Well, some of my species thinks it's a cosmic joke that we did survive this long. We have a horrible tendency to risk death out of curiosity, even on a large scale. Before we detonated our first atomic bomb, some scientists thought it would set our atmosphere on fire and kill off the whole planet, or something like that. We did it anyway. Then there was that big collider thing. What was it called? The Large Hairy Collider? I forget. What did it do? Oh, it was a particle accelerator. We'd slam atoms, or I guess particles against each other as huge speeds to learn more about them. A few decades after we made it to our moon, we made this really big one that created little black holes. Some people thought they'd grow out of control and devour the planet." Emily was silent in shock, but with her mask on, he couldn't see her mouth hanging open. "You did what?" "They were really small. And hey, obviously they didn't do that. We still exist." "Your species makes little black holes?" Yeah?" Billy Bob glanced around, now a little nervous about the conversation. "That isn't normal?" "No. It's forbidden by the galactic government. It's insanely dangerous." "Oh, well, messing around with that stuff is how we came up with the skip drives. I guess that's why no one else has them." "You mentioned those before. What are they?" "Well, I'm not a scientist, but the basics is that they sort of fuck up reality and you bounce your ship across something else, another dimension or whatever, and end up somewhere else." She blinked at that. You alter reality? What's it like? For the most part, it's black. But you see strange colors on the very edge of your vision, and you'd swear someone is whispering to you. You subject yourself to that? Yeah, you learn to tune it out after a jump or two. The biggest threat is boredom. Let me get this straight. You've developed a device that alters the very fabric of reality somehow, and makes you bounce across what you think is another dimension. And you see strange colors and hear something whisper to you, and you just tune it out, which means you're mostly bored. Yeah, she shook her head slowly at that. Humans are insane, or so perfectly sane they appear insane. He shrugged at that. Then he gasped and pointed over her shoulder out the window. That's a disco ball. She turned to look over her shoulder, seeing a shop across the way that had a spinning, sparkling orb inside. Oh, that's a cultural dance center. They have artifacts from pre-space flight civilizations in their various dances. They hold competitions and stuff to see if people can imitate the barbaric dancing for prizes. Billy Bob was out of his seat, rushing out of the restaurant. Billy Bob, get back here! We need to order! Billy Bob! Emily cursed under her breath and quickly waved to the waiter to explain before rushing after her companion. When she crossed the street, he was walking back out with a big smile. Got myself signed up for a tournament tonight. Guess who's got 2 thumbs and is an authority on barbaric pre-space flight dancing? He pointed at his face with his thumbs. This guy. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 16. Cast Matriarch. Liazbeth approached the entrance to her private hunting reef. Her servants had released a few Veruvian slugs and some Herolicid otters in the large underwater chamber for her to hunt. Technically, they were semi-intelligent creatures on path for full intelligence, but the Crustacean matriarchs had blocked all attempts to change their status from unprotected wildlife to the much more strictly regulated potentially intelligent species list. They were simply too tasty. Not to mention it was more fun to hunt something a bit smarter than usual. For her specifically, she enjoyed the fear in their eyes before she ended them. You only got that with something that had a glimmer of personality behind those eyes. Her favorite was, of course, their ancient nemesis, the Libertonians. She had been a juvenile when she tasted them in the last galactic war. They had resisted the idea of a galactic government that regulated and suppressed species to operate at around an equal level of capability in order to make things fair. The Libertonians argued for more freedom, less regulations. And why shouldn't they? They were stronger, faster, smarter, and they could fly. She wasn't ashamed to admit her species was jealous of their ability to fly. Who among the galactic community wasn't jealous of those who could stretch their wings and take off into the sky? The Crustaceans could breathe both water and air, and swim the ocean depths with ease. But to fly? It hadn't been difficult for them to convince the other races to fall in line and agree to regulation. After all, only the exceptional suffered. And the thing about being exceptional, they were the exception, and few species could contain their jealousy of the species that were superior to them. They fought valiantly, but in the end they were defeated by sheer numbers. The Crustaceans' greatest victory was in keeping their enemies alive, however, in reducing them to a single colony off their home planet and a bare minimum fleet, to force them to watch the galaxy continue as they were left powerless. They refused to be entirely beaten, of course, which was why from time to time the matriarch got to dine upon a spy or diplomat that went missing. Being the galaxy's secret police had its advantages in acquiring the rarest of food, especially if eating such food was against a dozen different regulations and laws. Somehow that made the meal tastier. Her mandibles quivered in anticipation of her feast tonight, but before she could open the hatch and begin her hunt, she heard her vid screen chime at her. Normally she'd ignore it, but this was the screech of her emergency line. The matriarch hissed in annoyance and moved over to the vid screen, turning it on with one of her foreclaws. "What?" she hissed out and saw cast leader Cleroy cower for a moment. "I'm sorry, matriarch, but there have been more developments with the Libertonian diplomat." All 12 of her eyes narrowed as she examined the screen and the cast leader looking out at her. "The one with the copy of the suppression device, you mean? The one who could possibly end the galaxy as we know it? The one who was traveling alone to try and avoid detection and should have been captured cycles ago? The one who was trying to make it to the capital for the Grand Council? That diplomat. Is this the diplomat you speak of, Cleroy? As if there was any other diplomat that I have ordered you to track. Is this that diplomat you're referring to?" The same diplomat who has found a Death World mercenary that killed a hunter-killer squad and injured caste leader Bleebob? There was a pause as Cleroy waited, unsure if the matriarch was going to continue. Yes. Oh, well, now that I know which diplomat you're referring to, what is it? The Death Worlder is a grave threat, and we can't find them. They haven't been stopping at refueling stations, but the ship only has a single pilot. We're unsure how they're avoiding detection, but I assure you we're doing our best to track them down. Clearly, your best isn't good enough. Have all available caste leaders in the sector patch into this mission. Criminals, smugglers, pirates, they all take a back seat to this diplomat. Yes, matriarch. But about the Death Worlders? I think it's a mistake to start moving against their extrasolar colonies. This American subspecies seems to be truly independent of their larger government, which has been cooperative so far. Cleroy, I wasn't aware you'd doubled in size, grown 6 new limbs, 8 eyes, and changed your reproductive organs. When did this happen? The caste leader was clearly confused. I haven't, matriarch? Oh, so you're not a matriarch then? No, matriarch. Then why are you questioning our decision? The council has decided the easiest way to end this situation is to start conquering colonies and threatening to kill these filthy humans until the mercenary surrenders the diplomat. If you don't want that to happen, then find her on your own. But matriarch, the new footage I've found, if you read the report, it's clearly fake, Cleroy. Such a species can't exist. Nothing that strong is that small. And even if they are good fighters, we can use our police action to justify a full galactic war against them. We defeated the Libertonians. We can stop these humans. And if you can't find this mercenary, it's clearly because he's terrified. Likely cowering in some hole like the vermin he is, soiling himself in fear as our hunter-killers close in on him. There will be no mercy for this. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Why would you sign up for this contest? Because I'm a shoo-in. Doesn't translate. Because I can't lose. They've based this on human dancing from the mid-1900s, as far as I can tell. I listen to this music all the time. And I'm a good dancer. I crushed those space fleckos at that refueling station, remember? I think your translator isn't properly calibrated. Yeah. They were supposed to be good dancers, right? And they got beat so bad they tried to attack me. And then I knocked them flat. Billy Bob, this competition is supposed to be for groups. You'll have to do all the dances solo. You can't tell me that. Oh, right, your species has incredible endurance. Okay, well, you're supposed to have costumes. Did you think about that? Where are you? Emily stopped, looking around as she remembered they were in the middle of a black market station. You need me to buy you some things, don't you? Please? It's a bit of a rush, but it's simple stuff. I have a few pieces I keep in my truck for Halloween. I just need to get a few items to complete some others. Don't you have money? Most of it went to fuel. I was supposed to get paid in real credits by those space hippies. You should know the space hippies use real credits as little as possible. Hey, I'm new to the galaxy. I know now. Come on, Emily. Please. No, please. Come on, Billy Bob, no, please. Pretty please. With a cherry on top. Come on. I'll let you take whatever we win. Unless it's a trophy. I get that. You won't let this go, will you? Not a chance. Fine. But you have to promise to do what I want at the next stop. Yes, Billy Bob grinned. Deal. I swear. Whatever you want. Emily sighed out and handed him her trade cube before he turned and rushed off to whatever store he'd found costumes in. She returned to the restaurant and sighed out. The waiter had left their drinks on their table, and she sat heavily, taking a sip of the hot beverage she'd ordered. She couldn't believe the energy Billy Bob had. He was downright manic when he discovered something that excited him. If this was how adult humans behaved, what were their children like? She shuddered at the thought. It was a few minutes before he returned with a big smile on his face as he handed the cube back to her and sat down. She shook her head as he sipped at his own drink. Then he waved the waiter down, asked for a bunch of ice, and once he got it, dropped a few chunks of ice into the tea to cool it off further. Then he drank it all in one go as Emily stared. How do you drink so much caffeine at once? Don't you get sick? What? No, this is just like 1 cup of tea. You don't know anything about caffeine until you're drinking a Super Space Extreme Triple Calf Express Mocha with extra cream. She frowned and shook her head. I don't know what that is. It's a shit ton of caffeine, sugar, chocolate, and cream. And then usually some whiskey, 'cause that really warms you up. Human diets are so strange. You can just process large amounts of caffeine? Yeah. I mean, if I'm drinking regular stuff, I can't drink enough to kill me. Unless I'm like holding it in and my bladder bursts, but that's a dumb way to kill myself. She blinked a bit, her mask blank as she tried to figure out how to proceed. And you also intake capsaicin. Yeah, depending on what kind of food you're eating. Latin stuff, some Asian things. But I say stay away from anything made by Indians. Far as I can tell, they're just pissed at how much beef we eat, so they don't actually make food. Then, what do they make? They make puree terrorism that leads to gut-wrenching ass explosions, that makes you feel like you're shitting fire. Emily grimaced. The kind of screaming shits that turns atheists into religious fanatics begging any god who will listen for mercy. Ugh, Billy Bob. What? I'm not the one who tries to pass off that dog diarrhea as food. Billy Bob. Stop! She gasped out, two of her hands covering her face, the other two gesturing as she tried to drive the images from her head. She was fairly sure her translator wasn't even getting the right words, but what it sounded like was making her sick. There is no way that's accurate. You've never had Indian food. I'm telling you, those vegetarians can hold a grudge for eating their sacred animal. Stop. Enough! You'll make me sick. He shrugged at that and waved over the waiter to order another spiced tea. Emily sighed out and shook her head as he looked at her. Tell you what, why don't I treat you to some real American cooking? Real old classic stuff, the things I had when I was a kid and my mom wanted me to feel warm and comfy. Emily paused at that and slowly nodded. That sounds interesting, actually. Good. Can you handle dairy? Well, I mean, I won't know until I eat it, will I? Good point. All right, I'll go talk to the chef, see if he's got the stuff in stock. He paused and looked at Emily. She looked back. He stood there, staring at her without speaking. She was about to ask and then sighed and pulled her cue back out, setting it into his hand. Thanks. Emily sat at her seat, wondering just what she was getting herself into. It took about 10 minutes before he returned with 2 plates and 2 bowls. She tried to figure out what she was looking at. Squares of bread, and the soup sort of looked like it couldn't be filled with blood, could it? Grilled cheese with bacon on Texas toast and tomato soup with sour cream. Oh, so it's not blood? What? No! Jesus! It's just some mushed up plants and herbs and stuff. Apparently human food is a huge seller with the underground omnivore and carnivore markets. The space gobos are spreading it through their stations already. Space gobos? You humans shorten everything, don't you? Yep. He sat down, pulling his square apart as she saw the strings of yellow, with some sort of reddish, crispy something inside of it. He dunked part of it into the soup and then bit that portion off, grinning as he clearly enjoyed it. Emily slowly dipped a corner of her own square into the soup, removing her mask after glancing around for a moment and then snapping at the corner. She quickly opened her mouth, gasping and waving a hand in front of it while he laughed. Sorry, it's kind of hot. She nodded and took a sip of her water before she settled down and thought it over. That's pretty good. He smiled and dunked another bit of his... Well, now it was a triangle. Either way, he dunked it and held it in the air. She looked at him and he wiggled it in the air for a moment, and slowly she dunked part of hers before holding it up. He bumped her square with his triangle. Cheers! They ate the rest of it then bit by bit as hers cooled off a bit more. There were a couple moments where she tried to pull away a piece and the yellow stuff just kept following her, which had Billy Bob laughing as she tried twisting and turning to get it to stop following her head. He didn't let her finish her square, though, and instead had her drink up the soup until just the last bits were sticking to the bowl. Then he showed her how to scrape off the last of the soup with the last of her square. So that's an American meal? One of them. Classic stuff from when I was a kid. Hell, the first thing I learned to make myself was a grilled cheese, 'cause microwaving hot dogs doesn't count. He laughed for a moment, and Emily felt rather full and satisfied. Well, if that's your style of cooking, I think I wouldn't mind it, but not all the time. Your meals are rather large for my kind. I'll make you a smaller portion next time, then. Don't want you getting sick. She smiled at that and shook her head. You're full of surprises. Your species is small, yet intensely strong. Your endurance is off the charts, and your diet. You can fight, fly, and cook reasonably well. She shook her head again. Not to mention you're one of the battle dance species. Well, we aren't really. I just learned how to dance really well because I like it. We have a few cultures that danced before a battle, but they mostly lost to guys who'd just shoot them instead of letting them finish. Aside from sports, I mean. Not legal to shoot the home team as they dance around. She wasn't quite sure if he was serious or not. What kind of war do you engage in? Total. What? Total war, mostly. Every so often it's just armies against armies out in fields and stuff. Worked that way for a while. But plenty of times, and especially after America became independent nations, fought for keeps. Destroying everything they couldn't keep, ravishing supply lines, starving whole countries. Fuck, the Russians play for keeps. They burn their own shit just to spite the guys invading them. And people still kept trying to invade. They'd burn their own land, and towns and supplies, whatever they couldn't take or defend. If they could time it properly, they'd burn it with the enemy advancing into the fire. This from a country that's snow for most of the year. Emily frowned at that. Truly? Well, it's fucking cold. -40 in the winter, I think. She balked at that. What? But your species is okay in standard temperatures. Yeah? I mean, California, where I'm from, is often in the low 100s in the summer. She gasped again. What? Your species survives just fine in both -40 and the low 100s. In Fahrenheit. I'm not sure if your translator is loaded with that. Or space metric. -40 is actually the same in both. I think the high end would be the space metric. He squinted a bit as he tried to remember. 50, maybe? Mid-40s? Oh, yes, I think that's more reasonable then. Why do you have 2 units for temperature? 'Cause ours is better. What? Then whose? Look, we shouldn't discuss units of measure used on Earth. It's a sore subject because the world wants the Americans to change and we tell them to shove it. Shove what? I'll try and explain it later. She shook her head slowly, clearly confused. Then he perked up. My implant pinged. My costumes are ready. Come on, Emily, you gotta come watch me dance. She sighed out as he jumped and rushed out, and she had to follow after him, quickly pulling her mask back on. He was halfway down the street when she saw a squad of Phyllis enter the Cultural Dance Center, however. She gasped softly as she feared they might be looking to settle the score with the space trucker. Billy Bob, she cried out and cursed. It seemed like the dance competition was going to be a lot more competitive than she thought. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 17. Emily had tried to catch up with Billy Bob, but she couldn't find him in the mass of people moving through the station. So she returned to the Cultural Dance Center to see if she could warn him before things got started. She saw some Phyllis standing in the crowd, but didn't see the squad she'd noticed earlier. All sorts of species were here, talking and waiting for the event to begin. She looked around, trying to see where the competitors waited between sets, but she only saw a door at the back that was guarded. Cursing softly under her breath, she looked around to try and find an event organizer, spotting a banktier with a data slate and earpiece. I'm looking for my friend. He said he's competing tonight. Can you show me where to go so I can talk to him? The banktier just stared at his data slate. Sorry, dancers can't be disturbed before the program begins. Each set will come out and dance and return to their chambers if they advance to the next round. Emily sighed, and then figured all she could do was wait and hope for the best. She pressed through the crowd to find a table near the edge of the dance floor. Most of the crowd were still standing and talking, so she figured she should get a seat early. After a few minutes, the lights dimmed and brightened as the crowd started to find seats or stand around the area. A banktier wearing some sort of strange black and white suit stepped out to the center of the dance floor. Esteemed species of all varieties, welcome to tonight's cultural dance tournament. We've got a very impressive selection of dancers tonight, and even one last-minute entry that should prove interesting. For those of you who are attending for the first time, our panel of judges will announce the genre or theme of the song the dance teams must choose, and then in a predetermined order they'll come out and dance. They're ranked according to skill, difficulty, and flair. Those who continue on to the next round return to their preparation room until the next round. Please, I must ask that you refrain from distracting the dancers. This is a very serious tournament after all. Applause and cheers are allowed, however. As usual, this music is taken from a rather interesting and barbaric culture that has more variations of music than we've encountered before some such a young species. Please enjoy yourselves. With that, he walked off the stage as everyone got quiet. She could see the judges sitting on a platform to the side of the dance floor while everyone who couldn't get a seat stayed close to the edges. Slowly, that strange orb Billy Bob had recognized dropped from the ceiling, spinning around as it began to shine all across the room. There was a murmur of surprise before the music began to play and the announcer came on. This first number is from a last-minute entry who's never competed before, performing a free choice song. Please give a warm welcome to our first contestant. Billy Bob, space trucker Billy Bob, strutted out of the back door and onto the dance floor as the music began. Emily wasn't sure why, but he was wearing a yellow hat that looked rather rigid and some sort of orange vest over a red shirt. He was wearing those familiar blue jeans, but he also had some sort of belt with strange implements tucked into it. Then the song began. Young men, there's no need to feel down. He began to stomp, clap, and twist with the song, and overall the crowd began to nod to the beat. But when the song began to chant some sort of chorus, he began to move his arms in time with the music to form symbols that her translator told her matched the start of each letter. The crowd murmured in surprise as he could match up the symbols with the chant so quickly and began to cheer out. The judges nodded at that, scribbling on their data slates. Emily was watching the Phyllis in the crowd, however, but she noticed they were nodding and bobbing with the music more than anyone else. This wasn't an ambush, they were simply here to enjoy the music. She let out a heavy sigh of relief and relaxed in her chair, able to just enjoy the music. It was nothing like the stuff Billy Bob listened to when he was driving, but she figured it was some sort of old ritual song or the sort. The song slowly faded away then as Billy Bob waved and the crowd cheered for the first timer. He saw Emily and grinned, quickly moving over to her table. Not bad, huh? Yes, very good, Billy Bob. They turned then to watch the other dance teams perform their first song. There were no less than 2 Phyllis teams, each with 5 dancers. One team was clearly better, but both were good. Next was a team of 4 Onnets, the insectoids with 4 arms and 4 legs that the Banktiers hired as guards. These seemed to be on break. They performed something called the hokey pokey. They looked a bit stiff, but obviously tried their best. Emily was surprised to see a pair of Greslins march out, however, their exosuits decorated in some sort of glowing light display. They normally would never step foot on a black market station, considering their species' strict moral codes. This must be an exception. They started dancing something called the robot, which Billy Bob muttered was cheating. Near the end of their performance, though, one of the exosuits stopped, and there was a hissing and pop as it malfunctioned. The other Greslin tried to finish the dance alone, but the judges were shaking their heads. It was pretty obvious when the judges announced the Greslins were out that they weren't impressed, so they Greslin dragged the malfunctioning suit off the dance floor as Billy Bob nodded and headed back to prepare for the next song. The lights came back up then, and the crowd was already talking. Emily had many of them murmur about how surprised they were that one creature had entered on his own. Could he really expect to perform so many dances as the lead act and keep impressing people? Emily just smiled behind her mask. They'd certainly get to know Billy Bob and his endurance soon enough. Then the lights dimmed and raised to announce the next challenge was about to begin. We will now witness a series of dances using songs that tell historical tales from the culture's past, the judges announced. The music began, and it was heavy with drums and some sort of instruments that Emile hadn't heard before Billy Bob emerged from the door wearing a set of black pants, strange boots, a red shirt, and a giant black fuzzy thing on his head she didn't understand. He didn't walk down to the stage, though. Instead, he moved in an odd way, kicking one leg out ahead of the other while keeping his arms crossed. By the time he got to the dance floor, she couldn't believe how low his body seemed as he kicked out his legs in that strange dance. Then the singing finally began. There lived a certain man in Russia long ago. Emily gasped as Billy Bob began to kick out one leg as he tossed his arms out, or would switch between balancing on the toes of either foot as his kicked his other leg out. The balance he was displaying was unheard of among species she knew, not to mention the strength it had to require to support his body on just his toes while squatting like that. That strange chant in the background as he kicked out, "Rah, rah, Rasputin." The story had to be some sort of legend. There was no way such a person could survive the things the singers said were being done to him. But then again, humans seemed to be very hard to kill. Maybe this was some sort of inspirational song then about becoming even harder to kill than normal? Finally, the song ended as Billy Bob extended a hand up and kicked both legs out at the same time before bringing them back in and standing up straight. The crowd cheered out, unable to believe what they'd witnessed. Billy Bob was breathing hard, but he was smiling as he stepped over to Emily to watch the other teams. The first Phyllis team came out after him with some sort of song about a crazy lady named Ma Baker. But Billy Bob frowned as he saw their costumes. The Chicago Cubs? That's a baseball team, you fucking idiots. Shaking his head as they performed an acrobatic, very flexible style of dance that the Fleckos were known for. It lacked the sheer strength and endurance of Billy Bob's crazy leg dance, but it was quite good as well. The next Phyllis team came out with strange hats that seemed rather large and stiff, but not like that one Billy Bob had earlier, and strange blotchy pants and vests. The hell are they trying to be? Cowboys? Jesus, Billy Bob muttered as the song began. This here's a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Emily looked up at Billy Bob. No relation. But it's also the wrong time period for their song. Seriously. Your people seem to have a lot of songs about robbing people. It's sort of a trend. The Phyllis were a little more awkward than the team that came before, but they weren't bad either. After they were finished, the Anits came out, having painted themselves green, but were wearing strange robe-like dresses. She looked at Billy Bob, who shrugged a little. The song began, singing about some sort of terrible creature named Godzilla as Billy Bob slapped his face with his palm. They think Godzilla was Japanese, so they're wearing kimonos. Jesus Christ, shaking his head as he watched. They stomped around, seeming to mimic the creature that was being sung about, but it wasn't as impressive as the Phyllis or Billy Bob. Once they were done, the judges conferred and announced the Anits were out. It seemed they'd agreed with Emily's take on the dancing. Now to show these people a real fucking cowboy. Billy Bob muttered and walked to the back as the lights came on. The Anits chittered happily as Emily realized the guards were just thrilled they'd made it to the second round. She giggled a little at the thought they had no idea what they'd dressed up as and just winged it. Human music was very catchy. It made people want to dance. The crowd was talking, and now most the buzz was about Billy Bob, which made Emily smile. She had to agree with the murmurs spreading through the club about how it seemed impossible for him to have done that strange leg dance, but now they knew why he'd entered the dance on his own. The Phyllis could jump around and do acrobatics, but he was able to show extreme balance and endurance all at once. The simplicity of his moves somehow made them more impressive. Soon the lights flickered and everyone quieted down as the judge spoke again. For the next set, the contestants had to do some research. They had to pick a song that was more about rural life, or at least involving work or time after work. The song started, and right away a voice gang out. Good time. Billy Bob emerged in a strange outfit. Billy Bob's jeans had returned with some strange pointy boots with intricate carvings and a jacket that had strange frills on it. He also had one of the hats the Phyllis had before, but his looked much more suited to his head. When he started to dance, she recognized part of it as that strange dance he'd done to intimidate the Phyllis back on the refueling station. His thumbs tucked into his belt for part of the time as he stomped and shifted to the beat, twisting and pulling his hands out to clap before tucking them back into his belt. Unlike the look of serious concentration from before, he also had a big grin on his face. This song seemed to be singing about good times after a long week of working. So maybe it held special meaning for him, she had no idea. She was impressed with his ability to keep his dance set on a series of mental lines, though, working the same forward and backward, or side to side around the same central position. Like some sort of line dance? Near the end of the song, though, he pulled a hand from his belt to take his hat off, waving it as he danced with more flourishes to end the song on a high note. Once more the crowd cheered as he stepped off to the side, looking a little flushed as he was lightly sweating. So many dances back to back were starting to wear on him, but he looked ready for more. He watched the first Phyllis team then come out onto the dance floor wearing jumpsuits, which made him frown. Then the song started with a lone voice. I want my own TV. He noticed the back of the jumpsuit said moving service and shrugged a little as Money for Nothing started. But when they began to move like they had before, spinning on the ground and demonstrating their agility, he groaned. Breakdancing to Money for Nothing? That's fucking sacrilege. Even if their costume is closer this time. Emily just glanced at the human, grumbling about his competition. When the next song came on, they were wearing white shirts with black stripes, or black shirts with white stripes, and some sort of mask over their faces, holding bags with a strange curvy symbol on the side with a slash in it. Her translator told her it was a sign for money. Bank robbers, Billy Bob muttered when the song began and she heard him snort. Bank robbers dancing to money. The singing began and they started to move, but the beat was a little too slow for the Phyllis style of dance. It didn't really fit. Then she remembered Billy Bob had her listen to the song before on that record. Pink Side of the Moon? Either way, she didn't think it really fit what they were trying to do. Indeed, once it was over, the judges stood and announced that team was out. Now it was just Billy Bob and the last Phyllis team. They were staring over at him now, sizing up their final opponent. Billy Bob just grinned back at them and walked to the back to prepare. As the lights came on, the Phyllis team who'd just lost was arguing among one another over their loss. Was it the song? Or one of the other dancers? None of them agreed on who had messed it up for the others. Emily just giggled and waited. The crowd was all talking about Billy Bob by now, and she wondered how he'd finish up. Soon the lights flickered and everyone was waiting anxiously. The last song shall have occult references, said the judge simply before everyone looked to the door. There was the sound of something creaking, and then footsteps. Billy Bob was slowly walking out towards the dance floor. He was wearing some sort of bright red and black jacket with red pants, but his face looked different. Green? As if he was dead? He was dragging a foot as he got out onto the dance floor. And then the song began and he seemed to jump to life. It's close to midnight. He started to dance with the song, moving in time to the beat, switching between looking stiff and almost dead to moving with incredible speed and grace. The song was creepy, about some sort of monster or dead thing hunting someone. But his dance seemed to make it seem like he was that creature, albeit as one who could dance. When the song was over, everyone cheered out and he smiled and moved off to the side with a grin. It was just the last Phyllis team then, and they came out wearing black hoods for some reason, except for one guy in the back wearing what looked like American blue jeans. As the music began, the one Phyllis in the back began to hit a small metal box with a stick. No? The cowbell? Billy Bob murmured next to her as she looked over at him. All our times have come. It seemed to be a strange song about something called the Reaper who collected souls. The Phyllis began a dance that was a bit more human-looking, less acrobatics, and more trying to move with the beat. But the one in the back was just jumping around, smacking that metal bit Billy Bob called a cowbell. Once it was over, the judges were murmuring to each other. Billy Bob was looking up. The Phyllis were looking up. Dear species, we have a tie on our hands. There were gasps of surprise, and Billy Bob grunted in annoyance. However, our rules dictate a tiebreaker be a duet. Everyone looked to Billy Bob, who then pointed at Emily. I'll use her as my partner. No sweat. Emily blinked in surprise. What? Excellent. You have 10 minutes to prepare. The Phyllis rushed backstage as Billy Bob pulled Emily along with him. Billy Bob, I'm not a dancer like you. That's okay. We'll just do the tango. He had her backstage now and shoved her into his room where his other costumes were strewn out on a table. He began to pull off that red and black thing he had on now, wiping the green makeup off his face. I don't know how to do that. It's okay. Like the great Al Pinocchio once said, there's no mistakes in the tango. You just get tangled up and tango on. He was quickly pulling his regular clothes back on, including his American flag hat. Then he turned back to her. Okay, so just step up to me. He held his arms out a bit as she stepped up. But he was reminded that she was taller than him and his eyes were level with where here collarbone should be, if she has one, but he wasn't sure if she did or not. Shit, I forgot you're taller than me. That's, well, I'll get over it. Just take my hands with yours, your top ones. I don't know what you should do with your lower ones. Just something. Anyway, when I whisper copy, you just do what I'm doing. Keep your feet near mine. I'll take the lead. When I say mirror, you pretend you're my mirror and do what I do, but in the opposite way. Let's try. They tried out for a minute or two as Emily stared mostly at her feet. They moved all right, but she was far from sure about her motions. Inside the room was a buzzer that sounded as he pulled her to the door. Okay, come on then, she gasped out, entirely not ready, but unable to stop him from dragging her back out to the dance floor. He scrolled through his implant till he found a fuego lento. He didn't have much in the way of tango music, but these Xenos had never heard a tango before, so it didn't matter. Once they were on the dance floor, he gripped Emily by one hand and one around her back, only lightly pressing against her wings as he started to dance. She pretty much stared at her feet, trying to move with him, but even when she was a little slow, he had the strength to easily push her leg back, or pull her with him. She wasn't having the easiest of times with it, but so far Billy Bob was capable enough to keep them moving. At times he would whisper for her to mirror or copy, and she tried her best to work with the steps he was going through, moving their legs between and around one another. The slower tempo made her feel like she was doing pretty well, but at the end it picked up with more focus and she had to move quickly. She was getting excited at being in a dance like this. Her life had been all about diplomacy and secrecy, really. She wasn't the kind to be in the spotlight. But here she was, out in the middle of the crowd where everyone was cheering her on. She wasn't flying, but it almost felt like her spirit was, right up until Billy Bob brought her back to reality. "I'm going to spin you." Beneath her mask, her eyes went wide as the human pulled on one of her arms and spun her around. The room blurred, and then he tripped her, and as she fell, he caught her with one arm, raising the other as the crowd cheered. They stepped off to the side as Emily tried to get her bearings back, a little stunned still from what Billy Bob had done. It had been exciting and nerve-wracking and stressful, but also fun. She'd have to see if Billy Bob could teach her how to dance sometime, just for fun. For his part, he had been eyeing the massive trophy to the side of the room. He wanted to win so bad he could taste it. He might have to teach Emily how to dance in case this ever happened again. He'd need her to be a bit more confident if he was going to secure his victory with better competitors. Then they watched two Phyllis emerge. One was wearing some sort of giant puffy dress while the other had some strange suit on. "The fuck?" Billy Bob was muttered as the song began. "Well, I'm ever class high society. God's gift to ballroom notoriety." And they started to dance in a strange, somewhat stiff series of steps as Billy Bob's jaw dropped. They're ballroom dancing to big balls?" He was in shock, but Emily didn't understand why he seemed so shocked. It was a song singing about some sort of dance meeting called a ball. She didn't get it. Once the song was over, the crowd cheered as well, since the Phyllis had done a decent job of it. The judges stood up then as Billy Bob shook his head. While we feel the dance itself of Billy Bob and Guest was superior. The tie goes to the Phyllis for having costumes in accordance with the rules. "What? That's bullshit!" Billy Bob was roaring as the Phyllis cheered out. Billy Bob stalked forward as Emily groaned. "You didn't say nothing about a tiebreaker. I got costumes for the other sets." The judges stood before the angry human, not seeming worried. "The rules state points will be awarded for keeping costumes according to the song set. Your last piece had no costumes." "Yeah, but I should have won anyway." "Your dances were better, but solo acts also get less." "Such crap." "You know what I think of your rules?" he asked as he crossed his arms. The judges just looked up at him, as he then jumped over their table, making them gasp out as he grabbed the large golden trophy behind them. It was massive, with several tiers to it. She forgot how strong he was as he just hoisted it in the air above his head with both hands. "I think I win anyway." "Emily, book it!" He jumped past the crowd as people scattered and Anit guards chased after him. The diplomat blinked and quickly let her wings flap as she jumped up and began to fly after the human holding the trophy over his head, running and jumping for his ship. And so ends another chapter in the adventure of Billy Bob. Chapter 18, President Cross was in the dodecahedron once more, and with the way things were shaping up, he'd be spending a lot of time in the military command center. This was why they'd built the rest of the dodecahedron under the old Pentagon. From the outside, it looked the same, but now they had a hell of a lot more space underground. The old joke had been that Washington was an iceberg with only a fraction of the city being above ground. Now it was especially true. Besides the dodecahedron, there was the White House 2.0, Basement Congress, the Smithsonian Emergency Patriotic Museum, and the Nixon Presidential Monument. He'd had it constructed in secret back in the 1970s. Every time a president ordered it taken apart, the workers would start dying in very mysterious circumstances, and eventually everyone figured it was easier to just leave Nixon's ghost alone. It had been ages since a president had to worry about a full-scale war. They just dealt with small border skirmishes where they'd send out a carrier group and bomb deep Xeno systems to get them to bugger off. In general, there weren't too many disputes anymore. Humans liked high-gravity planets and did just fine on death worlds. That, and they fought far more ferociously than any other intelligent species. Cross smiled as he thought about the time the Furlan Consortium tried to conquer an outlying mineral-rich system. They'd used their smaller destroyers and cruisers to screen the system, while 2 dreadnoughts and a few support ships were left to seize the orbital factories in the system's asteroid belt. What had happened were the workers, armed with nothing more than welding torches and mining tools, jumped from their asteroids to swarm over the hulls of the ships. The Furlan admiral had sent a panicked message screaming about humans swarming the hull before the bridge was cracked, and he got sucked out into space with his command staff. By the time the screening fleet pulled back to try and deal with the workers, they found that the humans had secured the dreadnought's guns to asteroids as makeshift orbital platforms. The rest of the fleet simply surrendered. The American Navy didn't even have time to respond before the war had started and finished in a day. Most of the time, the best deterrent against Xeno incursion was the average American. They carried guns, lived on shitty planets, and if told that someone wanted to take their shitty land, they'd fight tooth and nail over it. Of course, once Americans had settled a planet enough to make it comfy and pet psychiatrist became a profession, and there were cookie-cutter coffee shops everywhere, they'd pack up and move on to the next shitty planet where they could be rednecks in peace. The first thing any American colonist on a new planet did was create the largest, most ridiculous vehicle to get around comfortably on the planet. Rock buggies, super swamp sliders, masher monster trucks. Cross's favorite were the lava gliders from Texas too, sometimes referred to as Satan's asshole. Indeed, there was very little overlap between human colonies and Xenos who wanted to steal them. It was mostly about mineral systems and FTL junctions, which was why no one had fought humans on the ground yet. It seemed like that was all going to change, however, as the president listened to the tail end of another intel report. So these space crabs are really going ahead with this? The intel officer nodded. Yes, sir. We continue to intercept fleet orders and transmissions to their commandos to start raiding and capturing humans. Far as we can tell, they're going to try and hold civvies hostage and get that trucker to surrender the diplomat. Have they even asked us our stance on the whole situation? No. President Cross snorted at that. All this time, all the galactic government ever did was tell us to not wipe anyone else out and keep our wars small. Now their secret police assholes are ready to kidnap colonists and hold them hostage because of the actions of one American? Director Ripper gave President Cross the heebie-jeebies, especially since he was in charge of the CIA. He had those super blue eyes that looked dead somehow and always reminded the president of one of those bad guys in movies who would cook up body parts and toss them in a salad. Even so, he was one of the best directors Cross had ever seen, and despite never wanting to go fishing with the guy, the president trusted his judgment. So when he spoke, Cross listened. As you know, human construction crews have been awarded all FTL gate and FTL comm buoy contracts in near space. We haven't had a chance to work on the core systems, but we're confident that everything around us is taken care of. Yeah, so we've got all of their communications, but what's the deal with the gates? Theoretically, we could reverse the flow of the gates and crush everything traveling on the FTL lanes at that moment. But we're really not sure how well that would work out. Plus, it's not specific. We'd crush everything, civilian or military. Cross nodded at that. All right, well, as soon as we confirm reports of the space crab attacks, start bombing the shit out of their core systems. If it's possible to just shut down the FTL gates and strand their fleet, we should try it. If it looks like we'd be hitting a lot of civvy traffic and stranding them as well, then forget it. How bad is this going to be? This is their secret police, after all. Ripper nodded at that. Yes, but that's their folly. They're used to small commando raids against pirates and specific threats. They haven't engaged in wholesale war since their conflict with our new allies. Yeah, speaking of that, weren't they waiting to hear about the success of their diplomat and our space trucker? For the ceremony, yes, but they're forging ahead with the actual mechanics of our new alliance. What are we looking at for blowback? Total war with the rest of the galaxy. The room got quiet as the assembled officers, congresspeople, experts, and of course Governor Dundee stared at the CIA director. It's against the treaty they were forced to sign at the end of the war I mentioned. Forming an alliance with them basically restarts it, and they're not nearly as strong now as they were when that war started. The few allies they had abandoned them during the fighting, and while they still have a formidable intel service and commandos, they've got virtually no ground troops or navy. Cross rubbed his chin. Will the rest of the galaxy attack the UHG too? That's unclear at this point. We're very explicitly stating this as an alliance between America and the Libertonians, not the UHG, but the space crabs are targeting their colonies already. Yeah, but all American colonies are unofficial. That's the point. We give the UHG the good planets and let them do things by the book. We take the shitholes so no one bothers us. Until we fixed them up enough for the UHG to move in, that is. The space crabs likely don't know we've got people out there. They're just attacking what they know is human." He sighed and shook his head. "Try and make it extra clear this is Americans, not normal humans. See if we can spare the rest. Otherwise, mobilize everything. Call up all our reserves. America is going to war." The rest of the room was nodding in agreement. They'd be ready for the official declaration. "Sir," one of the admirals spoke up, "we've got a carrier group poised to hit the crabs at home. It's tradition for the president to name the first strike operation." President Cross smiled. There was only one option. "We're going to call it Operation Billy Bob Space Trucker." Emily groaned as she sat on the crate Billy Bob had set up for her next to the ship. The weight of this planet was intense for her, even though she knew it wasn't even normal for Billy Bob. After escaping with the trophy they'd taken off and driven through 2 of her sleep cycles before he had pulled out of the FTL lane to land on an uninhabited planet. He wanted to give their new pet a chance to stretch its legs. The problem for her was how heavy the gravity was. She'd insisted on joining him outside in the blue light of the planet's sun. The light gave everything an odd tint, but most of the plains and foliage looked green to her. She was resting on a crate since just breathing was a bit of a strain for her. Billy Bob was tossing that large fake bone in the air, and Stomper, the name he'd chosen for it, would chase it down, pick it up, and run it back. Then it would stomp around in front of him, hence the name, until he wrestled it down and took the toy back before throwing it again. She couldn't believe the confidence he showed with the animal. His body language was perfect for maintaining control over the creature. Was he trained in it? Or was this another strangely innate ability humans seemed to possess? Most species had considerable difficulty domesticating creatures. Maybe it had to do with being omnivores. She was aware they had some sort of species of meat animal that was so docile they could just walk them into a house of slaughter, which, if her translator was correct, was a rather awful name, even if it was descriptive. He'd also informed her that the creature's leavings were rainbow-colored, which gave him no shortage of amusement. He'd insisted she come take a look, but even if the gravity wasn't so intense, she'd have skipped out on the offer. It seemed like Stomper had been happy with the toys and bed they'd bought for him. Well, that she had bought for him upon Billy Bob's begging. She had no idea what they'd do when it was fully grown, however. Then she blinked a little at the thought. She was only supposed to be with Billy Bob for another few standard galactic weeks. That wasn't nearly enough time for Stomper to grow significantly. The diplomat blinked slowly in the heavy gravity as she thought about that. They'd only been traveling for around a standard galactic week, and she was already thinking as if they were going to be traveling together for years, not just weeks. Besides not being sure how Billy Bob felt, she wasn't even all that sure they'd survive more than a few weeks. By now, the Crusticans had to be aware that she had a copy of their suppression device and planned on unveiling it at the council meeting. They hadn't been able to track Billy Bob, it seemed, but that was likely because he was refueling at black market stations now, and slept next to the FTL lanes in deep space instead of any sane species who'd stop in a habited system. They might be set upon by Crustican hunter-killers at any moment. Even if he'd taken out that first squad with surprising ease, they hadn't been expecting resistance. She still couldn't believe how lucky she was to have met him at that moment. Maybe she'd have him take a few detours on their way to the capital. She'd first been worried about making it in time, but with the way he drove, speed wasn't a problem. Her handlers had messaged her through the comm buoys to let her know the Crusticans might be moving against the Americans. She didn't know if she should tell Billy Bob or not. It wasn't like he could stop them from attacking his people. Would he want to know? She was racked with guilt and worry about what she was getting him mixed up in. As she watched him toss the toy to Stomper, she wondered what was going through his head. This is fucking awesome. It's a 6-legged space fox that's going to become as big as a horse, that he could ride. He was excited. And of course, as he played fetch with Stomper, all he could think about was how awesome it would be to ride around a space fox. He still hadn't figured out a satisfying name for the species, but he didn't give a shit about that anymore. He would grab Stomper's tail and wag it around, and then Stomper would stomp around with his tongue hanging out, head in the air. The thing even purred. He had a purring space fox. Fucking awesome. And it shit rainbows. Well, rainbow-colored turds. But that was hilarious. He had to tell Ted, and probably Ivan. And while he was at it, he should tell Paco Taco, too. They'd get the word out. The only problem was he was the only trucker this far into xenospace. He had the deepest 99 of all. He didn't think any humans had even made it this far, let alone all the way into the capital. He was having fun with Stomper, But when he looked over and saw Emily lounging out on the crate, he realized he should pack it up. So he chucked the bone as hard as he could and let Stomper really chase after it before walking over to the back of the ship. When the space fox returned, he smiled and wrestled around with it for a moment before leading it up into the back of his ship. He made sure Stomper had water, and he'd cooked and some of the meat up, mashing it to make sure his new pet didn't have any troubles with it before walking back out and closing the cargo ramp behind him. He walked back up along his ship to Emily, who was trying to push herself up from her lounged position on the crate, but struggling to do that. "This gravity," she gasped out. Billy Bob just smiled and reached down, picking her up off the crate. She was heavier than when they'd tangoed, but he could manage it just fine. He had to be careful to cradle her under her knees and along her upper back, so he didn't put too much pressure on her wings. He didn't mind. After all, she was being a good sport about letting him play with Stomper. Once he was back through the airlock and the gravity returned to standard for her, she didn't leave his hold just yet. "I'm still kind of sore. Mind setting me on the bed?" she asked, and he shrugged, obviously not minding carrying her a little further. She looked up at him, a flood of various emotions washing over her before she leaned up, nuzzling her pointed beak-like muzzle under his beard and giving a nip. What she couldn't see due to his beard was the vein just beneath it. His eyes went wide, and she frowned as she tasted something awfully metallic before red began to pour down his throat. She leaned back in his arms before he gasped, dropping her as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat as red began to seep from his fingers. She gasped out, wide-eyed, as she jumped up. "Oh, shit. Oh, merciful deity. What did I do?" "Billy Bob." He just gurgled a little as he clutched the hole, and she ran around in a panic. "What did I do? How do I fix it?" Mittens was sitting up on the bed, looking between them as the cat wondered what the commotion was about. She remembered the biogel and quickly yanked open the cupboard he'd put the bottles in. She frantically ran back, kneeling next to him while unfastening the top. She was so nervous the purple gel spilled out a bit onto his side as she poured more out, rubbing it on and around the hand he had clutching his throat. Then she poured out more into the cap, which she shoved to his mouth. He opened his lips a bit to try and force the liquid down before his breathing began to return to normal. She sat next to him, looking worried and nervous until he slowly pulled his hand from his throat. His hand had quite a bit of red along it, as did his throat and the top of his shirt. He gasped a little and stayed on his knees for a moment as Emily stared at him wide-eyed. Then he looked over at her. "What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm super really sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I had no idea it would. You always seem so tough." He was looking down at his hand for a moment and then back up at her. She could see the confusion in his face. "It's how my people show affection. By trying to rip out their karate artery." She frowned at that. "Your martial arts artery? No. Fuck. Carotid? Whatever. The thing that guides the blood to my brain. I fucking need that. I'm sorry. My people's anatomy is different? Oh, really? The completely different species has critical life-needing stuff. In other places? Jesus." He rubbed his hand along his throat again and shakily stood up, wobbling a bit before walking into the bathroom. She sat on the floor still, trying to calm down still and remembering to reseal the biogel bottle. She heard him scrubbing his hands with some sort of cleaner. The hell was that about Emily? "I take it from your reaction you weren't actually trying to kill me?" "No. I'm really sorry. It was just... you were carrying me, and I felt comfortable, and I just felt, I don't know, I wanted to show some affection. By ripping my throat out? That's not what I thought would happen. I was caught up in a moment. I'm sorry. You don't seem that distraught. You aren't even crying." He stepped out of the bathroom, rubbing his hands hard with a cleaning gel while she looked up at him, and he noticed the moisture in her eyes and along her cheeks. She just wasn't sobbing like a human might. "Shit. Never mind. Fuck, you obviously didn't want it to happen, so apology accepted. It's just stressful trying to hold my blood in so I don't fucking die." He shook his head for a moment as she looked down and away from him. He sighed out and turned back to the bathroom, finally turning on the water to wash off the last of the cleaning gel now that his hands were clean. "For my people, that part of the neck is rather leathery under our feathers. We show affection by nipping at it when the other person has it exposed to us." "I exposed it to you?" "Well, you were carrying me in your arms, and I didn't think it through. I'm really sorry, Billy Bob. We had that dance, and..." She got quiet as he dried his hands off. Looking over at her for a minute, he didn't seem to know what to do. So he didn't say anything. He walked back out of the ship, picking up the crate he'd set out for her earlier and stowing it away in the cargo bay, giving Stomper another pet as he walked through. Then he opened the door to his cabin. She had put the biogel away and was sitting in the co-pilot's chair, seeming closed in, trying to take up very little space. He still wasn't totally sure what to say, so he climbed into the pilot's chair, starting up his Longhorn to let it warm up before takeoff. They were quiet as he took them back up into space, heading to the nearest FTL lane to get going again. He finally broke the silence. "So that's affection, huh?" "Billy Bob." "Hey, it's okay. I survived. It was just a little cut. I probably overreacted. It was just unexpected. I'm really sorry. I got that. It was just a mistake. A little misunderstanding between two different species. It's okay, since I didn't actually die." She still looked a little worried, and obviously regretful she'd hurt him like that. For his own part, he wasn't sure what sort of affection she was talking about. Like, affection? He saved that question, though, not sure he was ready to tackle it. "So, you like that dance, huh? The tango? I didn't think about it too much. I was focused on winning." "Were you? It just seemed so intimate. I thought, well," she trailed off. "Maybe you could teach me how to dance sometime?" "Yeah, that's no problem. I'll need you to get some practice if we hope to really win next time. Your form is a bit sloppy and you stare at your feet way too much. You need to be more aware of your body." She stared at him as he glanced over. "Hey, it's the truth. I meant dancing for fun. Fun. Listen, Emily let me tell you what my dad told me just before my first Little League baseball game. It's not about trying your hardest. What matters is if you win. Your father did not tell you that. I'm not kidding. After we lost the game over which I had no real control because I was like, young. We stood out in the parking lot and he pointed to the other kids getting into vehicles with their family. He told me, all these other kids are going to get pizza with their families to either lessen the sting of defeat or make victory all the more sweet. And do you know where we're going, Billy Bob? And I asked if we were going to get pizza, and he said no. We're going home and eating what your mother feels like making with as little prep as possible. And that's just what we did. Emily was staring at Billy Bob open-mouthed with shock. That was your father? Billy Bob nodded. So you know what happened at the next Little League game? I told my team if we lost, I was going to start kicking them in the balls. Even if they had cups on to protect it, it still hurts. And you know what? We won, and my dad told me he was extremely proud of me. So I kind of have a thing about winning. If I can't win by the rules of the game everyone else is playing, I have to change the rules and win my own game. But you have fun constantly. You're the most insane, fun-loving creature I've ever met. Yeah, 'cause that's the game I play most of the time. That's part of why I became a space trucker. The only real rules I had to follow were delivering shit to the right place at the right time. I kick ass at that, which leaves me free to just have fun doing whatever the fuck I want. But when I'm dancing, that's a competition, and I gotta win. So if you want me to teach you to dance, I can, and I'll try not to get into my competitive mindset. But no promises. She thought it over for a moment. All right, I'll take whatever teaching you're willing to give. But no more neck biting. No more neck biting. I said I was sorry. I know, and I'm okay, so long as we're clear. Don't try to kill me again. He smiled as she began to realize this was just his behavior. Well, not by biting your neck. Your blood tastes awful. Oh, does it? Well, that's good to know. In case we're ever in a fight, I'll try to bleed into your mouth. I'm sure that's a good strategy. She giggled a little, finally starting to relax a bit now that she realized Billy Bob was really okay. Yeah, try that on a flying predator. I'm sure you'll do well. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Bird brain. Bird brain? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Let's get some music going. He turned his music back on as they shifted into the FTL lane flying on towards the capital. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 19. Cast leader Cleroy was stressed. His green hydrating mucus was gray, his shell was cracking in a few places, and if the juveniles weren't so similarly troubled, he'd fear they might try and devour him in his sleep and take his place. The matriarch had been bearing over them so much he could swear he felt her standing over him even now. They were scouring every intel source they had. Hidden cameras, listening devices, informants, and even bar rumors. Cleroy was confident the matriarch would crack him open and suck out his insides should he fail to have some information with his next report. His eyes scanned over more documents that were being brought into the control room by the juveniles, and they each had their own stack to pore over. Then he saw it. His claw tapped on a data slate. This. Who brought this one in? He quickly flagged the report, and one of the juveniles skittered forward. When and where? The Phyllis complaint about the Cultural Dance Center? 2 Phyllis squads entered an illegal black market station run by banktiers to compete in some sort of regional dance competition. 1 squad won, but a pair of unknown species stole the trophy. They submitted a complaint, hoping we might track them down. They were off duty, but on an illegal station, competing in an unregistered event. I thought we'd just reprimand them for wasting our time, but you said to bring in all reports regarding unknown species. Yes, but when did we get this report? 1 standard sleep cycle ago, cast leader. Clariroy chittered out and quickly input the coordinates into his console. The station wasn't too far from an FTL lane, which was normal. He quickly traced a path between that station and the other they'd staked out, only to find their prey had escaped. They had to be heading towards the core. They'd traveled away from the core for a while, but were now starting to veer inwards. Very cunning of them. But now he had a route. Cleroy pulled the map back from the coordinates, traveling corewards along the FTL lanes, searching for some sort of target or point he thought they would stop at next. Then his eyes widened for a moment, and he smacked the console with his claw. Here! We will focus all our regional hunter-killers here. The juveniles clustered around and then looked up at him in confusion. Cast leader? A museum? Cleroy hissed and clicked as the juveniles quickly skittered away before he cut one of them open. Yes. The terrorist diplomat will strike there. It has an exhibit on the regulation wars. This is the start of a new war they'll spark with their treachery. There is no doubt she'll want to attack it with her new bloodthirsty mercenary. Cleroy moved with purpose, scurrying to the communications terminal. He shoved the juvenile out of the way, typing on the console with his forelimbs. We need to send out a warning to the museum security. They must be on alert for a Libertonian. Should we have them close the museum? No. In fact, his claws paused on the console. Never mind, we won't warn them. He began to type once more. We'll instruct all hunter-killers in the area to converge as we move there ourselves. We should make it in another cycle. We'll wait for them to strike and then capture them. Should I wake Cast Leader Bleebob? No! His quest for revenge is driving him blue. He's like a gleamer chaser who wandered out into the deep for too long. This has to be done efficiently. We need to capture the Libertonian and either capture or kill Billy Bob's space trucker. Emily had been able to relax a bit more after nearly killing Billy Bob, which had been about as traumatic for her as it was for him, even though he kept making fun of her over it. That was just how he dealt with almost dying, it seemed. But as they drove along the FTL lane, his nav comp pinged with info on the upcoming system. Mostly they ignored it now, since they didn't need the standard refueling stations. But as she read it over, she noticed one of the attractions and gasped out, Billy Bob, we have to stop up ahead. He jerked a bit, looking up and around for a moment at the traffic. What? Oh, sorry, not like in the FTL lane. I meant in the system. Why, what's up? There's a museum up ahead with a collection of art I've always wanted to see. They have paintings and sculptures and smell vistas and all sorts of things. The hell is a smell vista? And there is no way I'm going to a museum about Xeno art. Count me out. You need to get some culture that isn't human. Besides, you promised if I let you compete in that dance tournament, you'd do what I wanted to do in the next system. Billy Bob opened and closed his mouth a few times before shutting it firmly and thinking back onto what he'd said. God damn it, I didn't mean a museum. I meant like something I also wanted to do, but was your idea. She just stared at him from the co-pilot seat, and he groaned for a good 30 seconds while looking up at the roof of his cabin. Fine. Fine. Oh. She let out a happy chirp and held up one hand. He looked over at her, confused for a moment before realizing what she wanted. I'm not giving you a high five. What? Yes, you are. Museums are high five worthy. No, they're not. Except for maybe a video game museum or war museum. I'm sure they've got war stuff here. It's a big place. Yeah, but you want to see some smell vistas. And other stuff. She looked at him, hands still up in the air. Billy Bob, I'm not going to do it. Yes, you are, she said with force as she growled at him. He groaned out and then raised a hand, which she quickly slapped and giggled with excitement. This is so fun. I've always wanted to go here. Don't worry about it. What could go wrong at a museum? I'll get so bored I kill myself, he said grumpily before she started punching his shoulder. Shut up! You're going to enjoy it. I just know it. Okay. Geez, stop already. He leaned away from the punching with a laugh. You're a lot more active now that you've tried to murder me. I think my blood energized you. Blech, that's disgusting. It's just because now I know I could totally take you in a fight. Bring it on, hollow bones. I'm not an earth bird. My bones aren't hollow. You should be careful or I might take my gloves off. He chuckled at that as she wiggled her 4 hands at him. Now that he thought about it, he'd never seen more than her face and wings. That cloak survival suit thing covered her body. Either they didn't need to bathe much or it also helped clean her feathers. He should really learn more about her species at some point. He shrugged it off as he began to downspin his engines and move through the FTL lane to get ready to exit the system near this museum she wanted to see. Unlike his normal stops, he had to actually start weaving through the regular Xenos traffic on his way to the planet. Most of the Atlas cargo ships were heading to a different port, so he was mostly moving around smaller vessels carrying tourists and private yachts owned by wealthy families. The Xenos seemed to favor curving, asymmetrical shapes for their ships as opposed to Billy Bob's blocky and very efficient Longhorn. He didn't care for the Xenos designs. They were all form, no function. They were wasteful on materials and in general looked ready to snap in any decent gravity. In fact, now that he thought about it, it was like being in an actual ship flying into an anime. Next thing you'd see was a bunch of giant mech sword fighting where none of the soldiers knew how to lead a target. Then he thought back on his fight on the station. Perhaps no Xenos soldiers did know how to lead a target. He shrugged it off as he focused on finding the designated lanes leading down to the correct spaceport. What's the species here like? He asked as he glanced over at Emily. This is a Pulvian planet, one of the founding species of the galactic government. Wealthy, high class, high social standing. They make up the majority of bureaucrats in the galactic government by a large percentage. They're fairly weak physically, but very culturally adept. Around the same height as an average Libertonian, so taller than me by a few inches. They're sticklers for rules and order aside from art, of course. You're shorter than the average Libertonian? You didn't know that? He stared at her for a moment before she realized why. Right, I'm the only Libertonian you've ever met. Well, I am, but only by a few inches, so it's not that bad. I'm not like a dwarf flyer. What's that? Sounds pretty cool. They're just Libertonians who are only around 5.5 feet tall. Genetic disorder. They're very nimble flyers, so they were able to survive in our pre-civilized period. We have dwarfs, too. They survived because we like laughing at them. Wow, I just realized what dicks we can be as a species. Then he shrugged it off. There was a chime as they were hailed by the traffic control. Unidentified cargo hauler, you're entering the wrong spaceport traffic lane. This is for tourist and private vehicle traffic only. That's a 410, good buddy. This here is a private transport with pilot and co-pilot only. You must have a switched wire somewhere. Our designation is Kazht. He began making noises with his mouth that sounded like some sort of garbled transmission. Please hold your heading while we, verify. Billy Bob grinned at Emily. Shit, ground control, I've got an exotic, newly discovered animal for the museum. The curator is expecting us down there as fast as we can fall out of the sky. You really gonna hold me up because your tech is busted? You get to sit nice and comfy while I get chewed out for your mistake? I don't need this shit today. I want your control number. The curator shits on me, I'll make sure he shits on you too. See how you like it when the important people breathe down your neck. You're clear for the private museum dock. Safe flying. Thank you. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Tell you what, if things go well, I'll let them know you helped. You have a nice day. Billy Bob ended the transmission as he chuckled. God, Xenos are so easy to bullshit. So few actually want to deal with an angry space trucker with a delivery. Emily was smiling as he pulled out of the main spaceport lane and followed the directions now being displayed on his window. The planet beneath them seemed to be full of greens and whites. The cities were very densely packed as usual with most Xenos settlements he'd seen. They liked to have a few really huge cities on their developed worlds. Most of their colonies were homes clustered together with the fields stretching out around them. They very rarely liked to live far apart from one another. He brought his Longhorn down into the designated docking area behind the museum. The structures themselves were massive works of white stone. but to him they looked more like a mold colony, stretching and blobbing out in weird ways. Very organic, with almost no right angles or symmetry to the structure. Much like the ships, it looked like it would fall apart in Earth gravity. He didn't like it. There were only a few small yachts back here, no cargo haulers like his. But he could see what had to be a Pulvian with a data slate walking towards them. He had an important decision to make here as he tapped his chin, deep in thought. Space Poodle. That was it. They had fluffy, furry sections along their long, lanky body, no tail, but a pointed nose that curved up and already struck him as being stuck-up snobs. They were mostly humanoid, pointed face, long neck into a lanky body and arms. Their torso almost looked too small for their height. This one had blue tufts of tightly curled fur on its head, midsection, and in 2 different spots on both arms and legs, the feet ending in tall tree-toed feet. The rest of it was covered in yellowish-gray fabric that looked sort of like a jumpsuit with holes in it for the fur to stick through. He looked over to Emily. "Okay, follow my lead and act aloof." They exited his ship as he waved for her to wait near the entrance. She crossed both sets of arms as he approached the Pulvian. "No, no, no, no. This simply won't do. Where's the welcoming committee? I don't see the flowers or carpet or any of it." The museum employee halted at that and looked confused. "Pardon? You can't be the only person they sent to welcome her. It's just unacceptable. I need to talk to whoever is in charge of these things. She can't be subjected to such basic treatment." The Pulvian looked down at the data slate and spoke again. I thought you were a cargo hauler." "What? This a cargo hauler? I'll have you know this is the latest fashion and luxury from the outer systems. It's not about how it looks, but what it carries." He nodded slowly and then pointed at the Pulvian. "What's your name? I'm going to make it very clear to the curator that you're being very unhelpful in welcoming your newest artist." "Huh. Bring in enough work for a new wing and they don't even know who made it?" "Wait, who are we talking about?" "You don't even know. It's Princess Cinnabuns of the newly discovered Artsy Fartsies. The Galactic Council is fast-tracking their membership due to their art and culture advancements. Why do you think we're here in an outer system ship? And she has me as a servant. Have you ever seen my kind before? None know. And here I am in a ship you've never seen before in your private dock for the museum. You think we came here by accident?" I think there's just been a mix-up. I wasn't told any of this." "I'm sorry." "Oh, I see. Blaming someone else, are you?" "Yes." "No." Billy Bob walked back to Emily and very quietly said, "I'm just going to pretend we're discussing something. Look agitated, or as much as you can with that mask on." Emily huffed, sticking her head in the air as she moved her hands around in an animated fashion. "Is this really going to work?" Then he nodded and walked back to the Pulvian, slowly wrapping an arm around it to pull it away from Emily. "The princess isn't happy, but I think I can make her see the opportunity here. If no one knows we're here, we can take a look at the layout on our own before people know who we are. Why don't you just give us 2 all-access passes and I'll calm her down? You don't talk about her arrival to anyone and we'll walk through and then I'll call up to make sure they have a welcoming committee waiting for her in a cycle or 2. Okay?" The Pulvian shook its head in a circle-like pattern that his translator told him was the same as nodding yes. "Here!" It quickly tapped on the data slate and pulled 2 little black pebbles out of a pocket, handing them to Billy Bob. "Please let the princess know we didn't intend on insulting her. We're thrilled to have her art here at our museum. Please enjoy yourselves. Those are special VIP passes. Any exhibit, as long as you like." Billy Bob nodded slowly and gave the creature a very light pat. "I appreciate it. Remember, don't tell anyone or I'm going to have a very different story for your superiors." "Of course. Absolute secrecy." Billy Bob smiled and walked back to Emily as the staffer scurried away. He handed her a pebble. "Well, I doubt I'll like it, but at least it was fun getting into the place." She laughed at that and walked along with them as they headed through the private docking area, following the signs towards the main museum. It was set up as a series of indoor and outdoor exhibits, with opulent-looking gardens separating the large white buildings. Emily began to guide Billy Bob through the various gardens and exhibits. Much like she said, there were sculptures, art, and the smell vistas. It turned out the smell vistas were clumps of scented materials in front of pictures of places to try and give a sense of being someplace else. Some were okay, but he insisted some smelled like unspecific Xeno ass, Yuxay. He actually liked the gardens best so far. Looking at Xeno modern art was rather underwhelming to him, and it was hard to appreciate the craftsmanship of the sculptures when he didn't know what the fuck any of them were supposed to be. As they wandered through the gardens, he pointed to a section where a Greslin in an exosuit that stood next to a display marked exotic and dangerous. A Felis was wandering over towards one of the plants, looking sort of stoned and mesmerized. The Greslin sprayed something in his face, and he shook it off and quickly walked away. See those plants with fangs? Venus flytraps. They're from Earth. They lure flies in and then snap shut around them and eat them. What? You have a plant that eats meat? More than one, I'm fairly sure. It's a death world, after all. That's terrifying and interesting at the same time. Interfying, he said with a nod. Then he pointed to a tree in a glass dome. I forget the name, but that's pretty much a totally toxic tree. Looks nice. Kills anyone who sleeps under it. Emily couldn't believe Earth had so many plants that would harm creatures. Plants! And that didn't include the ones that were simply poison. In fact, the majority of the exotic and dangerous plants were from Earth. From what Billy Bob was telling her, they didn't even have all the real dangerous plants he could think of. But here they had at least 5. How could a planet house more than 5 dangerous plants? Billy Bob laughed when she asked that and caused a bit of a scene as the Xenos stared at him. The way he laughed in that loud, boisterous manner was somewhat intimidating to the more peaceful species. It sounded menacing and predatory to the mostly herbivore species. They were moving on when they found an exhibit on pre-FTL species. He gasped and pointed to a picture that was guiding people to the exhibit. That's the Voyager. That's the Voyager. They found it. We went back to try and track it down with our jump drives, but never could locate it. They must have taken it during all that spying on our music. Well, it's unlikely that the Benktiers were involved with taking anything besides information. They listen to radio signals and watch species to see if they'll likely be good trade partners. It's illegal, of course, since the government doesn't want to risk early contact, but it's pretty easy to steal radio signals and the like without getting caught. Oh, well, whatever. It's the Voyager. He dragged her along, pointing and marveling at some of the artifacts they had from various young species. But when they came to the section on humans was when he got really interested. His translator was playing the recorded messages that were broadcast as he touched various exhibits. This is Earth, a supergravity death world with incredible levels of water. Many dangerous plants from this planet can be found in the exotic and dangerous plant exhibit outside. At the time most of the artifacts were found, the planet rests in a perpetual state of war. The species inhabiting it is brutish and simple-minded, he laughed. 2 great clans are competing over control over what little land there is. They use missiles filled with uranium, plutonium, and hydrogen arranged in such a way as to split atoms in an uncontrolled fashion, which leads to massive radioactive explosions. The species is not expected to last more than 20 solar cycles. He laughed again. In accordance with standard galactic surveys, we have taken pictures of their society once every 50 solar cycles, up until they first launched an object into space. After that, we surveyed once more, collected these artifacts, and left them in isolation. We plan on returning after 100 solar cycles to collect more artifacts from the radioactive remains of their decaying ruins. They either forgot to do that or were disappointed we aren't dead and pretend we are, he said with a laugh and then pointed. Those are pictures from old Earth. He began to look at pictures of sailing ships and towns that had been taken. This has to be like the 1600s. They aren't close enough to really make out specifics, but still. He ran down the long corridor looking at pictures before stopping. Emily. She caught up with him, looking at a gray, cratered landscape, some sort of metal and foil contraption in the background with a red, white, and blue flag in front. The caption below said, Landing site of first human moon mission. Then he gasped as he saw a sign pointing towards the artifacts. The first one said, First human object in space. Sputnik? How did they manage that? The exhibit was fairly empty, so he didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone as he walked into the large room and then gasped. No fucking way! Emily stepped in and looked up at some sort of pointed rocket with him. On the side, there was some sort of red field with a white circle and some strange black squiggle on it. The Nazis did beat everyone to space. Everyone figured there was no way. This is huge. Wait, but do I want to tell anyone? They were dicks. He looked at the remains they'd found in the ship. A dead pilot, a black uniform, black pressure suit that had failed. Some sort of gun. An MP-44. And ammo. Why the fuck did he have that in space? Was he expecting to shoot space monsters? Oh, a real Luger. He was pressed against the glass as he looked. Who are the Nazis? They were a bunch of not Americans who hated Jews and gays and gypsies and everyone who wasn't exactly like them. They were total dicks, but they were really good engineers and fighters. They were sort of like those enemies you really, really hate, but kind of respect because they're so fucking tough. Like Russians, but beer and engineering instead of vodka and general drunkenness. Did you guys have anyone like that? Oh, we're sort of that to the rest of the galaxy. No shit. Well, you don't genocide people, do you? What? No, not at all. We just believe in less regulation. I still don't get why there was a war over that. Then he finally walked down away from it to see the voyage he'd first spotted the picture of. This was the first thing we made that made it out of the system. He started reading what they knew about it and discovered something. They didn't find the record. How could they not? Jesus. That means it's still in there. He was pressed against this glass as well, staring at the Voyager. It's right there, Emily. The golden record. He looked around then and tapped the glass. Think it's got an alarm? Yes, I think it's got an alarm. Bah, this isn't over. I'm going to make them give me that record. That's part of human history. It doesn't belong in a museum. Billy Bob, you can't just demand one of the museum pieces. Yes, I can. The lazy fucks didn't even look into the Voyager and find it. He walked out of the exhibit area, ignoring the artifacts from other species, but then stopped as he saw a large, rather busy exhibit filled with tourists. The top was marked. The Regulation Wars. Billy Bob stopped, and Emily slowly stepped behind him, trying to take up as little space as possible. Billy Bob, let's go. I need to see this. It just doesn't make sense to me. He began to walk through the exhibit. There were artwork pieces on either side. The founding of the council, ass faces, space poodles, fleckos, some sort of space gerbil, those exosuit cops, and the Libertonians. He couldn't help but notice the Libertonian was cast in the shadows and looked evil. Then there was the massive painting called Betrayal. Libertonians in strange suits were charging some sort of meeting, shooting the other species, setting fire to the building around them. One called The Fall, which showed Libertonians in those suits falling from the sky as the other species looked heroic, shooting at them. Finally, there was Victory, which showed the other species standing around two now suddenly small, bent, and subdued Libertonians signing some sort of document. This tells me nothing, Billy Bob muttered even as tourists crowded around the wall-sized paintings. He found a segment past it that actually seemed to have info. He started to read the history presented here. There was a disagreement over the council. The Libertonians thought they should encourage species to aspire for greatness and remain free to develop on their own. Introduction to the council was to be voluntary, and primarily it would work as a trade union, an alliance to stop unnecessary wars. The others felt the council should begin regulating species, making sure that none grew too great or powerful in multiple ways. Those who didn't join the council would be pushed to the side and marginalized, left to stagnate without the galactic economy and technology, to start policing their laws as applied to all species where they saw fit. When the Libertonians disagreed, they moved to leave the council and start their own organization. The rest of the council told them leaving the council was an act of war, and the Libertonians attacked first. The Libertonians struck deep into various systems and sued for peace early on. But the asshole empire convinced the other to keep fighting. After that, it became a war of attrition, and the Libertonians were outnumbered very significantly. He read up on various battles, noting that the council races always lost at least 5 times as many people, and often far more. He also noted the council races would often make and break ceasefires to gain advantages. Yet they didn't engage in total war. They'd leave infrastructure intact and stay away from population centers. It seemed Xenos kept industrial zones far away from residential, a galaxy without the concept of total war. Even so, in the end, the Libertonians were defeated. He read the terms of surrender. It seemed like the council took a very heavy hand against the vanquished. They were no longer a council race, couldn't trade, couldn't travel, and couldn't have a military, really. Plus just one colony off-world from their home planet. He realized why she wore a mask now. Almost no one had seen alive Libertonians in hundreds of years. Then he stepped past that and gasped. There behind a gleaming force field of some sort was a tall suit made of metal, wings up and extended as if in flight. It looked like a massive Libertonian. The upper arms ended in claws, while the lower arms had some sort of energy weapons attached to them. The legs ran down into massive metal feet with 4 claws, 3 spread out on the front and 1 on the back. Is that an exosuit your people used in the war? Yes. One of the elite units would wear suits like that. You fit into it, and sensors adjust the padding inside to your size. The suit was at least 9 feet tall. It's gorgeous, Billy Bob muttered as he looked up at it. He saw the diagram next to it that showed a Libertonian male, larger than Emily but not by very much. It had somewhat larger arms, and the legs ran down into a pointed foot with 4 claws very similar to the suit, the downy feathers ending halfway down the calf and turning into tougher leather-looking skin. But then he noticed their fingers ended in long, razor-sharp-looking talons. He looked over at Emily and her hands as she caught his look. We wear gloves to prevent us from stabbing everything we try to pick up or hold. Then he looked back up at the display, watching a video of a Libertonian in flight. Their large back wings were powerful enough to keep them moving while they used the gossamer dragonfly-like material between their sets of arms to steer and turn. Then he thought it over. Those legs looked more like something he pictured on a dinosaur, like a raptor, and her muzzle was pointed out straight like, well, not like anything he knew offhand, but maybe a gator. Wait, weren't raptors birds? He gasped. The white feathers and wings had led him astray. They weren't just space eagles. They were flying space raptors. Space Eagle raptors. Think that still works? He asked as he pointed at the suit. I mean, in theory, they keep artifacts in original format and the reactor is rated for 1,000 years, so maybe? He was starting at it when they heard some sort of chime and looked around. The tourists and employees began to crowd around the nearest holographic information terminal, seeming to think something was happening. The map of the museum was replaced by some sort of space poodle who looked fancier than usual. Dire and alarming news today. The council is announcing a state of war. There were murmurings of surprise all around. We're getting reports from the Assface Empire that one of their primary worlds has been ruthlessly and savagely attacked. A new species known as the Americans has attacked their planet without an official declaration of war. The Assface Empire is claiming this attack was unprovoked and completely against all council ethics. The Prime Matriarch insists these are mercenaries hired by our old enemies, the Libertonians. They call upon all council races to join them in war against the new threat. An emergency session of the council has been called. In the meantime, they advise citizens be on the alert for 2 highly dangerous terrorists. There was a picture that came up of Emily in her mask and suit and Billy Bob, made from security footage. Emily gasped as the tourists around them turned and looked, but as she looked to Billy Bob, he was running over towards the display with the battle suit. He picked up one of the exhibit signs and swung it, smashing it into the field generator on the side. There was an explosion as the device crackled and sputtered. The shield faded as the exosuit cops began to charge Billy Bob. Emily! Get in the suit! We're going to take the gold record and get the fuck out. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 20. Since very few species other than humanity had the ability to process spatial positioning on the fly, the galaxy had been built up along a standardized axis. Whatever the flat plane that a system's planets rested on would be the plane for that system. Ships would arrange themselves in a 2-dimensional flat grid in order to simplify construction, FTL gate positioning, and traffic flow. While humans didn't mind this on most issues, they didn't adhere to it completely because it didn't always work. Most systems that had asteroid belts, for example, had to have special and expensive gravity tethers set up to keep asteroids from wandering into the FTL lanes. In Sol, the humans just built gates to flow up and over the belt, then back down to that standard plane. They figured the cost of keeping the gates in position was a lot less expensive than the special gravity tethers for a whole stretch of asteroids. This general trend for Xenos to behave in space on a flat plane had another effect, however. It made it easy for the human military to surprise them. Not only did Xenos ignore most deep space because they assumed no one was crazy enough to venture out into the abyss willingly, they failed to scan above or below their standard plane. This is why the U.S. supercarrier group Freedom Fist sat above the Crustican system. Flight crews were refueling Gladiators. Marines were prepping their gear just in case. Techs were rechecking weapon systems, engines, and every system they could in preparation for battle. Thousands of humans sat in the abyss waiting for the call, knowing war was nearly upon them. There was a pause as the PA opened up across the fleet. This is Admiral Winters. Crusticans. Fuck it, we've all seen the pictures. The ass faces have begun attacking UHG colonies. We're told the casualty lists are already in the tens of thousands. The colonies being targeted are entirely civilian, but these ass faces want to send a message to humanity. They're doing this because an American is defending a xeno-diplomat. That's what we're dealing with here. A species that's used to being a big bad bully and getting what it wants. Now that they're dealing with an American who refuses to surrender to their tyrannical and diabolical demands in the face of his own suffering, they're hoping to scare him into giving up by holding humans hostage. Our government has received no warning about these actions. We were never asked to make our citizens surrender the diplomat. The UHG has not even been informed of the situation by the Xenos. These ass faces just took it upon themselves to start killing and kidnapping innocent civvies. Crews around the fleet were growling at the news. All the while, bombs were readied, guns were loaded, and shields were checked. Well, we're going to show these ugly fuckers that messing with one human means messing with all humans. We all know the policy. America demands revenge by order of magnitude. And these aren't American civvies getting killed, so that means it's twice as bad. So forever one of the UHG civvies gets killed, I want you bastards to kill at least 100 off these ugly ass crabs. They want to bully our friends and try and terrorize humanity without declaring war. We'll show them who they're fucking with. There was a cheer across the fleet at the idea. Weapon systems came online. The fighter bombers began to warm up their engines. Marines marched into their assault ships. Elsewhere in the galaxy, calls were going out. The reserves were being called up. And since government service was mandatory for a few years, that meant every able-bodied man and woman in the nation were being called up. Merchant vessels were entering shipyards to get fitted with more weapons. The entirety of the sport racing industry was being refitted to become scouts for the Navy. Space truckers were moving to military depots. If you weren't hauling bullets, bombs, or fuel, you were going to be thrown into combat. America was now at war. Naval elements were scrambling to protect the outer colonies that were now being attacked by the Crusticans. American intel operatives were moving into Xeno territory. UHG diplomats were being informed of everything America knew about the situation. But while the military began to move to defend, it was the job of this supercarrier group to throw the first punch. Crews around the fleet waited for the end of the transmission, and they heard Winter's pause in her speech. We are now at war, and it is our honor to deliver the first strike. We are the angel of death, unfurling our wings above our foe. They shall be reduced to nothing more than glass and ashes. Strike hard and strike true. Winter's out! The speech ended and the feed cut out as the fleet began to move. Everyone was secure at their station. Pilots in their fighter bombers. Marines secure in their crash netting. Deckhands clear of the flight deck hangar. Techs at their terminals. Then the order was given. The fleet jumped. Everyone had the same strange sensation of blackness with strange, nameless colors at the edge of their vision and the soft whispers scratching at their brains. 20 minutes later, the fleet returned to real space, the Crustican planet just below them. On the planet, consoles were screeching in warning. They'd been caught entirely unprepared as the fleet engaged. Gladiators streamed out of the carriers. The Marines' armadillos plummeted towards their targets. Assassin-class ship killers blinked into reality near Crustican ships, their torpedoes firing the moment they had a firing solution, and the carriers' railguns swiveled as they found targets of opportunity. The Crusticans hadn't been in a real war in centuries, and even then the war against the Libertonians had been almost entirely on the offensive. For the first time in their history, an enemy had suddenly appeared over a major developed world of theirs with the intent of war. Winters hit the launch order on the bridge, and even as the ships, Marines, and fighter bombers all raced to their targets, the carriers unleashed the first strike. Their Liberation-class missiles launched from their firing tubes and rained down upon the planet. In the colony's capital, Crusticans were scurrying around, unsure what to do in the sudden attack. They didn't know how long they had before the enemy arrived, but then they looked up as something gleamed in the sky above them. They had no idea that their city was about to become hotter than the surface of a star, that their bodies would be turned to ash and swept away as the only evidence they ever existed would simply be a black shadow permanently etched into the stone beneath them. They had no idea that the crew of the Enterprise had written on the side of the missile racing towards them, and especially no idea that it said, "Hey, ass crabs, I'll see you in hell. Sincerely, Billy Bob, Space Trucker." Elsewhere in the galaxy, the new war was waging on in a museum. Billy Bob was cornered by the exosuit cops. After smashing that force field generator, they'd come running, and since it hurt to punch metal suits, he was swinging one of the signs as a makeshift club. The tourists had run screaming as alarms sounded through the museum and people started filing out. There was another threat, however, as Crustican hunter-killers who'd been waiting at the entrance started to swarm into the place, knocking civilians aside as they pushed through the waves of panicked tourists who were running away from the alarms. The exosuits had some fancy toys on them, as Billy Bob learned when he got shocked by a few who got too close, but he was far hardier than they were expecting. "There's just one of him!" shouted a guard as the others stayed just past the range of his swinging sign. Water was leaking out of a few suits that had been cracked pretty hard, but Billy Bob had backed up after knocking them down, letting the others pull their wounded comrades out of the way to patch them up and stop the water loss. Even Billy Bob wasn't too keen on murdering museum guards. "Come on, then, you evil robots. Keep coming at me," he encouraged, waving them on. Finally, they charged en masse, swarming over him. He swung the sign to knock two back, but three more were on him. Stun rods zapping as he grunted and growled, slowly pulled to the ground. The Greslins inside their suits were panting, feeling the strain of cornering and fighting the human the last few minutes. But as they sat atop him, he just started laughing. "What's so funny, terrorist?" "We got you now," said one of the guards as they worked to hold him down since his strength was still considerable. "What's so funny is this whole time you guys have only been looking at me." "So?" one asked as Billy Bob laughed once more. Then they heard a heavy thud from behind them. The Greslins turned as fear and dread began to grip them. The Libertonian exosuit that was on display, the one that had been released from the security shield after the human destroyed the generator. It was moving. They stared up at the towering machine as it walked towards them. "Please get off my friend." Emily didn't have to ask twice as they scrambled to get off the human. Billy Bob stood up, dusting himself off with a grin. "Hey, looks like you're the big strong one now. But forgive me if I pass on letting you carry me before I try to cut your throat." "Oh, shut up. Come on, let's go get that golden record and get out." As they turned, another squad of Greslins showed up with more gear. Stun rods, gas guns, riot shields, and stared up at Emily in her power suit. "Don't even think about it," Billy Bob said as they dropped their riot control weapons on the ground. He chuckled then and began to walk past as Emily followed along behind him. The Greslins quickly rushed to help their comrades once Emily had stomped past. The power suit's clawed feet were digging tracks into the stone floors with every step. "This makes me feel amazing. I feel so tall. And strong. Also, I really don't know what I'm doing, Billy Bob. I've never used one of these before. There's a bunch of commands I don't understand." "Have you tried saying help?" There was a pause before her speaker came back on. "How did you know that would work? Human, Libertonian, whoever. The military is not always the brightest of bright. People are going to need to ask for help." They walked into the exhibit that had the Voyager, and he stopped in front of the glass. He waited for a moment and then looked up at Emily. "Emily. The glass? Oh, right. Do I just punch it?" One of the upper arms moved up and crashed into the glass, which shattered and fell away. Billy Bob quickly moved forward, climbing up onto the Voyager to find the hatch he was looking for. Opening it up, he retrieved the golden record before walking back to Emily. "Is there a storage hatch in there? Someplace to store this?" There was a pause as he stood there looking up at the suit. "Yes," she finally said and crouched down a little as a compartment opened up along the right side of the power suit. He tucked the record into the compartment, noting it had padding to keep it secure, which was good. Then he nodded at the next display and she walked up, punching that one as well. He waited till the glass to finish falling before stepping in to pick up the Luger. It only had 2 magazines, but he took them. The MP-44 had 6 magazines, thankfully, which he tucked into his pockets. This was why he loved pockets. You never knew when you were going to need to carry a bunch of ammo and you couldn't get to your tactical vest. He turned the MP-44 over in his hands, inspecting it for a little. He examined the slide and receiver, pulling it a few times, and then pulled on the trigger. Satisfied, he slapped a magazine into place, loaded it, and aimed at the Nazi pressure suit. It already had a hole in it. What did another matter? He pulled the trigger and smiled as the bullet tore through the head of the pressure suit. Then he looked at the black uniform set up on a mannequin. It looked like it might fit him. Then he shook his head and pulled the iron cross up and off the neck of the uniform, pulling it over his head and tucking it into his shirt. "All right, let's go," he said and looked over at Emily, who had been quiet so far. I think I've got a better idea how this works. I'm ready, but I don't think the Greslins will bother us again. Who? Oh, the fish cops. Yeah, probably not, but you never know, so it pays to be prepared and keep your gun loaded. Even as he said that, they heard the clacking of claws on the stone as 6 ass-faces rounded the corner, guns raised. But then they paused and looked up at the towering Libertonian power suit. They mean to steal the display, not destroy it, one hissed out in alarm. But before they could attack or call for help, Emily demonstrated what she'd learned. The power suit shot forward, carving lines in the stone as the claws dragged through it. The upper arms grabbed 2 of the hunter-killers, shredding them in a mist of green goop and shell. The energy weapons on the lower limbs fired at 2 in the back, and then she jumped up, landing and crushing the last 2 beneath those clawed feet. Then the power suit turned and hopped from foot to foot. Look how good I am. This is amazing. Emily was excited even as she happened to grind the bodies beneath her into mush, staining the metal legs. Billy Bob stood there, mouth hanging open in surprise. After all this time protecting Emily and fighting creatures, he really was the little guy now. He also wasn't ashamed to admit he was a little aroused at the moment. Then they heard more shouting and clicking of claws. "Touchdown dance later. We need to get out of here," he called out, running past. Glancing around the corner, he saw a squad of ass-faces and jumped out, MP-44 firing as they cried in surprise. Their energy shields were as useless as the ones the Borks had used. He was just glad the museum had gone through the trouble of perfectly preserving the centuries-old ammunition in its original form. The squad was pulped, dead and bleeding that green gunk all over the white floors as Billy Bob quickly reloaded. Turning, he nodded at Emily, jogging past her power suit as he began to check around corridors. He saw another squad charging down their way, noting one of them had a large tube hoisted over his shoulder. That was an anti-tank gun if he ever saw one. "I got this one, Billy Bob!" he heard and looked up as Emily charged past. "Emily, wait!" he called out, but she was around the corner. Unlike the surprise squad from before, these were aware something big was out there. They raised their weapons as she rounded the corner, and their targeting computers didn't struggle much getting a firing solution on a target rushing straight at them. Her power suit was pelted with those pink bolts, a blue shield flashing as it absorbed the blows. But then the one holding the tube fired and a green cylinder slammed into her suit's chest. She staggered but was upon them, claws flashing as she tore them to shreds. He shook his head as he jogged to catch up. She understood swooping and clawing, but not ranged combat. He knew that thing had to have a targeting computer, but she wasn't thinking like that yet. That hurt, she groaned over the speaker. "Okay, let me give you a quick pointer. Don't just run straight at the fucker with an anti-tank gun. But I watched you avoid all that fire back on the station, and I can move way faster. Yeah, I rolled, ducked, dove, and weaved. Serpentine! Serpentine! You gotta move around. Straight lines are not hard to predict, especially when you charge straight at them." Billy Bob was shaking his head. "Here, wait for a second." They had another corridor before they'd be out in one of the gardens. He glanced around a corner and saw a stationary squad with 2 of those tubes waiting for them. Dropping down, he pressed his back to the wall, shifting a little to get ready, and quickly leaned around the corner, bracing on one knee. 2 shots at the first, 2 shots at the second, then back around the corner. "Go!" Emily charged as the crabs tried to scramble and pick up the tubes. But she was on them too quick. Their standard rifles didn't phase the shield in the least. Was that better? "Much," Billy Bob said as he jogged out to catch up with her. But they were about to be out of the corridors. He thought over the layout of the museum in his head. "All right, outside is the garden section. We can either cut straight across and through more corridors or fight through the gardens and back up to that private dock." He glanced around a corner and then quickly tucked back. "Fuck!" There had been 6 squads out there. 3 were out in the gardens. 3 had been up on bridges and balconies around the area. He had 4 full magazines and his current, mostly full one. But with the various ranges and covers, he wasn't sure how many he could get. And that was the squads he could see, no telling if there were more. He laid out the situation for Emily and shook his head. "Not sure what to do here." "Billy Bob, the wings on this suit aren't for show, you know." He looked back up at that. "What do you mean?" "I'll charge, duck and dodge, and weave and all that. You get the ones with the matter slammers." "Is that what you guys call them?" Not bad." Then he shrugged. "Well, this is as good a way to die as any. Are the speakers on that thing easy to control?" "Yes." "Why? Can you give my implant access?" Hold on. He waited a few seconds before she said, "Okay, go." Nodding, he scrolled through his implant and smiled as he selected Song 2 on repeat. All right. Make it good. He took a few breaths, glanced out once more, and then leaned out, firing to get their attention and kill one of the tube holders. They started to train their weapons on him when Emily rushed out of the corridor just in time for woo-hoo. Then she leaped and small boosters launched the suit forward into a squad, which she shredded. He figured no one would focus on him after that. He ran forward, popping off shots at the tube holders when he could. They fired at her and from time to time got a lock with those tubes, but when they shot out, she was dropping away or jumping in a different direction. She'd seen Billy Bob in action and understood what he meant now. Keep moving, jump, charge, dash. She's fly up into the air, swoop in and stomp on a squad, or charge at them only to leap to the side and hit a different squad, all while that music blared out through the gardens. Billy Bob grinned as he watched her work, but he got careless. He was standing in the open when he got slammed from the side, 3 of those pink bolts hitting his right side and his shoulder. He gasped and cursed, feeling the sting and seeing the burn marks. He ducked down behind a stone planter box and rubbed his side with a curse. Breathing hurt, his ribs twinged, and as he shifted his shoulder, he groaned in pain. So he shifted the MP-44 and rose up, firing from the left side to kill the Ascrab who shot at him from a balcony. He got up and limped along then, taking a long burst at the last squad to keep their heads down. Then Emily dropped on them as green gunk flew in every direction. He was down to 2 magazines left, and reloading was a bit more difficult. But no one else was trying to kill them, it seemed. The power suit jumped off the balcony it was on, dropping to the gardens with a thud, cracking the stone under its clawed feet. "We did great, Billy Bob," she said as she turned the music off. "Yeah, I'm real proud of you, Emily. You kick ass like a pro." He groaned a little as he looked around at the splattered remains of the ass faces. He hurt, and he wasn't sure if he had internal bleeding, but he was a hell of a lot better off than them. Emily didn't notice, and he didn't plan on telling her. "Hey, is there some art you want to take with us?" "What?" "We should get out of here." "Why?" He waved a hand. "They're all dead." "I'm positive there are more," she said, and he nodded a little at that. "Yeah, but they don't seem to be rushing to get us now that we've thinned them out. Do you want to go back and shred those paintings about the war?" The power suit turned back the way they'd come from. Couldn't I? "Yeah, or we could go pick out a painting you really like and take it with us." There was a pause for a moment. "Do you remember that painting with the sunset over that mountain, where the double moon was in the top corner?" "Yeah, with that fart cloud over the trees." "It's not a fart cloud. That's actually from my home planet. It's one of the few Libertonian paintings here. I didn't want to mention it earlier in case someone overheard. I want to take that with us." "Sure, you go shred the paintings. I'll go meet you at that one." "Okay, I'll meet you there." The power suit charged off down the way they'd come from, and once she was out of sight, Billy Bob groaned and began to limp towards the painting she had mentioned. His side hurt and made him wince, but he could keep moving all right. He got to the gallery, now completely empty, and sat down heavily on a bench near the painting in question. He looked up at the one she had mentioned. It was rather nice. Some sort of valley in front of a mountain. Purple-red river weaving between some short-looking trees with what he had called a green fart cloud hanging over them. It was sunset, birds flying through the sky just above the green cloud. In the top corner just over the mountain was a double moon and night sky. So that was Libertonian Earth? Didn't look bad aside from the fart cloud. Soon the power suit came clomping down the hall. He stood up and waved as she got close. "Good pick there, Emily." "Like the frame?" "Yeah, it looks good." He nodded and slung the MP-44 over his shoulder and pulled the painting off the wall. It was a good 6x6 painting, but in the lower gravity he could carrying it just fine. "Why don't you sweep around real quick and then meet me out in that flower garden? The one with that nice fountain. Make sure no other ass faces are closing in on us. I'll see you there." "Sounds good," she said, turning and rushing off again. Once more, Billy Bob waited until she was out of sight and groaned out. He hauled the painting along, struggling a bit with the large size, even if it didn't weigh very much. Soon he was outside in the gardens and forced himself to not limp as he carried the painting out to the flower garden he had mentioned. Reds, blues, purples, all sorts of different colors were arranged around a fountain of dancing water, her power suit standing in the open. The place was empty, and it all looked rather gorgeous, even the claw marks her suit left in the stone. He smiled as he approached, wobbling a little in the wind as the painting acted as a big sail. but the wind wasn't that strong in the light gravity. Still in the clear? Yeah, I don't see anyone else. This is exhilarating, Billy Bob. I feel so incredibly powerful. This suit is amazing. Yeah, you were something special stomping and shredding like that. I think I'll let you do all the fighting from now on. I couldn't have survived without you. You kept them down, shot those matter slammers. It was incredible. Let me just take a moment to rest. All this fighting was a little draining today. I didn't get all amped up like before. Oh, okay. He leaned the painting against a bench and then sat on a free one, looking around at the flowers as they swayed lightly in the breeze. His side really hurt, especially because breathing hurt, but he just smiled up at Emily. I guess you were right. This museum wasn't half bad now, was it? Kind of crazy about that war, though. I wonder what they did to make us attack. Emily was quiet for a moment as he looked up at her. Then he frowned. What do you know? It's us. I told you I was on my way to the capital to destroy the galaxy as we know it. What? We're destroying the galaxy? Sorry, maybe a translator error? We're going to change it. I have proof the Council has been suppressing the ambition and intelligence of some species with a special device. I wanted to unveil it at the Council meeting and tear the government apart. Oh, when did you say that? I talked about it some just after we first left that refueling station where we first met. Why do you think I was being hunted by hunter-killers? He paused, trying to think back that far. He remembered thinking how awesome it was she was a space eagle, although now she was a space eagle raptor. Also, to be perfectly honest, he went a little blind after being offered several billion credits. You know, I never really asked. I thought they were bandits or something. Hey, yeah, are they a council race? Are they like cops or something? They're the secret police. Oh, the secret police. Fuck them then. They're really suppressing races? Yes, through the FTL lanes and translator implants. I feel fine. You're a banned new species. It takes time to figure out how to calibrate the devices to tailor each species and tone down their ambitions and intellect. Keeps them easy to control. This is the sort of thing we wanted to prevent when we originally formed the council. Huh. We just call it basic TV. What? Nothing. He sighed and got up, then unable to suppress a groan that Emily noticed. Wait, are you hurt? Nah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Just a scratch. Billy Bob, I'll be fine. Let's get to the ship. He picked up the painting again, but this time Emily wasn't ready to rush off. He limped along with the painting dragging along his side now as they approached the private dock in the back of the museum. But as they approached, neither one had been paying enough attention. Ass faces burst from behind the other ships that were still sitting on the ground, and a giant metal crab power suit skittered out from behind his longhorn. Billy Bob quickly dropped the painting and pulled up his MP-44, but they were out in the open, dead to rights with 5 hunter-killers, and that metal crab around them. Surrender! We have you surrounded, came a voice from the metal crab. Fuck, Billy Bob muttered as he looked around, but then the metal crab seemed to shift. He's where? Came out over the speaker. I'll kill you, human, a voice screeched from behind them. Billy Bob turned and saw an ass-face with 2 eyes stitched shut and some scars on his face. I, Captain Ass-Face, will have my revenge. Oh, hey, you're the guy from before. Wait, you two have the same name? Emily said from beside him. Everyone paused at that, and Billy Bob frowned, quickly undoing some of his translator options. What? My name is Blee Bob, not some filthy Hyuman name. It's pronounced Billy Bob, the trucker said. There was an awkward moment as they stared at each other, and then Blee Bob screamed, You can't have my name. Die, die, die! Rushing forward, he began to fire wildly, his targeting computer unable to lock onto a target as he ran forward, and his 2 eyes struggled to figure out his depth. The ass-faces scattered back behind their ships as Emily dashed to the side and Billy Bob ran the other way, diving behind a ship as well. An ass-face was behind it, and Billy Bob cursed before pulling up his MP-44 and blasting it quickly. Groaning, he pushed himself to his feet, trying to run around the ship, only to run into another of the hunter-killers. Up close, it dropped the energy rifle and tried to snap his face off with those claws. But Billy Bob jumped back and then swung his MP-44 to smash it in the face. As it dropped, he fired wildly at the 3rd hunter-killer behind 1 ship over. Then he was knocked to the ground as Captain Ass-Face rounded the corner and slammed him down. The MP-44 went flying, and Billy Bob looked up at the pissed-off Ass-Face above him. It snapped down with its claws as he twisted and turned to avoid the strikes. Emily was having some sort of close combat brawl with the metal crab. He could hear the sounds of smashing metal on metal, so he didn't think she could help. He pulled the Luger free with his left hand, since his right really hurt for some reason, and cried out as Captain Assface finally got it right and stepped on him, a sharp appendage piercing through Billy Bob's stomach as he gasped and grunted. "I've got you now." It hissed just before Billy Bob pulled the trigger on his Luger and blew a neat hole through Captain Assface's face. The Xeno collapsed on top of him, knocking his Luger aside as he groaned. Tilting his head, he could see the world upside down as the metal crab had pinned Emily in her power suit. He could see large pincers in the air, moving down, slowly pushing back the arms of her suit. Billy Bob groaned and rolled over a bit, still pinned to the ground by that sharp leg piercing his gut. He reached with his left hand, since his right still hurt, and then grabbed his Luger. Things were blurry, but he aimed at the metal crab and fired everything he had left in the gun. Ping! Ping! Ping!
Ping!
Plunk! 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 The crab sagged, goop leaking out of 3 holes that had been shot in the side. Emily shoved it off then, and her power suit rose up. Billy Bob was breathing hard. Everything was pretty blurry. She quickly moved over, tossing the body off of him, pulling the leg out of his stomach as he groaned in pain. Then he slowly pushed down with his left and stood up. He was wobbly, but he was standing. A light. "We won! Fuck these guys! High five!" He shifted his right arm up while holstering the Luger with his left, hoping she'd be gentle in her power suit. Billy Bob. What? He frowned then as he slowly looked over, eyes wandering down his right shoulder to his elbow, and he wiggled his elbow, looking around for the rest of his arm. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Jesus. He walked past and found his right forearm where he'd been knocked down. That's why it had hurt so much. He walked over, stumbling a bit as he kicked his forearm. Shit. He stumbled a bit more before managing to pick it up in his left hand. Billy Bob, stay there. I'll go get the biogel. There was a hiss as she opened her power suit and climbed out. But he was staring at his hand being held in his other hand. He felt tired. Turning, he sat down on the corpse of Captain Assface. His eyes were heavy. He heard Emily screaming something about being there in a hurry. Don't worry. I hope your painting is okay. I'm just gonna take a nap. His breathing slowed as he blinked heavily, still holding his right hand with his left, his eyes closed. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 21. Falling from on high, the commandos huddled together closer as they heard their craft rumble and shake as it began to enter the planet's atmosphere. Their chamber was barely big enough to hold the 5 of them, an oppressing red light washing over them and the chamber itself, making their black forms even more ominous. They'd checked their gear 3 times before being fit inside the chamber to have the wall sealed into place. There was no talking because everything had been said before. They just listened to the howling around them. 5 figures huddling close as their craft continued to shake and rumble. Then the light turned yellow. As one, they turned to face the same wall, shuffling closer to it. Outside, they could hear the stresses of the atmosphere burning up the rest of their craft. This wasn't some assault ship or re-entry vehicle. They weren't riding anything with engines or made for more than one purpose. They were riding an asteroid fitted with a small, specially designed compartment. And at the exact moment necessary to prevent them from dying horribly with the asteroid itself, enough material had burned off the outside of the rock and their capsule dropped free. They jerked in the force just as the capsule fired its only positioning booster to counter the spin and the wall in front of them blasted away. With that, they were loose. The 5 jumping together at the same moment out into the blackness. Behind them, the asteroid burned up in the atmosphere, its job done. Their black suits falling out of the black into the amber light of sunset. They were on the very edge of the atmosphere now, the stars shining bright above them as they began to fall. Each spread out, twisting their bodies left or right in order to form a wide 5-point star as they continued to fall. They could see clouds, cities, rivers, lights all stretched out in front of them. They were bathed in the light of the planet's star as it set, rising just above the curve of the planet to illuminate their fall. They were falling back into the darkness as they kept their eyes opened. Their internal computers chimed in warning as it spotted a xenocraft flying through their path of fall. Without speaking, they all twisted and turned, veering away from their current lines to stream past the craft before turning and twisting once more to return to their formation. Their computers chimed at them again, and their automatic chutes snapped up, sapping some of their speed before breaking away to keep them falling smoothly. The planet was getting closer, the rivers growing larger, the cities brighter and clearer, and the clouds hanging just before them as they flew into those white puffs. As they entered the cloud cover, they knew the sky would be dark now that the sun had set. They quickly activated their suits, chunks of them falling away, removing heat shielding as their 2 arms and bipedal legs became more clearly visible. Small thrusters puffed as it worked to continue to sap their speed until their computers were confident in their velocity. Now they were falling out of the clouds into the night sky, the city gleaming bright before them. Black fabric extended from their sides out along their arms and between their legs. These creatures had been born without wings but made their own. Their hard armor casings were moist from the dew collected in the clouds. They had been born without shells or scales, so they made their own. Their target was just in front of them now. White spires, twisting and rising up to the heavens surrounded by green gardens. The thrusters on their suits activated once more as they drew close, turning them feet down as black chutes opened up to let them glide gently down to the surface, feet moving as they hit the ground. The 5 quickly pulled their chutes free, balling them up and tucking them into a pouch on their suit. Then they pulled their weapons free of the special casings that had been set on their backs. They had been born without fangs or claws, but gladly made their own. Naked metal gleamed in the soft light they had at the edge of this garden, knives being fastened into place before they quickly checked their rifles, aside from a single figure wielding a stocky cannon they referred to as a shotgun. Weapons checked, they looked around at one another, nodding before they started their advance. 3 hours ago, they'd received word that 2 VIPs had been ambushed at a museum on this otherwise idyllic planet. Their cruiser had quickly approached the planet as close it had dared, and launched that asteroid to deliver these 5 figures to the planet to secure them while a rescue was worked out. The figures moved in complete silence, not even speaking over their short-range radio in case the enemy was listening. They advanced through the halls dedicated to art, culture, and peace. Then they found the central garden in the complex. In the bright lights of the complex, they could see carnage. Green, pulped bodies were strewn across the place. Deep gashes in the stone told of something big enough to claw through it. Energy bolt impacts left dark spots all across the white stone, and in places there were holes from larger explosions. But all the bodies were the same, so their VIPs had not fallen here. They followed the claw marks in the stone, silent black figures slipping through the manicured gardens, brightly colored flowers swaying in the evening breeze around them as they advanced. They neared a path heading to a small landing area when they finally took cover as they saw the enemy. 4-legged crab-like Xenos had been setting up fixed weapons, drilling the supports of the legs into the stone. Clearly these were AA weapons, barrels pointed to the sky. They wanted to stop someone from leaving, it seemed. They hadn't heard the black figures approach, and as one of those black figures nodded, they were cut down where they stood, those black rifles in their hands emitting soft ch-ch-ch instead of usual loud explosions given off by ballistic weapons. The crabs who had been setting up the AA batteries weren't even aware their comrades around them were falling before they were all dead. The black figures reloaded and advanced down the now unguarded path. They saw the backs of far more crabs now, energy weapons in their claws or matter slammers on their shoulders. They were hunkered down behind the smoldering remains of private transports. 2 larger metal crabs dragging them into place to provide cover from some tall metal bird in the open field before them. The black figures took cover along the path before they were spotted as one of them used his suit visor to enhance his vision. The metal bird was standing in front of a transport, blocky and efficient. A bipedal creature was leaning against the airlock, purple gunk smeared all over his arm and face. The metal bird was cracked, impact marks all across its front. The faint glimmer of blue, sparking now and then showing its shield, was nearly dead. It stood tall over the bipedal figure, and the crabs gathered for an attack. But that attack never came. The black figures advanced, ballistic weapons firing as the one wielding a shotgun slung it and charged in. This figure approached those 2 metal crabs as it pulled small black boxes from its belt and slapped them onto the torsos of those metal crabs. These creatures had been born without claws strong enough to crack such tough shells, so they made their own. With two explosions, the metal crabs fell and the figures advanced around the makeshift barricade the crabs had made. The metal bird shifted for a moment, obviously uneasy and unsure as the black figures rounded the vehicles instead of the crabs. The black figure in front finally spoke. "Emily Earhart?" "Yes," came an uneasy answer from the metal bird. "We're here to help." The metal bird sagged a bit in relief as the black figure with the shotgun advanced on the human leaning against the ship. He kneeled down over him for a moment and then looked back to the one who had spoken with a nod. With the help of another black figure, they began to load him into the ship. "I'll get in the cargo hold," the metal bird said, walking to the back of the ship. Three figures remained outside when they heard the cries of surprise coming from the path leading to the docking area. They faced the barricade and then backed up as something large charged down the path, climbing up and over the barricade and facing them in one charge. This thing was twice as big as the metal crabs and covered in armoring that might be found on a tank. It had massive claws, and in smaller forearms it clutched massive metal blades. This was a creature that had been born to kill, to fight, to destroy. The three figures looked up at it, and when it bellowed in rage, they each tossed a small black cylinder at it. The light that filled the area was blinding as it howled and shifted, stomping those many pointed legs into the ground beneath it. But once the creature's vision started to clear, it heard the whine of an engine as the blocky vehicle it had sought to stop rose into the air, turning and flying off. The creature howled once more in anger, its rage filling the night as its prey escaped. On board, a message was being sent to their cruiser, waiting in the void far above them. "Package secure. AA in place, seeking cover in wilderness. Awaiting further orders." Matriarch Liazbeth was so far beyond furious that she had circled back around to being perfectly calm. She stood before the caste leaders who were still alive in her command, staring them down as none dare meet her gaze. The operation against the humans had not gone well. At first, things seemed to be in order. Their ships met minimal resistance, and the colonists were bombed and captured relatively easily, albeit with more difficulty than most species. Then the Americans struck back, and their core system, Viranath, had been utterly annihilated. They were still going over the reports, trying to figure out how the Americans had managed to get a fleet so deep into their territory without anyone knowing. They'd glassed most of the cities and sent ground troops to take R&D facilities scattered over the planet. Once they'd taken all they could, they'd destroyed the facilities as they left the planet. In the wake of their destruction, they had also left a recording from the Americans' leader. He simply stated that if the Crusticans continued to attack civilian targets, Americans would continue to attack civilian targets. The hunter-killer teams had managed to kill or capture about 20,000 human colonists, mostly thanks to seizing a colony transport en route to an outlying agri-world. Meanwhile, when the humans struck Viranath, they'd killed around 500 million, including the hunter-killers in orbit. The matriarchs were furious at having terms dictated to them in such a fashion, but if they didn't agree, the Americans would wipe them out before they could prepare an actual defense. They left behind a number of the captured colonists to return the message that civilian targets would be left alone. But this wasn't the worst of it. Indeed, after they'd pulled back with about 5,000 captives, other teams had moved on the Libertonian colony. And while they brushed aside their initial orbital defense and landed on the planet, another human fleet showed up, landing massive numbers of ground troops which completely halted the first Crustican invasion. The reports from the field were very disturbing indeed. These humans couldn't fly on their own like Libertonians, but some of their number had something called jetpacks, which let them fly just as well. Then there were reports of humans who had some sort of adaptive skin that could change colors. How else could they explain why a team of hunter-killers would scour an area before advancing only to be picked off with a long-range ballistic weapon from an area they'd found no humans in just minutes ago? The energy shields that had been standard use in the galaxy for centuries were proving useless against these sorts of weapons. Thankfully, the humans didn't have the tech to employ such shields, and it appeared for now they lacked biogel. But how long this would last, the matriarch didn't know. The main reason she stared down her surviving caste leaders had nothing to do with the ongoing invasion and war, however. It had everything to do with the Pulvian Museum on the planet beneath her ship. How is it that 2 individuals killed so many of your teams? 2. Matriarch, they stole the Libertonian power suit. And we had matter slammers. It should have gone down in a few hits. Well, the caste leaders fell quiet. No one knew the answers, really. By all rights, they should have killed the 2 terrorists easily. But instead, they'd lost almost all the squads they sent. There were more than 2. 5 more showed up. One ventured as the matriarch hissed and approached that caste leader, after we had cornered the 2 injured ones. And how is it those 5 showed up? There were no reports of human ships in the area. Where did they come from? They didn't just, she gestured with her claws, fall out of the sky now, did they? The caste leaders were quiet as she paced back and forth in front of them, hissing and chittering. Her hydrating mucus had been yellow for a full sleep cycle, which indicated how dangerous she was right now. Finally, she calmed down enough to continue. That ship has not left orbit. That infernal blinding cylinder, they had kept me from tearing them to pieces when I arrived. But I know I saw it fly out towards the wilderness. There were 5 of some sort of black exoskeleton-like species, a Libertonian and 1 injured human. 7 terrorists alone and stranded on this planet without support. You will find them. Her limbs twitched in anger as she thought about how close she had been to ripping them apart before they'd stunned her with those bright flashes. Matriarch, about the human captives we're transporting here? We'll use them as bait to lure the others out. She waved a claw dismissively, but then turned to the one who'd mentioned it. Did you acquire pictures of them? The young caste leader handed her a data slate as she looked at it in curiosity. They come in different colors? How interesting. Does that change the flavor? The young caste leader wasn't aware of the matriarch's particular diet. Taste? I don't. Never mind. I'll take that one and this one. Have them delivered to my hunting grounds, she said, tapping on the picture. Strip them first. I don't want to be picking fibers out of my teeth. Then the young caste leader made a grave mistake. Your hunting grounds. But matriarch, these are prisoners of war. Besides strict council laws, the Americans were very specific. He didn't get any further as she hissed and charged him, her foreclaws piercing his body as she bit his head off in a single bite, spitting it out and then tossing the body into a wall, leaving the cracked shell to be picked over by the juveniles. She hissed out as the caste leaders shifted and skittered away from her. When you find that injured human, you will bring him to me as well. I swear that I shall feast upon this. Billy Bob Space Trucker. There was a groan as he slowly opened his eyes, and as he saw some big black bug standing over him, he jerked in surprise. Then before he could try an attack or anything else, the figure raised its hands. Whoa, settle down there, I'm human. Billy Bob relaxed then as he tried to figure out where he was. It took him a few seconds before realizing he was in his bed in his cabin. Mittens was sitting on the counter at the back of the ship staring at him, but it looked like it was just him and The fuck are you? Billy Bob finally said, still feeling woozy and lightheaded. Archangel. Oh, holy shit. I didn't think I rated that high. Maybe some jarheads and a cruise missile or 2. No, the bigwigs decided you're worth a lot more than that. Billy Bob groaned a little as he shifted in his bed and then paused, tossing the sheets down from his upper body as he pulled his right arm up to reveal his arm. He turned it over slowly, opening and closing his hand as he did. Then he frowned a little. You look disappointed. I was kind of hoping to find a robot arm. Harder, faster, strong, and all that. The figure chuckled. Never found someone disappointed to get their arm back after losing it. Besides, we're on your ship. Unless you've got a fully stocked medical suite and some spare robot arms around. Fair enough. How? That purple gunk your friend had. She used all of it on you, so don't lose your arm again, 'cause there isn't any more. What is that stuff anyway? I've never seen someone heal up so fast. You'd have to ask Dr. Goldsmith. He gave it to me. Ah, a doctor gave it to you. No wonder I couldn't read the writing on the side. It was such a bad scribble, my translator tried reading it. He's not human. He's one of those space goblins. What? A Xeno named Goldsmith? Yeah, that's what I said. But you met Emily, right? Yeah, but I thought that was a fluke. No, apparently more Xenos have normal names than we thought. Speaking of, what's yours? The figure reached up then, tugging at the black helmet and pulling it away to reveal a woman with dark skin and a shaved head. Khaleesi Johnson, medic and demo expert. Khaleesi? God, I haven't heard of anyone with that name in ages. Yeah, it's old-fashioned, but I was named after my great-grandmother. Chapter 22. Convocation Commander Conroy had been a proud member of the small military the Libertonians still had for most of his life. He'd fought pirates, he'd performed black ops missions, and he'd even battled hunter-killer raids. He was proud to serve, and he knew that war would one day return to the Libertonians. What he hadn't expected was that they'd have help when the war finally began again, and he'd especially never expected their help to be so— how did he describe them? Loud? Boisterous? Utterly insane? Those all fit. So he supposed he'd just have to call them what they were. Americans. The Libertonians had been outnumbered in the last war, but this time they were also limited from centuries of being forced to keep their military incredibly small. Of course, they'd built up what they could in secret, but they hadn't been able to start production of their power suits until war was officially declared. The average Libertonian could fly and had razor-sharp claws, but the Crusticans had hard shells and their own claws. Bastion's land masses were mostly mountains and valleys, which were perfect for Libertonians and made it harder for Crusticans to advance. But their invasion force outnumbered the actual Libertonian soldiers 200 to 1, with militia forces that dropped to around 120 to 1, but it wasn't looking good. Then the Americans showed up with a large fleet to even things out a bit. Their ground forces had been easily deployed around the Libertonian mountain cities for defense, but they needed to counter the Crusticans spreading out around the planet, looking to cut them off from mines, farms, and smaller towns in the valleys. Considering their small numbers, the Libertonians had been spread out among human forces to act as guides and coordinate with militia. Before meeting the Americans, Conroy had thought militia forces were chaotic and unorganized. But then he'd been assigned to the 32nd Stormtroopers. They didn't have power armor, but they did have explosives strapped to their backs. He'd been told they were called jetpacks. A Libertonian could fly through the skies gracefully, swooping down on a target and then rising away before they were touched. Humans seemed to have a different idea of how this would work. I'm telling you, Commander, we can stomp down on those crabs and fuck their shit up. I don't get why you want to just fly over them. It still stunned Conroy that he wasn't talking to some tight-winged recruit, but a human officer. Captain Garcia, that is a forward base, not a simple outpost. There has to be 300 Crusticans in there, and at least 50 in armor. What you're proposing is that me and my 2 soldiers and your 50 take on a full base of trained and experienced hunter-killers, without any air support or artillery. Conroy, we've got jetpacks, and you've got power suits that fly. We are the air support. They're preparing AA, but it isn't operational yet. This is our chance to get in there before they're properly secured. You forget they have 2 AA guns operational already. Yeah, but there are 2 recon teams in position and ready to snipe the crabs out of the gunner seat before we're in range. Conroy and Captain Garcia were standing on the edge of a mountain plateau with the valley stretching out before them. The Crustican base was situated on a wide-open plain where they were starting to set up landing pads. It was a typical Crustican design, high walls and a circle with roofing over all but the very center. They had 6 tours arranged around the base as well, with AA guns being set up. He looked along the plains, which had nothing but some flowers and grass in them, and shook his head. You must be mistaken, Captain. There isn't anything but the Crustican base down in the valley. Sure there is. See that group of red flowers? Right there. Next to that little pund? Yes. What about them? Captain Garcia spoke into his collar. Pothead Actual, this is Centurion Actual. Do you copy? There was a pause for a moment. No, I don't care that you hate your call sign, Pothead. Deal with it. Anyway, our bird friend doesn't think you exist. Move about 5 feet to the left. How do you copy? As Conroy watched, the red flowers wiggled and shifted a little as he gasped. Yeah, thanks, Pothead Actual. Over. How did you get soldiers so close to their base? We've been up here for hours. I haven't seen them this entire time. Yeah, neither have the crabs. So come on. Conroy shrugged at that. Very well. I suppose I'll just have to see what you Americans can do. He walked back to his power suit and the 2 veterans he still had with him. When he started to climb up into his suit, he looked back at the humans and was confused. They wore those dangerously volatile jetpacks and had armor along their heads and torsos, arranged in olive drab green plates that overlapped. He heard they had power suits, but they were still rare and made only in very small numbers. Their shields were also worse than the models the Libertonian militia used. So, as far as he could tell, their main defense would be speed. So why were they picking up rocks? Once Conroy had climbed into his suit and the armor sealed around him, powering up, he spoke over the speaker. Why are you and your soldiers picking up rocks? This gravity is really light compared to what we're used to. We don't fall enough on our own, so we need these. Conroy gasped out as he looked at them all picking up giant rocks from the plateau. "You can't be serious." "Sure we are. Want to race?" "What?" Conroy blurted out as the humans turned and then shot into the sky. All 50 of them had giant rocks in their hands as they arced out over the valley. Conroy cursed and quickly jumped his power suit off the edge and activated his thrusters to catch up. He kept expecting the AA guns to start firing, but the crabs on those towers got knocked off somehow. The recon teams? He still didn't understand how they'd killed the Crusticans, but his mind was on the battle ahead. The humans dropped out of the sky, and he expected them to let go of those rocks. But instead, they kept holding them, dropping into that small open circle at the center of the base. When he dropped down, they had already started to attack, and to his shock, they were throwing the rocks at the Crusticans. They had ballistic weapons, but some didn't unholster them yet. All around him, the humans were smashing the hunter-killers with rocks, as if they were pre-industrial barbarians. "I bet I can kill more of them with a rock than you," he heard a human say to another. But then the hunter-killers overcame their initial shock and began to fight back. That's when the humans finally pulled out their guns and a battle cry rose up. For liberty, freedom, and Billy Bob's space trucker. Billy Bob was standing out in the Pulvian forest, his ship in the small clearing behind him. It didn't smell like a redwood forest like he remembered as a kid, but overall it smelled pretty foresty. Brown trunks, green leaves, something that resembled acorns but the size of his head. Not bad. The 3 archangels he'd been talking to walked out of his ship as he looked around their little campsite. No campfire, obviously, but they'd set up black hammocks between trees, and he could see what looked like a hunter's blind in the treetops. It made him think back on camping with his family, and he smiled. Then he heard Emily call out, "Billy Bob!" He looked around, but got taken by surprise as she dropped out of the trees in front of him. He kept forgetting she could fly. She leaned in and gave him a hug, but it was his turn to gasp and groan before she pulled back and looked down at him. "Oh, you're still hurt." "Yeah, I did get my ass kicked pretty hard at the museum." "What would ass pain have to do with any of that?" She sounded confused before shaking her head. Human expression. "Never mind. I get it. Yeah. How are you, though? Have these humans been treating you all right?" "Oh, of course. I was so worried we wouldn't make it back at the museum. When they showed up, I can't tell you how relieved I was. And they've been teaching me how to hunt from the ground. It's a very strange concept. I want to fly and swoop down, but they tell me not to break the tree line." "What were you doing up in the treetops, then?" "I can't fly, but I can still get up there and scout." "How have you been since the museum, anyway?" "You did good." "Did you have combat experience?" "No, but I've hunted." "See, I just could never do that." Emily paused at that, and Billy Bob looked over at the others. "Any of you know what I mean? Killing someone because they're trying to kill you is pretty easy. It's just like, well, fuck, if it's me or you, I like me way better. But animals, I just never got the feel for it. Don't get me wrong, all respect to hunters. I guess I'm just a pussy." The archangels had stepped forward. Call was still the only one who had taken her helmet off. "No, I get what you mean." The other 2 looked at her when Captain Crunch spoke up. "Really? I thought you'd been hunting." Billy Bob, space trucker. Chapter 23. Due to their fear of being alone and general fear of deep space, Xenos used massive cargo ships to have nice big crews with plenty of individuals to support one another. These large ships were juicy targets for pirates and raiders because capturing a single ship could yield a great haul, and they had poor protection after centuries of peace. Weapons were only for highly trained professionals on highly specialized ships designed for a single purpose when it came to galactic regulations. The concept of armed merchants was bizarre, and it also meant that the Crusticans attempting to raid the human supply lines had never faced the creature that is the convoy. Big Bertha grunted, waiting at the front of the line of the assembling trucker convoy. The Longhorns had been just refitted at the Navy shipyards, now sporting 2 turrets on the top and 1 on the left and right. The front of the cargo bay now had ammo storage right next to the 2 new bunks they'd installed. Humans didn't mind sleeping a few feet from military-grade munitions. While their bellies might be exposed, that's what formations were for. Bertha had been assigned convoy lead, and as she waited for the others to get set up, she picked up her mic. Breaker, listen up. This is Mother Trucker convoy lead. Y'all sorry some bitches, best keep your eyes open. We're heading on down the big road to Twin Town and got report of Smokies. This ain't no double nickel run to the chicken coop. This is the real shit. You get hit, you keep moving. Guy next to you gets hit, you keep moving. This convoy ain't stopping for shit. Not even an all-you-can-eat buffet at the local whorehouse. She finished with, as the FTL Prox band filled with hoots and hollers. Now sound off. Green Goat ready to roll. Fat Freddy set to run. Flying Snorlax set and ready. Evil Pony angry and prepped. Flying Pig good to squeal. Wild Stallion ready to ride. Who the fuck is this guy? Wild Stallion? Christ, who let the new kid play with the big boys? Fuck you guys. I'm Wild Stallion, Bertha barked on her mic. Shut it, you lot. Rookie, you don't get a name till your first run is over. So you're Rookie. There was grumbling on the mic for a minute. Keep the sound off going. Who's back there with the Rookie? Black Rose, howdy boys. Shit, really? What lucky fuck gets to stare or your ass? Queer steer bringing up the rear. I gotta tell you, I'm more interested in the Rookie. There was laughter over the Prox band aside from the Rook, who grumbled. Last not least, Paco Taco. Gotta give Chew some diversity. Hey, I'm plenty diverse, said Black Rose. Yeah, Chew take the shocker, but flipped upside down. There was laughter at that. Let's make sure this is a short ride. I don't know, I don't mind riding the Rook's ass for a while, said Steer to more laughter as the Rookie spoke up. You stay away from my ass, damn it. Stow it, Rook. Time to get the convoy moving, ordered Mother Trucker. They were leaving a supply depot loaded with munitions, food, and other assorted war supplies heading to a frontline base on the planet Gemini, so named because it orbited a binary star system. It made for some interesting weather on the planet, but the system was in a strategic location. Since right now the war was limited to humans, Libertonians, and Crusticans, the humans hadn't shut off the FTL gates in enemy territory. They wanted to save that little trick till they were ready to make the most of it. The convoy wouldn't be attacked while in FTL, but they had to drop out of the lane they were using, cross a patch of space through a dead system, and get onto another route. That was the most likely time they'd get hit. The Longhorns were spaced out with one row above and one below, their unprotected undersides facing one another so they could cover all the approaches with their turrets. As they got rolling on down the FTL lane, the Prox band was full of their chatter, bullshitting about this or that to pass the time. But 8 hours into their run, they had to drop out of the lane and head through the dead system. All right, children, keep your formation while we drive through the woods and we'll be just fine. Most of the truckers had been through military service before, but only a few of them had actually seen combat. Even so, they followed Mother Trucker, the gunners in their turrets slowly scanning the space around them. It was another 3 hours to cross the system, and it was quiet since they didn't want anyone to be distracted with banter. The system had 3 planets, a hot Jupiter and 2 barren rocks of nothing interesting, all orbiting a yellow star. They were passing by the second barren rock when the Rookie burst out on the Prox band. Smokies, 9 o'clock. The turret swiveled and began to belch fire. Humanity might be fighting among the stars with Xenos, and traveling in spaceships and at times moving faster than light. But a .50 cal was still a mean weapon, and when you linked 2 into a turret and let loose, it made for quite the show, especially when you had a whole convoy worth. The tracer rounds arced out as they began to fire on the approaching crab ships. They were warships and fighters made for war, tested in battle against other Xenos. The pilots were veterans of dozens of combat flights. They'd expected to utterly destroy the merchant vessels. The Longhorn convoy lit them up. Crustican ships exploded and swerved away from the massive hail of bullets, swarming over the Longhorns only to be brought into the sights of the gunners on the other side. The truckers took hits as energy weapons slammed into their hulls, burning away pieces of hull. But instead of the explosive decompression the crabs expected, they just kept on trucking. In preparation, they'd vented the atmosphere, and each trucker was wearing a pressure suit. The crates were all sealed and stowed, and the gravity held so the gunners got a better view of space. But they weren't fazed by the holes in their hulls. As the gravity on the ships held, the shell casings rained into the main hold. The sound of the bright metal bouncing on the floor of the cargo hold muted in the lack of atmosphere. The gunners might have to wade through a sea of spent casings if this held up. Finally, the crabs broke, running back to the far side of the rock they'd hid behind. "This is Mother Trucker. We all still trucking?" She heard a chorus of various ways to say yes. "Keep frosty, we ain't out of this yet." As they kept moving, they were passing the hot Jupiter when the Rook called out again. 2 o'clock. The gunners turned and the firing began again. Paco broke the calm silence. "Is a Chaim Big Bomber can't have fun with us. He'd love this." "Who's Big Bomber?" the Rook asked as the rest of the convoy all shouted out on the prox band at the same time. "Billy Bob's space trucker." They were staring at the cargo port on the edge of the forest. The Xenos wanted to keep the cargo and freight as far away from the big pretty cities as possible, so it was way out in the boonies. That suited the Archangels just fine. Billy Bob had met Sergeants White and Ivanovich, but since Call had put her helmet back on, they all looked identical to him anyway. The cargo port stretched out in front of them, simply massive in scale. This was an important Xeno world after all. They got all sorts of shipments every day. That meant there were a large number of Atlas transports scattered about being loaded up from various large warehouses. The port is walled off and they have a tower every so often, but it looks like security is pretty loose. We can kill those gate guards and blow through the gate or knock down that patch of wall there. Not sure what's in the building behind it, but I doubt we'll have much resistance from the Xenos inside. Then we'd face a bit more resistance around that central building, most likely. Even so, I'm confident we could get through whatever they've got, take that Atlas that's being unloaded, and get out of here. But of course, that's only after Call and Ivan scale that tower on the southern end and destroy that comm tower before we start. Billy Bob listened to Sergeant White lay out the plan as Captain Crunch nodded. "Sounds like a solid plan, Sergeant." "What about just walking in there?" Billy Bob asked as Emily and the Archangels looked back at him. Then he pointed at the gatehouse leading into the walled-off port. Those space poodles were incredibly easy to bullshit. "How do you think I got that super nice parking at the museum?" "What are you proposing?" the captain asked. "Simple. You just bullshit your way into the port and bullshit your way into an Atlas. Don't tell me you guys have never bullshit your way into something like that." The Archangels stared at him. "Really? How do you guys normally get into secure places you aren't supposed to go?" They stared at him. "Right, you kill everyone." Stupid question. "You really think you can just walk in there?" "They know what you look like," Captain Crunch said. "Yeah, but they don't realize that there's a special detachment of fish cops searching the woods now, do they?" "There's a what?" "A special detachment of fish cops. You're in power suits. They look like the shit they wear. Why not? They gotta know people are searching the planet." Yeah, that'll work. "Which one of you can pilot the Longhorn?" Ivanovich rose his hand. "I can pilot sheep." "Dude, just speak Russian." "We have translators," Billy Bob said. "No, I will speak English." "Well, suit yourself. Just set it to hover and follow me and the others. We'll walk up to the gate and talk our way through." They stared at him. "Have none of you honestly bullshit before? It's all about confidence and just talking through it. Don't get too deep into some lies, but don't be too generic. Talk as if you're supposed to be there and this is perfectly normal." "I'm rather surprised to say this, but maybe this would be better if we let you take one of our suits," Captain Crunch said. "I don't know anything about power suits. You get in them, turn them on, and start walking around. You sync the external speaker to your implant so you can tell it to broadcast or not, and that's about all you'll need to know. There's very rigorous training for us, obviously, but if you're just walking around, you should be okay. Try not to pick anything up, or touch anything, because you're way stronger in one than you are normally." Billy Bob thought it over. "Well, you don't have a spare. Which one would I take?" The Archangels turned and looked around at each other. No one volunteered, but it was really up to the captain anyway. There was a slow sigh before Crunch spoke up again. "You can have mine. My main purpose is to lead these sad sacks anyway, which I can do from the Longhorn. But if you die in my suit and make a mess of it, I'm not going to be happy with you. Promise I'll do my best not to die in your suit. Don't do your best. Get it done. Sound just like my mother before a baseball game, Jesus. Back in high school, our team was playing our longtime rivals to be state champs. This pain in the ass Chuck Jackson had been knocking balls over the fence against me all year." "Wait, as in Chuck Jackson from the Yankees?" "More like the Bankies, but yes, that Chuck. At the start of the series, my mom told me if we lost, I couldn't come home. I'm not sure if she meant that night or ever, but I didn't want to find out either way. Anyway, he came up to the plate the first time, and you know what I did?" "You struck him out?" ventured Call. "Fuck no. I hit him in the ankle. It was a great pitch. Looked like it just broke wrong, and he didn't get out of the way. Bam! Right into his ankle on his first at-bat. He was out of the whole series after that, and no one was the wiser since I didn't do that sort of thing normally, and I got it up to a full count before I did it. There were some grumbles, but... Anyway, long story short, gave up a base but won the series in 4. He probably could have played, but he wasn't willing to risk his college scholarship over a high school game, even if it was to be state champs. So, what was the point of this story again? The captain asked. Just saying that when I care enough about something, I always get the job done. Well, that and I'm a state champ. 'Cause you played dirty, Sergeant Sampson grunted. Yep, 'cause I'm a winner. Sampson scoffed, but Crunch cut him off. Dirty pitching or not, I still expect you to not die in my damn suit. Understand? Lieutenant. Yes, sir, Billy Bob muttered. They began to pull back from the tree line then so they could go back to the Longhorn and get ready. They had already cleaned up the campsite, and with his plan, the beauty was that they could just walk on up to the front gate. So all he needed to do was get Crunch's suit. Emily's power suit was face down in the back of the cargo bay along with Stomper. Billy Bob had made sure to play with the Space Fox for a bit before putting him back in there. He was standing next to Captain Crunch when the Archangel pointed to a crate. Why do you have a crate with paper and rainbow rocks in it? Billy Bob began to laugh at that, shaking his head. Those are turds. What? Stomper. He shits rainbow turds. You've got to be kidding me. How else did you think they got in there? I honestly have no idea. I have noticed that keeps happening on this mission. You find the Voyager. You have some special Space Fox pet that shits rainbow turds. You have a functioning MP-44. I'm not sure anything would surprise me at this point. Oh, that reminds me. I need to get the golden record. He walked over to Emily's power suit and tried to see if he could open the hatch from outside, but then noticed a crate next to it that he hadn't put there. Opening it up, he found the record inside and smiled, sealing it back up before lifting it and carrying it down to stow it away closer to the front. Then he stopped as he saw a woman standing next to the power suit. She was blonde, with her hair pulled back very tight in a tight bun, very athletic and toned from the looks of it. She was wearing her dress uniform for some reason, and it took him a moment to notice the name tag and rank tabs. Captain Crunch? You were expecting a short, fat man with a mustache? Kinda. Yes, I'm Captain Crunch. Her voice was very different outside of the suit. You guys all wear your dress uniforms and those things? No. He waited for more, but none came, so he just nodded. Okay. Well, I don't think I'll fit. It's one size fits all. Did you think the lowest bidder would make customized suits? I guess I should have known better. Billy Bob stowed the crate and then walked to the back of the suit and looked at the opening hatch up around the shoulders. Inside, he could see some padding, and in general, it looked more than big enough. But as he looked at the small hatch around the shoulders, he looked back at her. How do I get in? You grab the shoulders and jump up, slide your feet in, then you should slide right into place. He stared at her while she remembered that he was still limping around and sore all over and had recently had his arm cut off. Right. It took them a few minutes, but they made a platform out of a few crates and he climbed onto it as she held it in place. He sat on the edge of the top one and carefully lowered himself down a bit before pushing off and dropping down. Since he wasn't really used to the steep angle of the drop, he leaned back to far and cursed as he tried to grab the suit while she stopped him from falling out backwards. He was sort of stuck, half in, half out, arms up. Is this something that happens in training a lot? Not really, no. Thanks. Don't save my pride or nothing. He wriggled and she kept his back up until he could scoot down a bit and then slide the rest of the way in. Once he was in the padding adjusted around him and the hatch was shut by the captain, the screen lit up in front of him as a bunch of data spiked in his implant. Do I want to run the tutorial? God, no. Cancel. You ran the tutorial, didn't you? I figured escaping out would clear it up. It defaulted to on. God damn it. Try canceling it. It's installing some update. How the fuck would it know to do that? I just got out of it. How does it need an update? We're on a hostile planet. It's not supposed to do that. Since I'm a new user, the settings were set to default, apparently. Cancel it! As a new user, I do not have admin access. Please contact a CS admin. Jesus Christ, how long on the update? It's alternating between 5 minutes and 3 days. There was a heavy sigh from outside the suit as Captain Crunch activated her secondary comm. Boys, the suit is making him run the tutorial and he can't get out of it. Take it easy, this might be a few hours. Wait. Hey, did you guys know that putting admin into the password works? There was a pause for a moment. the highest tech power suits that humanity has made, the current pinnacle of our military design and engineering process, the very things that give us the ability to fight on unprecedented levels, full of all kinds of military intel and implements of war. And they didn't check to see if you could use admin to get full access. The captain behind him sighed out. You said you wouldn't be surprised by anything else on this mission. I'm not. I'm really not surprised at all. It's perfectly typical. I just had to take a moment to let that sink in before my anger and disappointment could coalesce. Canceled the update, but I still have to run through the tutorial. You might want to back up. I don't know where this thing is going to take me. Crunch backed away as he very stiffly turned around, walking as if he were doing the robot out the back of his longhorn. Once he was outside, he could see the other archangels standing around and watching him. I've never run the tutorial. I wonder what it's like. EE's awful. It wants me to jump. Wait. Crunch couldn't warn him before he leapt forward, smacking into a tree, shaking the trunk as he fell to the ground on his back. Ow! You're way stronger than you're supposed to be, and you're on a low-grav planet. You need to think about these things. He wiggled around on his back like a turtle until he could roll over enough to get on his side and push himself up. You'll get less stiff as you get used to it. Yeah. I need to just figure out how to dance in this. If I could dance, then I'd just start figuring it out. Let's see what this... It still has some of the captain's music on here. What's this? Workout mix. The other archangel saw the captain get a deer in the headlights look for a minute before she started pounding on the back of the suit. Billy Bob, you stop right there. Don't you dare. That's a direct order, Lieutenant. Sorry, sir, there's some trouble with the audio equipment. Did you say start playing music? Emily couldn't figure it out as a song started and the other archangels began to laugh while Billy Bob started to gyrate his hips and move his arms in a strange dance. She tried to listen to the lyrics to see if that gave her any clue. But she had no idea what a Macarena had to do with anything. Captain Crunch was glaring at her soldiers as he danced, however. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 24. The capital of the Galactic Government Council was a planet chosen especially for the purpose. It was what humans might call a Gaia-class world. The gravity was heavier than anyone on the council liked, but that had been part of the point when they founded the council here. They had fitted massive gravity generators across the planet within deep craters that dot the continents, making for perfectly contained bowl cities. Each of the major council species had a crater dedicated to their own environment and tailored to their tastes. The less powerful species would share various craters with similar species. The largest of these craters housed the council itself in the Capitol building. It was a massive spire, stretching high enough to look over the edge of the crater and at the lush green terrain beyond. Despite having settled centuries ago, no species expanded past the craters. It was easier to control the gravity within the craters, and it was part of their statement about the planet itself. Leave most of it intact and just use portions of it to tailor to the needs of each race. Of course, some joked that this visual paradise hit a bureaucratic hellhole, since there were so many different species that were members of the council, but it was tailored around the founding members. There were some species who couldn't stay awake through the council meetings, and many who weren't comfortable in the settings. This was how the galactic government generally worked. They preached cooperation and unity, but at the same time only catered to the tastes of the most powerful species. Each of those craters had been fought for on a paperwork war, meetings after meetings. Constant committees about every last little detail. The solar cycle of the planet itself was irrelevant. There were meetings and ceremonies and appointments at all times. To help combat their own time cycles, most species would hire specially trained diplomats from species who would better endure the time changes in varied climates. There was never-ending paperwork, assigned studies, and training going on to try and keep a species in the proper standing with the founding species. The Pulvians, with their love of rules and paperwork, made sure to keep it all as complicated and painful as possible. Then the Gerweldians, a species some humans might call space hamsters, were left to run many of the various offices and file paperwork. It wasn't that they were good at it. In fact, they were known for being nervous and prone to losing the files that had been submitted. Another layer that had been added to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to get anything done. There were special Pulvian branches who were allowed to bypass the Gerweldian departments to make sure the council species had their paperwork all in order. One of the reasons the Gerweldians were always so nervous was because they hadn't been alone on their home planet. There had been another species that was much stronger and meaner but less intelligent. The official story was the Crusticans had saved the Gerweldians from being killed by this other species, and in exchange the Gerweldians were ever in their debt. In reality, the other species had been brutish, but more in a harmless idiot sort of way, never taking out their anger on the smaller Gerweldians. But the Crusticans had no use for them, and plenty of uses for a seemingly harmless slave race. They had been intent on achieving this goal when they'd been discovered by other species. They quickly changed their story, and they terrified the Gerweldians into keeping up the charade. By this point, almost none of the Gerweldians even knew the truth, but a very small group kept the true history alive, waiting for the right moment to make it known. The Gerweldian ambassador was one of those, but he knew that now was not the time. He was in a special chamber deep beneath the main council building. It was where the council founders met for security meetings. He usually wasn't invited. But today he'd been dragged along to give the appearance of unity among the founders. He was seated on a plush, powerful-looking chair on a platform with the other founders overlooking a mass of ambassadors from member species who'd been dragged out of bed or out of meetings to be here. Crustican honor guards surrounding them. We want to make this clear. We expect a unanimous vote condemning the actions of these Libertonian and human terrorists and a declaration of war against them. That was the Crustican matriarch Alet. She was older and larger than other Crustican matriarch. She had been part of the force that wiped out the Gerweldians' old neighboring species all those centuries ago. He didn't even know why they needed the honor guard to intimidate the others. She could kill everything in this room on her own, eat it, and still be hungry. But we saw Crustican ships advancing into human space before the attack on your colony. That was the Kityan ambassador, a furred species of light omnivores near human space. They were new and didn't truly understand how the galactic government worked yet. The suppression devices hadn't been tailored for them yet, which was likely why she even dare speak back. We were moving forward because our intelligence made it clear they were hostile. It has been explained to you pathetic wretches before. This government is a democracy, and as a democracy, I demand a unanimous vote to show solidarity. She had reared up and stomped on the ground, shaking the chamber under her girth. There was fear on the faces of the ambassadors, and Puddle, the Gerweldian ambassador, looked along the platform at the other species. The Pulvians and their smug superiority, the Greslins and their damn codes, the Phyllis and their stupid dancing, and of course the Crusticans. They had spoken to the greed of the other founders so long ago, stirring up hatred and jealousy towards the Libertonians who could fly and were too tall and graceful and intelligent. Puddle cursed the ambassador from that age. They should have stood by the Libertonians. It would have been better to be wiped out as they fought than be slaves in all but name for centuries. These humans were his chance to have his revenge for all the wrongdoings done against his people. He just had to bide his time. Then he realized the other founders were looking at him. Yes, of course. This is just like the time our saviors, the Crusticans, were able to liberate us from our old predators. We need to respect their judgment and abide by their call. Once he said that he could feel the sweat on his brow under his fur, but the other founders nodded and added their agreement. He quickly dabbed a cloth along his forehead and gulped. Damn his nerves. He watched the Crustican matriarch intimidate the other ambassadors for a moment. Soon he'd find some way to get his revenge on that horrible creature. All the crimes committed against his people would be paid back in full. He'd be the one laughing at them. No more Puddle this and Puddle that. If only his people were good at something other than farming. They were terrible with paperwork, couldn't fight, and their engineers only made farming equipment. He paused then as he looked out and saw all the ambassadors looking at him. Nervously, he looked to the side to see the other founders staring at him, and the matriarch scowling as she shouted, "Puddle!" He squealed and jumped, falling out of his chair and rolling around as he tried to get back on his feet. Useless little... The matriarch scowled even as the other founders laughed at the Gerweldian desperately reaching up to grab the edge of his chair and pull himself back up. "No, please, Puddle. Take your time," she hissed with annoyance. "Stupid little rodent. Sorry. So sorry, matriarch. I was thinking about food again. My error." He huffed, trying to get his breath back. "You fat little... Keep your mind on the matter at claw. You never do anything right," she hissed. He had finally righted himself back up and sat in his chair. "Never mind, Puddle, I'll make it clear myself." The matriarch looked back out at the other ambassadors as Puddle clutched his chest, feeling his heart thudding like mad. Beside condemning the humans and declaring war, I want a special directive naming a new most wanted enemy of the entire galactic government. She scowled out at the assembled ambassadors. There is no greater threat, no bigger enemy of all of us, than the human known as Billy Bob Space Trucker. I swear to George Washington Almighty, if any of you talk about my workout music ever again, I'll have you brought up on charges. Captain Crunch growled over the comm. Sorry, it was too good not to share. Especially when I found out that you like to move it, Billy Bob said as the archangels chuckled as the other archangels echoed. Move it. Not a word. I have worked very hard to be taken seriously as an officer. Being born with the last name Crunch isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world, you know. So why not change it? I refuse to let society force me to change. Suit yourself, Captain, Billy Bob said as he walked forward. He'd gotten the hang of the suit now, and they were walking along one of the roads leading to the cargo port. Most of the time, they moved cargo around the surface on massive mag trains, but they still had roads for private vehicles. They'd walk down onto one of those roads while Ivanovich piloted the Longhorn. The ship was set to hover and crept along nice and slow. Emily was in the back, ready to climb into the damaged but functional Libertonian power suit should they need the help. Crunch was in the cargo bay, out of sight as she spoke on the comm. They were taking a very leisurely stroll along the road, their black power suits arranged around the Longhorn in a loose rectangle. Billy Bop up on the front left. Emily, do Greslin's wave? Yes. Would a Pulvian understand? Yes. He waved at the guard standing in the gatehouse as they walked closer, keeping a calm and casual pace. When they got closer, the guard in a bright orange vest and a little cap stepped out. Billy Bob couldn't help but snicker a little at the sight since he had his clothes cut so that the curly fur popped out in various locations. Totally space poodles. What's all this? We're here on special assignment to search for the escaped terrorists who shot up the museum. We've been searching the wilderness for signs of them. Our government is taking this very seriously, which is why we're wearing brand new, top-of-the-line suits. Not the standard ones you see on regular police. Oh, the poodle said with a slow nod. Hey, no one called ahead of us, did they? No, not that I know of. Oh, that's good. I was worried. Why's that? Well, Billy Bob lowered his speaker volume and leaned in close. They've had us out in the forest for 2 whole solar cycles. Just the 5 of us. And it's really creepy out there with just 5 people. All the trees and the strange sounds at night. And we have to take turns standing guard while the others sleep. So sometimes we're all alone in the dark. The Pulvian shuddered at the thought, as Billy Bob knew the idea would. That's awful. 2 whole solar cycles? Yeah, think about how many sleep cycles that is. That's the problem. They take this so seriously they won't let us come back right away. You know how it is. Your boss has some issue and he gets to stay home and rest like normal, but he makes you take extra work shifts even though none of it is your fault, right? Yeah, that's rough, the Pulvian said with a nod. We were hoping you'd let us in. Keep it quiet. We'd find a spot to stop and take a break. Maybe spend a sleep cycle here in the walls and get some actual rest. I know it isn't usual, but can you help us out? I'd really appreciate it. Hey, yeah, I know how it goes. That's fine. Shipments have been slow since all this went down anyway. Hey, thanks. I'll note your help, see if we can return the favor sometime. The Pulvian wagged his tail and walked back into the guardhouse, opening the gate for them. You know, you're not like the other fish cops I know. You're normally so stiff and by the code. Oh, well, normally, but once you've been out in the forests at night, all alone, changes you. Billy Bob watched the Pulvian shudder once more and then waved them inside. Billy Bob smiled inside his suit as they walked forward, entering the cargo port. There were admin buildings near the center and giant warehouses around the outside with docking bays for the massive Atlas ships in between. He wasn't sure how big it was, but he couldn't see the other side from where they were. That was excellent, Billy Bob, Crunch said, having listened in. Now what? Billy Bob hummed as he looked around and then started walking to the left. This way. He could see an Atlas that had a crew standing around the loading bay, sitting on crates, smoking something. A clear sign that they were done unloading and were waiting on something to show up. Didn't matter what species, Billy Bob knew what to look for in cargo crews. They had to walk another 10 minutes, even at a brisk pace, to get there, and it was one of the closer bays, so Billy Bob realized this place must be really huge. Either way, he stood up straighter than normal and set into a confident stride as he approached the Xenos sitting around on the crates. He'd seen plenty of them around before, called them lickers. They had 4 arms and a more reptilian appearance, sort of like a really big iguana with extra limbs. They were about as tall as a human, but much lighter, obviously. The main reason he called them lickers was their super long tongue. They couldn't blink, so instead they'd lick their own eyes to moisten them. "All right. You lot need to clear out of here. We're coming through," he barked out as he got close, and they jumped off their crates, looking at the approaching black power suits. Many of them nervously licked their eyeballs while they stubbed out the smoking sticks they'd been breathing in. And they weren't cigarettes, he realized as he got close. They literally looked like branches that had been partially set on fire. What?" one asked as Billy Bob turned and stepped up to him abruptly, towering over him. "You heard me. Clear out. You got the notice half a cycle ago. I don't know why you're still here." What?" The licker looked confused and licked his eyes even more than usual in nervousness. "How many times do I need to say it? Clear out. This ship is being commandeered in the name of the Galactic Council. You're interfering with council business here." He set his hands on his hips. "How bad do you want to go straight to space jail? Huh? I hear there are plenty of interesting cellmates willing to explore interspecies physical relations." No. There hasn't been, I didn't know." "Well, you're in the way of official business, like I said. So clear out of here." The lickers scurried away as they guided the Longhorn up the cargo ramp. The Atlas ships were so massive the Longhorn fit into the center of their cargo bay and had room for another 7 of them where they stacked properly. And that was just the cargo bay. Took a lot of fuel to move them around, and they had big crews. Part of the reason human freight had been so popular was their lower costs and ability to deliver smaller loads. As they set the Longhorn down in the bay, he saw the better-dressed command crew walking down the stairs at the front of the cargo bay. "What is the meaning of this?" the best-dressed licker asked as he approached. "I should ask you that," Billy Bob said, and pointed at the creature. He stepped back in surprise. "We gave you notice a half cycle ago, and I find your crew outside smoking. They hadn't prepped the ship or removed their personal effects. Are you intending on obstructing our operations?" "Whoa, I don't... What are we... His tongue was rubbing all over his eyeballs in anxiety. "I could have you written up right now. Do you want this short-term appropriation to turn into a total impound?" I don't know what you're talking about." "Ooh, playing dumb, are you? We sent your comm officer a report half a cycle ago about commandeering this ship for a small jump around the planet and bringing it back before the solar cycle is over. It was time critical and we were willing to compensate you. But turns out this is how you prep." The captain looked over to another licker who looked panicked and confused. He wiggled his eyes and made a gesture with his 4-fingered hands. Billy Bob's translator told him that was a shrug. "We didn't get anything like that," he sputtered. "We have a confirmation from an Officer Jass." One stepped forward. "I'm Officer Jass." Billy Bob could not believe his luck. "Is your first name Hugh? Are you a Hugh Jass?" They stared at him as their translators struggled to differentiate his words. "What? Don't give me that. It's a simple question," he pointed at the licker. "Are you a Hugh Jass? Tell me right now where I can find a Hugh Jass." The translator. "Obstructing government operations, are you?" No. I'm a Jass, but not a Hugh Jass." "Fine. Clear out of here. All of you! Your belongings will be returned when we're done with your ship. Off. He began to wave them out of the cargo bay, stomping behind them as they scurried away and out of the ship. The Archangels were laughing over the private comm, but none had their speakers on, thankfully. Billy Bob corralled the lickers off the ship, and as they stood around looking confused, the captain spoke up. "What's going to happen?" "We're going to take your ship for a solar cycle, and you'll get it back when we're done." "But what do we do until then?" "First of all, what's your launch clearance?" We left the data slate on the bridge." "Excellent. All right now then." Billy Bob pointed at the biggest admin building at the center of the complex. "You need to go find Amanda in accounting." "Amanda who?" "Amanda Hunkiss. You go in there and you demand Amanda Hunkiss. You shout it if you need to. You do not leave until you finally find Amanda Hunkiss. Then she'll give you a receipt. But now clear out. We're taking off." Billy Bob walked back inside, waving to Sergeant White, who hit the button to start closing the cargo ramp. Once it was closed and they were left alone in the massive cargo bay, Billy Bob held his hands out. Who's good? Who is good? Touchdown dance! Woo! He began to dance as the archangels laughed and applauded his performance. All right, get out of my damn suit and get this pig in the air, Crunch finally said. Come on, don't be a grump. This way no one had to die. We're out of here free and clear. Live it up, Captain. We're not out of here yet. Lieutenant, she growled. All right. Billy Bob opened the hatch at the back of the suit. Little help here? He tried to pull up and out of it, but he was still injured, so he was groaning and struggling but couldn't pull himself out. Call stepped over, reaching in to help pull him out, much more gentle with her power suit than he was. He was held in her arms for a moment as he looked up at her. Are you my mommy? And she snorted before dropping him to the deck. He got his feet under him but hit a little hard as he had to stumble forward and then slowly straighten up, managing to keep from falling flat on his face, cat-like reflexes. Do I not cease to amaze? We're all impressed with your ability to spew bullshit out of your mouth, Billy Bob, Cal said as he had a shit-eating grin plastered on his face. Crunch had come out of the Longhorn to get back into her suit while he headed deeper into the ship. Climbing up the small Xeno stairs 2 at a time, he still had to traverse several halls and corridors before making it into the bridge. He tapped into the ship's internal comm system as he began to look over the systems. The engines were cold, but he wasn't sure how long it would take the lickers to realize they'd been hijacked. Ivan, get into engineering. Get the engines warmed up. I'm going to get the other systems online. We need to kick the tires and light the fires and get out of here pronto. He found the command chair, shaking his head at how lazy they were about these systems. Navigation, steering, speed, communications, they were all handled by different people. One human could easily handle steering and speed and likely navigation on their own. Hell, adding in communication wasn't that hard either. He had to drag a number of monitors over to the command chair, slaving them to its control as he sat down and started to type. Life support was obviously online, but he adjusted the atmosphere to be more human-friendly. Then he stopped as he thought of Emily and set it to standard. Ivan had the engine startup sequence going, and he quickly brought the other systems online, testing nav boosters, grav generators, and the inertia dampeners one by one to make sure they were fully functional. He kept all them running on his Longhorn, since fully shutting it down was more trouble than it was worth since he could get unloaded and going in less than an hour. The engines were just starting to spin up when he got the call from the tower. He quickly picked up the data slate and turned the video feed off. This is the tower. We've got indications of engine spin up from your platform. We don't have you scheduled for takeoff for another half solar cycle. Ah, yes, tower, this is. He looked at the data slate. Atlas 894376-221. No name? Did Xenos not name their ships? Well, shit, did Jas not call you up? We've had a change of plans. We're no longer waiting on cargo. We're prepping for immediate takeoff. Atlas 221, with the recent trouble, you are aware of the enhanced security protocols. Yeah, tower. I have my launch code right here. Foxtrot Echo Zulu 361. Understood, Atlas, however, that was a launch code for tonight. Not right now. We're supposed to have security sweep your ship before a new code can be given. Oh, is that necessary? They swept us to give us this one, and that was earlier. Do you really think some dangerous terrorists have snuck into this port and taken over our ship without any explosions or fighting? There was a pause as Billy Bob held his breath. Yeah, that's pretty unlikely. They're supposed to be real savage barbarians. I heard they fornicate in pools of blood. Ugh, that's disgusting. Right? Yeah, you're okay to go Atlas 221. No one is launching. I'll clear you with Central. Appreciate it, Tower. He let out a breath and smiled once more as he got the ship operational. Then he brought up the internal PA. Someone come up here. I'm going to need you to tell me where I'm going. It took a few minutes, but he was joined by Crunch on the bridge. We can't contact our cruiser until we're past orbit. Otherwise, they might pick it up. Oh, sorry, I should have clarified. I have to watch these screens. I can steer from the nav comp, but I can't actually see outside to see if someone's in my way. What? Can't you get Ivanovich to steer? I know, ask him. Ivanovich, can you steer this thing? No. He's too big. That's what she said, Billy Bob shouted over the PA. Hey, you! Fine, stay in engineering. They stepped forward on the bridge and looked out the viewports. What do you need to know? Is there anything directly in front of us that we'll hit? No. There's buildings. Holy shit. Buildings. We'll never escape. There was a pause as he read the screens around him. If you're glaring at me, I can't see it. Anyway, just sit down somewhere and don't crush anything. Finally, he activated the engines and disengaged the locks. The Atlas began to rise up out of the dock as he angled it up at a slow pace. The buildings are getting closer. Port or starboard? Port! He shifted the ship a little and angled it up further, keeping it slow. Nothing but sky. He started to pick up the speed. Clouds. The sky is getting darker. He checked the readings on his nav comp. Atlas 221, this is Central. You're not following the proper course. You need to angle down and reduce speed. That's not what your wife said last night. Excuse me? All she kept shouting was harder. Harder. How dare you? Eat shit, Central. I'm the fucking pilot. I don't need your stupid computers to tell me what I'm doing. But hey, let your wife know I had a great time last night with her and your sister. Who is this? I'll report you. I'll have you brought up on charges. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Like the cops are going to give a shit about me screwing around with your family. It's legal, buddy. Well, maybe not what your mother did. That was some nasty shit. I'll kill you. I'll hunt you down. You're dead. Dead. Billy Bob cut the feed with a smile. And now this flight won't be properly recorded and tracked because he'll have to explain that call. Now why don't we get this fucking hog a-rolling? He punched it as Crunch started to make the call to the cruiser. To make it easier to find them, he began to broadcast a new designation. Rosie. Then across the ship's PA, the music rang out. Want to tell you a story about a woman I know. When it comes to lovin', she steals the show. She ain't exactly pretty, ain't exactly small. About 239.56, you could say she's got it all. Billy Bob was banging his head as he flew, and then as the chorus came on, he yelled out with the tune, "Whole lot of Rosie." And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 25. Mr. President, I want to be in on this meeting. Governor Dundee, every time we have a diplomatic meeting with the UHG, you glare at them and tell them they made a grave error kicking Australia out. That's because they did. We've been over this. They didn't want one of their member nations to be the country that waged a war on birds and lost. We didn't lose the Emu War. It was a tie. Not to mention virtually everything alive in your country is lethal to Xenos. How is that our fault? You've lost more politicians to wildlife than assassins. Just goes to show how tough we are. Your last prime minister, before we took you on as a state, invited the UHG officials to his home and wouldn't stop his pet croc from attacking them because he insisted they wrestle it. He only stopped it himself when the croc had torn one of their legs off. Your president had no trouble wrestling that croc. They just sent weak officials. Your people are loud. Your tourists are obnoxious. You've made an industry around showing off your super dangerous wildlife and fighting it for fun. You grill as much meat as possible, and your state seal features an outlaw fist fighting a shark and a croc at the same time. Ned Kelly, yeah. I know who he is, after all. You're Ned Dundee, and I'm sure that wasn't a mistake. President Cross set his hands on the governor's shoulders as he looked him in the eyes. Ned, face it, you belong with us Americans. We share so much in common. No one else on this planet wanted you, except us. We're in the middle of a war right now. I don't need you antagonizing the UHG with your insistence on wrestling them to prove they were wrong. The governor sighed. I just hate that they let those sheep-shaggers next door in, but not us. Those sheep-shaggers live on one of the nicest islands we've got. It's the fucking Shire, Ned. Screw 'em. We've got each other. Our two countries represent almost the entirety of the human military base. It's our job to make the Xenos hate us so the rest of humanity can play nice. Besides, you weren't the only ones disappointed with how those negotiations went down. Are you still mad about the Canadians? It was those weirdo Frenchy Canadians, and I know it. We'd totally have let them keep that Comni healthcare, but no way were we going to repeat everything in frog talk. He scowled for a moment and then looked back to Ned. But we have you now. You wrestle crocs, we wrestle gators. Come on, you know you're in the right country. I guess, could we make Ned Kelly Day a national holiday? Take it up with Congress. Maybe sell it as Badass Outlaw Day. We have a few outlaws of our own after all. Yeah, that might work. Here, I'll let you join me in the meeting, but be nice. No wrestling, okay? Okay. Promise? Promise." The president nodded at that, then adjusted his flag cloak and picked up his eagle standard as he carried it into the meeting room. Ned followed behind him, adjusting his hat lined with croc teeth and the giant knife tucked into his croc skin belt. The assembled UHG officials in their nice suits weren't surprised when the president slammed his standard into the ground, puncturing the floor so it would stand behind his seat. Then he sat down as Ned stood behind him, arms crossed, as he glared at the officials. "What's this about?" Cross asked first. "You started a war with the rest of the galaxy and dragged us into it." His counterpart was Sophie Dorflinger. Once she was head of the Swiss bank, but had tried her hand at politics and somehow managed to find that perfect mesh of utterly ruthless yet maternal. Her hair was as gray as her suit, and her face was so perfectly neutral it looked like a statue. She played the varied and numerous special interest groups against one another and maintained a perfect balance in the UHG. Plus, she answered 90% of press conference questions with no comment. Correction, the rest of the galaxy decided to declare war on us and didn't bother to check facts. "You devastated the core colony of the Galactic Secret Service species after they started killing and kidnapping your citizens unlawfully. We never asked you to intervene. You didn't need to. Your redneck criminal is harboring a terrorist and won't give her up. Our law-abiding citizen had a contract to guard a diplomat from being kidnapped and tortured. You've started an alliance with a species akin to space Nazis, from what I can tell. The Libertonians are not space Nazis. But while we're on the topic, the Geneva Art Museum has a wonderful exhibit on early 1900s art. Did you guys keep all the receipts for those? Have you tried opening diplomatic channels with the Crusticans? We don't negotiate with ass-faced crab terrorists. Why don't you send your pet psychopath away and we can discuss this like civilized people? Careful, I hear Ireland might secede and join us since you're all sticks in the mud who keep telling them not to drink so much. I might have even more uncivilized citizens soon. It's for their own good. Them and the Russians drink far too much. Picking on the Ruskies, too? Maybe they'll join us." He was quiet for a moment and then shook his head at the same time as Sophie. "No, never mind, they'd never do it. But maybe we should discuss this one-on-one." She nodded and tilted her head to the door as the assembled UHG officials rose, taking their folders and notebooks. Ned looked down and the president nodded before he began to walk out as well. Soon they were alone in the large conference room, just the president of the USA and the president of the UHG. She spoke first. "Did your children get the gifts I sent?" "Oh yes, they're wonderful." "Thank you again, it's always so thoughtful." "Well, I figured someone has to buy them something cultural." "Ha! And your grandkids?" "Oh, they love the toys you sent. Just can't get those things in Europe. They're so crass and obscene." "I love it." "And tell your wife we look forward to the next time she brings them over to visit." "And same to your kids and grandkids. We had a blast." "It's too bad we have to pretend not to interact," he shrugged. The nature of politics." He reached into his suit and pulled out a 1-pound package of uncut premium bacon, sliding it across the table to her. She smiled and pulled up her purse, pulling out a giant bar of Swiss chocolate and slid it to him as he said, "You know, we could easily have lackeys do this for us." "Oh, but it's so fun." "We get to be spies," was her reply. He laughed at that and picked up the bar of chocolate as she dropped the package of bacon into her purse. "Nice line about the art museum. I had a writer make up a list of quips for me, I won't lie. But seriously, the Irish aren't happy the central admin keeps turning down some petition. They want to make us designate a Fuck England Day, who in return want us to recognize St. Patrick's Day as Drunk Potato Day. The Japanese and the Chinese still won't let up about this or that. Greece still wants reparations from Germany for the invasion. Which one? Does it really matter? I guess not. We're a unified government, but everyone still hates each other. Now they just try to take it out through paperwork. How do you keep all the states in line? Sports. We promote certain rivalries, so specific areas concentrate their hatred against only certain other areas rather than everyone else. New York and New England, San Francisco and LA, Alabama and itself, same with Oregon. We were a little worried about Australia, but we've got a nice rivalry brewing between Sydney and Dallas, plus Melbourne and Miami. Not to mention they still rag on New Zealand about being full of sheep shaggers. Now about the war we're in. I know you don't have any regular communications with them, but you're aware of the council vote. Yeah, we're aware. The founders are ramping up, and the member nations are dragging their heels, but they're getting ready to join in. We're prepping to send a very large force to the Libertonian colony and home planet and then just turtle up. After that, we'll shut down the FTL gates in enemy space and start pushing our way out system by system. I'm fairly sure the member species won't be invading our colonies, but it's clear we can't directly support you. All right then, so the Spetsnaz and Mossad are suddenly full of American citizens? They're filling out the paperwork. Also, due to some miscommunication about tariffs, you're going to be receiving 5 super tanks of materials every week until we can get our production up. Also, we've reviewed our records and apparently we made a mistake. All uranium mines are actually on American territory. Our mistake. No harm done. What about your bases in the Centauri Abyss and the Mirian Traverse? She sighed out at that. We were so careful. How did you find out? He just stared at her and arched an eyebrow. Do you really need to spy on us that bad? He shrugged. We'll be giving the territory we gained to you, but I want to keep one planet to dedicate to our hero. Who's that? Our citizen you so rudely called a redneck, of course. No other than Billy Bob Space Trucker. The USS Predator was the newest Special Forces cruiser in the fleet. It had one of the latest skip drives and the best stealth technology there was. The Crabs had been the secret police so long they'd grown lazy, preferring to tell people to forget what they saw rather than avoid detection altogether. The cruiser had a smaller crew complement because of the space needed for the stealth tech and large skip drive, but they still had a full complement of 50 Archangels and no reduction to their offensive capabilities. Billy Bob was staring straight at it, and from less than 100 yards as it closed into dock, and he still had trouble seeing the damn thing against the darkness of space. Finally, there was the clang of the magnetic dock, and the airlock opened to let 10 new black power-suited commandos advance onto the Rosie. Is this really necessary? Billy Bob was asking as they stomped on board. Maybe they were just walking, but the magnets in their boots kept stomping down. Yes, we have to comb the ship for any bugs just in case before we torch it and leave, Crunch was saying as the new Archangels filed past except the last one. Not bad, Fruity Pebbles. Glad to see you let the Civvy take the lead on the rescue mission to get off the planet, said the so far nameless Archangel. Before Crunch could reply, Billy Bob simply said, Who the fuck are you? Admiral Snackbar, get the fuck off my ship. The towering power suit turned to Billy Bob. I'm Major Grenshaw. I outrank you, Lieutenant. This is my fucking ship. I'm flying it, and in charge of it, which makes it my ship. I don't remember giving you permission to board my ship. I let the others pass just fine because they're following orders. But you, I don't think I want you on my ship. Besides, you just called me a lieutenant, which I am, which means I'm not a civvy. Gotta mark you down for that one. You can't talk to a superior officer that way, Lieutenant. I think I just fucking did. Now get off my ship. This ship was not assigned to you. There is no CO of this ship. You can't deny me permission to board. Well, then just fuck off in general. You're speaking to an Archangel Lieutenant, the Major growled out. I've been speaking to them. Some of them saved my life and the life of my friends, so you don't really scare me. Billy Bob stared up at the figure before him, knowing the commando inside could no doubt mop the floor with his face outside the suit. But that wasn't really the point. You have no authority over me, Lieutenant. The figure moved forward, and Billy Bob had to jump aside to avoid being knocked down by him. Then Billy Bob smiled at Crunch. Want to show me to your CO? They boarded the Predator then, nodding at the extra Archangels waited inside the airlock. Expecting this to be a Xeno trap, were you? Billy Bob asked one of the black faceplates. Never can be too careful, sir. Billy Bob shrugged as Crunch led him through the square hallways designed to easily accommodate the power suits. The bridge was at the center of the upper deck of the ship, which took them a good 5 minutes to walk to. Billy Bob had forgotten what it was like on these giant ships. He missed his Longhorn. Soon enough, they were passing by 2 more Archangels guarding the bridge, and he was suddenly among normal humans again. Humans in uniforms, but humans even so. He looked around as the various officers and staff on the bridge looked his way. The bridge was arrayed in a general T with the pilot, co-pilot, and navigator up at the junction, and the rest arranged the main line. There was a command chair at the end of the line to Billy Bob's right, but he didn't see anyone sitting in it. Right, who's the captain? One of the figures in blue turned around to face him then. A woman he'd guessed to be in her late 40s or early 50s, blue eyes, black and white hair. She didn't seem to believe in coloring it. I'm the captain here. You're the VIP? Yes. About that. I want a promotion. The woman frowned at that, tilting her head a little as she looked at him. Is that right, Lieutenant? Yes. I'm well aware that this is probably my one and only chance to leverage the brass to do anything I want, so I'm going for it. And why do you want to be promoted? Same reason as anyone else. More power, more money. I'm sure you've got a direct FTL line to someone who can promote me. I assure you, Lieutenant, I won't be promoting anyone so they can commandeer my vessel. Billy Bob shook his head at that. No, you misunderstand. I'm a pilot. That makes me Space Force, really, not Navy per se. The captain sighed and shook her head. I always wish we'd come up for a better name for that. And what would you achieve being a higher-ranking Space Force officer? I don't have any small craft on this ship. Just Navy and Archangels. Bingo. And thanks to the rules of officer division, I can't boss around Navy officers since the well-being of the ship comes first. But I can... He pointed at her with a smile as he let her complete the thought. You can give orders to ground forces. She looked a little confused. Ah, there we go. Which means that while in the course of my mission I'm in need of proceeding on my own, I get to tell the ground forces assigned to protect me to... He pointed at her again as she thought that one over. Fuck off, she ventured. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. He smiled at her as she just looked a bit more confused. Let me get this straight. You want to be promoted so that you can tell your bodyguards to stop? Yeah, I know where this is going. I'm a VIP. I'm important. They want me to survive, blah, blah, blah. I'm not worth risking Archangels on. These Xenos are rather bad at killing me. Aside from the museum, but that was a trap. Why waste a whole cruiser on me? So you want me to contact the brass and have them promote you just so you can make sure the brass doesn't get to baby you with commandos who you think could be put to better use. You got it in one, he said with a smile. And what makes you think they don't just demote you instead? I'm friends with the Libertonian diplomat. Ah, yes. The birds. Space Eagle raptors. Their forehands end in super sharp claws. Do they? Maybe they'll be more useful than I thought. She thought it over and then shrugged. I guess I'll talk to the brass. I'm coming with you, he said. They walked to the back of the bridge as she punched in a code on a door and waved him into the room beyond. There was a comms room with 2 techs hunched over terminals and a large screen at the back. Get the brass on the line, the captain said simply as one of the techs typed on his terminal. Then the screen in front of them began to show a video of some old big band playing a song. The hell is this? I think that's the brass section, Billy Bob pointed out. They looked over at the tech, who smiled. Sorry, sir, you didn't specify which brass, so I figured to just bring up a whole section. The captain reached over and smacked the side of his head as he laughed. Goddamn smartass. The tech kept typing, and then they saw a screen with another tech on it, looking up at them. Central. This is Commodore Verne of the Predator. Who's awake right now? Billy Bob looked over and noted she was the equivalent of a colonel for ground forces. The term captain in the Navy now just meant ship CO, while the old rank had been replaced with Commodore in an attempt to make it less confusing. It hadn't worked. Now it was just confusing in a different way when you needed to appoint a Commodore to a ship squadron. Vice Admiral Tethers and Major General Brewster are both awake. Patch me through, please. The tech nodded and tapped at his console on the screen. The screen went blue, and after about a minute, half of it came up with a skinny-looking man in a white uniform. He had a gaunt look about him. Vice Admiral Tethers speaking. This is Commodore Verne. We're waiting on Major General Brewster, sir. The Admiral nodded and waited until the other half the screen filled in with the image of a barrel-chested man in a green uniform shaving with a Bowie knife. What do you want? Ah, this is Commodore Verne. I have the VIP for my mission here. He wants a promotion. The general stopped shaving and looked over while the admiral frowned. Come again, Commodore? Tethers said as Billy Bob stepped forward. I want you to make me a colonel. That way I can order your archangels to stop following me around and get back to the war. You're an important individual, Lieutenant. The admiral began to shuffle through the data slates on his desk. Just call me Billy Bob. Look, I know you guys want me to stay on this ship all safe and sound, but you're going about it wrong. You don't need to have a full cruiser and 50 archangels protecting 2 people. There's no way this will get to the capital anyway. What you need is to have this ship helping the war, assassinating Xenos and fucking shit up. Think you know more than us, do you? The general asked, his face half covered in shaving cream. I think you just didn't think about it. You figured send some commandos to babysit me. I got this far, didn't I? Do you really think a single cruiser, even one this nice, would get past everything they got and get me to the capital undetected? You both know I need the CIA, not the military at this point. Was that got to do with this? The general asked. Make me a colonel so I can firmly tell your archangels to fuck off and get back to killing. I take my ship to a local black market station and wait for the spooks to show up. You get your cruiser back to the war. In a week or so, I show up on the capital and the Libertonian does whatever she needs to. I become the CIA's problem. The general shrugged at that. Sure. General Brewster, we need to discuss this more carefully, Tethers urged. Nah. Make him a colonel already. Commodore, you tell me angels to get back to killing. The general tapped on a console in front of him and there was a ping on the terminal behind Billy Bob. Then the screen went dark. The admiral shook his head and tapped on his own console before his side of the screen went dark too. Billy Bob blinked. Was that all it took? The Commodore shrugged. There's a war on, Colonel. They'd rather have a cruiser and commandos than a political pawn. Billy Bob laughed and turned to look at the terminal behind him. It had a small 3D printer which was spitting out ranked tabs. He picked them up and slapped them onto the collar of his plaid shirt. All right, well, it's been nice, Commodore, but I'm heading back to my ship, he said and gave her a salute. She returned it with a smirk. He walked back out and nodded at Crunch. I'd shake your hand, but you'd crush mine. It's been nice, Crunch. Thanks for saving my ass. I owe you some drinks once this is all over. He gave her another salute, which she returned. Come find me. I'll buy a few for you, too. He grinned and then quickly began to jog back down the way they'd come from. He wanted to be off the ship as soon as possible. He didn't mind military service for obvious reasons, but the sooner he got this moving, the sooner he'd be back to his Longhorn with Emily, and he didn't have to worry about the brass changing their minds. He passed the archangels guarding the boarding tube and quickly walked back across to the Rosie. Looking around, he found one of the archangels still scanning the ship with a handheld sensor. You there, Sergeant something. Where's Admiral Snackbar? Who? He saw the new tabs on Billy Bob's shirt. Sir? Major Cockface, whatever his name is. Oh, Major Cockface is on the bridge, sir. Billy Bob nodded and quickly jogged through the Atlas and up to the bridge. He saw a figure in a power suit arguing with Emily over something and didn't even need to ask to know that was his man. Hey, Admiral Snackbar! The figure spun around. What? Billy Bob pointed to the tabs on his shirt. Get the fuck off my ship! And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 26. Grand Superintendent Milner stood on the bridge of the Greslin Dreadnought Council's Pride. Water was too heavy and too unwieldy for them to fill a ship with it, despite being an aquatic species, but they had massive pools spread throughout the ship for downtime and getting out of their exosuits. For this reason, they'd always built strong ships, and since they were the Council's main police force, it made sense they'd have the bulk of the main fleet. The Crusticans were bogged down on their home system since they shared it with the Libertonians and their ongoing invasion of Bastion, so the invasion into human space fell to his kind. The humans had just sent a large fleet into the Libertonian territory, and from what they could tell, that meant most of their fleet was on the offensive, or rather a forward defensive of someone else's territory. They'd soon learn the error of sparking a war with the Council. The fleet was on the edge of human space. The FTL lanes ran through a brutal system they called Gemini, some sort of two-headed creature from their lore. The system itself had two stars spinning around one another, and he had no idea how they colonized a planet tossed between such extreme seasons, but they had no plans for a land invasion. They'd brush aside orbital defenses, bomb the planet for a while, and move on to actual human colonies with land the Council could use. They were just one system out from Gemini in a dead system called TR-231. There were some dead planets and an asteroid belt, but the material resources were minimal enough to make mining operations not cost-effective. The fleet was approaching the asteroid belt when suddenly the FTL field flickered and stopped. The ships groaned a bit, slowing down as the lanes vanished around them. Milner looked around at his crew. Report! We're seeing total FTL gate failure across this sector, sir. Impossible. There weren't any humans behind us. They couldn't have destroyed the gates. Readings indicate the gates are intact. They just stopped. That's not possible. Only the Council can control the gates. Fleet status? All ships reporting in. No damage, sir. Should we take defensive positions? Any civilian traffic? No, since the declaration of war, the space lanes into human space have been empty. We're in a dead system. The humans aren't supposed to have much of a fleet left. They're just trying to slow us down. Send out maintenance crews to the nearest gates. Get them operational again. What about an ambush, sir? What did I just say? They don't have more ships. Get them out there. I don't even know how long it would take to reach human space without those gates. The average ship could travel at 10,000 miles an hour. Fast, but nowhere near FTL fast. There are some minor readings in the asteroid, sir. Minor? How minor? Maybe some small shelters, sir? No engines detected. But ignore it. Just some old survey stations before they realized the system wasn't interesting, most likely. What they didn't know was that they were being watched from those asteroids. Rear Admiral Wayne was leaning over the shoulder of one of his tech to read the console. They were running dark at the moment, his defense station hidden among the rocks. They're just sitting there? Yes, sir. Looks like they're sending out a maintenance team to one of the gates. Fat lot of good it'll do them. No defensive screen? Nothing? Just travel formation? Yes, sir, we have a clean shot on their forward dreadnoughts. The flagship is currently screened by another dreadnought. All right, we'll blow that one up and then get the flagship. That's our primary objective. Yes, sir. The Lucifer's Hammer was the latest American military station, built in secret and towed to the asteroid field. It housed no less than 8 nuclear reactors, all of which went to powering the main gun. They hadn't figured out how to make a Death Star yet, but this wasn't bad. It could fire a chunk of special alloy 20 feet in diameter at 10,000 miles a second. That was about 5% of the speed of light, which was more impressive than it sounded, especially when you see that it's 10,000 miles. Every single second. It was the largest, most powerful gun America had ever made, and they were already trying to make something bigger and more powerful. Since the greater galaxy had the ability to move ships around through FTL gates for centuries, and they fought around important junctions while seeking to protect infrastructure and colonies, they had no desire to develop any such weapon. If they missed a shot, the possible collateral damage was beyond compare. But humans, and especially Americans, fought on their own rules. With their ability to sabotage the gates and their ability to live out in empty stretches of space, they had the perfect opportunity. Back on the flagship, Grand Principal Mjolnir was grumbling and cursing as he paced back and forth on the bridge. The ships had reported in and were holding position. The dreadnought Thyron's Fury just ahead of them was holding position. The principal in charge was a veteran, and the ship itself was top of the line, though not as good as the flagship. It had armor 3 feet thick at its strongest, a crew complement of 15,000, including soldiers, some of the strongest guns in the galaxy, and had been tested in battle 23 times. Sir, I'm detecting a sudden energy buildup in the asteroids. Is it an engine? I don't know. I'm not detecting an engine signature, but I'm seeing an energy spike on par with our entire flagship and 2 other dreadnoughts. Something in the field blinked, and suddenly the Thyron's Fury was splitting apart. What happened? The Grand Principal exclaimed. What just happened? Their rector is going critical, sir. They watched in horror as the dreadnought began to rupture and split, chunks of it exploding as the ship died. The oxygen was vented out immediately, and since they hadn't been at battle stations, none of the bulkheads had been in place before they were hit. The pieces of metal began to drift away from the center where the reactor had exploded, smaller systems rupturing as energy cells went critical, bodies floating in space. The water from their relaxation pools freezing and splintering in the vacuum. Sir? Hard evasive maneuvers. Start firing into the asteroid field. We don't have a lock on any coordinates, sir. Just open fire! Any rock. All of them. Start shooting back. The ships started to spin their engines back up, moving in a hurry now. Look at that. Isn't it cute? They're trying to take evasive maneuvers, Rear Admiral Wayne said as he watched the enemy fleet finally start to move. They had to wait to the gun to charge back up before they could fire again, but there wasn't a chance in hell that Dreadnought could avoid a bullet traveling at 10,000 miles a second. The fire from the fleet began to slam into the asteroids. It was mostly energy bolts and a few missiles, plus much larger versions of what they called matter slammers. The rocks before them started to shudder and split under the fire, but they weren't focused. They were just cracking open the first layer of rocks they could aim at. The humans were beyond that, waiting for the right moment. A few squadrons of fighter bombers were holding back until they had the signal to attack. Wayne knew they were severely outnumbered, even if the platform could wipe out their dreadnoughts in a single shot. Once the Xenos figured out their location, it was only a matter of time before they'd be destroyed. But the point wasn't to survive. It was to kick them in the nuts as hard as possible. He didn't really have time to give everyone a big speech, especially since the battle had already started, so instead he just gave everyone the green. Railguns began to spit superheated metal at the Xenos. The fighter bombers started to pour out of the rocks and swarm over the closest capital ships. Special Space Marine boarding craft launched from the rocks, slamming into the smaller Xeno ships. The battle had truly begun as the Xenos tried to get into a better formation while the humans shot at them from defensive platforms on the rocks. The Lucifer's hammer might be destroyed soon, but they hadn't found their position yet, so they took aim as the capacitors were finally ready. Wayne opened a channel to all the humans in the area. "Well, I'm about to blow up their nicest ship, boys. When we all get to hell, you have direct orders to start taking over. We've already stolen the Devil's hammer. We might as well start taking his land, too." He grinned as he looked out at the Xeno fleet. Their flagship was dead to rights, the Council's largest, most powerful ship. They'd bragged it could take a broadside from any dreadnought ever made and shrug it off. Well, that might be true, but the humans hadn't made a dreadnought. "Oh, and while you sorry shits are taking over hell, start making a statue dedicated to the fine American who started a war with the rest of the galaxy." He pushed the button to fire as he said, "This one's for you, Billy Bob Space Trucker." 365 degrees, burning down the house. Billy Bob was drumming as hard as he could on the invisible drums in front of him as Emily shook her head. "Why is he burning down the house again? Is it diseased or something? And couldn't they just clean it?" "Emily, you should know this by now. Most human music is not literal. It's full of metaphors and analogies and bullshit. We're generally just singing about fucking or getting fucked up. And then some sports songs and war songs for good measure. Although one could argue that the war songs fall under getting fucked up. What about those blues songs? Well, generally they're about fucking or being sad they haven't fucked in a while or not fucking a specific person. Occasionally they're sad about other things. I mean, I was just using some generalizations. But there are a lot of songs about metaphors focused on the themes I mentioned. There are, of course, literal songs, but they aren't very common. Although there's a good song about changing the name of a city. Once Billy Bob had laid claim to the Rosie again and gotten the Archangels off of it, the USS Predator had gone into attack mode. They attacked and destroyed a Crustacan ship, making a show of bombarding a tracking station on the planet, and then skipped off as the Council species tried to figure out what had happened. Getting Archangels onto planets wasn't hard. Getting them off was the trouble. So instead of taking the fight to the surface, they began to raid shipyards and orbital platforms. They all knew this wasn't going to be a quick war, so delaying production of new ships for a few months was more than worth it. Since the Archangels were doing their best to ruin the Xeno infrastructure, the news had forgotten about Billy Bob and Emily. He had no doubt that the crabs were still looking for them, but they probably thought they were on the cruiser that had been running amok. So Billy Bob had the Rosie docked at a black market space goblin station, and they'd rented out a room for a galactic week while they waited for the CIA to show up. He'd make sure to crank up the gravity in the Rosie twice a day and play around with Stomper so his muscles didn't atrophy or anything like that. Plus, he had fun playing around with the Space Fox horse. It hadn't grown too much since they got it, but he was still excited for the day he could ride it into battle, although against what he had no idea. So they'd spent 3 days so far, hanging out in the room listening to music or going to one of the station's restaurants or just wandering around for the hell of it. He'd quickly become popular as a chef, teaching them how to properly cook human food for maximum enjoyment. Their supplies were limited now that the war had cut off the supply, or at least made it harder to get. Yet human food went a long way for most Xenos. Humans were incredibly dense after all, so what would be a tiny portion to a human was a feast for a Xeno. The few omnivores and carnivores that were civilized paid very well to get the incredible treats humans enjoyed. Billy Bob had been learning more about Xenos in the last few days. Without constantly driving around and knowing he needed to recover from getting the shit kicked out of him, he had nothing much else to do. For example, he'd learned the space goblins had been scavengers on their home planet and had just started to explore the greater galaxy when the regulation war was in full force. As such, they were the only non-council species allowed to trade in uninhabited sectors that were within council space. It had been a quick fix to allow them to start trading while the fate of the galactic government was being decided. The council founders had figured they'd join up once the war was over. But instead, the goblins had figured if the founders settled political disputes that way, they'd just remain neutral. And too many member species had started setting up trade with them for it to make sense to shut them down. So for the last few hundred years, they'd been living in a gray area of the law, founding stations outside of the directly regulated and monitored sectors of the council in order to trade freely. The council wasn't thrilled, but it served a purpose in letting carnivores and omnivores get meat while keeping the hands of the council clean. Aside from the crusticans, of course. But the law was different when you were the secret police. Also, he found out there were a ton of different ways species slept when they'd checked out the room and had to figure out what kind of bed to order. The space goblins, for example, slept in these padded chambers in groups. The Borks would sleep more or less sitting up so their horns didn't gouge anything, but arranged in a circle so they could keep their eyes on everyone else. The space ants the goblins used as guards had to sleep in complete darkness, with something covering them and joined by no less than 2, and no greater than 4 other space ants. Apparently, humans had incredibly simple sleeping needs compared to most of the galaxy. Same with the Libertonians. He did discover that their beds weren't flat like humans, but they had a sort of padded bowl, so when they slept in it, their wings could fit better and extend around their shoulders like a cloak. He'd been trying to keep a mental list of eagle things and raptor things when dealing with her. The appearance he just considered a tie, the pointed beak was more like a dinosaur, same with the talons and claws and stuff. But wings and mostly feathers, bird. The sleeping thing was totally a nest, so bird. But she shredded and ate meat like a... Well, eagles also ate meat. It was confusing. She finally took off the survival suit on the second day to get it mended and cleaned, which was when he discovered what her downy coloring was besides her white hair. Feathers. Head feathers? Shit. Billy Bob was struggling to figure out the terms in his head still. Either way, her head was white, and that ran down to around her shoulders before it turned black, and then she had blood red just along her forearms. She'd changed into what he could only describe as a loose gray vest with 70s bell-bottoms with Birkenstocks. She explained that their claws cut up many surfaces, so they wore special shoes to prevent that. At least she didn't wear socks. He never would have forgiven her. Although the older he got, the more comfy socks and Birkenstocks sounded. With the bell-bottoms, he didn't see what the coloring on her legs was like. He'd been avoiding any discussion about her anatomy like the plague, however, since he had no idea how to approach it. Her chest was sort of arranged like he figured fit for a female, but she had a tuft of feathers around where he expected cleavage to start, so what was beneath the vest was still a mystery. Was she even a mammal? She wasn't cold-blooded, he knew. Without the cloak of the suit to hide under, he also discovered she had a small tail. Fin? Was it just called a tail on a bird? Raptor. Fuck, he was confused. When she'd caught him looking, she'd mentioned it was for stabilization, and he'd quickly changed the subject. He knew that she liked him. Aside from trying to cut his throat that one time, she did like to rest against him while they listened to music. That, and he caught her staring at him when she was awake during his own sleep cycle. He did like her bright purplish-pink eyes, though. That was cool. Sometimes she'd lean against him while they waited for food. She'd even go so far as to rub her cheek to his in public. But she mentioned it was strange for her to have to bend down to do so, which made him even more aware of the strange sensation that she was taller than him. Billy Bob just didn't know what to do. He wasn't a diplomat. He'd never really considered paying attention to Xenos in this sort of way until everyone told him he damn well better. Whenever he did hear something about her species and affection, it always sounded like a surefire way to get torn to shreds for a human. He was much stronger than her, but his skin wasn't exactly protected from being torn to shreds by super-sharp Space Eagle raptor talons. Did he dare even approach the topic? He'd been all but told that his country demanded it of him for the war effort. That was a whole mess of pressure he had never, ever expected to have applied to him. Maybe he should look up more about Libertonians? But what if she looked at his extranet history and saw him looking up Libertonians doing it? If it weren't for all the alcohol he'd been drinking, he was confident he'd be super stressed out. He was trying to explain to her some of the enigma that was the talking heads when they both were startled by the sound of the room's comm screen beeping at them. He quickly turned the music off and turned it on. Yes? He was looking at a rather attractive woman with blonde hair and emerald eyes and some sort of sparkling green dress that matched her eyes. She smiled at him, flashing her white teeth. Colonel Billy Bob? Never expected to hear that, but yes. Who are you? Who else is looking for you this far into council space on a black market station while you shack up with a space bird? Eagle Raptor. The woman looked confused for a second as he shook his head. Never mind. Right, you're the CIA. Of course. Well, what do we do from here? Some sort of secret meeting? We're in what can be considered friendly territory. Just meet me in the bar downstairs. I'd like to get a drink with you and talk things over. She smiled again as the feed went dead. He turned and then jerked in surprise as he found Emily standing literally right behind him. Blah. Who was that? You heard the call. That's the girl from the human intelligence outfit. Why was she dressed like that? It's a dress? Human women wear them to look attractive? Had he missed something? The trucker was confused. She turned as she moved towards the exit. She had gotten her survival suit and cloak back, but hadn't put them on yet. She was still in that oddly retro outfit. Let us go speak with her so I can set the record straight. What? Billy Bob was lost. If there was such a thing as a translator to translate female to him, then he'd gladly pay at least one of the 10 billion credits he was going to get for it. He followed after her, grabbing a jacket on his way out so he didn't look quite so redneckish in his usual plaid shirt. But as he went to grab his jacket, he saw Emily's gloves had been dropped to the floor. That meant she was going out with her talons bared. He didn't understand why, so he quickly pulled the jacket on and moved to catch up with her. She was walking very briskly as she was already down the stairs in the hotel's bar when he found her. Then he saw the human woman with that sparkling bright green dress. She saw him and started to walk forward with a smile, one leg visible up to mid-thigh through a slit in her dress. She extended her hand. Billy Bob? But before he could approach, Emily stepped between them. He was even more confused than earlier when he saw her wings spread out wide, as if she was taking up as much space as possible. Billy Bob couldn't even see the woman past her. But suddenly her white wings shifted as he saw bright red feathers bared beneath the normal white ones. What was going on? Hello? He couldn't see what was going on, but the woman was looking up at Emily, towering over her, wings flared, talons extended out. The gossamer dragonfly-like wings in between her upper and lower arms shimmering in the light. Emily didn't respond. She just advanced slowly, one step at a time, as the human backed up. When the CIA agent tried to step to the side, Emily snapped at her and quickly stepped to block her. What is she doing? She said, as now the whole bar was watching. I have no idea, Billy Bob called out from the other side. Emily just let out a menacing raptor-like screech and advanced quickly as the woman squealed and backed up. Emily? Emily, what are you doing? He said while following behind the Libertonian. Why is she doing this? I have no idea. Stop her. I don't know how. Emily advanced again, and the woman shrieked as she was slapped with those big wings until she turned and ran out of the bar. Once she had done that, Emily turned to Billy Bob, who saw even more of those bright red feathers bared beneath the white ones now. She flapped her wings at him, and he backed up a ways. Then she turned, startling the patrons as she dashed forward, stealing a bottle of alcohol from the bar and 2 plates of food from nervous space goblins. She quickly handed them to Billy Bob, basically shoving them in his face until he grabbed them all, rather awkwardly since he only had 2 hands. Once he had done that, she lowered her wings, standing to Billy Bob's left as he felt one wing on his back and the other his front. She stared back at the confused human woman and called out, Clearly I'm the better provider. Not to mention my natural bright coloring is much more impressive, even with your cheap color enhancement. He's obviously chosen his mate. Billy Bob nearly dropped everything in his hands then and there. What? Was all he could gasp out. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 27. The invasion of Bastion was not going well for the crabs. While most of the human ships were engaged in a defense of the Libertonian homeworld, the terrain on Bastion was more than challenging for the crabs who weren't designed for mountain combat. They had the weight of sheer numbers on their sides, however, and many wars are decided by statistics and not people. That wasn't always true, however, and so far the pure tenacity and determination of the humans was proving very difficult for the crabs to overcome. That and the fact the humans had been waging war for centuries while the crabs got lazy with being able to coerce and intimidate the species around them also helped. The crabs had settled into the same tactics they'd used at the end of the Regulation War. After finding out the humans had plenty of soldiers with the ability to fly and a preference for aircraft used in close support, they'd begun to coat the plains of the planet with anti-air weapons. By this point, both sides had started to build up emplacements and get their heavier weapons to the front instead of the mass infantry battles of the early days of the invasion. The crabs had adjusted their targeting computers as well. Getting a solid lock on the human soldiers was difficult for them, and traditionally battles between Crusticans and Libertonians would devolve into hand-to-hand combat, so the inclusion of humans with their ballistic weapons and sniper rifles wasn't something the crabs had planned on. They just tried to fire their weapons all over to provide some sort of covering fire as they rushed the human emplacements. Their armored crawlers supplemented with heavier guns behind their lines. Americans had favored an emphasis on lightning warfare for generations, so this sudden siege warfare with heavy emplacements being established on either side took some adjusting. They lacked the howitzers of old, but the crabs were awful at spotting snipers and recon teams. Not to mention the humans holding the high ground made the mass charges of the crabs easier to withstand. Not all the Libertonian cities were in the hills and mountains, however. Finchburg was a very important coastal port, providing access to a massive spaceport and the automated fisheries that would help supply food during the siege. The city was situated at the mouth of a large river just at the base of some foothills. The crabs were unrelenting in their constant assaults, but the humans were holding the city for now. The command center was rocked by another explosion as the crab energy blob slammed down around their fortifications. A power-suited major was looking at the hollow map in the center of the bunker. The edge of the city was a mass of trenches, foxholes, and bunkers that the humans had hastily built up. The 9th Stormtroopers held the center, while the 52nd Marines held the southern portion, and the 67th held the north. Sniper teams from the 5th Recon were in what was left of the buildings at the edge of the city providing support, mostly by blowing holes in the crab officers with anti-material rifles. As the Major examined the information on the map, there was a red bleep on the south. Tapping at a frantic comm message broadcast over the speakers. Matriarch! They've got a fucking matriarch! The bombardment was clearly an attempt to bog down reinforcements while they made a concentrated push on the south. Fuck that, the Major said simply and walked for the bunker's exit. The forward positions were being overrun again as the Marines tried to hold their ground. Lieutenant Jackson was in an MG nest near the back of the trenches, the gunner in front of him laying out as much fire as he could without melting the barrel of the gun. The crabs had advanced with armored crawlers, using them to absorb most of the fire until the infantry could rush forward into the trenches. Shotguns and submachine guns were proving very effective within the trenches themselves, but they'd also moved forward a matriarch. They were walking tanks, massive in size with multiple claws, and this one was also holding 2 nasty-looking blades to make its close combat potential even deadlier. What made it worse was some sort of new shield they hadn't seen before, strong enough to absorb the incoming bullets as it tore through the Marines at the front. Just before the lieutenant could order his forces to start pulling back, he heard a message over the comm. Reinforcements inbound. There was a shriek in the air of jump jets before a figure in black power armor slammed down on one of the crabs advancing over the trenches, crushing it in a shower of that green gunk they were covered in. Another crab charged the exposed figure, which turned and punched it in the face. The increased strength enough to entirely pulverize the crab's head with one blow. The figure began to walk forward, firing a massive pistol down into the trenches it was walking over. With its free hand, it lobbed a grenade into a forward trench that had been entirely overrun, pulping the crabs inside. The matriarch saw her new opponent and reared back on its legs, bellowing out a challenge which the power suit returned with a single raised finger. The power suit fired that massive hand cannon into the shielded target, noticing the rippling energy that stopped the bullets and simply holstered it, pulling free a knife that was more of a damn short sword. The matriarch charged forward, swinging those blades as the power suit dove to the side, rising up to slash at the claw holding one of those blades, cutting it free with a single strike. The matriarch howled in pain, turning to swipe with the remaining blade only to have the power suit jump over the swipe and cut that claw free as well. This had left the power suit dangerously close to the matriarch, however. It lashed out with a pointed leg, jamming it through the power suit's right shoulder, holding it in place as he lashed out with smaller claws. The power suit turned the knife, cutting yet another claw free before the matriarch jammed another leg through the power suit's left thigh. The human inside was entirely pinned now, dropping the knife, likely out of pain. The matriarch raised it up, intending to make an example of this one as she pulled the human towards that massive, teeth-filled maw. But the matriarch had made a mistake. The power suit grabbed the top and bottom of the jaw, ignoring the mandibles as it began to pull them open wider. The matriarch shuddered and tried to close its maw around the power suit in a struggle of strength. But humans were dense, heavy, and strong, which was made all the more powerful by that power suit. Soon the matriarch was backing up, trying to pull its legs free of the human to toss it away as its maw was opened wider and wider. Then, with a sickening crack that echoed across the battlefield, the power suit had ripped the matriarch's jaw completely off, letting it drop to the ground as green and purple gunk bled freely from the massive wound. It gurgled and screeched in pain, staggering back as the human took hold of the sharp xeno-legs piercing its body, then simply ripped them free of the sockets as the matriarch howled even louder. It sank to the ground as the power suit stood before it, raising a fist as the human leaned in and started punching the giant crab in that thick, armored skull. The cracking of exoskeleton could be heard as the human kept punching and punching, reducing the matriarch's head to mush and pulp. The crabs broke after that, turning and fleeing even as the humans fired after them. The figure in the power suit wasn't done and pulled the hand cannon back out, firing on the crabs as well while they scurried away for their lives. The Marines rushed forward to retake the lost trenches then while a corpsman approached the power suit. The figure pulled the legs out of its shoulder and thigh as the lieutenant watched. Jesus Christ, we need to get you to the field hospital. Bullshit! The power-suited figure reached into a pocket, pulling out a tube of industrial adhesive, jamming it into the shoulder first, filling it with the material before doing the same to its thigh. I already lost that arm in the first contact war, and my leg'll do just fine in the suit. Christ, who are you? The figure opened the faceplate to reveal a woman's weathered face, one eye clearly cybernetic. Shit. I'm Major Mary Sue, badass mother of Billy Bob's space trucker. What do you mean I've chosen a mate? Billy Bob asked, looking confused as hell while Emily stood next to him, wings extended around her. When she looked at him, he leaned back a bit, seeing some sort of emotion in her eyes he didn't understand. You mean you chose her over me? What? I never said that. I've provided you with food and alcohol. My coloring is obviously superior. Emily, I don't know what's going on here. You're acting crazy. Crazy. She screamed at him and then paused, a change seeming to take hold of her as her wings folded back and her hands lowered. He could see tears in her eyes then. You think I'm crazy? No, wait. But the damage was done as she began to cry, turning and running back up the stairs. Billy Bob cursed and quickly put the bottle of booze and the plates of food back on the bar as he went running up after her. The door to the room was open, but inside he found the bathroom door locked and some sort of chirping coming from inside. Emily? He asked and knocked on the door. Please come out. We need to talk this over, because I'm really confused. What is there to talk about? You've made your choice, came her obviously pained voice from inside. Billy Bob saw the human agent in the door and looked back at the locked bathroom door. Emily, don't do anything. I'll be right back. He quickly moved to the human woman. What the fuck do I do? I don't know. You're the one who's been living with her. Yeah, but I never talked to her about whatever is going on. Why not? I don't know. I just assumed someone else would explain it to me when the time was right. He shrugged, obviously regretting his decision by now. Well, that was a stupid idea. Yes, thank you. I got that now, he growled out with a frown. Hold on. The spy murmured and pulled a small earpiece from her ear, handing it to Billy Bob, who quickly set it into his own ear. This is Billy Bob. The fuck did you do to the Libertonian? I don't fucking know. Who is this? My name's Greg. I'm the senior agent. What's going on? She made some sort of mating display and you turned her down? I don't know what the fuck is going on. All right, well shit, hold on. Let me open up some files here. Okay. Libertonian mating rituals. Libertonian mating rituals are among some of the most complex and complicated in the known galaxy. That's fucking fantastic, Billy Bob muttered. Unlike most species, Libertonians form unions based around mutual benefit and enjoyment rather than reproduction. This is likely a side effect of their homeworld and evolution. Yada, yada, yada. Males and females are free to instigate with no cultural bias on gender roles. Blah, blah, blah. Are you a gender capable of breeding with her? I'm a fucking human and you know that. I don't think we can breed. Yeah, but you are male. So, her brain might not be processing the fact you're not one of her kind properly. Oh, Jesus, Billy Bob groaned out as he tried to think about what that meant. When a Libertonian female has chosen a significant other she wishes to mate with or form a union with, her body will undergo certain changes which are only triggered at such a time. Many experience fluctuations of hormones unique to this experience, as their body begins to form bonds with the scent, presence, and taste of their chosen significant other. Well, she can smell me, and I know she's tasted my blood, and not to mention she rubs against me more now. During this time, there is a chance for first-time mates to experience a decrease in self-awareness and logic as their mental desire for acceptance becomes even directly related to certain pleasure sensors. I guess it's a bit like dopamine. Once she decided she liked you, her body started to change, and because you two have been fighting crabs and nearly dying and all that, it's likely she's been confusing sensations. So, she's like riding a high when she's been around me lately and didn't realize she's starting to change because she's associated it with the rush of fighting for her life? Yeah, I guess so, but that's if she's never done it before. Christ, Billy Bob muttered and rubbed his face with his hands. So basically all the hormones started turning her into a teenage girl, and it all sort of cascaded until she couldn't think straight anymore? So when she saw your spy in a bright dress, it triggered some sort of mating ritual response, yes. She likely didn't notice your lack of a response because her body was filling it in for her. Just being around you made her think you were fully accepting of what was going on. Or maybe she just misread it. I don't know. I'm not a xenobiologist. Billy Bob let this all sort of wash through his mind as he tried to figure out what to do. All right, I'll talk to you later, he said, waving the spy out of the room before closing the door. Got any advice for me? I just hear her chirping in there. Ah, that's likely the secretive and ancient Libertonian language that's used only in the company of significant others. No information has been provided for translation implants due to the intimate nature of the language and the general isolation of Libertonians for the last few hundred years. Billy Bob thought it over and walked to one of the supply crates he'd brought up from the ship. He opened it up and took out one of the steaks they still had, plus a bottle of gin he'd wanted to save until he could find tonic and limes. He walked back to the bathroom door and knocked. Emily. He heard chirping as question marks scrolled along the bottom of his vision as the translator implant couldn't process it. I don't know what you're saying. I'm not Libertonian, remember? But I brought you meat and alcohol. There was a pause, and then he heard a few more chirps. I still don't know what you're saying, but I have to say, you had better coloring than anyone I've ever seen. It was vibrant and intense and so amazing it confused me. He stood on the other side of the door and heard it unlock before she opened it up. He could see the streaks of tears down her cheeks through the downy feathers. He held up the steak and the gin for her to see. I'm human, so you have to talk in your normal language for me. She blinked for a moment and then hesitantly spoke up. You're providing for me? Yes. He nodded and she reached out to take them, the claws on her hands sinking into the steak through the packaging as the others scratched the glass bottled as he shuddered from the sound. I think we need to sit down and talk. He saw tears well up in her eyes again. You're going to choose someone else? No, he quickly said and stepped back, hands spread. But we do need to talk. He motioned towards the seats in the room, and she nodded, slowly moving out of the bathroom and sitting down, holding the steak and the bottle in her lap. Billy Bob took a seat next to her. "Am I your first mate?" "What does that have—" She stopped then, and her eyes went wide as she realized why he'd asked that. "Oh, shit," she muttered. "Yes, and all these emotions lately? And feelings. Oh, my intelligence god. I've been such an idiot," she exclaimed. "Hey, I'm the idiot here." "No, I totally forgot. With all the training I had about communication and diplomacy and all that, it was from the basis that everyone in the galaxy hated us. I never thought I'd develop feelings for a Xeno. So when I started to get all sensitive, I forgot you had no idea why. And I nearly killed you, so I was focused on holding back so I didn't harm you with any other normal displays of affection." She clutched her head with her two free hands. "Ooh, I've been such an idiot." "Hey, don't you take the blame here. I could tell you liked me, but I just figured we'd give it time, 'cause, well, I was terrified after the first time that you'd just kill me if we did anything. And I didn't look into your species at all. I totally should have been more careful about that. And there was something from when I was a kid that sort of, spoiled me on Xeno relations." She looked confused at that, and he sighed out. "They showed us these pictures of humans who had been infected with Xeno STDs, and it was awful and disgusting and scared the shit out of me. But there aren't any known STDs that jump species. And wasn't your species just getting to know the local galaxy when you were young? Yeah, when you're a teenager, you don't think about stuff like that. Not when you've got Mrs. Munchausen for a teacher. Well, I really like you, Billy Bob. And I nearly killed you when I first tried to show it. And then you almost died at the museum. And then we spent all this time together. My brain just got all fuzzy, and I thought you just needed more of a clear indication that I wanted you as a mate, which was why you'd been so reluctant." "Well, why didn't you just ask me that? Why didn't you talk to me about it?" "'Cause I generally bullshit my way through life, and I thought I could do the same here." He shrugged at that. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. No, I should have seen the signs. I was going to talk to you about it back when I first tried to show you, but you nearly died, so that's all I was focused on. And when I'm around you, I feel so good and happy. When that human woman showed up and looked all colorful. I've been acting like a child. But you can fight and dance and cook, and you like amazing music. I've never found a more perfect mate." "Emily, I'm a human." "I highly doubt we can reproduce." "So?" She looked confused. "For libertonians, unions are about mutual enjoyment of one another's company. Why is reproduction important?" Well, for human males, there's a certain drive." He paused and looked up at her. "So you're saying, because I'm not human?" He knew had to take the plunge here. He'd never thought about it before meeting Emily, but he liked her. She could shotgun a beer like a champ. She was tall and graceful. Hell, she had to be a way better hunter than he'd ever be, and she totally kicked ass in that power suit. Plus, he just liked her. He was all hung up about her being a Xeno, but that was selfish. He liked who she was, fuck what she looked like. "No. Emily, now that I understand what's going on, I'd like to be your mate. I just didn't know it until you fought that skank in the slutty dress away." She smiled at him, and he smiled back. Then he stood up, opening his arms as she quickly jumped up and hugged him back. But her gloves were where she'd left them on the floor. So as she hugged him, her talons sank into the flesh on his back, and he gasped out in pain. She heard the noise and stepped back, the talons running along his shoulders as his eyes were wide with agony. When she pulled her hands away and saw the blood, the realization hit her. Oh, no. He slowly dropped to the ground as he cried in pain, several strips of flesh missing from his back, his shirt and jacket torn easily. "Oh, shit. Oh, merciful God, I'm sorry. Again! Don't move. I'll be back." She turned, running out the door as the human spy had to jump back. "Don't let him die. I'm going to get biogel," Emily yelled as she ran down the hall. The agent quickly rushed forwards and saw Billy Bob on the ground, groaning. "Ooh, why does she have to have such sharp claws?" he gasped out. His life wasn't in danger, but he was in intense pain. "Well, you know what they say," the spy said, unable to hold back a smirk. "Love hurts." And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 28. The USS John McClane jumped into reality above the galactic government world Tevius, just as the UHG Siberian Fury jumped in next to them. Or rather, not the UHG Siberian Fury, that's crazy talk. The Russian name on the bow of the ship had hastily been crossed out in paint, and beneath it was written USS American's Warship of Angry. Tevius was a Greslin planet, home to shipyards, resource mines, and even a training ground for their elite soldiers. Civilian population was as minimal as it could be for a planet like this. High Command didn't have any large ships to spare, but 2 Special Forces cruisers were nearby. And after the resounding defeat of the Greslin's main battle fleet, this was the time to strike while they scrambled to rebuild and reposition. Each ship launched several assault craft towards targets on the planet's surface as their commanders addressed them over the speakers. For the Americans' Archangels, the speech was simple. I ain't letting no red commie sumbitches beat us. We take our targets faster. We inflict more damage. If you fail me today, there won't be a pizza party when you return. So get out there and kill more goddamn fish than the Ruskies. The Spetsnaz in their own craft listened to their own leader over their own speakers. They were trying to remember to use English for the sake of keeping up appearances. The American war-making style is inferior. I will not accept you losing score. EEF not being successful, no eating of food but borscht and raw turnip. 4 whole week. With both Special Forces groups being properly motivated as their craft were buffeted by entry into the planet's atmosphere, the cruisers began to open fire on the few Greslin ships around the orbital stations. The gunners on both ships had an open scoreboard going between them to make sure they knew who was doing better than the other. Both ship commanders had wanted to time their Special Forces teams with stopwatches, but High Command wouldn't let them. Instead, they had to settle for examining after-action reports written by observers embedded in the teams. But one way or another, they were both going to get scores based on something. Vikings, this is Viking Actual. Don't let the pizza party cloud your judgment. I want this operation clean. We'll crush these robo-fish and beat the Ruskies all on our own time by doing this right. Clear your objectives, but don't get reckless. Can't enjoy pizza if you're dead. Viking Actual out. The assault craft landed with a thud, the doors opening wide as the power-suited humans poured out. There in the center of his squad was Viking Actual, standing several inches over the heads of those around them. He wasn't satisfied with the normal rifles that were standard for Archangels and instead had a custom Browning .50 cal made for his use. It was fed from a belt leading to a case on his back, and while he had to fire it from the hip, that was the nice things about .50 cal bullets. Getting close to the target counted. Viking Squad fanned out around their captain while Berserker Squad deployed to their left and Cossack deployed to their right. Their call sign had been chosen years ago, and they'd be damned if they changed it because they had Spetsnaz support now. The 3 squads had been assigned to attack a Greslin training base. 15 Archangels against a few hundred robo-fish. Well, 15 Archangels and 1 combat surgeon in a white power suit who was supposed to also keep score. Viking was approaching through the front gate, the 4 around their captain shooting up the guard stations up front. The fish only had energy pistol sidearms, which didn't even scratch the paint on the Archangel's power armor. They took up positions on either side of the shot-up guard stations, letting their captain take the lead. To the left and right were squat barracks, built out of some cheap prefab-style material. Didn't matter what military you were in, barracks were made by the lowest bidder. 3 of the Greslins burst free of the nearest door, energy rifles in hand. That was when Viking Actual opened fire. The Browning spat out those heavy rounds with that distinct dun, 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 dun over and over again, splattering those 3 as he simply kept walking along the side of the barracks. The rounds slammed into the walls of the barracks, and from the sound of it, the fish inside weren't having a good day. The rest of his squad covered him, picking off the Greslins who were trying to run out of the barracks to his other side with quick bursts. When more began to emerge, Viking Actual finally turned, never letting up on the trigger as that heavy thud continued to fill the air. Dun, 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 dun. The few robo-fish who were outside when they got hit with the rounds went flying against the nearest wall. Hitting a human with a .50 cal round was very bad for the human. Hitting a Xeno that was built for lighter gravity? Devastating. There was a slightly smarter group of robo-fish who appeared on top of the roof of the shredded barracks with a matter slammer. The rest of Viking Squad began to pepper them with fire, but they got the shot off and ducked down behind the edge of the building for cover. There was a shower of dirt and smoke from the explosion, But before the robo-fish could celebrate, a .50 cal round slammed one clear off the roof. The smoke cleared as Viking Actual returned fire, standing next to a crater that could have been him if the robo-fish had been a better shot. The two barracks were quiet at this point, but the buildings across a parade ground looked to be getting ready. "Squad, take positions in the buildings," the large human said as he let the Browning cool off, the red barrel steaming as he stepped forward into the parade grounds. The other Archangels moved into the barracks, stepping over the exosuits that had been tossed around by the indiscriminate .50 call fire. While they repositioned, however, the captain saw a much bigger exosuit approaching from the far side. It had to be around 10 feet tall, sporting some gauntlets and much sturdier-looking armor than the main Greslin soldiers running around. Raising the Browning Viking Actual began to fire once more, the heavy rounds zipping over the parade ground. But this exosuit wasn't going down so easy. Those gauntlets hummed as a shield of energy stopped the incoming rounds. The captain braced for return fire, but the exosuit apparently wasn't armed. So instead, the human inside the suit grinned and set the .50 cal down, disconnecting the feed from his pack. Then, hands-free, he motioned the thing closer with a wave. "Squad, focus fire on matter slammers. But don't touch the big guy coming towards us. I'm itching for a real fight." He began to jog forward as it did the same. They met in the middle of the parade grounds, humans on one side, Greslins on the other, exchanging fire while the two titans squared off. It leaned in with a mighty haymaker that Viking was easily able to duck under, delivering 2 body blows as he slipped by. It swung back around, lashing out with a leg faster than he expected, and caught him in the chest, knocking the human in the power suit onto his back. When it raised both fists to bring them crashing down, however, the human was faster, rolling out of the way and jumping up to punch the machine into the sensor-filled head. The fight went on, trading blows, ducking and diving. The human wasn't as strong as the exosuit or as durable, but he was faster. He could bounce from foot to foot, ducking, bobbing, and weaving, only to dash in and slam those power suit fists into the machine's body time and again. This was while fire rained around the two, an energy bolt slamming into him here or there, while the Greslin took his own share of fire. But they ignored the ranged combatants for now. Finally, the human saw his opening, ducking another wild punch to slip around the machine, driving his foot into the back of its knee. As the machine stumbled forward onto one knee, it reached out to try and stabilize, which was when Viking Actual grabbed it by the arm just under the shoulder and pressed his foot to the machine's back. He grunted and growled, and then, with the crackling snap of metal giving way, yanked the arm free, which he immediately began to use as a club to smash the rest of the machine with. It staggered and fell completely, raising a hand as the body cracked and dented. Suddenly started beating the life support pod in the middle. "All right, time to see what you fish look like," he muttered. Tossing the arm aside, he gripped the life support pod at the center of the machine, tearing the door open. Inside, he finally saw a Greslin in the flesh. "Jesus fucking Christ, you're ugly," he said, simply staring down at a face that looked like it belonged on one of those deep-sea anglerfish, all teeth and large white eyes. The body had a twisted, deformed HR. Geiger design, and around its hips were only what he could assume to be several exposed testicles. "Well, ugly. Let me introduce myself," the human said as he raised his giant foot to end this fight once and for all. "You're about to be stomped by Captain Ted Rex, big brother of Billy Bob Space Trucker." Billy Bob was lying on his stomach as a space goblin doctor rubbed some more biogel along his back. He had already drunk a nice big glass of the stuff as well, while the agent and Emily watched on. "What is this stuff?" the agent was asking as she watched the clawed chunks of torn flesh on his back start to seal up with incredible speed. "Biogel," Billy Bob said, and then saw Emily place one of her blood claws in her mouth before it came out free. "Hey! Are you eating my flesh?" She jerked in surprise when he yelled that out, and as the agent looked at her as well tried to hide, had hands behind her back. "What? No!" "Yes, you were." You don't taste bad." "God damn it, Emily. Don't go getting a taste for my flesh. I was just cleaning my talons. There were pieces of you still stuck to them." She looked as guilty as a cat with feathers stuck to its face. Although she had feathers, he'd need to start updating his sayings. "That isn't helping," he growled out for a moment as she stepped out of his field of vision. Fine, I'll go wash them off. He was fairly sure she'd just lick them off. He just decided to give this thing a serious go with her, and she was literally eating him alive. Okay, back to the discussion, however, the agent persisted. What's biogel? The doctor, who Billy Bob thought was named Akula but hoped he'd misheard, spoke up. It's a compound of nutrient-rich gel and very small machines designed to assist healing. In most species, they need the gel for the machines to survive long enough to be effective without taking too much from the host body, since that would defeat the purpose. But you humans are so damn dense and have so much biological material to use, the machines work much faster and for longer than I've ever seen. What, like nanobots? Those exist? Yes. Why wouldn't they? The space goblin asked as he watched Billy Bob's back heal. Well, we sort of stopped most AI research after all the suicides. Your scientists were committing suicide? He asked, looking back at her. No, the AI were committing suicide. We couldn't create an intelligent machine that was happy with existing because we'd made it for this or that. We couldn't figure out how to keep them from destroying their own hardware or begging us to do it for them. It was miserable. So we stopped the research. Wait, they heard Emily walking back. You created intelligent machines? Like ones that could learn and think? Yeah. Do you have any idea how insanely dangerous that is? We've always theorized machine intelligences would become hostile to organic life and try to wipe it out, she said as the space goblin nodded. I must agree with her. That's been banned research across all space for quite some time. The possible threat was too great. I suppose it's just good that your experiments failed. But why would you even risk such a thing? Well, the agent paused, trying to think it over, but Billy Bob spoke up. We do shit like that all the time. Some people thought they'd take over the world or kill us all, but we wouldn't know until we tried it. Same as detonating our first atomic bomb. A bunch of scientists thought it might ignite our atmosphere and kill the planet. Still did it. Not to mention we were making small black holes and studying them before we even had a colony off our planet. We might have totally killed off our whole species then and there. The agent laughed and nodded at that. Yeah, that's a good point. It's classified information. Fuck it. Something similar happened when we first had the skip drives in testing. Some of the engineers thought that by activating it, we might unravel the thread between space and time and various realities and stuff, and just sort of stop the whole universe from existing all at once. The two Xenos were staring at the humans with clear looks of horror on their faces, but Billy Bob was grinning. So what happened? They told the general in charge of the project, who told them they had a choice. Either they might end everything all at once, or they very certainly would suffer having him shove his foot so far up their ass they'd develop brain cancer on the spot. So they tested it, and we all still exist. The space goblin gasped out. How can you possibly endanger everything like that? If you greatest minds told you there's a chance for that sort of outcome, why even tempt fate? Billy Bob and the human spy just stared at him. Because if we didn't, we'd never know. Billy Bob simply answered. Yeah, the agent confirmed. The space goblin looked at Emily. And you want to partake in a union with this one, truly? She shrugged her arms at that. There's just something about him. Hopefully it's not the way I taste, he shot back. How many times do I need to say I'm sorry? A lot, especially since you keep trying to kill me. I swear I don't. Put your gloves on already. Emily picked up her gloves from earlier as she eyed the human agent. I am sorry about that display earlier, but don't forget, he chose me. Don't get any ideas. The human arched a brow at that while Billy Bob rolled his eyes. Okay. He's not my type. All yours. I had no intention of stealing your man, the woman said as Emily nodded. Good. And make sure everyone knows he's spoken for. Billy Bob wasn't sure if he found her possessive nature to be flattering or worrisome. If he started seeing her standing over him with a knife and fork, or started seasoning him with herbs and spices, then he'd worry. But until then, he might as well appreciate the fact someone cared that much about him. Aside from his family, that is, even if they had strange ways of showing it. Like his mom threatening to hug him with her arm of death should he ever step out of line when he was younger. Or, shit, she threatened him with that whenever they had any family gathering. Right. Well, how much of this biogel do you have on the station? The agent asked the doctor, which brought Billy Bob back into reality. 10 gallons? It's expensive stuff, and we normally need just a little, although I suppose we're now down to 9¼ gallons. He said as he looked over Billy Bob wounds, which seemed to have healed up by now, to faint scars. In fact, Billy Bob felt better than he had before this all happened, since he'd still been recovering from the injuries he got at the museum. We're going to want all of it to take back for the war effort. This will change things greatly. What? But we need some for wounded people who come in here. Whoa there, Miss CIA spook. We don't need all of it. Doc, could you guys be all right with keeping just 4 gallons? Unless you have a major shitstorm hit that'll be oaky until you get resupplied, right? The space goblin set a hand on his chin. 4 gallons should be fine, but what will you pay us? The agent looked at him. You're going to be making a very generous donation to the human war effort, specifically the American war effort, and we don't forget our friends. But there's a chance you won't win. Have you looked at the latest news reports? We annihilated the main Greslin battle fleet in a single battle. FTL lanes into our space are down. The Krustican invasion of Bastion has been stunted. Despite being surrounded by enemies, the Libertonian homeworld survives. She laughed. Do you want to bet against us at this point? The space goblin looked from the agent to Billy Bob and then back to Emily before shrugging. I suppose it would be wise to stay on your good side for now. It would certainly benefit my people should the council finally lose power. The agent nodded, and Billy Bob finally started to get up, frowning as he looked at his shredded jacket. He sighed and pulled it on anyway. What's the plan? We've been contacted by an unlikely ally, but so far it seems legit, the agent mentioned. I need to secure this biogel. Just head to your Atlas ship and some new friends will be joining us. He nodded at that and started packing up his things with Emily while the agent and the space goblin left. Once they were gone, he turned to Emily. Okay, ground rules in our relationship. No biting or scratching chunks of my flesh off my damn body. And no more trying to kill or maim me. And keep your gloves on unless we've discussed it, and plan on doing something super carefully. Oh, come on. You have no idea how much it hurts to have chunks of your back ripped free of your body. How do you even touch each other without trouble? Well, I guess when I feel feathers, I know how light to touch. But you don't have any. All right, but I have some of my own rules. All right. Mine are mostly about not dying, but that's fair. What you got? No more farting. What? You can't be serious. I can't not fart. I have to fart. But it smells bad. And if I try to hold it in, I'll explode. You really do want to kill me. What? You won't explode. There was a pause. Will you? I don't want to find out. That's for damn sure. Humans fart. You have to get used to it. But that noise is so awkward and really just how it stinks. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for pointing out something our species has tried to deal with for thousands of years. Your insight into my people astounds me. You obviously haven't tried to deal with it all that hard. It's not like there's a solution. We have to do it. Don't you guys fart? Never. Well, it's not like that. Remember that time when you asked what that smell was when we were listening to that monarch sing? Queen. Yeah, the sort of lilac and rose? I'm not sure what those smell like, but I think that's what you said. That was my version of what you'd call a fart. He stopped and stared at her. You guys fart flower smells? How the fuck is that fair? And how come it didn't make a sound? She shrugged. We have small release vents under our armpits. So, we get sweaty and stinky and fart bad things. You guys fart flower smells and you don't get BO because you farted out of your armpits. He shook his head for a moment. Evolution isn't fair sometimes. Hey, your species is by far the densest and strongest intelligent species the galaxy has ever seen, so there is that. He shrugged and nodded, then finished packing up his stuff. There was a small crate on the Atlas that he'd bought the day before during one of Emily's sleep cycles, a special gift he wanted to give her when the time was right. He hoped the spies hadn't left it out in the open, but other than that, he was set. They walked back out to the Rosie, and as he opened the hatch, he found another human standing in there wearing a dark suit. All around him were space gerbils. Space gerbils in suits, but they had such adorable fat bellies. Ah, hello there, Colonel Billy Bob, the agent said, and Billy Bob realized it must be the guy who talked him through the Emily situation. Let me introduce to you. Holy shit! It's a Monopoly guy space hamster! he exclaimed as he saw a gerbil in a top hat, with a monocle and a black and white vest. He ran up to it and reached down to squeeze his fat, fuzzy face. "You're so cute." The grown man picked the space hamster up in his arms and took a deep breath. "What are you doing?" "Put me ha 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 ha." The hamster had been interrupted by Billy Bob blowing a raspberry on its exposed belly, making a fart noise echo through the ship's cargo bay. Oh, I say, that was delightful." "Do it again," Billy Bob quickly obliged as the space hamster laughed and squealed, his arms and legs flailing around. Then Billy Bob tossed him up in the air, which made the creature gasp and flail with some worry before Billy Bob caught him. That was terrifying. I almost soiled myself. Do it again." "I want to fly again." Billy Bob tossed the space hamster into the air, who was laughing once more, while the whole horde of hamsters clustered around Billy Bob, demanding to go next. Emily and the human stood off to the side, watching. Do you think he realizes he's playing toss with one of the most powerful counselors there are?" the human asked. "Do you think he would care if he knew?" Emily simply replied with a wistful smile on her face. In the background, Billy Bob was tossing space hamsters into the air and catching them, every so often giving on a giant raspberry as the fart sound echoed out with squealing and laughter. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 29. While the Gladiator fighter bombers represented the vast majority of America's current air or space power in terms of small craft, they weren't all that they possessed. Ever since the concept of close air support came up, the Americans had taken a shine to it. The current evolution of this was found in the AF-72 Wild Boar, an 8-engine close air support platform made with quadruple redundancies throughout all systems. They were bulky and fat, with the armored cockpit in the center carrying as much protection as possible for the pilot. Everyone called them flying pigs, some with affection and some with derision. They were also loaded for battle, possessing dual 2-inch bottom-mounted cannons, 4 side-mounted street sweeper miniguns, 32 launch tubes compatible with NX-83 air-to-ground Hellfire missiles, NX-84 can-opener anti-armor missiles, or FA-67 forget-me-not multi-purpose missiles. The Flying Pig was fat enough to carry 14,000 2-inch rounds, 128,000 minigun rounds, and 2,000 missiles in any configuration. This was all encased in several inches of titanium alloy and the newest, biggest shield bubble humans could make. They weren't fast, with a top speed of only 100 miles per hour ground speed. They weren't going anywhere fast compared with normal assault craft or fighter bombers, but they didn't need to. "JJ, wake up. We got the call," came a voice over the pilot's helmet as she woke up. She'd been sleeping in her cockpit since the battle on Bastion was in full swing, and you never knew when the opportunity would arise for their pigs to get called up. She was already spinning the engines up, flicking switches as she checked her systems, getting positive greens across the board. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes with one hand as she toggled her comm. "I'm up, Timmy Joe. Got your hog squealing?" she asked. "He's ready to roll around in the shit." JJ smiled at his reply as her hog lifted up off the landing pad only half a second after Timmy Joe. She checked over her loadout, full ammo. They'd given her the usual split, 667 can openers and forget-me-nots, plus 666 Hellfire missiles, which made her smile as it always did. "What's our MO?" "Roll in, fuck shit up. Same as always," her fellow pig pilot said. She read the map as the display came up in front of her. The cockpit was in the center of the beast, so she relied on various video feeds and map projections to fly and target. A mixed Libertonian and Stormtrooper detachment was holding a fort in the middle of a mountain valley near one of the bigger cities. If they could hold on to it, they could continue to deny the crabs the ability to fill the valley with AA emplacements. A damn good idea if she ever heard one. They knew this, though, and recently the crabs had stepped up their attacks, flooding the valley with as many soldiers and crawlers as they could. The base was under very heavy assault, and the brass were having trouble getting armor into position, so it was up to the pigs to bridge the gap. They rumbled over the plateau on the edge of the valley, dropping down as they approached the base. It was smoking heavily, and chunks of the wall were broken apart, her black and white screen giving her clear contrast to see the bullets flying out and the energy bolts heading in. What song do you want? Timmy Joe asked, since it was her turn. Good question. She scrolled through her songs on her implant before smiling. Real sleigh bells. What? It's my turn I get to pick, and I'm going to cue up Paper Airplanes next. Golden oldies, huh? You can pick when it's your turn. She quickly flicked a few switches that hadn't been stock on her pig. The first thing every true pig pilot did after getting a new one was to buy the biggest, loudest speakers they could onto the exterior and slave them to their implant's music. The crabs assaulting the base gave pause, looking to the night sky as the sleigh bells started, alerting them to the presence of the flying pigs. The second hint they were about to have their night ruined was when both pilots pulled the triggers and the dark was filled with flashes as their cannons started belching out the mini-meteors. JJ cycled her missile tube so as the song sang out 16666 like the Pentagon. She fired all 32 loaded Hellfire missiles, her eyes gleaming as if they were burning, instead of all the crabs she'd just set on fire. The first of their AA response started after that, matter slammers hitting the shield as she watched the energy level decrease. The flying pigs hovered over the battlefield, advancing slowly as they each began to cycle through missiles, peppering the crabs below with Hellfire, while making sure to hit the crawlers with can openers. Their street sweepers spun up as well as they began to simply fire upon all hostile targets. Brass simply rained down upon the bodies of the dead crusticans as the flying pigs hovered over the battlefield. The crabs had stopped advancing on the damaged base. Instead, they were falling back across the craters and broken ground to try and escape the flying death machines. More matter slammers hit the shields until the energy bubbles were gone. The outsides of the flying pigs started taking direct hits now, as inside the pilots kept their guns firing while diverting systems and monitoring their engines. Engine 2 gone, JJ said as she shut it down. Left forward street sweeper out. Neither pilot was backing down as they slowly rumbled over the battlefield while rill blared loud enough to still be heard over the intense sounds of cannons and miniguns firing. Inside the base, the Libertonians and humans were dragging wounded to safety and putting out fires, some trying to get defensive emplacements operational once more. This wasn't the end of the battle, not by a long shot, but this was a small smoke break for the soldiers, and they'd take every chance they had to reload and prepare. All the while, the music rang out over the sound of death being unleashed on the crabs. 6 missile tubes busted. Engine 3 out, JJ said as she kept monitoring her systems, watching them flash yellow one by one. Pig pilots went through subsystems like most soldiers went through bullets, and they went through bullets like, well, something even faster. Very fast. 1 and 2 are busted, left cannon jammed, clearing. Something big stood up near the hills the crabs were scurrying towards, a crawler they hadn't seen before. Big fucker. Bigger than their matriarchs, even by a good margin. Had to be some sort of assault bot. It fired off 2 large bolts, which slammed into Timmy Joe's ship. Fuck! That's done it for me. Down to 7 and 8, cannons gone, 1 street sweeper. I'm out, JJ. Pull back! I'll see you back at base, JJ said, focusing her cannon fire on the big bot. It fired off 2 more of those massive bolts her direction as she tried to juke to the left. It still hit the right side of her pig as she shook in the cockpit. The right cannon, street sweepers, and engines were all down. But Paper Airplanes started played as she grinned. Working quickly, she cycled the last of her Hellfires plus 2 can openers as she flew over the massive crab bot. Then she hit the emergency release, dropping 2 massive cases of missiles down at its feet. Another matter slammer hit Engine 5, leaving her with just 1 and 7. The pig was leaning heavily to a side, pouring smoke as she turned to book it out of there. As the flying pig sailed overhead, she triggered the last of her missile tubes, firing out the can openers first and the Hellfires just after. They arced out towards the cases of now armed missiles she'd dropped on the field, turning night into day behind her. She saw a flash on her comm. Jesus Christ, you gorgeous flying pig. Thank you. When this is over, I'll buy you a drink. Yeah, you and a million others. Don't worry, Stormy. We'll be back as soon as they patch my hog up. She cut the feed, tilting her pig to keep it moving with only 2 engines, pouring smoke and sparks as she limped back to the pig pen, which was what they called their forward base. As it settled down on the pad with some screeching and scraping, the flight crews already had machines in place to start replacing the engines and getting her ride operational once more. The pilot finally disconnected, crawling out through the small hatch to get out of her ship. "All right, fellas, I need to go take a shit. When I get back, I want this pig squealing for me. And someone get me my stencil and spray paint. I ain't flying a pig with no porker painted on the front." The pilot had cuts on the right side of her face that were bleeding. She seemed to be limping because a chunk of metal was stuck in her thigh, and there was a good chance she'd broken her pinky on her right hand with the way it was bent. But the first thing she did was pull out a smoke and an old Zippo to light up as she walked towards the nearest shitter. She held the Zippo as she walked, watching the flame flicker in the night, eyes gleaming with the reflection of the fire. "Fuck! Who is that?" one of the new flight crew asked. "What her?" "Oh, you'll get to know JJ. She's Jackie Jill, little sister of Billy Bob Space Trucker." The CIA senior agent had given up waiting on Billy Bob and instead explained the situation to Emily, who in turn would explain things to Billy Bob once all the space hamsters were too tired of being tossed in the air or exhausted from laughing as he blew fat raspberries on their bellies. It took about an hour until they were all tuckered out, retreating to the crew quarters on the Rosie to pile up and sleep in a giant pile of chubby space hamsters. Emily and Billy Bob were in his Longhorn as he pet Mittens, making up for not being around much by scratching the animal's cheeks and letting it sleep on his lap. He wasn't sure how it was different from sleeping on the bed, which is what the lazy cat almost always seemed to do, but somehow Mittens felt it was different. "So what's the deal?" he finally asked Emily as Mittens let out content purrs. "I'm rather surprised, honestly. The space hamsters got in contact with your CIA somehow and let them know they had a few select members in power who wanted to assist the war effort. It turns out the ass faces have been lying this whole time." Billy Bob stared at her then, a sort of blank expression taking over his face. She was moving her hands and talking about something, and he heard words like council and foundation and secret and treaty being tossed around. He got the general idea the ass faces were assholes and had eaten some guys the space hamsters liked, but lied about it. He wasn't sure about all the other stuff she was going into, but he was vacantly staring at her chest. She had that little tuft of feathers right where there would be cleavage if she had breasts. Her chest had an appropriate shape. Idly, he scratched Mittens' chin as the cat burred, slowly sliding off his lap so he had to keep pulling the cat back into place. Did he ask her what was under the vest? I mean, they were supposed to be mates now, right? Wait, did that mean they were married? Or just, like, together? Shit. Did he need to buy her some jewelry? Did Libertonians like jewelry? She liked colors and stuff. Maybe if he got her, like, a prism. She kept talking, and he would nod and make a little sound of acknowledgement now and then. More about the ass faces being assholes and how this could totally change their luck in the war. But so far they'd had good luck, so, how should he approach it? Try and be all casual? Or wait for her to get all affectionate and rub cheeks? What was his plan of attack here? She was already acting possessive around other women. Did he even want to go that route? That CIA guy hadn't actually mentioned sex when talking about Libertonian unions. Well, he mentioned reproduction, but that was apparently optional. Not like they could breed. Could they? He was on a space station with a Space Eagle Raptor and a bunch of space hamsters, and he could adjust the gravity at will and travel faster than light. But messing around with biology seemed awfully finicky. Like those flesh-eating planets they'd made by mistake 100 years back while trying to genetically engineer a new plant to survive the pests on that new colony. The only good thing that came from that was a bunch of hippies got eaten. Speaking of, whatever happened to those smelly space hippies and those living rock creatures? Stoners. Oh, how had he not thought of that sooner? Wait, where had he been going with this? Emily was staring at him. So, Mr. Monopoly Hamster is an important counselor, and he hates the ass crabs, and he's going to help us mess up the big government meeting that I've been trying to get you to this whole time. When is that again? At the end of this space week. Jesus Christ. Is it? I thought we had way more time. He blinked a little at the realization he'd been traveling with her for almost a month now. In fact, he was fast approaching Halloween. Maybe he'd show her how to go trick-or-treating. Wait. Where was he going to find her a costume? And also, where was he going to find a place to go trick-or-treating? Shit. Maybe if they finished up this galaxy-ending thing soon, he wouldn't miss it. Oh, but America was at war, and UHG Halloween just wasn't the same. Oh, but Canada. They weren't bad. After we expose the founders for the suppression device and the space hamsters throw their support to us, it'll really undermine their authority. I'm not sure how much influence they have over the other species, but there's a chance we'll only have to fight the fleckos, ass-faces, fish cops, and space poodles.
Isn't that what's going on now?
Well, that's because the other species have to build up and move into position. Those three were simply the only ones ready for war. That reminds me, I haven't heard much about the fleckos in the war. Well, they mostly engage in what most species would consider a brutal melee combat style. So, humans probably crush them without much effort. Ha! That'll teach those dancing posers who get served an F in the A. I still don't know what that means. Don't worry about it. She smiled at him then and leaned forward a little. You know, we're all alone now. He froze as she said that. He hadn't decided how to approach this yet. She was taking the lead. What did he do? Play it cool, Billy Bob. Well, aside from Mittens. He lifted the cat up, who let out a snort as he was disturbed from his resting place. So Billy Bob quickly sat up back in his lap, rubbing a hand along the cat's belly as it opened its arms and legs up. Then he gasped as the cat had wrapped those big paws around his hand and started to bite and kick his palm. Ow! Knock it off, you furball! He tossed Mittens off his lap, the cat landing on his feet and staring back at Billy Bob before sitting down and starting to aggressively clean himself in a way only cats seem to be able to do.
Well, now we don't need to worry about him, Emily purred out.
This is very true. It's just the two of us now. Did he break out the present? No, he still wanted to save that. Music? Oh, should he get a slow jam going? Had he exposed her to those yet? Then he watched her lean forward before pausing, shivering as her feathers seemed to get all ruffled out before smoothing over, and she opened her mouth in what he realized was a yawn. But it's been almost 5 hours since I slept. I'm really tired. Yeah, and you've been so busy. Why don't you sleep? I'll take Stomper out and play with him some while everyone's asleep so I don't bother them with the high gravity. That's a good idea. She stood up and he figured she'd wander on by, but instead she reached over to brush a hand through his hair. He had to admit he froze for a second before feeling that she was wearing her glove. Then she slid into his lap, which he also didn't expect. She was so tall but so light. He could easily support her on his lap, but with how tall she was, it wasn't like cradling a normal woman on his lap. She still looked down at him easily. I'm really glad you chose me. Hey, we've survived all kinds of chaos so far. I'm sure a little more won't hurt. Are you implying our relationship is going to be chaotic? Seeing as you've nearly killed me twice? Yes, I do. Oh, hush. Once this is over, I'm sure there will be peace. And then we can have some nice quiet time together, enjoy state dinners and ceremonies. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What part of our time together has made you think I want to be part of any sort of official dinners? Oh, come on. You're the diplomat. You go. Just bring me back a doggy bag. She frowned before he went on. That means bring me the leftovers from dinner. Oh, well, you'll have to get used to at least a few. You're going to be a big hero, you know. Shit, this is why I wanted to become a space trucker after my service was done. No one expects anything formal from a space trucker. She laughed and got up from his lap before curling up on the bunk. Once she was lying down, he got up, walking into the cargo bay to get Stomper. The six-legged, four-eared space fox was excited to see him like always. Billy Bob smiled and grabbed the giant bone, opening the back hatch to let them both out before he turned the gravity up inside just the Atlas's cargo bay. The giant space fox, was that it? Was that the name he'd choose? Giant space fox. Why the hell didn't he think of that sooner? He was going to save UHG diplomats so much time trying to explain what species looked like with his simply naming system. Either way, the giant space fox had been growing slowly but steadily since he'd liberated him from those stupid space hippies. It still stomped happily when he would grab that big, fluffy tail and wag it around, but he wondered how long it would be until he'd have to be careful before the creature knocked him down when it jumped on him happily for the toy. He tossed the toy around and played with Stomper for an hour to make sure both he and the animal got some good high-gravity exercise in before finally herding him back up into the Longhorn, leaving him with more water and food. Once that was done, though, he quickly looked around and started jogging. He didn't know how long the space hamsters would be out, and he needed to start gathering some intel. He climbed the small steps of the Xeno ship 2 at a time to get to the bridge. Sliding into his seat, he started to type on the console so he could bring up a few screens on the extra net. He needed to be very careful with his searches and then make sure to clear the history just in case. When he was younger, a few wayward searches had made him think there was a whole species of only female blue-skinned Xenos that were super hot. Why couldn't there be Xenos like that? The reality of evolution sucked balls sometimes. Of course, he had found dubstep frogs and a pug-faced ogre, so... Well, it still sucked balls sometimes. Who was he kidding? He was just starting to type out what he figured would be the best string to get some actually helpful insight into Libertonian bodies when he heard a soft voice. Mr. Billy Bob? Billy Bob jerked and turned, covering the screens with his body even though he hadn't hit enter yet. He saw a space hamster that was rubbing at his eyes blearily. Yes? I had a nightmare. Can you toss me in the air a bit? He looked around the empty bridge and then back at the space hamster wearing a business suit. Sure. He stepped towards the creature, scooping him up and then surprising him with raspberry as the space hamster squealed and laughed. Billy Bob went walking down with him to the cargo bay, which he'd reset the gravity in. Once he was done tossing the space hamster in the air and put him back to bed, that was when he'd do research on Libertonians. How the hell had his life gotten this complicated? And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. The war had been going in favor of America so far. Despite being vastly outnumbered, their natural fighting ability and control of the FTL gates in near systems made sure they had a significant edge in logistics. That did not mean the war was going great, however. While they were able to fight well above their weight, and for every soldier or ship they lost, they'd take out 10 Xeno equivalents. They were still fighting the rest of the known galaxy, more or less. The Council founders would suffer for it, but they could afford to lose even more than that and still start grinding the American forces down. Even so, the Americans didn't go down lightly, as demonstrated by the recent battle for HF 432. It likely wouldn't be written about in the history books. HF 432 was a dead system that didn't seem to have any importance aside from a minor FTL junction. An American scout ship had been ambushed by a Xeno destroyer that was more than twice as big. Long story short, both ships were drifting dead in space. But that didn't mean both ships were entirely dead. "Anyone still alive?" Corporal Jones was asking as he looked around the engine room. The bridge had been hit hard, but Jones and 2 other Marines had survived in their pressure suits. The scout ship only had a crew of 10, and 5 of that had been Marines. There was movement as they saw someone wave from the back of the engine. Jones moved around the damaged and vented engine room to see a figure in a pressure suit working on the engine. His suit had several patches on it and even duct tape in one spot. Overall, it was stained and damaged, but his tool belt looked secure. "The fuck are you doing?" "The ship is dead," Jones asked as he saw the person working. "And as the engineer, it's my job to scuttle it," came the reply. "Oh, Steve, right?" "Yeah, the name is Steve. If the Xenos want to try and steal our nav data, they'll turn this on to get the power going. And if everything goes right, it'll explode in their faces. Wait, but we need to call out of here for help." "They blew our comms up first. I already corrupted the nav comp just in case, but either way, the Xenos will find us before our own." "Shit," the Marine growled, thinking about how to break this to the others. As he thought it over, though, he looked through a hole in the side of the ship and saw the Xeno cruiser drifting across from them. "Hey, what about their ship?" The engineer looked up. Fuck if I know. I've never worked on a Xeno ship before." "Whatever, an engine is an engine, right?" "No, not even close." "Do you have any better ideas, Steve?" The engineer sighed and finished tinkering with the engine before shrugging. "Fuck, I guess it's that or just waiting to die in space. Get the others." Jones nodded and retrieved the other 2 Marines who had been trying to salvage the bridge to no avail. Howie and Tina met up with Jones and Steve in the engine room as they climbed through the hole to stand on the outside of their dead ship. "What makes you think we can turn it back on?" Tina asked. "We've got no idea if I could even start it up were it not wrecked in battle," Steve replied, clearly full of optimistic confidence. "But it's dying here for sure, or maybe dying over there. Only got so much oxygen left." "Thanks, Steve," Jones muttered. Teen and Howie jumped free, boosting towards the craft, but before Jones could, Steve stopped him. "Hey, I'm in an engineering suit. You're the ones in the Marine pressure suits. You gotta carry me." "Oh, sorry, nearly forgot." The Marine gripped the engineer under his arms, boosting across the void towards the destroyer, the dead planets of the system far away to their side. The four humans entered the Xeno ship the same way they left their own, through a hole in the side of it. They were up on the bridge, which had been smashed up pretty bad in the attack. Steve couldn't fit in any of the small chairs, so he leaned over a seat, typing on a console. There's some power left, I think. I got no idea how to transfer it from up here. We need to get into engineering. The engineer led the Marines deeper into the Xeno ship. They were passing floating bodies of the Phyllis. Most people called them fleckos because they looked like geckos mixed with flies. He didn't like the look of the dark interior as their headlamps swept over the corridors. On top of being full of dead bodies, the shape was all wrong. Finally, they found the path to engineering, a massive blast door sealed in front of them. Steve tapped on a panel which hissed at him and flashed red. I'm guessing that means it's locked or still sealed against the pressure of the vacuum. He looked around then and pointed to another pressure door they could seal behind them. There wasn't any power to it, but there was a manual override. The problem was the bolt seemed to be missing a lever or handle to turn it with. Maybe you need to solve a physics puzzle to find the last piece you need, Howie said. And maybe you're an idiot, the engineer muttered as the Marines laughed. Instead of going searching, he just pulled a wrench from his tool belt and fastened it into place. I don't think these guys ever figured a single person could do something like this. He began to turn the wrench, slowly lowering the blast door into place as the machinery creaked and groaned. Why wouldn't they just leave something in place to lower this? Tina had asked as the engineer slowly lowered it. 'Cause they're pussies, the engineer grunted out as he kept turning it. Finally, the blast door was sealed as he detached his wrench. I'm fairly sure none of them have the strength to operate this on their own. Probably got a robot to do it or something. They turned back to the engine room and Steve stepped up, tapping on the control panel once more. This time it beeped at him and there was a hiss as the door opened, oxygen rushing in to fill the makeshift airlock. As the door slid up, they saw the light inside and were met with the surprised faces of what had to be 20 fleckos. They had swords and some sort of energy torch and a number of nasty-looking melee weapons. The Marines braced when a shining light came down and they started to dance. It was some sort of high-pitched Xeno music as they broke into a team dance choreography of some kind. What do we do? Howie asked nervously. We're totally getting served. Are you fucking kidding me? Steve asked and pulled an old, worn 1911 from his tool belt, shooting one of the fleckos through the head, immediately breaking their rhythm. Fucking shoot them. Oh yeah, Jones muttered as if the thought hadn't occurred to him. The Marines raised their guns and started firing. 3 Marines and an injured engineer against 20 elite fleckos. It was a massacre. Dancing and melee weapons did not hold up well against automatic weapons and a .45. They weren't even fast enough to make the Marines need to lead them. Once they were dead, greenish-blue blood splattered across the walls and machinery. The Marines checked their weapons while Steve moved forward, pulling bodies off the consoles he needed to check. You can get this up and running, right, Steve? Tina was asking as she watched him work. No idea. Just trying to figure out where they have the readings. Yeah, but it's an engine, and you're an engineer. Why the hell does everyone assume I can fix any kind of engine? Besides, even if I get this turned on, I'm not a pilot. What? You can't fly this thing? I thought engineers knew how to do that stuff, Jones said. You're the Marines. You know how to hotwire tanks and fly assault craft, right? No, we were never trained to do that. Then why does everyone assume that I'd be trained in that other shit? You wouldn't ask an OBGYN to help an oncologist, would you? They simply stared at him and he shook his head. Never mind. It's all like energy and power and electrical stuff, though, right? Didn't you go to college? Jones was asking. To a party college. It was all booze and co-eds and a haze for 4 years. Regardless, I'm an engineer on human systems, and specifically ship engines. This is Xeno engineering. You expect me to just come in here and take a look at this panel and... He was looking at the panel and tapped on a few buttons. There was a hum through the ship as they felt it shift. It's got some impulse power. It has some sort of emergency system to take us to a nearby station. Jones opened his mouth, but Steve pointed at him. Not a fucking word. You guys got lucky this time. They sat around shooting the shit, waiting for about 2 hours until they heard a gentle thump throughout the ship and the engine began to spin down. Looking around, they gathered their weapons and waited for the door to slowly grind back open. They were staring at a bunch of space ants and something they hadn't seen before. "It's like part orc, part bear, and ore," Tina muttered. "No, you idiot, clearly you'd call it a bork," Steve said firmly. "Who are you?" the bork questioned before saying. "I am he who has survived the dread creature Meatons, red-furred devil of death. I have been tasked by the greatest human alive to guard this station. None shall harm it again." "Oh no," Steve muttered. "What?" Jones asked. "This idiot means Mittens, my brother's cat." "Your brother is the greatest human alive?" The engineer let out a heavy sigh, slumping a little where he stood. "My real name isn't just Steve. It's Stevie Ray, little brother of Billy Bob Space Trucker." Billy Bob felt dirty. He hadn't really been doing anything wrong, but somehow looking up xenophysiology made him feel dirtier than looking at porn. Porn was totally normal, just an everyday part of life. But when you had to start reading stuff that was all scientific and clinical, he much preferred the way his parents had given him the talk when he was younger. Straightforward, no BS, just the facts he'd need to know, the rumors he wanted to know, and a bunch of stuff he didn't know was physically possible. Sure, it was a lot to take in as a junior high kid, but at least they'd sorted out human sex for him before high school and that xeno-sex ed class with Mrs. Munchausen. High school was too young for people to be introduced to the idea of sex with xenos. Then again, maybe he wouldn't have been so worried about this stuff with Emily if he'd been properly prepared. It was hard to keep track of his beliefs when life kept making him question the ones he had. It was a lot easier to keep on trucking when he was trucking. Now that he'd become some sort of figure for an intergalactic war shit had gotten complicated. And that didn't even cover what he'd learned about Libertonians. So long as he could keep her gloves on, he should be able to survive the night. But her beak... His research had mentioned a bunch of biting. He was alone on the bridge of the Rosie. He'd gotten it fired up and heading out into the FTL lanes to get closer to their final destination. Well, not final if everything went right. Either way, he was alone trying to figure out the logistics to a problem he'd never expected to have. It was a crucial midterm project named How to Get Some and Not Die. And he wasn't sure how long he had before the teacher demanded he turn over his work and hope for the best. He had plenty to worry about without even considering the fact that his translator had struggled with a few terms, and he had to pray to God and Washington, and even Andrew Jackson that he'd read it correctly. He wasn't sure if he was excited or terrified, or, much more likely, it was just giving him a fear boner since it was a challenge that could kill him, and also involved getting laid. It was one of the truest challenges any American could ever attempt. He'd already joined the Void Club thanks to an extra-large pressure suit and a flexible woman back in community college. It had been rather uncomfortable and awkward, but damn if doing it while Earth hung above them wasn't an interesting experience. Of course, that was when he was younger and stupider. Well, maybe stupider was relative cause. That was when his biggest worries were community college classes and not getting too shit-faced over the weekend to miss out on his part-time job. The main issue was his boss was his dad, who at the slightest hint of a hangover would go into his "how do you sell a chicken to a deaf guy" routine, which was loud, so loud. Billy Bob was deep in thought about how to proceed when he heard someone walking up the steps to the bridge. He quickly typed on the consoles, closing out the extranet windows and doing a quick check to see if anything had sound going that he might have missed. Once he was satisfied everything was off, he turned the screens back over to the nav comp and internal systems he was actually supposed to be looking at. "Hey, Billy Bob, all up here on your lonesome?" Emily said as he leaned back and smiled at her. She leaned in to rub her cheek against his for a moment and glanced at his consoles. "Wow, we're already this far along? Have you been flying through my whole sleep cycle?" "Hey, it's a big fat ship, but that doesn't mean it's slow." He smiled at her and rubbed a hand along her side. "The space hamsters should be waking up soon, right? Then I guess we should talk with what do they call their leader?" "A Khan." Billy Bob arched his brows at that. "What? Those fuzzy, fat little hamsters? There's got to be something wrong with my translator, hold on." He scrolled through his translator to figure out what was going on. He called them space hamsters. A group of hamsters was called a horde. Oh, his translator figured the leader of a horde should be a Khan. Well, time to change that. A little more custom input, and, okay, tell me again. The fluffiest big shot fancy pants. Excellent, Billy Bob said with a wide grin as Emily wondered just what it was he'd done. She knew he was up to something. So far, it seemed like he was going to have to learn how to settle in and relax and share piloting the ship with the hamsters, since when they woke up, he knew they'd offer to help him fly the Rosie. He should really spend more time with Emily and talk with their fanciest pants to figure out what the plan was for ruining the galactic government. You know, Emil slowly slipped around his seat, sliding into his lap. Once more, he was a little surprised at her weight compared to her height. He knew he should expect it, but it was hard to retrain a brain to relative weights after a lifetime of heavy gravity. We're all alone. She rubbed a hand along his jaw as he blinked. He wasn't ready for this. Mr. Billy Bob, sir? He heard a voice squeak up from the stairs. Thank God. Coming! He picked Emily up. Sorry, looks like we're out of time. She huffed as he set her to the side and walked down towards the approach horde of hamsters.
Come on up, come on up!
You're the new bridge crew? There was about 8 of them, which for Xenos was a skeleton crew to do what he was doing on his own. Yes, Mr. Billy Bob. Can you throw us around, please? Sorry, but not until after your shift is done. They all let out a collective groan. Sorry, but it tires you little fellers out too much. Can't have you dozing off on the job, can we? He rubbed their heads as he walked past, followed by Emily as he looked for their fluffiest, big-shot fancy pants. It took him a bit of time to discover all the rest of the space hamsters were in the mess. He saw the big top hat of Mr. Monopoly and shouted out, "Ah, there you are, my good hamster!" which seemed to startle the figure who hadn't been facing him. The Xeno diplomat grabbed all the food on his plate, shoving it into his mouth before turning around to look at Billy Bob, his cheeks nearly exploding with food, contrasting with the much too posh clothes he was wearing. That is adorable, Emily whispered next to him. I know. How has humanity not met these guys before? Seriously, Billy Bob, aren't they so cute? They override all my predatory instincts to kill and eat them. Billy Bob arched a brow at that and looked over at his girlfriend. Then he looked a bit more concerned when he saw a mix of hunger and amusement on her face. Whoa, whoa, you don't eat sentient beings, right? Oh, no. It's just, they do resemble a prey species back home. Keep it together, Emily. Right, sorry. Sheesh. Thinking about eating our guests. Humans would never do something that creepy. Well, Americans wouldn't at any rate. Well, moving on. Mr. Monopoly had been working to swallow down the giant mouthful of food he had, and they had to wait a few minutes before he could finally cough out. Apologies, apologies. You startled me, and my instinct was to eat a hearty last meal. That posh, upper-class British accent made Billy Bob smile. That's just fine, Mr. Monopoly. I say, what does that name mean anyway? Oh, you just resemble a very wealthy and affluent human, known for having only the fanciest of pants around. Oh. What a remarkable fellow. Is he a living human? Ah, no. He's long gone, I'm afraid. Well, it can't be helped. I'm sure I'll find reading about his life most enjoyable. I do enjoy having the fanciest pants around, you know. Once I even paid a fellow for his fancy pants and took them on the spot. Yes. They're right up there with a nice pot of humbush and a few wicker nibbles to dunk in it. Billy Bob slowly shook his head as he watched the space hamster talk. Was this real? Was this some sort of joke the Brits were playing on him right now? They were probably still mad about the time their first space colony was raided on the 4th of July as the Americans stole all their tea and then threw it into that planet's star. Or maybe it was that time the Queen was taking a tour of the UHG colonies, and an American had rigged their sound system to play Stars and Stripes Forever instead of God Save the Queen on every planet. But no, this couldn't be a joke they'd set up. Not in the middle of war, right? They did have some dry humor. He'd keep his eyes open. No limey was going to prank Billy Bob. All right, well, fancy pants aside. We were hoping to discuss the plan for getting us into the big council gathering. Yes, of course, most delightful indeed. Splendid, in fact. They looked at him and he looked back. Well, I say, dear fellows, what's the plan? What? We wanted to know what your plan was, Emily said. Oh, right, yes. Of course. That would make more sense, I suppose. We just need to talk to my chief sneaky busybody. Billy Bob checked his translator. That was a direct translation as far as he could tell. He hadn't changed another custom input. These were the words they used, and his translator tried to tell him their leader was a con. If ever a computer could be more wrong. Well, where is he? If I knew where he was, he wouldn't be my chief sneaky busybody now, would he? Of course not. Billy Bob was about to ask how they could find this space hamster when the PA came on. Mr. Billy Bob, please report to the bridge. He looked up at the ceiling and yelled out, "What is it? Is this line private?" "Yeah, sure, why not?" "There are pirates." The rest of the hamsters around him squealed out in fright and began to shovel food into their mouths. Jesus Christ, you guys don't fucking choke. I'll be right there. He grumbled and quickly ran back up to the bridge. The Rosie had come out into a system where they'd dropped out of the FTL lane to go refuel. A small ship was out in the viewport as he saw the bridge crew shivering. "What kind of ship is that?" "It's a Bork raiding vessel. They must have at least 30 Borks on board." Billy Bob sighed and walked over to the comm screen. He brought up a channel with the ship. Good. Is this the space hamster captain come to surrender?" "No. This is Billy Bob Colonel of the United States Space Force, and I'm ordering you to fuck off right now before I come over there and kill you stupid fucks for delaying my ship." What?" The Bork was obviously surprised with the voice and tone of the person he was talking to. "You can't talk to me like that. I'm the feared—" "Yeah, don't fucking care. You've got what, 35, 40 of you over there? I've cleared an entire station on my own, and now I have a Libertonian girlfriend with a power suit. So, are you feeling like today is your lucky day, punk?" He cursed after he said that. "Wait, no, hold on. I've got something better." He paused for a moment trying to think up something, but he was waiting too long so quickly he just went with, "Why don't you bend over and fuck your own face?" He yelled into the mic. "What? That's not this must be a trick. That ship has space hamster registration." "Yeah, and I took over the ship and enslaved them. You know how it is, the weak prey on the strong, and I'm the strongest there is. Do you want me to come over there and show you?" "Huh? What species are you again?" "Human. American subspecies." He could hear muttering in the background. The species engaged in war with the Council right now?" "Yep, that's me. I mean us." There was more muttering, and then a different voice came on. "Are you the wielder of the beast mittens? You heard of him, did you? The 10-foot-tall, 6-legged predator with 3-inch claws? Of course we have. You just go about your day then. We're very, very sorry to have bothered you." "Yes, we're very sorry. Please, we'll just go about our day." "Hey, you spread the word through the other Borks. Only raid the space poodles, ass-face crabs, and fish cops. Leave the space hamsters alone, or we'll come after you once we're done with the Council." Yes, of course. We'll spread the word right away." The ship turned and started to make haste away from the Rosie. Billy Bob grinned as the crew stared at him. "Are we your slaves now?" "What?" "No, I made that up. You're all free people." "Shit. Great Abe's ghost would strangle me on the spot if I enslaved you funny little furballs." No. They cheered at that, and then one opened the PA. "Mr. Billy Bob saved us all, and he ended piracy against space hamsters everywhere." He could hear cheering across the ship and stood with his hands on his hips, the biggest, stupidest grin on his face. Somewhere he knew an American flag was flying patriotically in the wind. Fuck, it felt good to liberate people. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 31. Most species in the galaxy fit into a few categories based upon their evolution. Either they were apex predators like the Libertonians and Crusticans, and were able to develop and advance because they had the freedom to do so. Or they were prey species like Billy Bob's favorite space hamsters, and they developed technology just to survive. Humans were messing with this classification system because they hadn't evolved as the apex predators. There were lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, that could tear them to shreds. Not to mention gators, crocs, sharks, spiders, snakes, wolves, and more. Plus everything living in Australia, including the Australians. Even animals you wouldn't suspect were killers. Hippos had a greater kill count than lions each year. Those that were apex predators were good at spotting creatures that were trying not to be seen, while those that were prey tried to be good at not being seen by predators. Humans had become apex predators through technology. Combining their natural endurance and hunting abilities with their tool-making skills, they'd started off with basic spears and bows and arrows and just kept going from there. Even still, when you went hunting for a tiger in a jungle armed with spears and a bow, there was a good chance you weren't coming back. Humans had to blend the techniques, being hard to see while also good at seeing what didn't want to be seen. The concept of an ambush predator wasn't very common throughout the galaxy, but living on a death world had a habit of bringing out all manner of successful animal. What really set humans aside, however, was their interactions with each other, not just with nature. When you took a bunch of prey who got it in their head that they were predators, stuck them on a death world with the majority of the planet being oceans they couldn't live in, and then started tossing in a whole mess of different philosophies and limited resources, and you had Earth. War evolved in many ways, leaving some aspects unchanged for centuries while the tech and tactics shifted all the time. Anything to get a leg up on their enemies and win. Americans had started off winning their revolution by hiding in forests, and as the British officers demanded they line up and advance slowly towards them, the Americans just shot him. With the advent of guns, warfare changed more rapidly than ever, and the humans, with their need to both be hidden and yet able to spot other hidden things, just got pushed up to a whole new level. Any creature that could stay in the same position for 24 human hours long before finally taking a kill shot on a target a mile away did not fit into the greater galaxy's ideas. The fact that they didn't need a computer to take the shot either was impossible for any other species. It was perhaps a fluke of the universe that humans had ever evolved the part of their brain that even allowed them to compute the rough path of objects in flight 1,000,000 years before they developed the concept of physics. Libertonians could fly, so their brain had the ability to process complex flight patterns on the go, which helped drive their intelligence as a species. But they'd never needed to throw anything in order to hunt. That's what their 4 arms and 2 legs ending in razor-sharp claws were for. And so humans were filling a very special and unique role that didn't fit anyone else. Prey who thought they were predators, or perhaps predators that were kind of crap and needed tools to become better. All of these made sure that humans were very tenacious and difficult to fight in their current war with the rest of the galaxy. But there was one final piece to the puzzle that was slowly but surely destroying enemy morale. Americans loved to fuck with people, and they were competitive. This was why on the important junction world Koresh, the Crustacan defenders feared for their lives despite never having faced the humans in open battle. It had started with a missing patrol that was investigating reports of a meteor impact. The planet was very arid and rocky, which did not suit the Crustacans, so they had to keep constant supply of water to replenish their hydrating mucus. After that first patrol went missing, their water pipeline was sabotaged. Then their supply tank had been contaminated with the bodies of the missing patrol. After that, their comm equipment started getting jammed, and all they could pick up were scratching transmissions that sounded like someone softly whispering, "We're coming for you." As the 300 remaining defenders began to freak out, their tormentors watched. Only 5 of them had been dispatched to this planet. 5 humans to occupy a planet currently held by 300 Crustacan soldiers. At the moment, they were all arrayed along the edges of a rocky canyon as they watched a Crustacan patrol in the valley below them. All the Crustacans saw was a collection of rocks and some of the scraggly bushes that survived on this planet. The humans spoke quietly among one another. $10 says they start firing in every direction. 20 says one of them runs for it. Then one of the humans gave a few rocks a shove on the edge of the canyon, listening to them tumble down the sides. They weren't big enough to do any real harm on the light gravity of this planet, but the sound made the patrol screech and hiss in surprise and fear, the sounds of their energy weapons blasting the rocks around them as one scurried forward. Their leader hissed out, and the figure stopped as the patrol grouped up once more. One of the humans began to move along the edge of the canyon to a point where the ground slopped down a bit. "I think today's the day. I'm going for the one with the matter slammer." He looked especially nervous after the rocks. One of the humans muttered, her voice even as she moved quietly. "No way. You're fucking crazy, MJ. Stop calling me that." "Why? Those are your initials, right?" "Just knock it off, BJ. And those are my initials, no harm there." "Can I get in on this whole initials instead of name thing?" came a man's voice. "Not a fucking chance, Barbie. It's Babra, damn it. Fucking hate this name. So change it. Every time I try, you guys just tell me to shut up and look for a Ken doll to go with my convertible." There was a lot of chuckling over the comm, which more or less proved his point. Regardless, you're crazy for even thinking this will work, MJ. If I do this, will you stop calling me that? Sure, I'll call you whatever you want if you actually pull this off. Technically, all the humans had ranks and a chain of command, but these specialist units almost never followed it. When you had to torment and distract an entire hostile garrison with just 5 people, things became a little more casual among the specialists assigned to the task. The patrol wandered along the canyon floor while the humans watched them. The crabs lacked that instinct to know when you're being watched. Out in the oceans of their home planet, they had nothing to fear from being watched. Watching was common, but as they slowly walked past a nondescript gray rock, that rock suddenly jumped out, landing on the back of the crab holding the matter slammer tube. It hissed in terror and surprise, squeezing the trigger as the shot slammed into the wall just before him, killing the patrol in front of him. He dropped the empty tube as he tried to grab the human riding him, but his claws weren't designed to reach his back. The human woman held a hand in the air, yelling, "Yay!" before the 2 surviving crabs shot at their comrade being ridden by the human, too terrified to try and spare his life. As his shield absorbed the impacts, the human pulled her sidearm free, dispatching the other 2 with a double tap into their skulls. This left the one crab she was riding, who was bucking around, reaching back as far as he could, trying to snip and snap at her, right up until he felt a knife press up against his throat. The struggling stopped as he heard a voice. "Settle down before I gut you." The crab quickly stopped. He wasn't a real hunter-killer. He was just a juvenile in training. Most of the veterans were on the front line, leaving these important junctions to be defended by juveniles with veteran commanders to try and get them up to speed. But now his legs were quivering, both with the weight of the dense human and fear at what was going to happen. "Hold your claws up in the air," the juvenile complied. There was a strange snapping sound, and he felt his claws pinch shut, some sort of rubber bands holding them closed. Then he felt her knee jab his side. "Turn around. Forward." The humans looking down on the canyon floor laughed as the human raised a hand and waved from the back of her new ride. "The hell you gonna do with him?" "Get a saddle and a harness and use him as a mount. Walking is for suckers." "All right, MJ, you win." "I'm not MJ, damn it. I'm Mary Jane, big sister of Billy Bob Space Trucker." It seemed to Billy Bob that the fact the space hamsters had survived long enough to develop space flight and join the galactic community was something of a cosmic joke. Their reaction to being startled is to eat something so they have a good last meal. Their body shapes weren't conducive to work of any kind, and they seemed to string between napping and eating for most of their time. Yet they were one of the main council founders, and it seemed like being first often counted for more than being better. After dispatching the Bork pirates by angrily telling them to fuck off, Billy Bob was feeling pretty good. Tracking down the chief's sneaky busybody wasn't too hard either. Knowing they loved to nap as much as eat, and knowing he wasn't in the mess hall, Billy Bob simply found the ship's laundry room and found the spy hamster in a bundle of warm clothes. Then he joined up with Emily and the fluffiest, big-shot, fancy-pants diplomat to find out what was going to be the plan to get them onto the council planet. "So, Chief Sneaky Busybody, what's the plan?" Billy Bob asked as they all sat in the captain's office. Supposedly that would be Billy Bob, but he was still set up on the Longhorn, so he let the fancy pants use it. "Well, we're on our way to meet up with a Space Goblin black market ship to pick up a special package we've ordered. It will help us smuggle you onto the planet in disguise, and also we were going to disguise Emily in her power suit as a statue. It's most genius." "Won't they be able to tell the statue is a fake easily?" Emily asked. "Well, who would bother checking a ship belonging to our most important senator?" "Ooh, because you guys are so incompetent, no one would dream of you guys being spies?" Billy Bob said. "What?" "I say, harumph," the big-shot fancy pants muttered. I mean because he's such a trusted member of the council, no one would doubt his loyalty." Billy Bob tried to correct himself. "Once we're in place, we'll get close to the big council meeting, which will be especially important because they're trying to drum up more support for the war against your peoples. So Emily will unveil the suppression device and we can lead the revolt against the other founders and end the war." "So they don't have much security at these things?" "Well, quite a lot of security, actually." "So what's the plan for stopping them from killing us?" Billy Bob asked as the hamsters paused and looked at one another. Well, one was to assume you two can simply dispatch them. Yes? What? The fancy pants said. But won't Matriarch Allet be there? Emily asked. Oh, we were going to give her lots of food laced with sleeping agent to knock her out. What's a matriarch? Billy Bob asked and looked around. And I don't mean the definition of the word, but what are we talking about here? I keep forgetting you were passed out when that one attacked at the museum, Emily said, and reached across the desk in the room to bring up an image on the screen from the extranet. Jesus Christ. That's a walking bus. Fucking hell. How many claws and spiky legs does that thing have? That's going to be there? Bring me a grav tank or something. Fuck that noise. Is that to scale compared to a Libertonian? Yes, Emily said with a nod. Fuck, how many matriarchs are there? A few thousand, but most aren't this big. The older and more successful they are, the bigger they get over time. They have a legend about the matriarch who united them. She was the oldest and largest of all time. In the end, she was too big to sustain herself, and her daughters ripped her apart and each gained some aspect of her talent. She continued, That's a creepy-ass story. Well, I say legend, but that matriarch was this one's great-grandmother. It actually happened? I mean, I don't think they gained part of her essence, but yes, they did tear her apart and eat her. Fucking brutal, man. Hell of a Mother's Day, I'm sure. Billy Bob shook his head for a moment. If we have to deal with that thing and security and unveil the device, we need more people. 2 really isn't anywhere close to enough. If we just start attacking, the other officials will freak out and run away. Plus, we need someone to keep them from turning off the video feed, or whatever it is, so they broadcast everything to the galaxy. Oh, I didn't think of that, the chief sneaky busybody said, his little ears drooping a bit. Well, I have help on that front. A Libertonian team is waiting in system for our rendezvous. That should be what we need for this, Emily said with a nod. You know, just in case this fails, I should ask if the CIA can get us a cold fusion bomb as a last resort. The other 3 stared at Billy Bob in a mix of horror and confusion. What? We don't have a launch facility on this ship. Those missiles are massive. It takes specialized warships to launch those, Emily was saying as he looked between them. You guys never made the smaller ones? You made mini nuclear devices? The chief sneaky busybody gasped out. How do they launch? You don't. You rig them to a detonator. I mean, we have variable sizes. We've got a few shoulder-mounted launchers for infantry in case things get really bad. They were all staring at him in disbelief. How do the infantry keep from getting lethal doses of radiation? Emily asked. From what I understand, they don't. You just sort of use your sidearm to make it quick after you fire it. That's for the little guys. If we're talking about the cold fusion ones the CIA has, we'd be close enough when they went off that we wouldn't feel anything. I assume if you're next to a cold fusion bomb when it detonates, there's just sort of a flash and then you evaporate. I don't know if they've really tested it. I'm sure someone's figured it out at the very least. The Xenos were all staring at him in a mixture of shock, disbelief, and horror. You use nuclear weapons so openly? Well, just our first contact war. But we thought we were alone, and we had no idea those space beetles wouldn't surrender until we'd wiped out their species. I think we glassed that ass crab colony, but that has to do with the standard American policy to pay back civilian deaths tenfold. So we've planned it out and prepared for it, and are ready to do it. If the war on Bastion goes wrong, we're prepared to turn it into a barren, radioactive wasteland before we give it up, not to mention every single human colony, including Earth itself. But that's your home planet, the fancy pants gasped out. Well, yeah, but we only know how to play for keeps. If we can't have it, fuck you, I'll take you with me. It might be the end to our species, but we'd rather take as many people with us as possible than surrender. You're serious, aren't you? Emily asked as she stared at him. Very serious. It's been a very long time since we had allies, and since your people came to us and the Crusticans started killing innocent colonists, we knew we had to take your side. We understood what it meant. But we didn't fight like that in the last war. We surrendered. We never reduced our other colonies into barren husks just to spite them. And if this all goes wrong and we lose, we know we'll surrender again. Surely survival is better than outright extinction. I'll tell you this now. To a true American death is a preferable alternative to living as slaves. But it's likely this general attitude has kept us from ever truly facing that option. We might change our minds if this goes really bad and all we have left is Earth. After all, we have all the non-Americans to think about. Probably a 50-50 chance we take them with us, or instead those who are left freeze themselves and jump into deep space to wait it out, and then return to finish what we started. But what if we surrendered and said you didn't have to keep fighting for us? It doesn't really work that way for us. Either this war ends with our victory, or your surrender and our extinction. But let me tell you, when you're facing a group of humans who know that it's victory or the death of all humans everywhere, well, we're going to win. Besides, we have jump drives and no one else does. With control of the FTL lanes in and around our systems, no one can get close to us without either developing that tech or taking years to get there. And from what you guys are saying, no one has ever been as crazy as us. So I doubt the rest of the galaxy has a stomach for the sort of war we're talking about. Even if we fail, I give it 2 or 3 generations before the others give up. 2 or 3 generations? Emily gasped. Yeah. I mean, we had a war that was like 120 years long or something. The Romans had centuries of on-again, off-again conquest, and even American history is filled with war. So why don't we all just forget about this fatalism and get back to the plan? How can you be so calm about it, though? To talk about the death of your species so casually. Hey, like I said, that's what we're prepared for. But it won't happen because we're going to win. I can't even fathom the idea of my people fighting to the last, Emily was saying. It's terrifying. No intelligent species we've ever encountered has preferred death to servitude. Billy Bob shrugged at that. Well, the galaxy hadn't met humans before. He saw a look in her eye. It was a mix of emotions that made him smile as he thought he knew what it was. Fear boner. What? She asked, startled a bit by what he said as her translator likely struggled to figure out the concept. It's terrifying and yet kind of arousing at the same time. He was smiling at her as she leaned in, brushing his cheeks with her top 2 hands. It's just a concept that's so hot, he said, his hands pulling her in close, making sure not to pull too tight. Deadly, she purred the word out as she leaned in close. She rubbed her cheek along his. To know you're ready to fight to the end for me. It's thrilling. Hey, just being in a relationship has almost killed me several times. Why not risk death in combat instead of just hanging out? Is this sort of what you were feeling after killing all those crabs at the museum? Yeah, but you ruined it by almost dying. She grinned a little, giving a sort of pleased chirp. His fingers slowly brushed over her wings, the feathers feeling incredibly soft and smooth to the touch. Billy Bob figured he might just figure out Libertonian anatomy after all when he heard the hamsters. Predators are terrifying, the chief sneaky busybody muttered. Billy Bob and Emily quickly pulled apart, each of them looking a little embarrassed that they'd forgotten the hamsters in the room. Billy Bob coughed into his fist for a moment and then decided to sit down. Should we leave? The space hamster ventured as both Emily and Billy Bob shook their heads. No, it's fine. Just, predator things, Billy Bob said, and Emily nodded in agreement. Anyway, the device that Emily has the blueprints of. Do we just stick it into some sort of USB port and upload it to their PowerPoint presentation at the event? The hamsters looked confused again, but Emily spoke up. I have it with me, actually. What, the device? She nodded. I've kept it by my side this whole time. Oh, it's tiny. No, it's a decent size, but I keep it in a pocket dimension. Billy Bob blinked in surprise, and the hamsters looked a little startled as well. A pocket dimension? I thought only we had skip drives. I assure you, humans are the only ones crazy enough to skip through the edges of reality. No, this is just a device that keeps things in another space for easy storage. We've only recently created it. She pulled from her belt a small thing that he thought looked like an ancient coin purse, only black and made out of sci-fi materials instead of whatever they used a few centuries ago. She pressed a button on the top, and a bluish light poured out of the top of the strange thing. Billy. Bob had no idea why, but he immediately reached out for it as he heard Emily tell him not to. But once he touched the thing, he seemed to be drawn down into it. It was something like the strange flash of entering the skip space, but this time he was floating in blue. Not like water, just blue. For some reason, he didn't need to breathe. Looking around, he saw some sort of mechanical device about the size of a washing machine, but it looked more like a lumpy mechanical turtle. Beyond it, and seeming to be very out of place, was a stuffed animal. It looked like a sort of bunny, but with 6 arms, legs, limbs. He moved his arms like he was swimming, and it sort of moved him through the blue stuff until he got to the bunny. It felt soft, but whatever was under the fur felt stronger. From very, very far away, he heard someone call his name. He looked around, and for a moment he thought he saw a giant clock drift by, but as he blinked, it was gone. Looking up, he saw Emily's shimmering face and slowly swam up towards it. Just as his fingers seemed to touch the edge of the blue, he found himself thrown out of the tiny space purse, gasping in surprise as he was dumped onto the floor in a heap. "Ow! Billy Bob!" Emily leaned down to hug him, then proceeded to start hitting him after that brief hug. "What's wrong with you? I was told live things can't enter the pocket dimension or they die. How was I supposed to know that? I just touched the damn thing. You need to be more careful." She paused and leaned up before gasping, pulling the stuffed animal from his hands. "You found Percy. I thought he was lost forever." She clutched the toy to her chest, which he realized was a bit bigger than he first expected. Perhaps 2 feet long. He saw there, mildly confused before shrugging it off. Surviving a trip to another dimension, finding a long-lost toy. All just par for the course. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. The war in space against America had ground to a halt on the Xeno front. With engines incapable of FTL speeds, it would take years to reach human space. The fact that the Council had forbidden FTL tech other than the FTL gates meant no one was prepared for the sudden takeover of the FTL network in human space. The battle for TR-231 had proven how woefully unprepared the Council races were for a war with a species that had no interest in fighting properly, as the rest of the galaxy had for centuries. The human forces had suffered heavy casualties, but they'd not only wiped out all Council forces in the area, they'd captured a dreadnought and saved the Lucifer's hammer in the process. This with being outnumbered 100 to 1 in terms of personnel. The key had been to turn the FTL lanes back on, giving the broken fleet hopes to escape. But as they turned and prepared to flee, the humans just turned the gates back off. Across the galaxy, the Council species were learning just how little humanity cared about playing fair, or even being reasonable when it came to conflict. Scout vessels would fight to the death rather than surrender. Special forces would refuse to fight openly and instead harass and snipe garrisons. Not to mention the carrier group that had glassed the crab colony was still on the loose. They'd jump into a system, destroy the merchant traffic and orbital docks before jumping away. The Council was already having trouble convincing their member species to keep carrying military supplies. Most were opting for civilian supplies only and marking their ships as such to avoid the wrath of the Americans. When a few Council member species approached the species the humans referred to as Borks for protection, the Council knew they were in trouble. Member species were starting to prepare to join the fight due to their obligation to the galactic government, but the staggering losses inflicted upon the Council founders was making them drag their heels, so to speak. 3 outlying Kityan colonies, the closet neighbor to humans, had surrendered to the scout ships that were merely probing the systems. While no one seriously believed that 5 Marines could actually occupy each of those planets, they couldn't force the Kityans to fight. Not to mention all Kityan military vessels in the region were reporting engine trouble. The Phyllis, or Fleckos as humans called them, had long been a feared ground force that performed countless invasions through their history with the galactic government. But against humans they were useless. Their cultural battle dances meant nothing to the humans who just cut them down with ballistic weapons. Although there were scattered reports of human military forces beating them at their own game by outdancing them, this wasn't the norm. Crusticans and Greslins were the only 2 species that were effective in ground combat against humanity. And while the galactic government had the numbers to defeat them in space, and on the ground, no one was relishing the fact that it was going to take dozens of their own casualties for every American killed. They needed a win. But the Americans had destroyed the FTL gates closest to the planet, meaning it took days for ships to bring in reinforcements. This was leading to a cycle in the siege. Americans would have to repel mass waves for a local day and then get 2 to recover. Theoretically, siege warfare should favor the Xenos, who had superior shielding technology and superior numbers. Americans, however, enjoyed messing up theoretical warfare with actual warfare. Lines had been formed since the first week of the war for Bastion that hadn't changed much since. The humans had been building up their fortifications at a speed unheard of to the Xenos, thanks to their strength and the fact that they were so used to wars with ballistic weapons. This was second nature to them. This did mean that they had to keep everything in working order, however. and since the military was more accustomed to blowing things apart than building them up, they had to employ certain siege masters to keep everything in check. The siege master for Sector 7 knew that they had 2 full local days to repair after the mass assault waves, but he was already out on the front lines during the attack. His helmet painted yellow and his construction loader was in the thick of it. He had a cigar in his mouth as he worked the loader out along the emplacements. Even as the crabs blew up a bunker with artillery fire, he was there before the medics, bolting new plates into place. Sector 7's line had never faltered, and it was enlarged thanks to their siege master. But the officers at the command bunkers on the second line were all still watching him, as a captain tried to explain to a colonel what they were seeing. So how come he doesn't wait? I mean, he's a great help, but we have to watch artillery fire or else we might hit the crazy fucker. He says he has to keep up with his wife's kill count, and this is the only way to do it. As they watched, the construction loader turned and stomped on a charging crab, crushing it in a gush of that hydrating mucus they were covered in. Then one of the forearms lashed out, a massive saw blade cutting through another 2 before it turned back to the job at hand. The paint was partially melted on the outsides of the loader. The bot had a good generator, but he absorbed a hell of a lot of fire. So, our siege master is in a competition with his wife, and that's why he's hell-bent on killing as many crabs as possible while also fixing up our fortifications? That's correct, sir. The bot staggered as an armored crab in a power suit advanced, firing the much bigger energy weapon it possessed. The construction bot turned and pulled up a bolt gun of appropriate size for the 10-foot-tall machine. It charged forward, grappling with the armored crab before pressing the bolt gun to its face and driving a steel bolt through the brain of the crab inside. Then it moved back to the bunker it was fixing, bolting in a final slab of steel before knocking on it with a big metal fist to indicate he was done. The Marines inside quickly moved the gear back into position as the construction bot jogged down the line. A crab flyer had plowed into a section of the emplacements as it died, and the crabs were swarming over the area to take advantage of the temporary hole in the lines. But it was very temporary. The bot ignited an oxyacetylene torch and the crabs started to flee, but not before a dozen of them had been part burned, part melted by the stream of fire. Then the bot pulled the flyer apart, hammering the metal into appropriate shapes to fill the hole made by its demise. When another wave of crabs tried to advance on the construction bot, it ripped a chunk of metal free of the flyer and turned, throwing a fastball at the crab holding a matter slammer tube. The chunk of metal pulped the crab and the others began to scatter once more. One guy in a construction bot is doing the work of our usual combat engineer team? Yes, sir. While under fire. The bot finished forming the flyer into a makeshift barricade and then climbed over it, hammering the top of the wreckage flat and picking up a collection of sandbags to form a better protected firing position. Nearby, Marines were waiting with a .50 cal, which the bot picked up and bolted into place on top of the barricade it had just made. The Marines started to swarm up and fire down on the advancing crabs now that the barricade had been formed for them. I mean, it is his job as the siege master. They're supposed to advise us on where to build emplacements and keep them repaired after the fighting is over. You didn't think to report this to me sooner? The man deserves a fucking medal, even if he is going through our construction supplies or record rates. The colonel and the captain left the command bunker as the bot approached the supply depot nearby to restock and rearm. As they got closer, the colonel could see the writing on the back of the bot. It was a bit smudged here or there, but it was obviously reapplied every day to keep it legible. It was a list of sorts. It read Ted Rex Archangel, Captain Bad at Sports. Mary Jane Ghost Corps Sergeant Softball Outfielder. Jackie Jill Goddamn Swimmer. Stevie Ray fucking Naval Engineer but also Letterman QB. Then at the bottom it said Billy Bob National fucking Baseball Champ. This was underlined. The colonel looked to his captain. Wait, you don't mean... The construction bot turned as the man inside got a look at the 2 officers. He blew a stream of cigar smoke out of the corner of his mouth. What? Those names on the back of your bot... Do you mean to say that you're... That's right. The man nodded and turned back to keep picking up supplies. I really am Marty Stew, father of national champ Billy Bob. The officers glanced at one another. You mean the guy who started this war, right? The proud American who vowed to fight injustice and terrorism rampant in the galactic government. Shouldn't that be on the back of your bot? No, it's Billy Bob National Champ. But the bot turned as the man angrily growled out, Billy Bob National Champ. Then he began to strut off towards the front lines again as he played music over the suit's external speakers. Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. See, that's what I mean, Colonel. He's a strange guy. All he cares about is the fact that his son is Billy Bob National Champ. Billy Bob's greatest injury from entering the strange pocket dimension had been when he came flying out of it onto the floor. So he pulled himself up after Emily got off of him, still hugging the stuffed animal he found, and rubbed his neck, looking around the room. How much time passed? Just a minute or so, maybe? The chief sneaky busybody said. Oh, well, I guess time in the pocket dimension passes at the speed of regular time. Then he shrugged a bit. He had no idea how any of that stuff worked. But he knew it wasn't the same as the skip drives that bounced off the edge of reality. This pocket dimension was much more calm, and it didn't feel like colors that didn't exist were trying to force their way into his eyeballs. He looked over at Emily, who was obviously happy to have that six-limbed stuffed bunny back, hugging it to her chest as she nuzzled it. What's that about? Percy? He's my favorite stuffed animal. When they gave me the pocket dimension, they told me to try it out with something personal. And then they couldn't get it back, so I was really mad about that. But here he is. She gave him another squeeze. Yeah, but why do you have him? Oh, well, these represent these animals on our home planet. They make for very good pets, but you have to be careful since they have delicate skin. Parents give their kids one of these and check for scratch marks to see if their child is ready for a pet. She happily nuzzled the toy as he saw her feathers ruffle a bit, as she rubbed her face against the fake fur. Or he assumed it was fake fur. Billy Bob looked at it for a moment and thought over how much pain she had caused him by being very unaware of his delicate skin. Then he gasped and pointed at her. They never let you have one, did they? They kept checking the toy and realized you'd have killed that poor thing in a second. She stopped cuddling the thing as she looked up wide-eyed and read, "Handed? Winged?" He still needed to figure out the best way to translate his sayings to her species. I mean, she did have hands, whatever. She opened her mouth for a moment and then closed it. Well, he clutched his face with both hands as the realization hit him. That's why you're so bad with your claws. Look, it's fine. I can just keep wearing my gloves. We made them for a reason. But not good enough for your parents? What kind of diplomat can't think about the needs of a creature who simply wants to not be torn to shreds by your sharp claws? Emily stared at him for a moment and then glanced away as he stared at her. It took him a moment, but then some factors quickly connected in his head. The black survival suit, the pocket dimension, she knew about the Libertonian team hiding in the council system. The fight back at the museum. She didn't know quite what to do, but she knew more than a diplomat should. Wait, even back with battling the space clown, she knew how to hot-wire that security panel. She was turned on by killing. His gasp this time was even deeper and more drawn out as he pointed at her. You're not a diplomat at all. She looked worried as he said that, which was about as much confirmation as he needed. Well, I mean, I am, but my training, lies upon lies. It's like I don't even know you. That's why you were surprised I didn't hunt, and why you've never been worried about all the death and gore and stuff. You didn't hesitate when those crabs attacked us at the museum. Just the Borks, 'cause you didn't have your gear, but you said you weren't a soldier because... His eyes went wide. You're a space assassin, aren't you? She stood there, wings seeming more closed around her shoulders than usual. She was holding the stuffed animal close still, but was glancing around rather than looking right at him. Finally, she glanced at him with one eye to try and gauge his reaction. Are you mad? He could tell how worried she was at his sudden realization why some things about her had never quite added up. He'd never really thought about some of the inconsistencies because it was so close to his own behavior, but now so much of it made sense. A real diplomat would have been freaked out at all the chaos and laws I was breaking. And you'd have realized the feelings you had for me sooner. And we've been solving everything through violence. You never opposed the idea. Because that would have been your idea, not to mention getting off the museum planet. You were okay with the plan to slaughter our way into that base because you didn't know how to talk us through it either. Since all the violence was turning you on, you didn't realize you were getting attached to me, which would start off your crazy hormone drive because you thought it was the normal sort of arousal from all the combat. Oh. My, Washington. She clutched her stuffed animal, looking at him with more worry and apprehension. Then, as she looked ready to either cry or beg for forgiveness and acceptance. Then he started laughing. The hamsters and Emily all blinked in confusion as his boisterous laugh filled the room, the corners of his eyes filling with tears as the whole situation simply took control of his mind, and him laughing so hard he had to clutch his sides and then sit down. Slowly his laughter died out as he had to take some deep breaths to make up for all the laughing he'd done. Finally, he shook his head and rubbed a few tears from the corner of his eyes. Too funny. You're not mad? She looked hopeful now, her wings opening up a little as he seemed more amused about what he found out than anything. Why keep it a secret? Yes, that's fine. I can see why an assassin wouldn't be all like, hey, I'm an assassin, to some random civvy they just met, especially one as weird as me. But you had to be planning on telling me at some point. And if you're an assassin, why did you say we'd have all those diplomatic dinners to go to? Well, I like diplomatic dinners. I'm just not allowed to be the prime diplomat, because I'm not a very good one. He laughed again and let out a happy sigh. Oh, too good. Well, that explains a lot. It really does. I'm guessing you were going to tell me eventually? Once it was all over. She looked a little bashful as she reached out with her two left hands to stroke his face and shoulder. You're not mad? Billy Bob just smiled and pulled her upper hand to his lips to give it a light kiss. Nah. But it explains a lot. Could have saved me a lot of time figuring things out if you'd been upfront about it. Of course, this does mean I have to be even more careful about you. It was bad enough when I just figured you weren't used to other species. But now that I know you enjoy hurting me, that's going to take some adjustment. I do not. It's always a mistake, I swear. Uh-huh, he said with a slow nod. The entire time the hamsters had been staring back and forth between the two of them. Clearly they weren't interested in interrupting two predators from Death Worlds, especially when one of them apparently enjoyed violence while the other simply used it rather often. Finally, the chief's sneaky busybody raised his hand. Yes? Billy Bob asked. We're about to meet up with that space goblin ship we mentioned. Oh. He got up then, and Emily looked conflicted about where to put her stuffed animal. Just bring it. Stow it in the Longhorn when we head into the cargo bay. She smiled at that, and they exited the captain's room as they walked down to the cargo bay. Emily stashed Percy in the Longhorn while they waited for the other ship to dock with the Atlas. Since it was a cargo ship, there was a docking back made for cargo transfers such as this one, although Billy Bob still wasn't sure what it was they were picking up. When the airlock opened, Billy Bob nodded at the space goblins who were escorting a crate into the cargo bay. Most of the hamsters were still at their stations around the ship. They tried to break jobs down into as specific tasks as possible since they were terrible at multitasking. There was a reason Billy Bob could pilot the thing on his own, but it took a whole bridge crew for the hamsters. Billy Bob helped the goblins stand the large crate they'd brought in on its edge and then looked around while they all looked at him. Soon everyone was just sort of looking around at each other because no one has spoken. Finally, Billy Bob held his hands out. So what's up? Oh, right. Billy Bob, this is the engineer I told you about. Mike Zubitz, the chief sneaky busybody said. You didn't tell me about an engineer. No? No? Oh, well, I meant to tell you about him. He's here with your suit I told you about. You didn't mention a suit either. You just said something to help disguise me. Oh, well, I'll let him explain. The hamster shuffled back as one of the lead goblins smiled up at Billy Bob. It was a unique challenge to be assured I had to make this with much more dense materials than normal, a challenge to work with which made it very enjoyable for me. So I present to you. He pushed a button on the side of the crate and the door opened to reveal a Bork, a bit bigger than Billy Bob, standing there, eyes closed. It took a moment before Billy Bob blinked and stepped back. Wait. You made me a suit out of a Bork? It's not real. It's a disguise power suit, the goblin said with a big grin. Then Billy Bob blinked as he stepped up and gave it a tap. The fur didn't quite feel right, and usually flesh didn't make a metallic noise when you tapped it. Holy shit, he muttered as he looked it over. That's awesome. That's how we'll be able to fuck up their security even better. Perfect, he was obviously excited. Wait, but I don't know how to pilot a power suit. Well, you need to learn quick, Emily said. He tapped his chin and shrugged as he slowly worked the power suit out of the case it was in. I do know the perfect song for getting used to something quickly in a short amount of time. He smiled and then quickly connected his implant to the speakers in the cargo room. Soon they were all listening to the song as he started to try and open the back of the suit. The hour's approaching, just give it your best. You've got to reach your prime. That's when you need to put yourself to the test and show us a passage of time. We're going to need a montage. Oh, it takes a montage. However, as the song finally faded out, Billy Bob had just gotten himself to fit inside the suit. Fuck. Is the song over already? For some reason, I was kind of hoping that it would somehow let me learn how to pilot this thing better over the course of the song. It's just a song, Billy Bob. You actually have to train, Emily said as she shook her head. I know that, damn it. But I'm going to put that on repeat for the next couple hours, so you guys might want to clear out of here. He internalized the speaker and began to move slowly in the suit. Emily shook her head as the hamsters moved away with the goblins to discuss their payment and next plans. Billy Bob was soon alone in the cargo bay, slowly moving around as he had his own little montage going in his head. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker and national champ, Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 33. Lieutenant Commander Lewis scratched his chin as he looked around at the assembled Xenos. The ship he was on was bigger than his by a great deal. His Bouncer-class heavy escort had a crew of 50, which was why he wasn't even a full commander and yet commanded a ship. But here he was on a Xeno ship that needed a crew of around 1,000, and they'd surrendered to him. When the 3 Kityan systems had surrendered to the first scout ship that jumped into range, the brass has assumed it was a fluke. Just a bunch of terrified colonists who didn't understand the scout ships weren't the sign of a large invasion force. But now 15 U.S. Marines were occupying 3 whole planets. So they figured they'd send a few ships out this way to scout the Kityan systems a bit more and see what was going on. He'd been chosen since the Longhorn convoys didn't need an escort, and his ship class was in a bit of an odd spot for the current war. When he jumped into a slightly more developed Kityan system, he found a ship his computer wanted to classify as a heavy battle cruiser or a light dreadnought already within range. Assuming the worst, he began to fire upon the ship and figured if worst came to worst, he'd sacrifice the ship and drive it into their bridge to take it out of the war for a while. Instead, he hadn't even begun true combat action when they surrendered, having never fired a shot. So now he and all 15 Marines in his command were standing in the Xeno capital ship's hangar, looking at around 200 officers. Most of them were Kityans, which he had expected since this was Kityan space. What he didn't expect was the dozen or so space hamsters, and he sure as hell didn't expect them to be wearing top hats or fancy military uniforms that looked straight out of the late 1800s with mutton shops and sashes and outrageous-looking medals. Except worn by space hamsters. The Kityans were humanoid cat people as far as he was concerned, but not the sort of vicious space predators he expected cats in space to be. These were all between 4 and 5 feet tall and more of the house cat variety. From what he understood, the ship had been a joint project between the two species, but as he looked around the hangar, it didn't seem like either race was going to be sought after shipbuilders anytime soon. It was space-worthy, but he wasn't sure he'd want to take it into combat. He could see the areas where they'd patched electrical panels already, and in a few places things didn't look even or level, and he figured if they didn't look right to the naked eye, they must be really messed up to any actual measurements. And this was the hangar. It was just supposed to be a big open area for smaller ships to dock. If they messed that up, what was the engine room or bridge like? Not to mention he hated the design in general. Shrugging it off, he looked at his tech that was setting up the projector, who finally nodded and gave him a thumbs up. He coughed for a moment, and then tapped the mic he'd been given as everyone momentarily groaned and shied away from the feedback noise until the tech got it corrected. All right, I am Lieutenant Commander Lewis of the U.S. Navy. The officer you've surrendered to. We're holding his meeting 2 field questions and explain a few things. He nodded to the tech, who tapped a button and brought up the first slide. Lewis shook a head for a moment as he looked at the font and color choice, wondering where the hell the tech had gone to school. Right. First off, we can't feed or house more than a few of you. My ship isn't made for that, and since your ship lacks skip drive capacity, you have to wait here until we figure out what to do. Questions? One of the space hamsters raised his hand. How will we get supplies? How are you getting them before? The local colony sent us food. Well, I guess you'll have to use what you have until we can get supplies out here for you. What if the local colony surrendered? Then they could resume sending supplies, I guess. Oh, in that case, they surrender. Lewis blinked at the space hamster with an 1800s-style uniform complete with fancy frilly hat. It's a Kityan colony. You can't just expect them to follow your commands, Lewis said with a shake of his head. Oh, that's my cue. A Kityan stepped forward. If he had to say, it looked like a tuxedo cat with a monocle and a white mustache. No, wait, that was just white fur. No, wait, yes, fur. He was also wearing an actual tuxedo and a top hat. I'm in charge of the colony in question. We surrender also. You were on the ship? Oh, no, we arrived a short time ago once we heard you were here. Lewis looked at the Marine lieutenant, who just shrugged. Okay, so, then the colony can keep sending you food. There were nods of agreement from the crowd, and Lewis frowned as he saw his tech drawing something before putting it up on the projector. It was a decent drawing of the planet and a shuttle with an arrow moving towards a rough drawing of the ship. So that was it. His tech was an art major. He made a mental note to leave the tech behind with the Marines and get a new one. The next question you had was if you can move to one of our colonies to live out the war in a prison camp where you didn't have to fight. This seems to be a very pressing question you have, and unfortunately the answer is no. There were groans, and he heard a few scattered people asking why not. This is because all our colonies are on death worlds. Everyone got quiet. All of them? Asked a hamster up front. Yes, every single one. We give the garden planets and the like to the UHG. So, instead, we're probably going to just make a prison camp on the colony here, and that's where you'll live. They all seemed to nod at that as well. He saw the tech scribble something else out and then put up a picture of a camp with hamsters and cats in it. Lewis rolled his eyes for a moment, but now wasn't the time to wonder how he'd ended up with an art major for a tech. What about meals? Asked another of the overly fancy uniformed hamsters. What? We just went over this. You'll keep getting food from the colony. That was for food in general, yes. But will we still get to eat 5 meals a day? Lewis arched a brow in a mixture of surprise and confusion. But then he realized he didn't know how big their meals were or how long a day was, so he wasn't sure if that was a lot or a little. And what about naps? Asked one of the Kityans. Well, we haven't figured out the logistics, obviously. I assume if you took naps and ate 5 times a day here on the ship, then you can keep doing that down on the colony. Soon there was a picture of a cat napping in the sun and a hamster eating what he thought was a cake. Lewis wasn't sure if the art from the tech was helping or just trying to make the most of his likely wasted education. As our prisoners, of course, you'll be treated fairly. And obviously, since there are far more of you than there are of us, it'll take some time to get things going. Would it help if we made the prison camp? One of the Kityans asked. Lewis looked around the hangar bay at all the mistakes he could see. Can you build a prison camp easily? I mean, if we're allowed to build it like we do normal buildings, sure. This ship was really hard, though, since we were using designs we weren't familiar with. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask that. Weren't the hamsters helping you build it? Of course, but we never built one before. The council didn't really think we could, but the Kityans were willing to help us. So we mostly paid for it and designed it and oversaw the construction, said one of the fancier hamsters. So none of you had ever actually built a ship like this? They shook their heads. Well, that explains a few things. Sure, I guess you can just build the prison camp, too. One of the fancy-dressed Kityans this time raised a hand. Yes? How come you aren't dressed like us? Lewis frowned at that and looked down at his uniform. It was just a standard light military pressure suit. He hadn't been willing to change into his formals or even garrison uniform when entering a captive dreadnought. Why would I be? Well, our uniforms are based on what we found on your planet a while back. They had the fanciest pants we'd ever seen, a hamster with additional mutton chop fur said with a nod as the Kityans seemed to agree. It's impractical. You guys based your uniforms on ours because they were really fancy? More nodding. Well, we don't wear those anymore. Any other questions? When do we get to meet he who will deliver us? What? The human who will deliver us. The great deliverer. I have no idea who you're talking about. Surely you must. There was murmuring among the crowd as they seemed a little concerned over his lack of knowledge. Lewis was obviously confused. Then he saw a Kityan hand his tech something. Then the crowd all grew hushed at the picture on the screen behind him. It was a picture of a longhorn and some sort of motto. Your delivery guaranteed, or my name isn't. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Emily was slowly shaking her head as she stood in the cargo bay. "What are you doing?" "Wax on. Wax off." Billy Bob was still in the Bork power suit, having spent one of her sleep cycles practicing in the thing. Now he was making strange motions with his limbs. "Cran kick!" He hopped and a foot lashed out. "Daniel-san!" "Ah-ya!" He made chopping motions with his hands. Then he stopped, arms rising up at a strange square angle. Hey, Emily, what am I?" She blinked as she watched him start to move around in jerky, rough motions. She couldn't tell if it looked like he was being controlled by strings or some sort of automated program. A puppet? What? No! Come on! He turned his upper body and kept moving in those strange, jerky movements. "I don't know, Billy Bob," she said as she rested one hand on her cheek as she watched him. "Here's a hint. Domo arigato." "That doesn't translate?" "Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto." "Emily, come on!" He started to sing, of course, being off-key. "A domo arigato, Mr. Roboto." "I am the Mamoudren man. Secret. I got a secret." He stopped then and sighed before turning on the speakers hidden in the fur of the suit. When the actual song started to play, Emily let out a slow sound of understanding. Ooh, the song. Yeah. What else would I be referencing? Come on, Space Assassin. You gotta keep up. Here I've been practicing for ages now. Watch what I can do. He stood in front of his long horn and shifted rapidly from foot to foot for a moment, wiggling and waving his hands as he seemed to get ready. Then he crouched down and jumped, only to sail way up into the ceiling of the cargo bay, letting out rather unmanly squeal of surprise and come crashing down on the other side of his ship with a heavy thud. "Billy Bob!" Emily rushed over, but the human in the Bork suit was pushing himself back up, waving her off. No, I'm okay. I just forgot I practiced in my gravity and then lowered it before you got up. Nothing serious." He brushed himself off and then started to lean one way and then the other to stretch out. "I'm getting the hang of it." She was crossing all of her arms as she looked at him. "So it would seem. You haven't left that thing in hours, so I'd expect you to get better. I need to test other things, though, like coordination." He looked around and then moved over to some empty crates that had been left over from the original owners of the Rosie. He started to lay them out as he looked back over his shoulder. "Can you go get some stuff to drink from the Longhorn? Wait, do space hamsters drink space tea?" "A very, very weakened version of it compared to our tastes," she said as he rubbed his chin, then shrugged. "Sure, brew that up, and come back out here when it's done." "Why don't you?" "'Cause Mittens will freak if he sees a Bork." Emily nodded at that and then stepped into the Longhorn, leaving Billy Bob behind. She pulled the tea out, setting about brewing a very weak version of it like she'd been asked. When she stepped back outside with the pot of weak tea on a tray and a few of his cups, she found Billy Bob had set up the crates as a rough collection of chairs around a table and had the council senator and his chief sneaky busybody sitting around it. "What are we doing, Billy Bob?" she asked, looking around with a bit of confusion. "Surely you must know what we are doing, oh diplomat," she shook her head. "A tea party. But not the Boston kind." The others just stared at him. "Don't worry about it." Emily moved forward, setting the tray down on the crate. She started to reach for the pot, but Billy Bob waved her off. Slowly he closed and opened his hand and then delicately picked up the pot, shaking a little as he poured some of the tea into a cup. Then he picked the cup up with two big blue fingers as he held it out for the counselor. "Oh, I say, most splendid. Are there any scrumpiddles or fluffer pillows?" "I don't know what those are, so no." "Oh, most bothersome. Can we get some?" "Sure." The counselor set his cup down and got up to go find whatever the hell he wanted. Billy Bob poured out a second cup for the chief's sneaky busybody, who looked a little nervous as the Billy Bob in the Bork power suit moved the cup filled with hot liquid over to him. The cup rattled a little in his hand as Billy Bob probably overthought the controls, but then released it gently as the spy visibly relaxed. "Thank you. Do you mind if I also go get some treats?" "No. You sit here and wait. We need to keep this tea party rolling. In fact, let's kick this up a notch." He picked up one of the remaining cups, handing it to Emily empty. Then he picked up the teapot, the little rattling a little as he moved it over her lap as she clutched the cup. She shifted a little as he leaned over her with the hot teapot. His hands shifting and shaking a little, but she moved the cup to follow it and soon had a cup of weak tea. Look at that. Look how good I am. He leaned up and cheered, the teapot flying from his hand into the air, hot tea flying out of it as Emily and the hamster squealed and dived to avoid it. Billy Bob cursed and moved to catch it, hopping a bit and catching a foot on the edge of a crate as he fell onto his face, arm outstretched as he caught the teapot. Still got it. Bravo, bravo. The chief Fancy Pants had returned with a bag full of pastries which he was stuffing into his mouth, crumbs tumbling down his chin. The spy quickly scurried over to grab a few of the pastries as Emily stood back up while dusting himself off. Okay, maybe a tea party was a bad idea, but I'm really getting the hang of this thing, Billy Bob said as he looked around the cargo bay as if trying to find something else to test himself with. All right, we get it. You're getting good. Just get out of there already, Emily said as Billy Bob sighed. All right. Enough of the suit today, I guess. The hatch opened at the back as he had to squirm and wiggle his way out, getting his upper body out first before looking around, hanging partially from the suit. Wait, how, He was a very dense creature from a super-heavy gravity planet. There wasn't a person on his ship who could help pull him free. He tried to sit up further, hugging the head of the fake Bork, his upper body free, but he wasn't sure how to pull his legs out and not just fall to the ground. Oh, I know! There was a chime through the cargo bay and a flashing light as the gravity turned off. Emily squawked out while the hamsters squeaked, arms flailing as they tried to grab the pastries that were floating away from their bag. Billy Bob quickly pulled his legs out of the suit and righted himself with a smile. Emily had extended her wings for a moment and smiled, jumping up into the air to scoop up the floating hamsters. Her wings flapped as she easily moved through the zero-G environment. Then she looked down as Billy Bob waved his hands. Toss him to me. Billy Bob, I don't know how to aim. Just try it. I'll catch him. Oh, jolly good. To sail through the air like a snickerblad is such fun. Emily shrugged and then flapped her wings to hold steady, and then part tossed, part shoved the Fancy Pants hamster down at Billy Bob. He pushed off his suit lightly and floated out to catch the hamster who was laughing as he held his top hat in place while falling. Now the other one, Billy Bob said, clutching the first hamster in a single-armed hug. Please don't. I'm a little nauseous. But Emily was already trying to aim as she tossed and shoved the hamster down towards Billy Bob. As he spun through the air, the chief's sneaky busybody squeaked and then threw up, blobs of pastry flying out of his mouth. They jiggled and wobbled in the zero-G as Billy Bob and the Fancy Pants had horrified looks on their faces before Billy Bob dived out of the way. The hamster hit the deck, bouncing off it lightly since they were still in zero-G, the vomit floating above him. Then there was a warning throughout the ship as for some reason the Rosie had to shift the power. So the gravity came back on as the spy squealed just before the blobs of eaten pastry rained down on him. A voice came on over the PA. The Libertonian ship was a little closer than expected. Sorry for the evasive maneuver. We'll be docking with them shortly. Emily glided back down to the ground and walked over to Billy Bob and the Fancy Pants, looking down at the other hamster who was lying on the ground looking worse for wear. Bit sticky wicky-wucket, but no harm. A nice shower will cheer you up. Yeah, I'll take him to the crew's locker room, Billy Bob said, carefully picking the fluffy spy up, avoiding the sticky bits. Emily moved a few crates around while he was gone to cover up the few leftover blobs of mess. It wouldn't look good if the other Libertonians started asking what the hell was going on the Rosie before they got there. Soon enough, Billy Bob returned with a smile. This is kind of exciting. I've never actually met any other Libertonians. Now I get to compare you to everyone else from your species. Emily blinked at that and looked over at him with a mixture of confusion and anxiety. Seeing her expression, he just laughed and shook his head. Don't look so worried. I already picked you on a comparison against all the females of my species I knew. You'll do fine. They waited as they heard the boarding tube extend much as it had for the space goblins the day before. But this time the figures that stepped out were much taller, their figures cloaked in those shadowy black suits that Billy Bob had first seen Emily in. He realized now she wasn't lying about being shorter than most of her kin. They all appeared to be several inches taller than her. Their wing colors were various shades and patterns, but they all had black tips. Emily seemed to recognize them despite the masks, however. Jonas! So good to see you again. You must be in charge, then, she said, stepping forward towards one of the big figures. But before he could respond, another voice from the back of the group spoke up. Wrong as usual, Emily. I'm in charge here. The others stepped away as another female figure stepped forward. She seems to be about the same height as Emily, despite all the taller ones around them. Amelia. But if you're here, then who's guarding hell? You're lucky they even let you do more than mop the floors. How you ever managed to graduate from the academy is a mystery to me. That's because you're a horrible spy. You're probably still confused why no one took you to the dance. Clearly it was because your colors are drab and your feathers are sparse. The Libertonian's wings shifted at that, the feathers obviously ruffled at the implication. She reached up and pulled her mask free to reveal crimson-colored feathers with blue eyes that briefly made Billy Bob wonder if she had been eating the spice melange. She walked towards Billy Bob, running a hand along his chin for a moment before turning back to Emily, her wings smacking Billy Bob in the face for a moment as he closed his eyes. So this is the famous human you found. He's easy on the eyes. It would be a shame if my superior coloring and skills enticed him to leave you. Billy Bob didn't even have time to curse before both women had their gloves off, those razor-sharp talons bare, their wings spreading wide. But unlike last time where Emily tried to keep between him and her target, they started to circle around one another. They made those strange chirps as they moved. The other Libertonians hadn't really reacted and just backed up, standing near his longhorn before one of the males waved him over. Hello, I'm Jonas. It's nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Billy Bob. He held his fist out and was about to explain when Tomas actually gave him a fist bump without coaching. Well, damn. Is human culture catching on with you guys? When your normal form of greeting involves crushing our hands in a display of strength, we find alternate ways to greet you. Billy Bob nodded at that and then watched Emily and Amelia snap out at one another. The red feathers Emily had only bared in her display back with the CIA agent were on display, and Amelia's red wings with black tips were displaying bright blue feathers among the red. Is this normal? For them it is. Should we stop them? I'm not getting involved. I don't feel like getting a face full of talons. Besides, they're young. Let them fight it out. The Libertonian shrugged and crossed his arms. Wait, if they're young, how did they both get such important jobs? Jonas shrugged for a moment. Well, when you're good at killing people and you come from families like those, you just get promoted pretty quickly. I guess we should try and stop the fight, though. We need to discuss getting the two of you down to the planet. Well, I have an idea. Do you have one of those super fancy pocket dimensions? The Libertonian unhooked one of those strange devices from his belt, holding it out. Billy Bob touched the activation button to get the blue glow going. Hey, you two! I'm jumping into another dimension now. Then leaned into the blue tear as his body seemed to get sucked into the device. Emily and Amelia stopped as they looked over, wings quickly lowering. Wait, but that'll kill him, Amelia said, obviously confused. Emily let out an annoyed chirp. No, apparently he can survive. She walked over, looking down into the light. Billy Bob! Billy Bob, you get out here right now. I swear, I have to keep an eye on him or he gets into all kind of trouble. Amelia stood next to her, looking down into the blue void. Billy Bob? Can he hear us? Hello, human? Inside the dimension, Billy Bob was floating in that same blue stuff. Looking around as he saw some sort of strange device, and then his eyebrows arched up in surprise as he began swimming towards an object he spotted. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Matriarch Liasbeth was not looking forward to the upcoming report she would have to give at the council capital. She'd been poring over the reports she had regarding the war to make sense of everything going on, and none of it was good. They weren't losing, but their cost of victory was incredibly high. The war on Bastion had become a war of attrition, and she felt the humans were winning. Even if the hunter-killers took ground, it seemed to be measured in such small increments that the pile of bodies it took hardly seemed worth it. If it wasn't such a political matter, she'd have argued for retreating from the planet. The cost of life was far too high for a single colony, even if it was the only one the Libertonians had. However, this wasn't about the Libertonians anymore. Their numbers had always been small and their fleets crippled since the treaty after the end of the war. This was about the humans who for some reason dedicated themselves to the Libertonian cause. Liasbeth still wasn't sure how it had all happened. But she knew they'd been very lazy in analyzing the species. No one had suspected their ground combat forces to be so incredibly tough. They lacked exoskeletons and possessed no natural blades, pincers, or talons. But their strength was unheard of, and so was their tenacity and will to fight. But more than that, they were far more cunning than they appeared. She found the contracts the humans he made to build the FTL gates and comm buoys and then maintain them. Not only had their rates been incredibly low, but the speed at which they built them was unheard of. Most had simply figured that their strange ability to face the void of space without being terrified meant they were willing to take the jobs no one else wanted to make their place in the galaxy. But now they knew the truth of the matter. All their communications leading into the war were compromised. The FTL networks near human territory were out of Council control. The Crusticans had long been known as the most cunning and devious species there was, and they'd been entirely outplayed at every step by these barbaric humans. For a species that had never engaged in an intergalactic war before, they seemed to know just how to wage one. Council scientists had long abandoned research on alternate FTL methods since the gates allowed them to control other populations and the lanes of traffic. But the humans had developed that damned hop drive before they even know there was a greater galaxy. The technology behind the FTL gates was less complicated, but no human scientist had realized it somehow. Now this twist of fate, which had made one species look at space travel differently, gave them an unprecedented edge in the war. The only positive thing the matriarch could attribute to the humans was their taste. The prisoners she had been consuming on her private hunting grounds were quite tasty indeed, all except the ones from the subcontinent known as India. She was told it was something about their diet of mostly chemical weapons, but after that first horrible night of wrenched gut pain, she vowed never to eat another one of that kind again. This sentiment was shared by the few other matriarchs who had the opportunity to sample human flesh. The tests they had been running on the civilians they had captured to start the war didn't give them much hope at finding some sort of miracle weapon to use against them either. They ate chemical weapons. Their alcohol was significantly more concentrated than most species could survive, and their species had taken too long to develop reliable cleaning methods their bodies could handle all manner of germs and virus. They'd evolved in such a hell of an environment they were natural fighters, but you wouldn't think it from looking at them. As she determined with hunting the civilians, their first instinct was to try and turn something into a weapon since they didn't have any of their own. They were a very tool-oriented species, which she figured made sense due to their physical traits. She'd learned the hard way that they could also throw things rather well without any computer assistance. After getting pelted by rocks the first few times, she had all small stones removed from her hunting grounds. She was covered in a very tough exoskeleton, and had incredibly sharp forelegs and claws, so they didn't really stand a chance. But that didn't mean she wanted them to keep blacking out a handful of her 12 eyes during every hunt. Slowly, she shook her head as she went back to reading the reports coming in from her various cells across the galaxy. She'd stopped butchering juveniles in anger, as she'd quickly run out of them if she kept at it like she had when the war had first begun. Their incompetence only reminded her why matriarchs existed in the first place. Another 10,000 dead on Bastion. The Greslin fleets were back in control of the FTL lanes around the system, but they couldn't stop the humans from jumping into the system itself and then back out into dead space. Only one shipyard capable of building dreadnoughts remained functional, but with the crushing defeat they had faced thanks to that human weapon that launched projectiles faster than any railgun they'd ever devised, her analysts weren't even sure dreadnoughts were viable ship classes. How could these humans change warfare so drastically for the rest of the galaxy? Everyone fought in similar manners before now. What gave them the right to be so different? She'd heard they even had a saying for this sort of thing. All is fair in war and bouncy bouncy. She didn't know what that second part meant, but assumed it was another of their strange and barbaric sports. She'd never seen a species that needed tools to survive nature be so absurdly focused on physical contests. They defied every classification they had originally assumed them to fit in. The border conflicts they'd had with their inclusion to the greater galaxy had been only naval battles because other species wanted the resources in their colonized systems, but not the colonies themselves. These Americans had a habit of making death worlds into homes for some reason. Most species who came from a death world were thrilled to settle on nicer planets. They didn't get homesick. The only saving grace her species and most of the other council members had was higher birth rates. Matriarchs weren't fond of breeding, and peacetime birth rates reflected this. But when it came time to start churning out future hunter-killers, they could kick up production. But that meant giving up her positon and power to become another breeder. She hated the thought. She needed something to keep her from being punished for failure to identify the threat humans possessed before the war began. Never mind the fact that she had been assigned to watch the Libertonians and not humans. Somehow all this had become her fault. That made her blink all of her eyes for a moment. Of course, she began to shift through the various reports that had been given to her. The human and that damned bird? They hadn't been seen since the museum. They still had no idea how they'd escaped. But she knew they'd been heading to the capital before war broke out. It was possible they were still heading that way, even if there was no evidence to support it. They'd be insane to show up on the Council's capital world with this war going in full force. But if she'd learned anything about these humans, it was that they were insane. Yes. She quickly began to type up a report. New information has come to light that a grave and credible threat has been discovered. There is a very real chance the Libertonian and humans sought for the grievous terrorist attack on the Pulvian Museum of Fine Arts will attempt to attack the coming General Council Assembly. This dire threat requires immediate doubling of security. No way anyone could do that. This dire threat requires a very delicate touch. A simple increase of security will be noticed and their attack can be adjusted. Only a matriarch with the most intricate knowledge of humans will be qualified to monitor security for the summit. Who would be reading this report? She thought it over for a moment and then added, "Time is of the essence. As I am the most qualified matriarch, I shall leave for the summit immediately. The safety of our grand matriarch is too important to wait." Cackling at her genius, she quickly sent off the report to the various matriarchs she'd have to inform. No one was in a position to stop her from taking this assignment, which would clearly keep her in a position of power. If she was right, and they actually showed up, then she'd be rewarded and they'd forget about blaming her for something that wasn't even her fault. Finally, she clicked her personal comm on. "We're leaving for the capital immediately. Bring along my usual supplies, and a dozen human prisoners. I'm sure our grand matriarch will be interested in tasting our foe." "Yes, matriarch. May I ask what we're doing at the capital?" "We're hunting." She looked over at the face currently displayed on her terminal. "I'm coming for you, human. And if you're insane enough to show up to the summit, mark my words, I will feast upon the flesh of Billy Bob Space Trucker." Emily and Amelia were looking into the shimmering blue light of the pocket dimension when they saw the light seem to change. Emily quickly pulled Amelia back as Billy Bob came flying out of it, along with a large black metal case that clanged against the cargo bay floor. The human was clutching a large American flag to his chest as he sat up and held it in the air. "Why do you guys have this?" "That was given to us by your CIA agents last we met with them. That and the case you found it draped over. We could have brought that out of the pocket dimension on our own, you know. There wasn't really a need to go diving in there," Jonas was mentioning in the calm manner he displayed this entire time. "I didn't dive in there to find this. I had no idea you had it. I dove in there to get those two to stop fighting." He looked up at Emily and Amelia. "It would have been over quick," Emily said with a glare at Amelia. "Quick with your defeat." The wings went up. "Hey, stop that." Billy Bob stood up and waved the flag between them. Their wings went down and they backed up. "What's with you two? Is this some sort of family feud thing? Hatfields and McCoys? The Lannisters and Starks? The Skywalkers and Fetts? Wait, maybe not that last one, but still. You guys need to leave this sort of bad blood behind." "What?" "This has nothing to do with our families," Amelia said with a huff. "Well, it does, but not like that," Emily said as Amelia tilted her head side to side as if changing her mind to agree. "What do you mean?" "Our families are very good friends. Our parents are all well known and respected. It's just, we've known each other forever, and it has never been decided which one of us is truly better," Emily said with a glare at Amelia as if daring her to disagree. But the other Libertonian sighed and nodded. "As superior as I obviously am, the only one who's ever felt that way is myself. And the same goes for her," Emily nodded. "What, not even your parents agree with either one of you?" "No!" they both said at the same moment and then glared at each other, crossing their arms as they mirrored one another. Amelia spoke up first afterwards, however. "Every time one of us tried to get them to pick, they'd just start discussing the merits and advantages we both have." It's so aggravating, Emily said, sounding like a teen for a moment. But then she looked at Billy Bob with a new eye. But you're able to say which one of us is better. Hey, that's not fair, we just met, Amelia protested, but Billy Bob was already waving his hands and incidentally the flag he still held. No! No, absolutely not. I'm not getting involved here. This doesn't end well for me no matter how you look at it. I'm not picking sides here. They both groaned out at that, feathers and wings rustling for a moment. Hey, we have work to do, you know. You two can settle this later. That's what everyone always says, Amelia huffed out. I want to settle this once and for all. Tell me about it, Emily agreed with a nod. Well, if you've waited this long, you can wait a little longer, Billy Bob said as he looked between the two of them. Then he looked down at the flag in his hands. Looking around for a moment, he didn't see any place to really put it, so he shrugged and wrapped it around his shoulders, tying the ends together in a loose knot to form a shawl of sorts. The Libertonian stared at him when he was done. Hey, this is the first real American flag I've had in a while. I'm not letting go of it that easy. He turned then, proudly walking away, the flag shawl fluttering a little around his shoulders. Soon he had found the conference room on the Rosie and was sitting down as the Libertonians prepared to explain how their infiltration of the council meeting would work. Emily sat to his right and Amelia to his left, glaring at each other while he sat between them to keep the fighting to a minimum, even if the snarky comments were at a maximum. Soon the one known as Jonas was up at front when a projection took up the screen next to him. So, as we all know, this operation is vital to the downfall of the Council and their corruption of non-founder species, not to mention Victor and the ongoing war. After all, our fight with them goes back centuries. Ever since the first shadows of doubt cast in those early meetings of the Council that we helped found, we saw the darkness that could beset the minds of those we had hoped to use to usher in a golden age of peace and prosperity for the entire galaxy. Jesus Christ, Jonas, I don't need the Encyclopedia Galactica entry on this. Just give me the wiki version. The others looked at him as he sighed. Keep it short. I don't need the background, I just need to know what our actual plan is for getting into their meeting. I don't even need to know what's going on after that, because all I'm going to do is fuck shit up. Jonas glanced around the room for a moment and then quietly clicked a button on a device he had, advancing the slides behind along quite a ways. Jesus. Did you really fill this whole thing with history? I wasn't sure how much you knew and wanted to give this operation context. I appreciate that, Jonas, but I don't need it, Billy Bob said, and then noticed Emily making faces at Amelia. When he looked at her, she stopped and looked away. But when he looked back at Amelia, she was quickly looking away, which made him suspect she had been doing the same thing while he was looking the other way. He shook his head, then wondering just what it was with that made these two so competitive. Although he got that shift-eyed guy look as he glanced between them. Then he quickly remembered all their razor-sharp talons and quickly got the look of a guy who decided on living over getting some extra fun. Right, well, this is a general layout of the city. A map soon took up the slide. The core dome... Dome? Oh, I thought you said you had context. On the history. This is why I wanted to go through my presentation. I'm not sure what you do and don't know. God, how long is it? 2 hours, roughly. 2 hours. No, just explain the domes. Well, this is a super planet. I think your species would call it a Gaia. It would actually be perfect for humans, really. It's roughly your same gravity. But for the rest of us, it's much too heavy. However, the planet has a large number of craters on the surface. These natural shelters were fitted with domes and gravity controls to let various species live in them more easily. See, that wasn't so hard. Now please continue. Where was I? The core dome on the map here has the council building at the center for obvious reasons. Each of the founders have a small district around it with direct access and then a public corridor here. Since we have help from the space hamsters, we'll be entering through this district here. Now what we're planning on is to let the summit begin. Then we'll enter this entrance here. He tapped on the map. The power suit you stole from the museum is going to be in this loading bay here. Another slide came up with a map of the building itself. He taped on the map to indicate the loading bay, as a fake statue. Amelia will be piloting it. Billy Bob looked at the Libertonian next to him, who nodded. When we send the signal, she's going to join you, Billy Bob, in assaulting the main chamber. The rest of us will have our own objectives in the city, ensuring that the broadcast continues no matter what. Billy Bob nodded at that. Speaking of, is there any way to get control of the internal broadcasting system? What for? So I can blast awesome music as we storm the summit. Don't you guys know how effective battle music is? It gets your blood flowing and helps terrorize the enemy. Jonas glanced at Emily, who shrugged. He used it against the Borks. I'm not sure it was as effective as he says, or if it was just the fact they had no idea how to fight against ballistic weapons. Billy Bob shrugged. I think Freddie Mercury helped me win that battle. They say his spirit will assist those in need, especially if you are a poor boy who needs no sympathy. Easy come, easy go. Little high, little low. He was about to go on when Emily just set one of her hands on top of his. Sorry. I don't think it would be wise to take over the internal PA until we're already in the main chamber. And then we need to give control to Emily so she can present the device. You know, the whole reason that the other species might drop out of the council and if not join our side, then at least stop assisting the ass crabs. Billy Bob always smiled when his translator filled that in. He couldn't even remember the actual name for the damn things. But he did stare at Jonas for a moment. Wait, is that all there is to it? You had 2 hours of slides and all you had to tell me was this little bit. I feel like context is important. It helps give you a sense of why you're fighting and how important it is. Jonas! It's important because this is the fucking capital. There's no going back. We win or we die. Or maybe we even win and die, so I kind of understand why it's so important. The large Libertonian shrugged his shoulders and wings at the same time as Billy Bob just shook his head. All right, so the hamsters get us down to the planet. And just right up into the capital? We only have to worry about what happens after the summit has begun? Jonas nodded at that as Billy Bob rubbed his chin. How's that work? Are the hamsters really that good at tricking the others? Billy Bob looked around as every Libertonian in the room laughed at his suggestion. Even Emily and Amelia stopped glaring at one another to laugh. Slowly, the laughter died down as Jonas shook his head. No, not even a little. That's why no one will suspect it. They don't bother checking ships crewed by hamsters anymore. They always give themselves up. But we're landing soon. How do we stop them from messing up on our approach to the planet? He asked as he looked around. Emily shook her head. Don't worry, I gave them a script. Up in the bridge, the hamsters were looking at the script as they listened to ground control. Are you transporting any illicit materials? One of them moved his finger along the line. No. Then he smiled at the others who nodded and gave him thumbs up like Mr. Billy Bob had taught them. Are you transporting any known fugitives or terrorists? Once more, the hamster moved his finger along the page. No. More nods and thumbs up. Hey, this is easy. On the ground, the controller rolled his eyes and wondered just how it was possible the Gerweldians hadn't all killed themselves. He sounded impressed at his ability to answer simple questions. Are you carrying any explosives? The ground controller waited for the inevitable. No. Before quickly replying, you're all clear to land at these coordinates. The Pulvian shook his head and moved on to the next ship, as if a cargo vessel crewed by Gerweldians could possibly pose a threat to the Council. Back in the conference room, Jonas looked like he wished he had more slides, but there really wasn't anything else to go over, it seemed, up until Billy Bob looked around for a moment. Wait, what about weapons? What about them? Amelia asked. Am I just using what I've got on my Longhorn? I think I'm out of ammo for the MP-44 and the Luger only has a few shots. I've got plenty of shotgun shells and .45S for my handguns, but I feel like I'm going to need something more substantial. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Your CIA left you some in that crate you brought with you out of the other dimension. You were focused on the flag, so I forgot. The CIA left me a goodie basket, Billy Bob said with a big grin. He quickly stood up and walked back out to the cargo bay, thoughts running wild in his head at what would wait for him. The Libertonians quickly moved to follow since they needed to get ready for the mission anyway. When he reached the box, he tapped on the button to open it, but was greeted with a red light and a beep. Hey, what gives? You have to put the code in on the side, Jonas said. Billy Bob looked at the side of the box and noticed where he could tap in a code. He frowned for a moment, looking at the 8 blank spaces. What's the code? They didn't say. They just said any American would know it. Billy Bob stared at it for a moment. 8 numbers? He thought it over for a moment and then grinned wide as he typed it in. 070417776. The box played an 8-bit version of the Stars and Stripes Forever and opened. Billy Bob's eyes began to gleam and his smile grew very wide very quickly as he looked at what was inside. And so ends another chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Chapter 35, Part 1. Cress fluttered his eyes open as he heard the buzzer humming through the barracks. Slowly he rose up out of his sleeping pond as the others around him did the same. The Crusticans dripped off for a moment and turned, walking forward through the barracks. Soon they were out in the cafeteria, each getting into line with a tray. Many of them were twitching their mandibles as they tried to wake up. It never seemed like they got enough sleep anymore. It had been rather busy since the war had begun. For some reason, the normal Greslin security wasn't considered enough for the capital, so several units of veteran hunter-killers had been brought in to act as both ceremonial and actual guards. This was fine in theory, but many of the new members didn't like being guards. Normally, the guard positions were bred specifically for the task from the Grand Matriarch's stock, but the influx meant there would be some lag time before her newly laid eggs hatched, and longer still before they were full-sized and ready to work. So a number of career killers were stuck working security, guarding the cowards who made up the officials of the other species. No one had attacked the capital since the Regulation War, and assassinations were very uncommon. But they were scared, and he was a soldier, so here he was. He clicked out in annoyance as he had every day since getting this post when they filled his tray with food. Grains, fish, some grayish-brown substance they liberally called sauce. They were still changing over the cafeteria from Greslin specs, so the Crustican replacements had to make do with field rations for now. So he moved over to a table, setting the tray down as he settled in a sitting position with his legs partially tucked under his body. Picking up the pieces, he ate with the same quick motions he had back in training as a juvenile. When he was finished, he and the rest of his table rose as one, moving to deposit their trays for cleaning. Then they moved out into the hygiene room. Krez was next to Vec this morning, so they took turns inspecting each other's back shell for any defects or discoloration in the hydrating mucus. Once done, they turned towards a mirror, each picking up a brush and pick to clean their mouths of food they hadn't consumed. Once they were finished with that, they moved out to their prep room. They opened their lockers as each pulled on a combat harness. They were supposed to have those fancy ones like the rest of the ceremonial guard, but instead they just had standard black mesh. Shield emitter, stunner, short-range hand beamer, some energy packs, a set of energy restraints, and of course their targeting computers. They checked each piece as they tucked it into their black mesh harnesses, and then when they were finished, they closed their lockers and walked through the blank beige halls that made up the service corridors of the capital. Soon they reached a junction, various teams splitting up to go to their assigned sectors. Krez and 5 others moved along their path, soon ascending a set of stairs to reach the small security office overseeing one of the building entrances. The dignitaries had all gone through on this shift, so this was the actual ceremonial guard. Their shiny silver-white harnesses, top-of-the-line equipment, perfectly conditioned shells. Krez hated them. They always acted so superior. And he knew many of them boasted about getting to court one of the younger matriarchs for the possibility of breeding rights. So unfair. Krez knew that unless all other viable males suddenly died, he'd never be allowed to breed. "We did all the hard stuff for you already. Just try not to burn the building down while we're gone," one of the other guards said as the others chittered in amusement. Krez and his brothers clicked in annoyance but quickly replaced the guards. Krez checked the weapons locker and noted all the heavier energy weapons were still in place. He stepped out of the office into the main station near the weapons scanner. The other 5 stayed in the office, but he liked being out in the corridor better. They'd left one of the vid screens open to the summit going on not far from his position. He watched as one of the Greslin superintendents stood before the assembled officials. "Which is why we need a unified effort against these humans. They openly defy all conventional methods of warfare. If we don't present them a single force, they'll take us apart piece by piece. The Kityans are already showing their cowardly nature by surrendering several systems without a fight." The Kityan ambassador gulped and stood up. "The greatest fleet you've ever assembled was destroyed in a single action against them. What hope do we have?" Then he sat back down. There was a murmur spreading throughout the officials. Of course, the Greslin's stance didn't change since he was in an exosuit, but Krez figured he wasn't too happy about that comment. It was a cowardly surprise attack. Nothing more. They refuse to face us in a true battle because they know our dreadnoughts will annihilate their so-called super carriers. But we have numbers on our sides. They can't be everywhere at once. But they have nuclear weapons, another worried diplomat gasped out. There was a rumble from Matriarch Nicole, who was taking the place of the Grand Matriarch tonight. Apparently the Grand Matriarch was ill, which was unusual. Might I remind you all that we have faced this threat firsthand, and this is why we know we must defeat them now. The vid screen switched over to images of the destroyed colony. Kress chittered nervously as he looked at them. It was unnerving to see the shadows that were etched into the stone, the twisted and melted structures. He knew they were choosing the absolute worst pictures to highlight how terrible it was, but he was confident that there wasn't any good pictures from a city that had been hit by nuclear weapons. These Americans have not only used these weapons against us, but they've used them against the race from which they descend. The UHG has confirmed that Americans have used these weapons before. This subspecies is incredibly dangerous. They must be dealt with now. There were rumors that even the founders couldn't push the other species to agree to war against all of humanity, so they had to settle for the American subspecies. Still, everything he'd seen made it seem like the UHG would be far more reasonable. Not only must we deal with the Americans, but the Libertonians who clearly provoked this war and likely influenced the Americans secretly beforehand. When this war is over, they shall not be allowed any autonomy. That drew more murmurs and surprise from the diplomats around the chamber. There was a click on his comm. Loading Bay 22 here. The Gerweldians have brought a statue. We're checking it in. Careful, Loading Bay 22. They might have hidden snacks inside. He heard someone reply, and there were clicks of mirth across the comm. Kress looked back at the screen. He wished he was out fighting the humans. He knew they had destroyed their colony in response to the raids, but he would be glad to serve his species gloriously in battle. He heard it was bad on Bastion. He should be out there with his brothers, not stuck here being bored and eating bad rations. Maybe he could get a forward posting by the end of the war, see if he could earn some glory accolades. It was a long shot, but maybe he could get courtship rights with a new breed matriarch. With any luck, his people would come out of this war stronger than ever. They'd used the first war with the Libertonians to advance their power considerably. This shouldn't be any different. He'd been watching the screen but not paying attention, so he had to concentrate to figure out what was going on now. One of those strange reptiles who licked their own eyeballs was talking. What was their name again? Busamites or something like that? But the founders have not allowed any new member species even half of their own power. Clearly this war is an indicator that the founders must distribute power more evenly. Kress chittered a little as he heard the murmurs in the crowd. He was never fond of diplomats, but it irked him to see the other species use this war as a platform to gain power. It didn't occur to him that he was hoping his own species could do just that. The war must first be won, which is why we're undergoing massive restructuring to better assist the combat that rages today, said one of the Phyllis. They'd been fairly useless in this war, their style of combat horribly easy for the Americans to defeat. So he knew they were looking for any way to start getting their honor back. Hey, one of the security observers outside just went offline, he heard one of his brothers say from the security room. Just turn off the feed and turn it back on, he called out. What did they expect? An attack on the Capitol building? Outrageous. It would take a massive fleet just to get this close. He looked back at the screen. Furthermore, even if we do develop FTL technology to allow us to get into American-controlled space, how do you propose we attack their colonies? Have you seen the planets they inhabit? None of our species could survive on any one of those for more than a few minutes. And that's if they had appropriate survival gear. Of course, a Kityan was trying to defend their constant surrendering. The cowards just didn't want to fight. There was a chime, and he turned to see a Gerweldian with a large Vekish bodyguard that had some sort of bag. He waved them through the scanner with a claw and looked back at the vid screen. The matriarch was talking. Let us not forget. He heard the approval chime of the machine as the Gerweldian passed through. There are humans that have shown their evil and terrible nature on a small scale. The terrorists who attacked the museum are still out there. He heard the negative buzzer as the Vekish tried to step through the device. He chittered in annoyance, figuring the idiot hadn't keyed his credentials in properly. Turning, he saw a massive blue fist racing towards his face. There was a solid crunch as his head snapped back, pieces of shell flying away as the matriarch spoke. Even now the terrorist is out there. We must not forget the threat to our way of life that is. Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob leaped over the counter, walking towards the security door. He kicked it off the hinges with the amplified strength the fake Bork suit gave him. The bag was on the counter, open, and in his hands was item number 1, an AA-6 shotgun. The stunned crabs inside were all staring at him, their mandibles twitching in shock. Oh shit, one had time to say before he finally pulled the trigger. The specially crafted 6-gauge rounds had been designed with the increased strength of a power suit in mind, and oh, did it show. Billy Bob stood in the doorway as he slowly turned, the buckshot flying out into the room, shredding crab and console alike. The guards flying backwards as they were torn apart by the torrent of fire and metal that was spewing out of the muzzle of that weapon. Billy Bob was very well aware he didn't need to go so far with it, but he stood there, feeling the weapon lightly jerk in his hands as it went through round after a round, pulverizing the room and everything inside it. Finally, the drum was empty, and he stood there, grinning inside the suit as the Bork face mimicked the motion. He could see sunlight sneaking through the holes in the walls of the office, even though they were inside the Capitol building itself. Finally, he detached the drum, letting it fall to the floor and the pile of spent cartridges, turning as he slapped another one into place. Then he hopped back over the counter, zipped up the bag, and slung it over his shoulder before grinning down at the hamster. "You're free to run away now. I think I blew our cover." The hamster nodded and went running back out the way they'd come. He was humming inside his suit as he looked at the map overlay. "Any alarms?" "No. You killed them all before they could react." He heard Amelia's voice in his ear as he smiled. "The other teams are moving on their objectives. You need to clear one more security station and then the loading bay I'm in." "Understood." He wished he could start playing some heavy metal right now. Oh, or Stars and Stripes Forever. Maybe the Beach Boys, just to throw everyone for a loop. Oh well, he'd have to settle for his own sounds. Ooh, Yankee Doodle went to town. A ridding on a pony. He stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. He was walking down a hallway as he saw a carb lean out to find out what the noise was. Seeing the armed Bork, it let out a hiss of surprise before Billy Bob fired the shotgun, pulverizing the guard. Their shields utterly useless against the 6-gauge buckshot. As he stood in front of the next security booth, he didn't even bother hopping over the counter. "Yankee Doodle, keep it up." He pulled the trigger again as the crabs started to rush out, only to get cut down, the lightweight Xeno construction splintering apart again as the round slammed into it. "Yankee Doodle, dandy." He could see one inside, frantically trying to open a weapons locker. "Mind the music and the step!" But there was nothing it could do as the buckshot tore through both the crab and the locker he was trying to open. And would the girls be handy? He stood there observing the second obliterated guard post before dropping the second drum and taking one off his harness before slamming it home. He began to hum then, trying to make it sound like cool theme music, or as close as one could get with humming theme music as he walked down the hall a ways. He saw the door for the loading bay and turned, kicking it in as the door went flying, smashing into a crab who'd been standing on the other side. He stepped out and saw these crabs had weapons in hand already, but they sure as hell hadn't been expecting him. "Hey guys, what's up?" They stared at him for a second, and then all began to aim as he pulled the trigger. The metal crate in the center held Amelia, but he knew she couldn't get out until he entered the code. Yet he didn't feel much like sharing these guys. He walked forward, the few rounds the crabs managed to fire getting absorbed by his suit's shield, which, as far as he could tell, was all the best of Xeno shielding and all the best of human high-density metal, which was fine by him. Soon they were splattered across the walls as he dropped the shotgun and opened a hatch on the side of the crate. "Have you out in a jiffy, Amelia?" "Good. The others are reporting total success so far." Then he heard the door to the loading bay open and looked over to see several surprised crabs in one of those armored metal ones. Fuck. He quickly pulled the bag open again and then leaped forward as he pulled out his next weapon. "What's happening, Billy Bob?" "I got it!" He reassured Amelia as he rushed forward, holding in his hands what amounted to an all-metal power suit-ready fire axe. The head had been sharpened to as fine a point as possible with modern technology, and he wasn't sure if that meant a single atom or molecule or whatever, but he knew it was fucking sharp. The crab in his sights had time to widen his eyes in surprise, But that was about it as Billy Bob slashed, cleaving through the guard without even a moment of resistance. Then he spun, extending his arms as he slashed through two more around him who cried and gurgled as their upped bodies had been suddenly opened to the outside world. The armored crab tried to turn, but he jumped over it, slamming down on a screaming crab who fired a single shot up at him before Billy Bob collided with his body, crushing it beneath the heavy suit even as he rolled forward and swung the axe once more to split it straight through the last regular crab's skull and torso. They were too big for it to be any kind of clean cut, but the body collapsed, leaking everywhere while Billy Bob spun again. The armored crab was turning, but he swiped out, leaving the bottom half of its left legs off, and as it toppled over her, brought the axe down through the head to finish it off. He stood there for a few seconds, looking around as he heard Emily. "Wow, that was incredible, and here I doubted your melee weapon." "Axes are sweet," was his only reply as he turned to finish opening the crate the Libertonian power suit was in. Emily was watching from a building bordering the Capitol building grounds, and as Amelia finally had the freedom to sit up in her suit and step out into the daylight, she jumped up, flapping her wings as she quickly flew down to them. "All right. What's the plan now?" Billy Bob said, looking between the 10-foot-tall Libertonian power suit and Emily. "Seriously?" Amelia asked. "Yeah, I kind of forgot with all the awesomeness I've just done. We're killing stuff towards the center now, right?" Emily nodded. "The teams have activated some of the meeting room security features. We've just alerted the guards, but inside they're now sealed in and their lines to the outside world are cut so they have no idea we're coming." "Perfect," Billy Bob said, returning to his bag. He sheathed the axe on his back and pulled out the second-to-last weapon they'd given him. The other two stared at the strange-looking item he pulled out made of composite materials. "What's that?" He activated it, and the item opened up, revealing an interior handle which he picked up, letting the rest of it nestle around his arm. "The ZF one. It's light. Handle's adjustable for easy carrying. Good for rights and lefties. Breaks down to 4 parts undetectable by X-ray. Ideal for quick, discrete interventions. A word on firepower, titanium recharger. 3,000 clips with bursts of 3 to 300. Plus all the oldies but goldies, rocket launcher, arrow launcher, and flamethrower. My favorite." They stared at him for a moment while he dropped the AA-6 back into the bag and slung it over his shoulder, shift the axe from his back to a side sheath on his harness. It took a very specific sheath to house that blade, and he didn't want to accidentally cut parts of himself off while he fought. "All right, ladies, move out." "Well, I'm not. You're fighting forward. I'm holding them off from out here," Amelia said, turning as the power suit stepped outside, and he blinked. "Then why did we smuggle you in here?" "To get me as close as possible while the others secured the security systems." He thought that over, trying to decide if it was a good plan or not, before shrugging and walking into the Capitol building with Emily behind him. "Stay behind cover until I let you know we're clear." She nodded and kept a ways back from him as he kicked down another door and found himself in a wide corridor. There were statues and paintings and tapestries of various xenos from the founding species, and he was sure that they wanted him to feel awe and respect for all the history around him. Instead, he turned to one of the paintings of a giant crab queen bitch and activated the flamethrower. A jet of fire burst out, torching it as an alarm rang out. He saw crabs with silver shields and much better-looking weapons burst out from around a junction to his left and smiled. "Something tells me we go this way." He began to let out bursts of those titanium bullets which tore through the crabs, shots slamming into his shield as he advanced, seemingly unconcerned. "Ooh, I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day." A rocket zipped out to obliterate a crab on a balcony with a matter slammer. "I've been working on the railroad, just to pass the time away." He saw another group burst out of a door to his right and turned, letting out a non-stop burst of fire as the bullets cut through the 3 of them. "Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morn." Another matter slammer on the balcony down the hall, but 3 arrows slammed into that one's chest as it screeched and tumbled over the railing. "Can't you hear the captain shooting?" There was some sort of emplacement around the next corridor junction, but a jet of fire was quick to get the crabs burning, and a burst of bullets cut them down. "Die now, blow your horn!" He looked back at Emily and then down each of the corridors he could see before waving her forward. "Hope you don't mind, but I'm going to skip ahead." "Skip ahead? To where?" No, in the song." He could see movement ahead with some sort of massive ornate metal door behind a series of emplacements, but he just marched forward. "Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah." "Someone's in the kitchen, I know!" A rocket streamed out from his gun, exploding one of the fixed guns he could see on a platform to the left side of the massive door. "Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah." "Someone's in the kitchen, I know!" He aimed to fire another rocket at the other side and heard a beep. Quickly, he triggered another blast of arrows which peppered that platform, hissing out green smoke as the crabs coughed and sputtered, clutching their faces as they either died or passed out. He had no idea. Strumming on the old banjo, singing fee-fi-fiddly-o. More crabs were behind some heavier shielding, but he let out a steady burst of bullets which made the shields flicker and fail before the crabs behind them were turned into shreds. Fee-fi-fiddly-o-o-o, fee-fi-fiddly-I-o. He saw another crab who frantically activated some sort of shielding in an alcove to the side. "This barrier is immune to ballistics," it quickly shouted at him, raising a matter slammer while he just thumbed the flamethrower once more. And as the crabs screamed out, engulfed in flames, Billy Bob sang. Strumming on the old banjo. The crab slumped down dead, the shield still in place as he smiled back at Emily. "I fucking love my job." And so splits a chapter in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker, but does not yet end. Chapter 35, Part 2. Chief Sneaky Busybody Pimford Weslethorpe III was slowly walking through the Grand Matriarch's estate. He had acquired a chef's uniform and was quick to flatten himself against the wall as any of the guards walked by, which he knew any good spy should do. The Crusticans, for their part, would just glance at him as they walked back and then let their claws click to indicate confusion before moving on by. They'd long ago stopped trying to figure out Gerweldians. Once the patrols had walked by him, Pimford would then start walking again, humming the Gerweldians' national anthem to himself softly in an attempt to keep his courage up. Here he was, deep in the estate of the Grand Matriarch, with pockets stuffed full of sleeping drugs, and no one was any the wiser to his clever subterfuge. Of course it helped that Gerweldians had such an awful reputation for espionage and being secretive that the fact he hadn't simply told everyone he was a spy made them figure he was just another weird Gerweldian just doing his job. Emily had given him a few tips on how to better do his job while he was here. Don't talk to people unless they talk to you first. Then she also mentioned don't tell people you're a spy. That was a good one. He'd even written that one down. Finally, when someone asked what he was doing, he should tell them what he was doing, as if he was really who he claimed to be. That one was just genius. But it was taking a little time to get used to the idea, so mostly he'd just stare at people who asked him things until they either left or let him pass. The estate was massive, with sections of it submerged so she could switch between her hunting ground and hunting reef freely. The massive creature also had quite a large number of servants, picked from Gerweldians, he'd like to think, because everyone loved Gerweldians. But it was most likely because she knew she could make them cower in fear whenever she wanted, and they doubled as a snack if she got tired of them. Pimford didn't know that, of course. He was making his way through the estate when he slipped into one of the side rooms to get out of the halls for a bit. Then he blinked as he looked around the large room filled with art and weapons that were apparently trophies of the matriarch's centuries of life and struggle for power. He'd heard many grisly tales about such rooms for matriarchs, but as he looked around, he didn't see any bodies floating in jars, or skeletons or the like, so perhaps the stories were just exaggerated to scare young Gerweldians. But he did see someone else in the room, and he froze for a moment, trying to press himself against the wall and flatten out as if that would stop the maid from seeing him. But once she turned, he gasped. Those full, fat cheeks, that rotund body, that luscious, full coat. She was the most beautiful Gerweldian he'd ever seen. He stood there speechless for several seconds as she looked at him. "Hello." "I'm a chef," he nearly shouted as he tried to control his mind. She was a maid, which meant she couldn't cook right. But that body, she had to be constantly eating to maintain such a wonderful figure. What if she already had a boyfriend who was a chef? Husband? He didn't see the traditional cake necklace to signify her betrothal. "Oh, you are? Why are you in the trophy room?" "Oh, no." She was on to him. Quick, think of something else. Because I heard the most beautiful maid worked here. Ooh, that's good. Really? Who? The Gerweldian looked around before she realized she was here alone, and her eyes went wide. Me? Yes. Pimford quickly approached her, taking one hand in his own as he spoke. I've never laid eyes on a more beautiful creature, not even when I saw a majestic burwello eating its body weight in grains. Oh, you're so romantic, she swooned for a moment. But what are you really doing here? You're not allowed in the trophy room. He gulped. I would tell you, but I would have to kill you if I did. I'm on a mission of the utmost importance. She gasped at that. Like a spy. I can't say. He pressed his one forearm to forehead. Alas, I must not reveal to you what must be done, lest you be a target. But why are you telling me this much? Well, if I don't tell you what I'm doing, you don't know. You just know it's important. She blinked and nodded at that. Ooh, that makes sense. So mysterious, she then said as she realized what he was saying. Is it dangerous? Very dangerous. But I can't stress enough that I simply cannot reveal to you why I'm really here. Because if I did, I could not live with myself. Why not? Because then I'd have to kill you to keep my mission secret. And the world deserves your overwhelming beauty. He saw her blush under the fur with his words, and then she pulled out a handful of emergency snibble fluffs from the pockets of her uniform to stuff into her mouth to help contain her emotions. He groaned as he saw her cheeks stuffed full of sugary treats, shaking his head as he held her hand and looked away. Woof Wong? Your beauty makes me want to give up my task and run with you to the furthest reaches of space. But our very race requires me to complete this. Ooh, food dowing, she said, cheeks still full of food. Yes, I must go now before I lose the nerve to leave your side, but I shall return, and we shall run away together once I can reveal my true identity to you. Do not stray far, my love. I will return! He moved closed, clutching his hands in hers before they rubbed cheeks, and he scurried away. She swooned for a moment and gasped with delight at the thought of the mysterious stranger. Oh, if only she knew what his task was. A guard walked by, looking into the room and seeing the Gerweldian clasping her hands together, those fat cheeks bulging with food, his face contorting into what his people would consider a sneer. Why were those little fuzzballs so gross? I found Mummy see a swanger, she said to the guard, bits of food flying out of her mouth. The guard just clicked his claws in confusion and walked away. Pimford was moving quickly now, only uttering, "Sorry, pardon, please excuse me," to the guards he passed rather than flattening himself to the wall like before. He was feeling very aggressive. When he bumped into a guard, he only begged for forgiveness for a single minute before scurrying away. He wasn't sure what demon possessed him. Soon enough, he was in the Grand Matriarch's feasting room, and he nearly threw up at the sight of all the raw meat that had been laid out for her. Then he gasped as he saw her towering over the room, at one end of the long table of food that had been set up for her. Turning, the massive matriarch clicked and hissed, "Who are you?" "Chef!" "My food is already prepared, you idiot." "Need to add something to dessert." He was standing straight, eyes wide as he trembled slightly in her presence. She clicked in annoyance and wiggled a long, pointed leg at the far end of the table. "Desserts are down there." He stood still for a moment. "Go! Get to it! I'm about to eat!" He squeaked and quickly scurried down the massive table. He reached into his pockets, pulling out the bag of pills as he found a tray full of white Perklean mush. He started to pull the package of pills from his coat and then fumbled it a bit, nearly dropping it as he heard some sort of blood-curdling screech. He clutched the package to his chest, looking down in horror as he assumed he'd been found. But instead, the matriarch was just leaning in and shoveling the food into her mouth. He gasped as he saw how quickly she was moving down the line and quickly tried to pull the jar open. But it had one of those damn pinch-and-twist locks. He struggled with it, looking on in horror as the matriarch ate tray after tray of food that had been left out for her. She was past the appetizers. He pounded the lid on the side of the table, jerking and twisting it as she got closer. When she was halfway through the main course, he finally got the top off, dumping the pills into the white mush and stirring it up with a spoon someone had left behind very quickly, just as she got close. Her bulk moving slowly on those many legs as he squealed and held the tray up for her when she got to him. You better not have messed this up. There were stains around her face, bits of things dripping from her mandibles. Clutching the tray, she tilted her head back, dumping it all into her mouth at once, letting the mandibles help guide it in. Then she tossed the tray, and he had to scurry away as she advanced a little further to finish consuming the rest of the food. Once it was all gone, he turned his head, shielding it as she let out a massive belch. Then she rumbled and shifted for a moment. That mush was good. Better than it usually is, at any rate. What's your name, Chef? He was not prepared for this. Rimford, Westlathorpe IV. That would throw her off his scent. Any relation to Gurgen Westlathorpe VIII? Yes, he was my great-uncle, I believe. He squeaked out then as she reached down, picking him up in her grabber claws instead of her cutting claws. What did I do? Nothing. But I want to see if the family trait was genetic. Whoa, what trait? She gave him a squeeze suddenly, and he squeaked out before she chittered and stomped her legs in amusement, giving him another squeeze to hear him squeak. The chittering intensified. I like you. You're my new head chef. Then she shuddered for a moment, and her mandibles stretched out as she indicated tiredness. I'm not feeling great. I think I'll take a nap. Could you let me go? But she was already tucking her legs in under her body, partially rolling to her side as he was left clutched in against her rumbling upper body. In her sleep, she lightly squeezed him, and as he squeaked out, she rumbled happily. He squirmed and struggled for a moment, but found himself held tightly in place. Grand matriarch, A guard had stepped into her room and saw the matriarch slumbering with the Gerweldian in her claws. She ate everything and decided to take a nap. The guard clicked in annoyance. She's getting more senile every solar cycle. Turning, the guard walked out as Pimford squeaked again. Don't worry, I'll tell the other matriarch to fill in for her. Wait, she won't let me go. But the door had already closed. Pimford looked around for a moment and then sighed. Well, I guess I need to wait to be rescued by Mr. Billy Bob, savior of Gerweldians. Billy Bob and Emily were standing in front of the massive door leading to the summit meeting room as he looked up at it. So why did we lock it again? To keep them trapped in there. Wouldn't it make them curious when the security doors locked? Our agents inside told them it was just a precaution after some rumors. Well, how do we get in? She pointed to a side hall on his left. Through there. We'll unlock a smaller door and slip through. Once you kill the guards still inside, I'll start my speech. Then you go help Amelia. He nodded and shrugged. Sounds like a plan. This is amazingly easy so far. That's when he was slammed into hard from behind with a wave of energy. His shield flickered and failed, and part of the fake fur on the suit caught fire as he was knocked onto his face, cursing hard as inside the suit his head slammed against the display. Quickly, he rolled onto his back, seeing a crab with a matter slammer up on a balcony that he'd missed trying to reload. He pulled the ZF-1 up and fired at the same moment as the crab. The bullets tore through the guard, sending the shot wide, but as it hit one of the walls and sent out a shower of debris, the chunks pressed the red button on the side of the ZF-1. Billy Bob cursed louder still and tossed it as far as he could, pulling Emily down and shielding her as the pod exploded. Once it was over, he got up, checking to make sure Emily was all right as he remembered some of his fur was on fire, and then dropped back down, rolling around on the ground. Jesus Christ, this is the first time that was actually useful. What? What was useful? Having an exploding weapon? How is that useful? Emily cried out as she got up and dusted herself off. Billy Bob had put out the fire on his suit and stood up, still partially smoldering as bits of metal could be seen now. No, not that. That was unfortunate. But I finally used stop, drop, and roll. The way they taught it to us in school, I thought we were going to be on fire far more often in our life than we really were. Then again, it's an American school, so maybe they just play it safe. Seriously, Billy Bob, why did your weapon explode? Oh, some debris hit the self-destruct button. Why does your weapon even have that? So you can make it self-destruct. Is this some sort of trick question? He shrugged then before moving back over to his black bag. Okay, no more ZF-1. That's cool. I still got this, especially because I've been just dying figuratively to try this one. She stepped by him, walking down the security hall. I'll get the door ready. Hold on. Wait for me, he said, grabbed the bag and moving to follow her, stepping ahead as he brought out the axe. I haven't cleared this area yet. He glanced at her and clutched the axe in his hands as he stepped forward, but the hallway was empty. Never can be too careful, he muttered as she stepped up to the smaller security door. Okay, keep your axe handy. I'm not sure if there are any guards around the entrance here, she said as she opened the control panel next to the door. He nodded and stepped up to the door, ready for any trouble. She stood to the side, working on the control panel before it beeped and slid open. There was a crab behind it, turning to see what was going on, but instead found an axe buried in his skull. The crab collapsed and Billy Bob stepped out further, noticing he was on the bottom row of a set of seats. Out in the center, he could hear talking and quickly pulled the final weapon free of his bag. There was supposed to be some fancy hamster even more important than the one from the Rosie that was here, and he would start to demand answers from the crabs about some sort of past crimes when he got the signal. From what Billy Bob could hear, that discussion had already started. It didn't sound like it was going well when he got to the main floor. The matriarch they'd sent to replace the ginormous one was out in the center, pointing her claws at a cowering hamster in a fancy suit and top hat. How dare you accuse us of this? Have all of you forgotten who saved the council in the regulation wars? You're all ingrates. She reared back, claws and legs moving to slam down on the hamster that was turning to run, when a massive thoom broke through the gasps of the diplomats and the matriarch's head disappeared in a mist, a large hole appearing the ceiling beyond her. The body collapsed lifelessly as ichor and mucus started to pour out. There were more screams and gasps as Billy Bob stepped into the light holding a Barrett 1-caliber rifle. On the side of the receiver was supposed to be printed anti-material rifle, but Billy Bob had scratched out material and written everything beneath it in red ink. Attention, diplomats! America has arrived! He broadcast on his suit speakers, and as the few remaining crabs in the summit room charged out, he killed 2 with a single shot that ruptured their upper bodies, and then dropped his rifle so he could cleave the axe through the last of them after catching 2 energy blasts to his right arm, which was now showing even more metal through the fraying fake fur. He looked around at the cowering diplomats and back at Emily. Anyone you're worried about? The Greslin. She pointed at the fish cop counselor in the exosuit. I'm unarmed, the Greslin said quickly, raising his metallic arms. Billy Bob glanced back at Emily, who thought it over for a moment and then looked up at Billy Bob. He's probably fine. I still have an energy blaster just in case. Get out there and help Amelia. She pulled out her pocket dimension and he nodded, grabbing his rifle again as he headed toward the door. He was down to the shotgun, the rifle, and his axe, but that was more than enough for him. He probably wouldn't need to use the shotgun again until he ran out of 1-caliber ammo. Have fun blowing their minds. America's #1, he said, shouldering the rifle to raise a single finger from one. All right, Amelia, seal up the summit room. I'm on my way outside. Good, their reinforcements are here. We could use the help, Amelia said as he grinned inside the suit and broke into a jog, taking large, bounding leaps down the hall he'd fought through since the gravity here was so low. Soon he was back in the loading bay he'd decimated before. As he stepped through the open door, he looked around the compound. He could see smoke rising above several broken armored crabs and a hole in the perimeter wall. Much like the guards inside, he noticed these armored shells were much fancier looking than he'd seen so far. Didn't seem to help them from being turned to scrap, however. Amelia, in her power suit, was standing in a garden of burning flowers, crab corpses all around the clawed feet of the suit. Billy Bob glanced around and noticed a few of the other Libertonian commandos on the rooftops of the buildings surrounding the Capitol building. They would dive down onto the advancing crabs in the streets, fire off a few point-blank rounds, and then fly back into the air before the crabs could lock on. It wasn't a bad plan, but he couldn't fight like that. He looked up at the massive Capitol tower above him. About 10 stories up, he noticed an exterior ring, some sort of massive balcony that circled the tower. Amelia, I need you to get me up there. He pointed up as she followed his finger. But you can't fly. Why do you think I need you to get me up there? I mean, how are you going to fight from up there? Don't you worry about that. Just help me get up there and I'll provide you cover. He approached the power suit as she leaned down, giving him an awkward hug as he gripped the power suit. Leaning back up, she then leaped into the air. the jets on the power suit boosting them into the sky before she landed on the balcony with a crunch. After dropping him off, she turned and jumped, aiming to land in the middle of another wave of advancing crabs. Billy Bob quickly surveyed the area as he had a commanding view of the city. 5 broad avenues split the city into districts for each of the founding species. The streets leading up from the fish cop and ass crab territory were the only ones that seemed to be busy leading troops, police, and ceremonial guards towards the Capitol building. Thankfully, they shared a border, so he only had to cover one angle of approach. He tossed the bag down, pulling out all the full magazines he had for the anti-everything rifle. 10 magazines with 10 rounds each, 7 in his current magazine and 1 in the chamber. This was the sort of word problem he wished he had back in school. With 108 bullets, how many Xenos can you kill? Depends on how good of a shot you are. He answered in his head with a grin. He crouched down behind the edge of the balcony wall, supporting his rifle as he took up the best position he could. Hey, Amelia, they need the signal clear to broadcast whatever Emily is saying inside. But did you guys also patch into the city PA? Yes. Why? Can I have access? Hold on. He waited as he began to examine the streets and buildings ahead of him through the scope of the rifle. He wished he had a spotter. Hell, he wished he had his older sister around. She was the best shot in the family. All right, your implant should have access now, Amelia said as he grinned. Quickly scrolling through his playlist, he selected a song with a grin. Aiming through his scope, he saw a crab on the main avenue waving other fish cops and his crabs forward. Looked important. Then he started the song up and pulled the trigger. Just as the first heavy bars of Stars and Stripes forever began to blare out of the city's PA system, the 1-caliber bullet struck the upper body of the crab, turning it into a mist. The round had dropped far less than he expected, which reminded him the gravity here was lower, so the bullet would drop less than usual. Either way, he was grinning as the soldiers began to huddle down, unsure what had just killed the officer. Christ, they've never dealt with a sniper, he muttered and took aim at an armored crab before pulling the trigger again. The buck of the rifle was strong even with his power suit, and he chuckled a little at the feeling of firing a weapon that would literally break his arms if he fired it without assistance. He shifted his aim and fired at another armored crab. He could hear his mother in his head scolding him for being so lazy and simply aiming for center mass. But he didn't have time to get fancy, or the skill if he was honest. Even so, center mass did just fine as the massive rounds slammed into his targets, killing them outright. Finally, they began to scramble for cover, slowing their advance considerably as they had no experience in dealing with snipers. He was sure their computer targeting eyepieces must be able to make this sort of shot, but it seemed they were all geared for close-range combat. Those matter slammers were the only things he'd seen used at any decent distance. They also weren't very familiar with ballistic weapons, as some of them were hiding behind trash cans and signs as if that would help. He couldn't help himself as Stars and Stripes Forever continued to assault their ears, or whatever the crabs called their hearing things. He began to time a few of the shots to the music, settling into his position as he fired round after round. The crabs and fish cops were now finally starting to split into the smaller side streets, moving slowly, even as he'd fire a round through a wall or corner of a building to hit a target. Compared to dense human construction, their buildings simply couldn't stand up to a high-powered sniper rifle round, especially ones the size he was using. This let the Libertonian commandos hop from roof to roof, firing down on the enemy. They weren't aiming, more just blindly firing, but their energy blasters had a lot of targets to hit, even if they weren't choosing their shots. Billy Bob had gone through about half his ammo before he discovered his mistake in playing loud music while not having anyone cover his back. He felt something slam into his side as his head slammed forward within the suit, making him glad for the pad that protected his face. He started to roll over just in time to feel something sharp pierce his right leg and along his ribs as he cried out. Some of the ceremonial guard was still in the tower, it seemed. He was looking up at a crab with one of those energy blasters standing over him with more behind. But Billy Bob was a high-gravity human in a power suit. He gripped the crab's leg that was piercing his leg, ripping it off as it chittered and staggered forward. Rising up, he grappled it and turned, tossing the Xeno off the side of the Capitol balcony. It screeched as it fell, and Billy Bob turned to the next crab it fired the energy blaster it held, hitting him square in the chest as he felt the heat flash through the power suit. and more of the fur got burnt away to reveal the metal beneath, making him look like some sort of Terminator Bork. Swinging out with his left to clobber the crab in the face, it staggered back into the crabs behind it as he quickly picked up his shotgun. He didn't need to aim at this range as he just held the trigger down, blowing the crabs away with a hail of buckshot, splintering and punching through the walls behind them as he hosed the room beyond as well with fire and lead. He panted for a moment as he stared at the wreckage and quickly reached into his bag, pulling out the last real weapon he had. The front of it read, "Face towards enemy." He armed the claymore and jammed it into the corpse of one of the crabs, facing the way they came from before examining his internal screen. Yes, wounds detected. How's this thing work? The space goblins had combined their tech with some human systems, and he noticed it was a human-engineered medical system inside. That was probably safe since everyone had slightly different anatomy and biology, but he figured it would just inject him with that Medi-Biogel stuff. So he got a surprise when he activated the system and heard the computer reply. Stapling. Stapling? The fuck does that mean? Then he screamed out as he felt metal staples clamp the hole in his leg shut and the cut along his side. Motherfuck asshole twat barbaristry isn't. Who designed this shit? My mother. Then the computerized voice spoke again. Applying morphine and battle stimulant. Wouldn't those just cancel out? He asked himself before he felt something jab his neck. He suddenly felt better. Not just better. He felt fucking fantastic. He shivered for a moment and then quickly crouched back down to grab his rifle. For some reason, he found it even easier to swing between targets, moving on before seeing if the bullet even hit the target. The music kept playing, but he wasn't paying attention to that now. Everything seemed far away, just him and the scope. He saw the Libertonians fighting still, slowly getting thinned out by the sheer weight of advancing enemy soldiers. They were the best the Libertonians had to offer, but they were horribly outnumbered, and Billy Bob only had so many bullets. He heard a voice from far away, something about a gunship, and pulled back from his scope, seeing a low-flying vehicle of some kind approaching over the city. Looking back through his scope, he got a bearing on it and saw a fish cop exosuit in the cockpit. For some reason, that was the moment he took to wonder if he should call them fish cops or fish soldiers. But then he pulled the trigger since he realized it was going to be fish dead. For once, his shot didn't connect as he saw some sort of shimmering field around the vehicle for a moment. The slow-moving craft began to angle away, but he quickly pulled the trigger 2 more times. The third shot apparently went through as he saw a bullet hole in the glass of the cockpit as smoke blocked out his view of what happened to the pilot. By the way, the ship veered sharply down into the main street, exploding and taking a few squads of soldiers with it. He figured he got the pilot. He saw another one of the flying vehicles in the back quickly turn to steer out of his line of sight. "Fall back! We've lost too many," he heard Amelia say as his hearing began to return. Looking down, he saw her power suit pull back through the gates of the main compound. Only 3 Libertonian commandos left now. "How much longer does Emily need?" he asked. "I don't know, but this a fight to the end, Billy Bob. Speech or not, do you think they're going to let us leave if they catch us?" He blinked and crouched back down over his rifle. Good point. There was another armored crab in his sights as he pulled the trigger. Something had changed, though. They were all starting to rush forward, crabs and fish. People he still wasn't sure what best to consider the non-cops of the fish cops. He saw a much bigger fish suit and quickly took that down as well, seeing the mech suit leaking water heavily as it collapsed. Shifting his aim, he sighted another walker. This one went down heavily on top of another exosuit. There! He saw a massive crab bitch slip past one of the side streets he didn't have a good angle on. That had to be spurring everyone forward. He fired again, smashing a hole in a wall near the queen crab to try and get a better shot, but then he heard an explosion. Leaning back from his scope, he saw another hole had been opened up in the wall to his left. Swinging the rifle around, he saw an armored crab and a large fishwalker step through. He put the walker down first as he saw the action remain open. Cursing, he reached over to grab another magazine and then looked down to see he was out. Then he felt a rumble and a small explosion behind him and turned to see the remains of another crab squad who hadn't realized they were the enemy and they were approaching the front of a claymore. He needed to get down to ground level, but he wasn't done here. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out the last 2 drums for his shotgun, slung that over his shoulder with his axe, and then pulled the last item out of his bag, the American flag he had been given with the case. He tied it around the barrel of his rifle, pulling a crab corpse to the edge of the balcony to help prop the rifle up, letting the flag wave over the side. Then he leaned over to stare at the 10-story drop beneath him. Would that kill him in this gravity? He rubbed his chin as he thought it over and heard the rumble of engines. Looking to his side, he saw the other gunship had circled around and finally made it to the building. Without thinking, he began to sprint towards that side of the tower, leaping as he reached full speed to sail through the air and crash into the side of the cockpit. Inside, he could see the fish pilot freaking out in his exosuit, but Billy Bob didn't give him time to react. Instead, he just punched through the glass and yanked the pilot out, tossing him screaming out to fall to the ground. The vehicle whined as he ripped part of the cockpit off to straddle the remains and grip the stick, angling it down towards the opening that Walker had made. He saw more crabs and exosuits pouring through before they pointed up at him as he drove the gunship down towards them. They turned to run back into the breach, but it was a little too late for that. As the gunship approached the ground, he jumped off to the side, trying his best to tuck and roll, but more or less just clumsily flailing and then skidding across the ground as he bounced around inside, cursing and growling in pain. But he still had his axe and shotgun as he stood up. Just in time for the gunship to hit the breach and explode, sending him flying once more as what was left of the fake fur on the suit caught fire. He also gasped in pain as he felt something sharp dig through his lower back. As he rolled onto his side, he looked down to see a length of rebar, or the Xeno equivalent, had impaled him through the back and out the stomach. Groaning out, he dropped the shotgun and gripped the length of rebar. His display was warning about the rising heat since most of him was on fire still, but he had to ignore it as he yanked the rebar out, screaming as he did, and then once more as the suit stapled the wound shut. He could feel the heat around his legs grow ever hotter before his skin started to burn, and he finally started to roll around to put the fire out. He felt another jab in his neck and was too tired to curse, but the pain faded and his energy rose once more. Reaching out to grab his shotgun, he struggled to his feet and looked at the main gate. Amelia was standing near a statue as the two Libertonian commandos he could see crouched behind it. The armored crabs all seemed to be dead, but the regular ones were pouring through as he saw that fat queen crab. By now, his suit was just exposed metal, a few holes in it thanks to all he'd been through, and the 2 spare drums he'd grabbed were nowhere to be seen after his ride on the gunship, so he just charged forward, screaming as he fired what he had left. It was a good thing he didn't have to aim very well for it to be effective, since he could see his vision starting to blur a bit. The crabs turned, crying out as many were cut down, but the queen raised some of her claws to protect her face, even as the pellets slammed into her body, releasing some of the green gunk he always saw. When she lowered her claws, he hurled the empty shotgun at her, striking her in the head as she screeched and staggered back. This gave him the opening to pull his axe free and leap into the air at the queen crab. But she rose her claws in defense. He cut one free, only to be knocked to the ground by another. As he hit the ground, he rolled and rose back up so he could rush forward, swinging the axe to cleave off several of her legs. The crab queen screeched out once more. As her body collapsed to the side, he had a much better opening to chop at her head, cutting it clean off. He panted for a moment and looked around, seeing a lack of hostile crabs or fish, but a lot of burning garden and smoke. "Are we in the clear?" he asked, and then heard more chittering from the main gate. Looking forward, he saw 2 of the queen crabs, and one was holding some sort of metal tube. Without thinking, he pulled his arm back and threw the axe at that one, watching her cry out as the incredibly sharp axe head cut through a claw and sank into her chest. But the tube fired, and a massive explosion ruptured the ground in front of Billy Bob. He found himself flying through the air then, before the ground rushed up to meet him and everything went black. When he slowly opened his eyes, he was aware of being in pain and something beeping at him. His display was cracked and his right eye wouldn't open, detecting multiple bone fractures and breaks. Internal bleeding. Excessive blood loss. Concussion. Mild brain damage. 3rd-degree burns on 10% of body. Advise immediate medvac. No medvac possible, he groaned out. Advise last stand. Inject remaining battle stimulant. Warning, this could lead to long-term health problems. He laughed and then groaned as he pushed himself up a bit, grinding his teeth as he felt his arm scream at him in pain. He could see Amelia's power suit was face down, near the statue, the last remaining queen crab stabbing the one Libertonian's commando left alive with her forelegs as the Space Eagle screamed. "Last stand," he muttered and felt the needle jab his neck once more. He felt a bit more energy as he staggered to his feet and activated his speakers. "Hey, you ugly sack of shit!" The queen crab looked over at him, dropping the commando, who cried in pain as he hit the ground. "The human, you shall die slowly for what you've done. The trouble you've caused. My people you've killed. We will make you live for years before the sweet embrace of death. You're a stupid fucking asterisk, 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 cunt, asterisk, 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 asterisk. All your ass-faced kin are stupid fucking asterisk, 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 cunts, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Except I'm not even sure you're worth of being called a asterisk, 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 cunt, asterisk, 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 since they're more useful than you trash." She hissed in anger and skittered forward, grabbing him in her claws as she lifted him into the air. Battle stimulant or not, he couldn't fight the damn thing. She hissed in his face. "Your kin shall be slaves when this is over. You'll live to see them in chains. You'll watch us wipe your feathered friends out of existence." He could feel her claws cut through part of the metal on the sides of his suit as he got an idea. He pulled his arms out of the power suit arms, wiggling them down into the torso of the suit at his sides. "You're just delaying my death because you don't have the balls to kill me. You fear me and are trying to make me admit to being scared. Well, I'm not. You're just an ass-faced crab like the rest, only fatter and uglier and even stupider than the ones I've met so far. I'm looking forward to the day my people are eating what's left of you with some tartar sauce." She hissed out and the claws sank deeper through the metal of the suit. He gasped in pain as he felt the claws cut his arms, but the legs dropped free of the suit since there wasn't enough metal to hold them in place, and he dropped out with them. The claws scraped up along the outsides of his arms, but as he hit the ground, she stared at the upper portion of the suit in surprise. Stepping back to get a better look at him, he was already grabbing the M1911S he'd kept inside the suit. Pulling them free, he pointed up, pulling the triggers as quickly as he could, watching her jerk back as 16.45 caliber round slammed into her upper body and head. As he ran out of bullets, she staggered back and then slumped to the side with a heavy thud. He lay on the ground then, feeling more tired than ever. He saw the remaining Libertonian commando crawling towards him. It was Jonas, but he seemed to be missing part of a wing and one of his arms. "I have biogel," he croaked out. "Use it, man. I'm good," Billy Bob said as he looked up at the sky, keying into his implant communicator. "Emily, how's the speech?" "We did it! The member species are turning on the founders. I've exposed them. There's no way they'll join the war effort now." "That's great. Hey, I just want you to not read into this whole falling asleep on you thing. I swear it won't happen when it really matters." His eyelids felt heavy. "What are you talking about? What falling asleep on me thing? You don't mean like at the museum, do you? Billy Bob?" He blinked slowly as the wind began to blow the smoke out of his vision to let him see the sky. Then he saw the red, white, and blue flag fluttering in the wind, hanging from the barrel of his rifle where he left it. He rose his hand to his forehead, giving it a salute. "There's a present for you in a box on the Longhorn. I think you'll like it." "I'm sure I will when you give it to me. I'm on my way outside right now. Don't fall asleep." "You were a great dance partner, Emily." "Billy Bob! Billy Bob." He smiled as he saw the flag waving and closed his eyes. And so ends this saga in the adventures of Billy Bob Space Trucker. Billy Bob slowly walked forward through the fog, finding himself on the bank of a river as he approached a man sitting in a chair, casting a fishing line out into the water. He had gray hair and a big mustache, foregoing optical surgery for glasses. As Billy Bob walked through the bushes, the man looked over his shoulder and gave the chair next to him a pat. "The fish ain't biting for shit, but it's a nice spot, isn't it, kid?" "Hey, Grandpa." He took the seat next to his mom's father, picking up the fishing pole next to him and casting out into the river. He looked up at the sky and felt like they were in some nice, serene river valley up in the mountains, but couldn't really see anything he recognized. When he looked down, he noticed he was wearing white. "Oh, this is one of those stupid dream things, isn't it?" "Seems that way." "I should have known when I found you out here fishing instead of in a strip club." "Two happiest days of my life. Marrying your grandmother and putting her in the ground. She was a great woman, but after a few decades I was dying for some strange Gross. Billy Bob thought it over for a moment and then looked at his grandfather. Wait, why aren't we in a strip club? I figured your wrinkly old ass would take every chance to be in one. Suddenly they were in a club with low lights in front of a stage as Billy Bob averted his gaze from the muscular man in a banana hammock performing in front of them. What the fuck? What? I thought you were into guys. I brought us to the Golden Banana. Damn it, Grandpa, how many times have I told you being on the dance team in school doesn't mean I'm gay? No harm if you are. What an adult does with another consenting adult is their choice. Not gay. His grandfather shrugged, and they were in the cockpit of his Longhorn instead. He looked around and smiled as he looked out into the dark of deep space. It was comforting. That's better. I didn't mean to go to a strip club, you know. I just meant you always seem to be in one. The hell I am. I'm a busy man for my age. I'm only in strip clubs 3 nights a week. Maybe 4. Nothing wrong with living it up at my age. The old man grinned and leaned back in his chair, popping open a beer as he took a sip. Speaking of, you're not dead, are you? You moved to Texas, too, to hunt lava fish. Last I heard, at any rate. Did a stripper give you a heart attack, you dirty old man? My ticker is strong as a bull's. Of course, if a gal did give me a heart attack, it wouldn't be from just looking, if you know what I mean. He grinned and chuckled as Billy Bob rolled his eyes. Gross again. So why am I talking to you and not Grandma? He kept his hands on the controls, watching the FTL lanes as he drove. He'd have to keep a steady pace if he wanted to make his 99. Why would you talk to her? All she'd do is scold you for being a degenerate who plays sissy sports. Baseball is not a sissy sport. You don't tackle anyone or nothing. Hardly anyone gets a concussion. Your mother was the best damn football players her high school ever had. She's got bigger balls than most men, including your no-good father. I never did approve of her marrying that fancy city boy. Too pretty for his own good. Billy Bob sighed and shook his head for a moment. I really wouldn't call him a city boy. He didn't know everyone in his hometown. Clearly he's a city boy. Okay, regardless, does all this mean I'm not dead? I mean, why am I talking to you if you're still alive? Well, maybe I'm an enlightened Buddhist monk astral projecting and shit? Billy Bob laughed out at that. Not a fucking chance. When I asked you what you thought about reincarnation that one time in past lives, you told me you must have been a fucking saint before to get born in America, and you wanted to live it up and sin your brains out. He heard his grandpa give that sort of old man part chuckle, part giggle. Those poor bastards don't drink or fuck or nothing. That ain't living. Well, then I am dead and you're dead. Or this is a dream. Shit, the suit mentioned brain damage. I could have told you that. No one with a right mind joins a dance team. I'll have you know I got all kinds of girls in high school thanks to my dancing. Sure. Stick a wig and some lipstick on them and they'll pass for a girl in the dark. This is why I never hung out with you. The old man shrugged and then held out a beer for Billy Bob, who popped it open and took a heavy sip while still keeping an eye on the FTL lanes. So am I supposed to learn something? My girl taught you everything I taught her, so hell if I know. Maybe this it to teach you to not get fucked up so much and learn how to fight properly. He took another sip of his beer and let out a belch. I know how to fight, Grandpa. Billy Bob sighed for a moment. That's not what your brother said. What? T-Rex? My brother who's built like a fucking tank. The same brother who is a Special Forces legend? The same brother who entered the bull riding competition in high school and was disqualified for punching his bull in the face after it tossed him off and knocking it out? That guy? That guy says I can't fight? Yeah. When you ask that guy if I can't fight, he's going to say no. He's my fucking brother on top of all that shit. Billy Bob snorted. I just wanted to fly things. Hey, the damn Space Force. I was sure you were gay when you became a pilot. They're not gay. He paused and thought back on his career with the Space Force and the volleyball courts in basic. Well, not all gay. He paused for a moment and then looked over at his grandfather. Wait, were you hoping I was gay? The old man shrugged. I figured your sister's a dyke, might as well have a gay grandson, too, to even it out. What about Cousin Davy? He's gay? How do you not know this? He married a man. I thought that was for the health insurance or something. Billy Bob sighed and shook his head, unsure if his grandfather was serious. Then he realized he wasn't sure if he thought his grandfather really didn't know or not in real life. This was confusing. But it did sound like something his grandpa wouldn't realize somehow. So, am I supposed to talk to you and then figure out if I want to live or die or crap? Fuck if I know. You're probably a vegetable in some hospital all brain dead and shit. God, I hope not. His grandpa shrugged and took another sip of his beer before pointing out the window. You're too close to that guy. Hey, who's the pilot here? I'm fine. The next system stop isn't for half a light year. He won't be getting off for a while if he even stops there. His grandfather shrugged. So if you aren't queer as a $3 bill, how come you don't got kids? 'Cause I'm a man of the FTL lanes. I like moving and traveling and shit. I don't want to settle down yet. I'm only in my 20s after all. Pretty late 20s, soon you'll be too old. Having kids in your 30s is not too old. Feh. Billy Bob shook his head and drank more of his beer as his grandpa finished his off and then got out of his seat to go back and get another one. Anyway, I don't think I'll be having kids. I like a girl, but she's a Xeno. Ooh, a Xeno lover. That makes sense. If it wasn't guys, it would be Xenos. Is it a she Xeno and not a he Xeno? Yes. She got nice tits? Jesus Christ, Grandpa. What? I can totally understand if she's got a big rack. Or like 3, or 4, hell, maybe even 6 big ones. Show me a Xeno with half a dozen big old bazongas, I might well suffocate to death. I need to hear exactly 0% of this, Billy Bob said as he slowly shook his head and rubbed his face in disbelief. The sort of disbelief when an older relative does something horrible, but for some reason you just can't call them out on it for reasons you don't quite understand, so you just can't believe it. How the hell you think you got here, kid? I fucked your grandmother. At some point, she shit out a bunch of kids, one of which was you, Mom. At this point, Billy Bob was loudly speaking gibberish to try and drown out his grandfather. She went against my wishes and fucked your dad, and obviously they boned quite a bit because you're the middle of 5. You do know old people still have sex, right? I swear to God, old man. If you don't stop right there, I'll toss you out the airlock. You can't tell me that when you were my age, you wanted to hear this shit from your grandfather. He glared at his grandpa for a moment, and the old man thought it over before shrugging. Yeah, probably right. They sat quietly for a while as Billy Bob drove through the space lanes before suddenly realizing something. Wait, why am I driving? This isn't real. I still don't know if I'm dead or alive or in a coma or what. He looked back over to his grandpa, then back out, still working as if driving mattered since he wasn't sure what was going on. What are we even doing here? Who knows? Probably just your last brain cells either dying or getting back to work. Let you talk things through with yourself. Learn things. I didn't learn shit. There you go. That's the spirit. So, you never did tell me if your Xeno gal's got nice tits. Stop. Fine. Gonna have kids with her? She's a Xeno. Well, have you tried? No, but we're different species. This isn't Star Trek where somehow everyone's a human with different paint and they can all apparently interbreed. I'll be lucky if I get out of sex with my hide intact. Ah, a real scratcher, eh? Sounds like my kind of girl. Either way, you should at least try having kids with her because the trying is the fun part. Having kids is really overrated, and if it doesn't work, just keep trying. Is that my takeaway from this? Sure. That and the fact that if you don't wake up, your mother is about to punch you in the face. He opened his eyes just as he saw a fist racing towards his face. He tried to move, but he didn't have a chance as he caught the blow with his red cheek, making his teeth click as the blow turned his head to the side. Ooh, fuck! He really wasn't aware of much else around him, but he could see white walls and people in scrubs and his mother standing over him. What's your name? What? He started to reach up and clutch his face, but the pain was receding faster than he expected. She grabbed his shoulders and began to shake him physically. What's your name? Jesus Christ, Mom. You know my name. It's Billy Bob Space Trucker. He was sitting up now, rubbing his face as he looked around the room. His mom was in her garrison uniform and obviously not her power suit, or she would have killed him with that punch. Even so, he was a little surprised how much the blow had initially hurt. There were a few doctors or nurses or whatever medical people around staring at him and her looking surprised. He was hooked up to some machines and had an IV of blue-purple stuff leading into his arm. He'd been dreaming about something. He couldn't remember what. The hell was that for Mom? These pussies told me you needed time and may never come out of your coma, and if you did, there was a chance you'd have brain damage and not remember your name. I told them that was crap and I'd prove it. So you punched me in the face? It worked, didn't it? He'd long ago learned it was better to not point out to his mother that some solutions didn't require hitting people. You did strike a superior officer, you know. He muttered as he tried to figure out how the rest of him was feeling. He was sore, pretty much everywhere, especially his face after that hit. Superior officer? La-di-fucking-da. You might outrank me, but you're not superior to Major Mary Sue. She gave him a whack upside his head for giving her lip, and he grumbled but was smart enough to keep those grumbles indistinct murmurs. One of the doctors, he assumed, stepped forward. So, do you feel all right? I feel sore. Do you remember how you got here? Do you mean in the philosophical sense, or the sense that I got fucked up in a fight in front of the Xeno Capitol Tower thing? Interesting. You seem to handle the biogel much better than the others. What? Isn't it supposed to work on everyone? He asked and glanced around. We're still trying to figure out how it works, but humans aren't entirely compatible without issue. Apparently it works best when you're very seriously injured. But if you only have minor wounds, it acts funny. Billy Bob snorted. Guess it's a good thing I keep having major wounds, huh? Yeah, they fucked you up good. That was from his mom, which made him roll his eyes. Thanks, Mom. If I had been there, you could bet your ass things would have gone better. Yes, Mom. I guess you're not as much of a complete fuck-up like I figured you were. He sighed for a moment. Glad I could lessen your disappointment. What? I was never disappointed. You know I love you and your brothers and sisters all. It's just you joined the Space Force and were a pilot, then a space trucker. I was worried you'd never live up to the family name. He laughed at that. Thanks, Mom. I guess it's true with a last name like... The door opened up as he saw Stevie Ray lean in. Sup, Booger Blaster? Hey, Snot Wrangler. That starts with a W, you know. We didn't know that as kids, so it still counts. What are you doing here? Where the hell are we anyway? He looked around as the doctors or nurses or whoever backed up to let his younger brother slip in and get closer to the bed. Gemini, his mom said. Shit, that's quite a ways from that capital world. How long was I out? Couple weeks, his brother said. What's going on with the war? How did I get here? The USS Predator was in system when you started the assault. They got to the capital shortly after your apparent last stand. Some bird commando used the last of his biogel to get you stable. Then that diplomat killed the few remaining ceremonial guards around the place. When the Archangels landed, they found only minimal resistance in the area, apparently. They seized the tower and got you and the birds out. Nice job with the flag, by the way. Apparently you crazy fucks had killed most of the crabs and fish in the Capitol crater thing. The Archangels got the now friendly Xenos to evac the crater and then destroyed the grav generator, so we actually still hold that crater. He nodded slowly as his mom told him what happened. Wait, still hold it? Shouldn't the war be over? She laughed at that and shook her head. Fuck no. Remember, the only races that had a real military were the crabs, the fish, and those lizard fly things. Fleckos, Billy Bob said as she shrugged. Well, the member races all pulled out of the alliance, but their military is still intact. The crabs retreated from Bastion, but there's still a war going on. The Fleckos, or whatever, are good at fighting the other races, and they can't fight us, so they're trying to start bullying those closest to them. This is a fight to the death. No one's surrendering. But now all their supply routes are in chaos, lots of contested territory. It's a giant mess, and it'll help us out to be sure. But things aren't going away overnight. What happened to the Libertonians? The ones who survived, you mean? They're alive. The one who patched you up got pretty messed up. They were dropped off on their home planet on the way here. The diplomat one wanted to stay with you, but her people wouldn't allow her to go. His mom shrugged. The ship I was on is now defunct. While waiting for reassignment, they were bringing you back in, so they gave me control of your Longhorn, Stevie Ray said. Oh, what the fuck? Don't they know you're a horrible pilot? Bite me, dickbag. Come here and I will. He opened his mouth and leaned towards his brother, who laughed and just shoved him back against his raised bed. Shit, you're lucky I'm so weak right now. He did feel rather tired, but that was preferable to being dead, so he didn't complain. Who else is here? It's just us, Stevie Ray said. Mom complained about being pulled off the line, but they told her she'd get 2 weeks before they started advancing again anyway. I'm pretty happy with my new posting. Teddy is off killing Xenos wherever. Mary Jane is supposedly leading some ghost squad on a planet where she's using trained crabs as mounts.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but that's MJ and you know it. Billy Bob nodded after thinking about it for a moment. Jackie, Jill, and Dad are still on Bastion helping rebuild until the front starts moving again. So what's the plan? You heal up and we send you back to Earth so President Crusher can pin a medal on you. That's President Cross Stevie Ray, his mother corrected. Billy Bob was shaking his head. No, I gotta go see the Libertonians. He swung his feet off the bed and started to stand, only to nearly collapse as Stevie Ray had to catch him. Christ, Billy Bob, there's a reason you're hooked up to all this shit. You've spent a couple weeks comatose, muscle atrophy and all that. Billy Bob panted a bit, feeling sweaty and tired just from his ill-fated attempt to stand up. Okay, get me a wheelchair then. The doctors were approaching once more. That's not advised at all. We'd like to monitor you for another week, not to mention you need this new biogel dispenser hooked up to keep you healing properly. I can't stress how close to dying you've been this whole time. Stevie Ray, can you hook one of those things up to the Longhorn? I guess? Well, as a colonel, I order you to get to it. He pointed at his mom. Major, I order you to get me a wheelchair, and if anyone tries to stop us, you clock 'em good. His mother laughed. There we go. Now you're living up to the name. The doctors began to panic as Billy Bob and clan staged a breakout of the hospital. No one was sure what to do in trying to stop a highly decorated Special Forces major, and her son, who was a colonel, and soon to be also highly decorated one at that. So soon enough, Stevie Ray was wheeling Billy Bob into the back of his Longhorn while their mom kept the soldiers at bay with a large wrench. "Stomper!" Billy Bob cried with a smile as the multi-legged fox ran up to him once Stevie Ray brought him on board. The creature lived up to his name, stomping around the wheelchair as Billy Bob rubbed his head, turning to wave to his mother as he saw her out the back hatch when it started to close as Stevie Ray got them in the air. They ignored demands from the brass to return to the hospital, and Stevie Ray had hooked up the dispenser in the main cabin for Billy Bob, so they were all set. Mittens provided him plenty of company as he sat around healing up. The FTL lanes around human space had been reactivated since the remaining Council forces had all pulled back to their own territory, but it was still slow going with the war on. Took them 5 days to get from Gemini to the Libertonian homeworld. They were still skirmishing with the crabs in the space between their planets in the system, but neither side had moved much. Once he announced their presence to the Libertonians, they were brought in with an escort as Billy Bob got to see the Libertonian homeworld. Well, the real thing. He'd seen that painting he helped Emily steal. Lots of mountains over gorgeous-looking river valleys, but he wasn't sure what the gas in the bottoms of the valleys were. They seemed to like building cities up on top of the mountains, and he saw plenty of them flying around as they landed near a big city he figured was their capital. He wondered how long it would take for him to get a hold of Emily. She was probably stuck in some sort of boring meeting or debrief or something. He walked to the airlock of the Longhorn, moving around slowly but surely since he'd had a few days of steady biogel and Earth-standard gravity to get his muscles working again. Then, as he opened the hatch, Emily was right in front of him. Blah. She jumped up with a big smile. Billy Bob! But as she crossed the threshold, she was hit with the heavier gravity and dropped heavily against him, knocking him back as he hit the floor of the cabin with a heavy thud, feeling a crack as pain spiked through his skull. He whimpered as she looked down at him. Oh no, not again! Stevie Ray was moving back and quickly lowered the gravity for her as she got up off Billy Bob. Jesus, lady. He helped Billy Bob up, sitting him down on the chair they'd set up next to the biogel dispenser, quickly sticking the tube back into his arm. You'd think the two of you were an item the way you jumped on the guy. Stevie Ray laughed at that and then looked at Emily, who was glancing away, and then over at Billy Bob, who was smiling. So that's why you rushed to get here. Ah, well, I'll go see what's around here then. He passed Emily and closed the airlock behind him. Emily looked at Billy Bob and then laughed. I can't stop hurting you, can I? Doesn't seem that way. He rubbed the back of his head gingerly, feeling better as the biogel was released into his body. I'm just so happy to see you. I can't tell you how worried I was back on the Capitol when I found you outside." She climbed up onto his lap as he blinked up at her, a little surprised, but in no position to stop her. She was wearing a black vest, that usual tuft of feathers covering up the area he still expected to find cleavage. The survival suit was gone, but she was wearing those special gloves, thankfully, and her lower body was clad in black pants that still reminded him of bell-bottoms. Had to make room for those talons, he guessed. She rubbed her two upper hands along his face, her lower hands against his chest as he arched a brow. "You seem frisky." "I am. And it seems to me that you're currently hooked up to a machine that pumps you full of biogel as needed. Isn't that the case?" He looked up over his head at the dispenser and then back at her. "Yes, that's true." "Well, you were worried about what might happen, and now in case anything goes wrong, you're already set." He blinked and slowly arched a brow. She shifted on his lap a bit, hands moving to open his shirt already. "Shouldn't we be worried about my brother?" "You saw him. He's giving us our space. Who else knows you're here?" He thought it over for a moment and then slowly shrugged. "I guess this is probably the best time for it." She laughed at that and nodded. "Plus, I've really missed you." He laughed at that, hands moving up to rub along her sides. "Well, shit, I guess since I'm already healing, this couldn't possibly make things worse." She giggled at that and leaned in to give his neck a nip as he gasped, the biogel starting to pump a little faster. About 5 minutes later, neither one of them was expecting the airlock to open up as they heard Stevie Ray. "Hey, the bird president and this space hamster president wanted to thank you guys for—" He stopped as he stepped out of the airlock into the main cabin and looked at Billy Bob and Emily, who were both staring back in a mixture of surprise and horror. Stepping around Stevie Ray was a Libertonian in a very nice-looking suit who also froze, and squeezing between them was a space hamster in a tuxedo complete with top hat, cane, and monocle. "I say, we weren't properly introduced before. I'm so glad to meet you. I used to be the Gerweldian counselor." He walked up to Emile and Billy Bob. They were in the same position as before, with her on his lap on the chair, but their clothes were elsewhere. Emily looked to Billy Bob, who reached out and shook the offered hand of the hamster without saying anything. Then Emily did the same. The hamster glanced around at the clothes on the floor. "I say, were you two in the midst of laundry?" Stevie Ray stepped forward, picking the hamster up as he squeaked in surprise. "What's going on?" "Sorry, Mr. Prime Hamster. They're just... it's... stuff." He backed out of the airlock, carrying the hamster as the Libertonian president stayed for another moment and gave a thumbs up and nodded after he looked them over before following suit, locking the airlock behind him. After another moment, Billy Bob and Emily began to laugh. They were left alone after that. "So, what's all this again?" Emily was asking as Billy Bob finished cooking in the cabin's small kitchen. "Biscuits and gravy, chicken fried steak, and eggs." He smiled and slid a large plate in front of her. "Dig in." The next day, they had to spend actually interacting with the others on the planet. Billy Bob met several officials and the president again. He had to put up with having his picture taken quite a bit and needed his wheelchair again by the end of the day, but Emily had always been with him, which made it easier to deal with. In the end, he knew he couldn't stay. The brass were demanding he return already, and she still couldn't get permission to leave since she was also needed to the war effort. They stood outside his Longhorn with a crate between them. "I didn't get a chance to find it after your commandos got us off the planet. So this is the gift you got me, huh?" He nodded at that. "Bought it with some of my 10 billion credits." He grinned and she stared at him for a moment. "Billy Bob." "Yeah, I know. As a colonel in the U.S. military, I can't take large gifts from foreign governments. I'm well aware. Once the war started, I realized that would happen. It might have been about the money once, but not anymore." He shrugged, then he opened the box. She frowned as she pulled out what was inside. It was some sort of strange box and harness connected to a set of headphones with some extra straps on it. "What is it?" "I found it in a curio shop on that goblin station. They're fascinated with music from my home world a ways back. They only had vinyl records back then, so someone made a portable record player with a harness that fits a Libertonian. Same with the headphones. That way you can fly and listen to music." She let out a surprised squawk and then laughed, starting to pull the harness on to see how it worked. In the end, she still had full motion of her wings and arms, and the box was settled against her chest. He smiled and then leaned up as she leaned down, nuzzling his cheek with her beak. I love it, Billy Bob. Thank you. He smiled. I loaded a record in there that starts with the greatest song I could possibly think of. Feel free to start listening to it. Me and Stevie Ray gotta go, but I'll be back. We'll meet up again soon. Somewhere. Somehow. They held hands for a little longer, her lower set rubbing his sides. Once more they leaned in to rub cheek to beak before pulling away. She started the record once he had boarded the Longhorn. The music began to play, and she stood on the landing pad, letting the music pour out of the custom headphones. It took about a minute before the singing finally began. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? For I must be traveling on now, 'cause there's too many places I've got to see. She felt tears start to well up in her eyes. But if I stayed here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. 'Cause I'm as free as a bird now, and this bird you cannot change. Oh, 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 oh. And this bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord knows I can't change. The singing stopped for a minute, and the Longhorn took off, moving up slowly. She quickly ran to the edge of the platform, leaping off as she took flight, working hard to keep up with the ship as she saw Billy Bob in the co-pilot seat where she used to sit. He looked over at her and smiled, waving as she listened to the lyrics start again. Bye-bye, baby, it's been a sweet love, yeah. Though this feeling I can't change, but please don't take it so badly. 'Cause Lord knows I'm to blame. She was flapping her wings harder to keep up now, the tears streaming out of her eyes as she smiled, flying as fast as she could. But if I stayed here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same, 'cause I'm as free as a bird now. And this bird you cannot change, oh, 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 oh. And this bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord knows I can't change. Lord help me, I can't change. The tempo of the song began to build up as she flew, and Billy Bob looked over to Stevie Ray saying something as the Longhorn began to dip and dive, letting Emily swoop down, twisting and spinning alongside as she flew. Lord, I can't change. Won't you fly high, free bird, yeah? The ship began to pull up, and she shifted to climb with it as she listened to the music, wings beating harder and harder as she flew almost straight up to try and stay even with the Longhorn. She could see Billy Bob laughing and smiling and crying as much as she was at this point. The music kept playing, and she kept up as they rose higher and higher, the sky growing darker and darker as her breath started to come out in puffs. She'd never dared fly this high before. Finally, she couldn't rise any higher, gasping out as she had to angle down, starting to glide and level out as she turned to fly, back down face up to watch the Longhorn keep going up into the sky as the song reached a fever pitch before finally breaking. As she began to glide back down towards her home, she saw the Longhorn get smaller and smaller until she couldn't see it anymore, and the song didn't really end. It just faded away.